Master, I sent you down the mountain to cultivate your mind in the mortal world, yet you've amassed so much wealth and fortune and attracted so many beautiful women. What will you do when you break through to the next level? Disciple, the wealth can be left to my family, and the money can be donated to society. Master, but what about those women who love you? Disciple, many love me, but I only love one. Master, even one is troublesome. When the time comes, will you become an immortal, or get married? Disciple, I. Chapter 1, Masters Descend the Mountain. July, Kunlun Mountain. The setting sun casts its golden rays, painting the sky with vibrant colors. The soft afterglow illuminates the mountain peaks and valleys, creating a breathtaking, ethereal scene, like a fairyland. At this moment, two figures, one old and one young, stand atop the mountain. The setting sun's rays fall upon their shoulders, creating a soft halo, as if they were standing in a painting. The old man, with an air of otherworldly wisdom, stood with his hands behind his back, a simple white robe fluttering in the wind. His forehead was prominent, his eyes deep set, and his brows conveyed mystery and intelligence. He stood there quietly, seemingly one with the heavens and earth, radiating an extraordinary aura that inspired awe and longing in all who beheld him. Beside the old man stood a young man in his 20s, handsome with well-defined features, his obsidian-like eyes gleaming with intelligence. His long, black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, adding to his air of effortless elegance. Chonger, after standing there for an unknown amount of time, the old man finally spoke slowly. How many years have you been on the mountain? Replying to Master, the young man replied respectfully, 19 years. How fast time flies, the old man smiled faintly. When you first came, you were just a child of about 7 or 8 years old. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, you've become a handsome young man. But, the young man tilted his head and looked at the old man, pausing before saying, Master, you still look the same as before, without changing at all. Hee hee, the old man chuckled again. When you cultivate to my level, your appearance won't change either. Is that so? The young man licked his lips, his face beaming with joy. Of course, the old man nodded. You were born with extraordinary talent and exceptional physique. Your cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds, advancing by 1,000 miles a day. In the past 300 years, you are the most talented child I have ever seen, without exception. I am very gratified. No way. The young man's eyes widened. Master, you're already over 300 years old. I always thought. The old man didn't reply, but simply shook his head slightly, then continued. Chonger, 3 years ago, I taught you everything I could, but 3 years have passed, and your cultivation has stagnated. Master, the young man lowered his head, his face showing shame. This disciple is also puzzled. In these 3 years, I've worked even harder than before, but that hurdle I just can't overcome. It's so difficult. The old man nodded slightly. Therefore, I've decided to let you go down the mountain tomorrow to venture into the world. After some more training, perhaps you'll encounter a good opportunity to help you break through. No, Master, the young man asked, puzzled. When I was 18, didn't you send me to the Western world for 4 years of training? Why are you sending me again? Those 4 years of training were mainly about fighting and killing, practical skills training. This time is different. It's in China, focusing on tempering the mind in the mortal world. Do you understand? Go down the mountain tomorrow. Master, the young man exclaimed, this is too sudden. I haven't prepared at all. No need to prepare. Your 6th senior sister has already booked the tickets. You'll go down the mountain tomorrow, first to the mountain city, and then take a plane home. Here are your ticket and ID, the old man said, taking out a ticket and ID from his person and gently placing them in the young man's hand, his face full of affection and reluctance. 6th senior sister even got my ID? The young man asked curiously, taking the ID and examining it carefully. The ID was brand new, and the photo on it was taken by his 6th senior sister herself. Quite handsome. Name, Pang Tianchong. Address, Building 39, Fuguiyuan Residential Complex, Haiyang District, Bianqing City, Xianan Province. Resident ID number, XXXXXXXXXX. This is my hometown. Pang Tianchong pointed blankly at the address on his ID card. Could it be that my 6th senior sister made me another fake ID? It shouldn't be. The old man nodded, smiling apologetically. Your parents currently live in Bianqing City. Go back to acknowledge your ancestors and reunite with your family. Hee hee. But, Pang Tianchong was even more confused. I have no recollection of this at all. I have parents. The old man continued. Back then, your 6th senior sister passed through Bianqing and discovered you were a prodigy, so she forcibly brought you up the mountain. At that time, you were only 7 years old. Worried that you wouldn't practice diligently because you missed home, I used a little trick to seal your previous memories. That's why you don't remember having a hometown or parents. Now, you've grown up and are about to descend the mountain. I can now unlock that memory." As he spoke, the old man gently touched Pang Tianchong's forehead. A faint golden light flickered at his fingertip, disappearing into his brow. In an instant, a long-forgotten memory, like a gentle stream, swirled and flowed through Pang Tianchong's mind. Father, mother, the dilapidated apartment building, a toddler sister just learning to speak, and his childhood playmate, that chubby little girl who looked like a doll. It all seemed like a dream. So I'm not an orphan after all. So I have a home. So, Pang Tianchong murmured to himself, gazing at the setting sun. "You won't blame your master and your 6th senior sister for not telling you these things before, will you?" the old man asked with a smile. "How could that be?" Pang Tianchong bowed deeply. "You've taught me so much. I'm incredibly grateful. And my 6th senior sister, she's so kind to me, always bringing me so many good things when she comes up the mountain." "It's good that you don't blame us," the old man said, pulling out a cell phone and a wad of cash. "This is your old phone. Here you go. It has your 6th senior sister's and 5th senior brother's phone numbers saved on it. If you encounter any trouble, you can call them. This 1,000 yuan is for your travel expenses." Master. Pang Tianchong took the phone and money, puzzled. "Why only 1,000 yuan? I earned so much money when I was training in the West. Could you please give me more?" Exclamation point. "The money is all with your 6th senior sister. She'll give it to you later." "Oh, all right then." Pang Tianchong nodded helplessly, then asked, "Should I visit my 5th senior brother before I go down the mountain? Where is he now? How's his kung fu?" "TCH, the old man scoffed. He's long been crippled. A guy obsessed with officialdom, better not to mention him. I'll pretend I don't have a disciple like him. However, if you encounter any trouble from officials after you go down the mountain, you can call him." "Oh," Pang Tianchong responded softly, unconsciously shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, the sky was darkening, and patches of sunset seemed to fall to the ground. Pang Tianchong didn't actually know much about his 5th senior brother. In his memory, he seemed very busy and rarely came up the mountain. The last time he came was 7 or 8 years ago. Back then, he was only a teenager, and his memory of his 5th senior brother was already blurry. "All right, go back. It's getting dark." The old man turned around and instructed again. "Go down the mountain by yourself tomorrow. I won't send anyone to escort you. Remember, when you travel the world, never mention our sect. Also, within 3 years, unless your life is in danger, you must not return to the mountain. Understood?" "Yes." Pang Tianchong nodded vigorously, his eyes suddenly welling up, and he choked out, "This disciple will obey master's teachings." 3 years later, when you return, I hope you will have undergone a complete transformation, ascending to immortality. After the old man finished speaking, his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2. The Airport Incident. Biancheng International Airport. A white Boeing 737 gracefully traversed the vast expanse of sky, gliding through the billowy clouds as it descended smoothly onto the runway. A quarter of an hour later, a young man with a black backpack strode purposefully towards the exit. A figure returning home after years away, Pang Tianchong. After 19 years, suddenly returning to his hometown, Pang Tianchong felt a twinge of anxiety. His heart raced with anticipation. A verse echoed in his mind. Leaving home as a youth, returning as an elder, the accent unchanged but the hair turned gray. "Children, upon meeting me, do not recognize me," laughingly asking whence the guest has come. Pang Tianchong instinctively brushed his freshly styled hair. A self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he mused that the only difference between himself and old he might be the state of their hair. "Dad, Mom, your son is back," he silently called out, lighting a cigarette and gazing up at the afternoon sky as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Ah, what a relief. Delightful. Ever since his cultivation stagnated 3 years prior, Pang Tianchong had developed the habit of smoking to alleviate his frustrations, and it gradually became a routine. However, as he took 2 deep puffs and stepped past the exit, he suddenly halted. In the airport hall, a fashionable young woman clad in a short skirt and flowing long hair approached him with a bouquet of fresh flowers in hand, her smile radiant. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding elegance, with striking features and long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Walking with a grace and lightness akin to a gentle breeze rustling the willows, or clouds drifting in a clear sky. Stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Pang Tianchong felt dizzy, utterly captivated by the beauty before him. Her flawless visage, alluring figure, and enchanting smile left him spellbound. In a daze, the entire world around him faded away, leaving only those long legs drawing ever closer. The fragrant air enveloped him as she approached. The cigarette slipped from his grasp. To be precise, Pang Tianchong was utterly dumbfounded. It had been ages since he had encountered such a captivating woman with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. He swallowed hard, his fingers gingerly pulling the cigarette away from his lips, instinctively allowing his arm to drop. Perhaps he had let his arm fall too abruptly at that moment. The glowing ember of his cigarette inadvertently brushed against the young woman's thigh as she passed by. A shriek erupted. The beauty, caught completely off guard, never imagined that picking someone up at the airport would lead to such a calamity. Her exquisite thigh had been unexpectedly kissed by a burning cigarette. The bouquet fell from her grasp as she crouched in pain, covering the scorched skin with her hand. A visage of agony etched across her face. Her cry drew the attention of passers-by, and soon a crowd gathered, eager to comprehend the situation. Stunned, Pang Tianchong's mind faltered. He had caused an accident. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he stammered, hastily discarding his cigarette butt. He wanted to rush forward to assist the young woman, even to tenderly caress the burnt area. But his hand hesitated in midair. Could he dare? It was her thigh, after all. In that moment, Pang Tianchong felt an urge to chop off his hand, filled with regret as he chided himself for smoking at all. Now, he had landed himself in a significant predicament. Just then, a blonde woman rushed in, pushing a suitcase while shouting, "Xiaoxua!" What happened? The girl who ran over also appeared to be in her mid-20s, her short golden hair stylishly framing her delicate features. Her bright, penetrating eyes seemed to see through everything. A pronounced nose added depth to her countenance, while her fiery red lips glistened like polished pearls. Unmistakably, she too was a great beauty. The injured girl grimaced in pain and pointed an accusatory finger at Pang Tianchong, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. "His cigarette burned my leg," she exclaimed, revealing the injury as she dropped her hand from her thigh to retrieve the scattered flowers, meant for her friend, the blonde girl waiting for her at the airport. At that moment, the crowd's gaze shifted to the injured girl's thigh, where the stocking bore a charred hole, exposing her flawless skin, with a distinct dark red mark clearly visible, evoking sympathy from onlookers. The blonde girl gasped upon seeing the burn and became enraged, immediately shouting, "Pervert! You vile scoundrel burned my friend Xiaoxua with your cigarette. Call the police. I want to report this." The gathered crowd quickly grasped the situation, turning their ire towards Pang Tianchong. "Young man, how could you do such a thing? Why would you burn a girl's thigh with a cigarette?" They clamored. "What manner of person are you? To harbor ill intentions upon seeing a beautiful woman, utterly disgraceful. Girl, call the police at once. Let them teach this little scoundrel a lesson. He deserves at least half a month in jail." Pang Tianchong felt utterly helpless amidst the collective indignation. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry," he exclaimed, regaining his composure and clasping his hands together in a gesture of apology. "I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Please, I swear, it was unintentional." Despite his usual eloquence, his tongue felt tied, and he struggled for words. "What am I to do now? Hello? Is this 110? There's a scoundrel here harassing a girl. He is quite malicious. Please come quickly." The blonde girl began dialing for help, her eyes wide with righteous fury. "Stop. Wait." Pang Tianchong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She had already reported the incident and hung up, glaring at him with suspicion. Sighing deeply, Pang Tianchong lamented his misfortune. How could a simple cigarette lead to such a catastrophe? Just as he returned home, before even setting foot inside, he faced the prospect of being taken away for tea by the police. What kind of fate was this? Just then, the crowd parted, and two police officers, one tall and one short, stepped through. "Who called the police?" The tall officer asked sternly. I did. The blonde girl raised her hand as if she had found salvation. "What happened here?" "This vile scoundrel saw my friend's beauty and had the audacity to burn her thigh with his cigarette. Officers, just look at the damage he has done." The girl spoke rapidly, pointing at Pang Tianchong, her anger palpable as she painted him as the villain in the situation. "Is that so?" The tall officer's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Pang Tianchong, his eyes narrowing like a blade. Meanwhile, the short officer moved closer, casually revealing a shiny pair of handcuffs from his belt. Chapter 3. 8,000 yuan stockings. The crowd around the airport swelled, and Pang Tianchong felt increasingly humiliated. Originally, the presence of two beautiful girls was enough to attract attention, but now, with the arrival of two police officers, it was no wonder that onlookers were drawn in. As the center of this tumultuous spectacle, Pang Tianchong's face flushed with embarrassment. Internally, he cursed his ill fortune. Moreover, the short officer deliberately brandished the handcuffs, only serving to heighten the tension among the bewildered spectators. Pang Tianchong felt an overwhelming mix of frustration and anger, silently scoffing at the short officer's theatrics. The two of you are merely attempting to intimidate me. If I choose to leave, can you truly prevent me? However, I cannot simply flee without resolution. Evading responsibility is not an option, especially when I have not committed a grave offense. If I clarify the situation, and these two officers remain unreasonable, then it is not too late to depart. With a swift change of thought, Pang Tianchong resolved to calm himself, rubbing his face vigorously to regain composure before beginning his defense. Officer, please listen to me, Pang Tianchong implored, his expression one of deep distress. This is entirely a misunderstanding. I assure you, I did not act with malice. It was purely accidental. The tall officer scrutinized Pang Tianchong's eyes intently, listening quietly. It happened like this. While on the plane, I had the urge to smoke, but held back. As soon as I exited the airport, I lit a cigarette, hoping to indulge briefly. Just then, this young lady hurried past me, and as I took a puff, my hand inadvertently swung and brushed against her leg. I swear to the heavens it was unintentional. Please believe me. If I had meant to cause harm, may I be struck by lightning. Pang Tianchong animatedly gestured and swore, recounting the sequence of events. Perspiration streaming down his brow, either from excitement or the heat of the day. Indeed, the tall officer nodded slightly, sensing that Pang Tianchong did not appear to be lying. He then turned his gaze towards the injured girl. Miss, is what he claims true? The girl shot a sharp glare at Pang Tianchong. I wasn't paying attention either. I was preoccupied with rushing to embrace my friend and hardly noticed his small gesture. How could I discern if it was intentional or not? Pang Tianchong, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, Please, miss, your words are too vague. This pertains to my character. Huh, the blonde girl scoffed. You, a mere scoundrel from the countryside. What character do you possess? I believe you simply noticed how lovely my friend Xiaoxua is and acted with intention. Enough, the tall officer interjected. You should refrain from judging based on appearances. This is not a serious matter. How about this? He glanced at the girl's leg and suggested. I think this young man does not seem deceitful. Let him apologize to you, and since your stockings were damaged, he can compensate you for a new pair. What do you think? Seeing the tall officer's reasonable mediation, the girl's expression softened as she glanced at the crowd surrounding them. Fine, since you put it that way. I shall accept my misfortune. I have a busy schedule and truly have no time to squabble with this rogue. Pang Tianchong wished to argue further, but upon noticing the tall officer's warning glance, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. All right, I will apologize and compensate her for the stockings. That's the spirit. The tall officer nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the girl. How much? 8,008. What? Pang Tianchong nearly choked, feeling as if someone had seized him by the throat. 8,008 is far too expensive. Pang Tianchong's anxiety surged. He had only 1,000 yuan on him, having spent over 300 on a haircut and other items yesterday, leaving him with merely a few hundred. How was he to manage this? What's wrong? The blonde girl observed his astonishment and continued, You doubt me? My friend is the president of the Daikon Group. Isn't it normal for her to wear stockings worth over 8,000? Her dress costs several tens of thousands. Such a country bumpkin has never seen an angel. This remark left Pang Tianchong utterly embarrassed. He shot a furious glare at the relentless blonde girl, wishing he could silence her. He thought, Could you not spare me some dignity? As the saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero, and what more for 8,008? It truly was 8,880. I just purchased it from a luxury store yesterday, and the receipt is still in my bag. As the girl spoke, she retrieved a receipt from her small bag and handed it to the tall officer. See, I am not extorting anyone. The tall officer examined the receipt, his mouth twitching slightly in sympathy as he presented it to Pang Tianchong. Young man, she speaks the truth. Look, Pang Tianchong stared blankly at the receipt, suddenly finding the numbers glaringly painful to behold. Is there a problem? The tall officer inquired, observing Pang Tianchong's expression. No. Pang Tianchong gritted his teeth. I will pay, but I simply do not have that much cash on me. You can use a card. There is an ATM nearby, the blonde girl pressed. Or you could call a friend to transfer the money. I have no card, nor do I have friends. In fact, I do not even have my parents' contact information. Pang Tianchong felt increasingly troubled. Is that so? Even the tall officer regarded him with skepticism. It is true, Pang Tianchong hastily explained. I left my parents when I was 7 to learn a trade, and since then, I have had no contact with anyone. Today is the first time I have returned, and I do not even know where my parents are. Nevertheless, I am a man of my word, and I will repay you. How about this? I can write an IOU and repay her once I earn the money. Pang Tianchong clasped his hands together, pleading with the tall officer, Please believe me. An IOU? Before the officer could respond, the blonde girl chimed in with sarcasm. That won't do. If you run away, how will we find you? Run away? I am from this city. Pang Tianchong shot a glare at the blonde girl, producing his identification card. Officer, look. I am indeed from this city. I believe in justice. I will not flee. The tall officer examined the identification card and raised his hand for the two girls to see. This young man is indeed local, and he appears to be genuine. How about allowing him to write an IOU for later repayment? The girl named Xiaoxua hesitated, but before she could speak, the blonde girl snatched the identification card and agreed, that's fine. However, we will hold on to his ID until he repays us. The tall officer exchanged glances with his shorter counterpart, sighing. Miss, if you take his ID, how will he find work? Without a job, he cannot earn money. And how will he repay his debt? The blonde girl suddenly raised an eyebrow, a cunning smile forming on her lips. I have a solution. Let him come work at our Daikon group. After 2 or 3 months, he can redeem his ID, and then he can decide whether to stay or leave. That is indeed a splendid idea, the tall officer praised. The young man has just returned to the city and does not need to run around searching for employment. It serves everyone's interests. Well, Pang Tianchong hesitated, feeling as though he had been conscripted upon returning to his hometown. He truly had not contemplated what he would do upon his return. What are you pondering? The shorter officer expressed impatience. Young man, what are you hesitating for? The Daikon Group is a well-known enterprise in this city. Working there would be a commendable opportunity. Exactly. Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. I hear their benefits are quite good. You should go. Indeed. I can attest to that. My grandson works at Daikon, and the benefits are genuinely excellent. An elderly man chimed in, patting Pang Tianchong on the shoulder with earnestness. Pang Tianchong felt an urge to curse, thinking, I am not your grandson. Why do you care so much? After toiling for 19 years honing my skills, am I to work for 2 blonde girls? What a disgrace. Yet, if he were to refuse, how could he save face in front of such a crowd? What a predicament. Pang Tianchong rubbed his face vigorously, then lifted his gaze to the girl who had been burned by a cigarette, but, at that moment, she was staring back at him with an air of aloofness. Her expression as calm as a still pond. She was truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Well, speak up, urged the tall police officer. Do I have any other choice? Pang Tianchong shrugged his shoulders, feeling utterly helpless. Here is my business card, she said, disinterested, as she handed him a card that bore the company address. You can report to the HR department tomorrow morning. They will arrange a job for you. Oh, Pang Tianchong mechanically accepted the gilded card, catching a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance. It read, Bien City Daikon Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited, General Manager Dai Chinxue, Address, Daikon Building, 209, Zhongjiang Road. Seeing that the matter was resolved, the tall police officer waved his hand to disperse the crowd. All right, everyone, you can go now. Thank you. Dai Chinxue expressed her gratitude to both officers before taking the hand of the blonde girl and striding away. As they walked, the blonde girl turned back and called out, Little rascal, see you tomorrow. Get lost. Pang Tianchong angrily tossed his backpack. You, yellow-haired enchantress. The bag landed with a thud behind the blonde girl, nearly hitting her calf, which only elicited peals of laughter from the 2 girls. Sitting on the curb at the airport, Pang Tianchong quietly lit a cigarette to calm his nerves, contemplating his next steps and how to find his way home. After a moment's thought, he decided to call his 6th senior sister, the very person who had brought him here. She might know something about his parents. In this world, aside from his master, the one he was most familiar with was this annoying yet endearing 6th senior sister. The annoyance stemmed from the fact that years ago, she had knocked him unconscious and forcibly taken him up the mountain. The endearment came from her genuine kindness and care for him over the years. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered, and a gentle, melodious voice greeted him. Hello. Little junior brother, have you come down from the mountain? Yes. Pang Tianchong replied, extinguishing his cigarette. I've returned to Jiangcheng. I just got off the plane and am sitting on the curb at the airport smoking. Why are you smoking by the roadside? Why aren't you hurrying home? I'm feeling a bit down. What? Shouldn't going home be a joyous occasion? Why the long face? It's a complicated story. Thus, Pang Tianchong briefly recounted the events at the airport, causing the woman on the other end to burst into laughter. Little junior brother, confess honestly, was that girl stunningly beautiful, leaving you utterly enchanted? Yes, I admit she is indeed beautiful, as lovely as you are, senior sister. But it was truly unexpected. You lucky boy, to encounter such a stunning beauty right after getting off the plane. Senior sister, please don't tease me. My ID is still in her possession. That's great. Just go to her company and work. Who knows, you might even win over a beautiful CEO as your wife. I would definitely come to be your witness at the wedding. That's quite far-fetched, Pang Tianchong thought, knowing his senior sister was likely laughing heartily on the other end. Senior sister, stop laughing. I need to ask you something serious. How much do you know about my family situation? Oh, well, after a brief pause, the laughter subsided. I don't know much. When I took you away, I left a letter for your family explaining the situation, but I never met your parents. Then how about the family address on my ID? Didn't they move? Ah, that address. She hesitated. I randomly picked it from a map of Bien City when I was applying for your ID. What? Pang Tianchong nearly jumped up from the curb, exclaiming, Senior sister. I just discovered today how unreliable you are. You arbitrarily assigned me a home, and the police station approved it? Of course. I have my ways. Dealing with this is a piece of cake. She replied smugly. I am truly at a loss for words. Pang Tianchong felt exasperated. Little junior brother, why don't you come stay with me for a few days? All right, enough chatter. I'm taking a taxi to the city now. After hanging up, he sat on the roadside for a while longer before finally hailing a taxi toward the city center. 40 minutes later, he returned to the city he had longed for. Gazing out the window and feeling an overwhelming sense of novelty, Bien City remained the same, yet his memories of home seemed to have transformed drastically, no longer resembling the past. As twilight deepened, the streets were bathed in a golden glow. The gentle rays of the setting sun illuminated the glass facades of towering buildings, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, as if draping the city in a resplendent golden cloak. In the distance, the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues, vibrant and dreamlike, enveloping the entire city in a surreal ambience. Observing the familiar yet unfamiliar city, Pang Tianchong couldn't help but reflect on the passage of 19 years, how the world had changed. The streets bustled with vehicles, a continuous flow, as streetlights flickered to life and neon signs began to shimmer, creating a dazzling sea of light that was mesmerizing. Handsome guy, you've arrived at 202 Huanghe Road. The driver announced as he pulled over, interrupting Pang Tianchong's reverie. Is this your stop? No, that can't be right. Pang Tianchong, jolted back to reality, pointed at the high-rise buildings across the street in disbelief. I remember this neighborhood had only 5-story buildings. That was a decade ago. Those buildings have long been demolished. The driver explained. Now, there are no buildings lower than 30 stories in this area. I see, Pang Tianchong said, stepping out of the car and gazing up at the towering structures, staring at the myriad of lights illuminating the night. He was instantly taken aback. But where's my home? Chapter 5. Homeless in a modest hotel in Bien City, a disheartened young man with a backpack walked in. It was the homeless Pang Tianchong. Hello, sir, the receptionist greeted with a professional smile. Do you have a room available? Yes, we do. ID like a single room. Certainly. May I see your ID? Oh, Pang Tianchong froze, apologetically saying, I don't have my ID. I lost it. I'm sorry, sir, but without an ID, you cannot check in. It's the rule. Could you make an exception? I lost my ID at the airport, and I only need a room for one night. I'm very sorry, sir. The receptionist shook her head vigorously. I cannot violate the hotel's policy, otherwise, I might lose my job. Please understand. Is it really that serious? Absolutely. They've been quite strict lately. Pang Tianchong was utterly speechless. It was the first time he realized how crucial an ID was when traveling. Damn it. It's all those 2 blonde girls' fault. He grumbled as he stepped out of the hotel and immediately fished the business card out of his pocket, dialing the number listed. Hello? A cold voice answered on the other end. Who is this? Who else? The one you have my ID. Pang Tianchong's frustration surged. Die, general manager. Oh, it's that little rascal. What do you want? Pang Tianchong felt an urge to curse as he wondered why he had been labeled a rascal. However, to retrieve his ID, he had to endure it. I can't check into a hotel without my ID. Could you please return it to me? Just tell me your address, and I'll take a cab to pick it up. Otherwise, I'll have to sleep on the streets tonight. Haha. A cold laugh echoed from the phone. Well, serves you right. Pang Tianchong was so enraged that he nearly threw his phone. Why am I deserving of this? You heartless woman. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, the line suddenly went dead, and she hung up. This brat. He gritted his teeth and dialed again, only to be greeted this time by a polite female voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently turned off. At this point, Pang Tianchong truly felt at a loss. No matter how capable he was, he could not trace her by signal. It seemed he was destined to wander the streets tonight. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and aimlessly walked down the street, eventually finding himself at the entrance of a small park. This park was all too familiar to him, situated next to the neighborhood where he had once lived. Though the neighborhood had been demolished, the park remained. In his childhood memories, he frequented this place, every hill and stream, every blade of grass and tree vividly etched in his mind. In the center of the park stood a rockery, about 10 meters high. As a child, he often climbed it to play, standing atop the hill and catching sight of his own apartment building. Well then, I might as well practice here tonight, he mused. During his training with his master, he would sometimes meditate all night, so this was no big deal. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the weather was mild. The park was enveloped in silence, save for the chirping of insects and the whispers of the wind. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a cool glow over the rocks and trees, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Pang Tianchong approached the rockery, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and in 2 or 3 graceful leaps, he ascended to the summit, finding it much easier than in his childhood. He set his backpack down, settled into a cross-legged position, and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to enter a meditative state. However, at that moment, the familiarity of the place triggered a flood of childhood memories that rushed in like a tide, refusing to be dismissed. Among these memories emerged a chubby girl with 2 braids, his childhood companion, a year his junior, who lived in the same neighborhood. They had spent countless hours playing together, bonding effortlessly. They rolled in the mud, played hide and seek, pretended to be a family, and pooled their pocket money to buy ice cream. She was obedient, especially during their pretend play, always content to be his little wife, following his every whim. Oh yes, back then, he was called Little Tiger, and she was known as Fatty. He had taken her up that rockery, but she struggled to climb and would plead from below. Little Tiger, please help me up. I want to see our house from up there. You're too heavy. I can't pull you up, he had replied. Just try. I'll help too. Remember, we promised to marry each other when we grew up. What kind of man would abandon his wife? The chubby girl had pouted, her eyes wide with indignation, refusing to let it go. Fine, I'll pull you up. So, he climbed down to help her. She smiled, revealing 2 tiny white teeth. I knew Little Tiger wouldn't leave me behind. He took her hand and climbed step by step. Just as they reached halfway, a staff member with a red armband called out, "Children aren't allowed up there. It's dangerous. Come down at once." They quickly slid down, only to be scolded by the staff, and from that day on, they never dared to climb that little mountain again. Nearly 20 years had passed, and he wondered where that chubby girl might be now. What had she grown into? Did their childhood promise still hold any weight? Oh, the days of childhood were truly beautiful. Lost in thought, Pang Tianchong couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. He shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, took a deep breath, and began to meditate once more. As time passed, night silently slipped away. Pang Tianchong gently concluded his practice, stretched his arms, exhaled deeply, and descended the little mountain. At the wash basin in the park restroom, he splashed water on his face to refresh himself, then stopped at a nearby breakfast stall for 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. He resolved to honor his promise and head to Daikong Group today. At the very least, he needed to retrieve his identification card, or he would find himself sleeping on the streets again. Pang Tianchong hailed a taxi, opened the door, and firmly instructed the driver, Daikong Building. The driver, clearly familiar with the destination, silently turned the wheel and headed off. Just you wait, Daikong. Chapter 6. The first day on the job. Upon arriving at Daikong Building, Pang Tianchong was immediately halted by a straight-backed security guard at the entrance. Sir, please hold on. The young guard extended his arm as a gesture to stop him and inquired, Are you here to see someone? I'm here to start work. Where's your badge? It's my first day, he replied. Which department? Which department? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, recalling that Dai Qianxue had instructed him to report to Human Resources. Look, this is her business card. It can't be fake, right? I'm not impersonating your president, Dai. The guard took the card, scrutinized it, then appraised Pang Tianchong with a critical eye. It seems genuine. Please wait a moment while I confirm. The guard turned to make a call, and soon returned to say, You may enter. The Human Resources Department is on the 3rd floor. Thanks, mate. Pang Tianchong responded, shouldering his bag as he stepped into the office building. Immediately enveloped by its towering structure and bustling atmosphere, a modern vibe washed over him as he noticed business professionals in crisp suits hurrying past, the interior bustling with activity, creating a picture of industriousness and order. Looking around, he noted the high ceilings adorned with crystal chandeliers, the marble walls reflecting a soft glow, lending the entire building a vibrant and lively ambience. As he passed through the spacious lobby, he inadvertently heard the rapid tapping of keyboards and the ringing of telephones, the tension of the office palpable even from afar. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he wandered the corridor until he finally spotted the office labeled Human Resources. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and was instantly taken aback by the scene before him. Behind the desk, a woman in her 30s was hurriedly changing into her work attire. Perhaps in her haste, her ample bosom seemed poised to escape the confines of her half-fastened blouse. What a stunning woman! Pang Tianchong found himself staring, his heart racing, momentarily at a loss for words. The woman, Lan Shangyun, the Human Resources Manager, had arrived late that day and had yet to change into her work clothes. Who are you? Lan Shangyun turned swiftly, her face paling with shock, and snapped. Didn't you knock before entering? Get out. I'm sorry. At that moment, Pang Tianchong could only stammer an apology, obediently retreating and closing the door behind him, feeling quite embarrassed. Good grief. He stepped outside, patting his chest as his heart raced, feeling as though his blood pressure had spiked. What an alluring scene. He stood outside for a full 5 minutes, regaining his composure and assuring himself that the person inside had likely changed into her work attire. He gently knocked on the door again. Come in. A cold, irritated voice responded from within, clearly still agitated. I'm sorry. He quickly apologized upon entering. This is my first day, and I'm not familiar with the rules. I was a bit presumptuous. Not waiting for her to respond, he hastily invoked the name of President Dai. Dai Chinchua sent me to report to Human Resources, so I hurried over and didn't see anything before. Enough. Lan Shangyun interrupted coldly, cut the chatter. Are you Pang Tianchong? Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded eagerly. The one named Dai briefed you, right? Humph. Lan Shangyun lightly scoffed. As it was her assistant who had just called, informing her that a minor rogue would be joining the team today, certainly not someone of good character. Who said that? Pang Tianchong felt a surge of anger. Was it that yellow-haired enchantress? What about her? Manager Lan's beautiful eyes narrowed in irritation. Did she speak ill of you? Let us get down to business. What are your qualifications? Did you bring your diploma? No. Pang Tianchong hesitated at the mention of his diploma. His master had only proclaimed him invincible across the land, but had never issued any certificate. You didn't attend university, did you? The woman mocked. Did you even finish high school? No. Then where shall I assign you? Lan Shangyun regarded Pang Tianchong with disdain and continued. Do you possess any special skills? Special skills? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Does being handsome count? That is utterly useless. Can good looks put food on the table? Can you fight? Well, yes. Lan Shangyun almost laughed in disbelief, gazing at him as one would at a circus gorilla. Enough. I doubt there's a department suited for you. You'll go to the security office and work as a guard. Perhaps that will suffice. Fine by me, Pang Tianchong shrugged. What is the pay? Manager Lan explained nonchalantly. A 3-month probation period, with food and lodging provided, earning 3,500 per month. After confirmation, it will be 4,000. There's no need for confirmation. 3 months is sufficient. Pang Tianchong murmured to himself, realizing that with food and lodging covered, he wouldn't need to stay in a hotel. So you agree then? Yes. Very well. Go directly to the security office. I'll send someone with a form for you to fill out. With a wave of her hand, Lan Shangyun dismissed him as if shooing away a fly. The security office was located around the corner on the first floor. When Pang Tianchong arrived, he found several guards smoking and chatting. He politely knocked on the door and greeted them with a smile. Hello, everyone. The guards fell silent, scrutinizing Pang Tianchong. One of them inquired, what do you want? Like you. I'm here to be a guard. The HR department just assigned me here. Oh, a newcomer. A burly guard perked up and commanded, go. First, empty that ashtray and clean it. Are you the team leader? Pang Tianchong instinctively asked, feeling put off by this overbearing individual. No. A plump guard chuckled. He is not the team leader. He is the squad leader. A retired squad leader, you know? A rookie. I don't know. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I've never served in the military. Even if you haven't served, you should know the rules. The burly guard proudly pointed to the others. See those guys? They are all retired veterans. Do you really think we need a newbie like you to do our work? Not really. Pang Tianchong scoffed. But why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Forced to come to work, he was already simmering with frustration. Encountering this brash rookie only added to his displeasure, prompting him to respond coldly. Just because I have bigger fists. The old squad leader found himself at a loss. Scowling threateningly, little brat. Do you believe I want to beat you up right now? Go ahead. Pang Tianchong retorted. The squad leader was clearly incensed by Pang Tianchong's disdainful gaze and dismissive tone, and he stood up abruptly, swinging his arm to deliver a punch. Chapter 7. Chaos in the security office. This burly guard, known as Chun Pai, was a retired reconnaissance squad leader from a certain military unit. Even now, the security team still referred to him as squad leader. With his background as a reconnaissance soldier, he was quite formidable. In a brawl, few could match him. Within the ranks of the security team at Daikon Company, apart from the team leader who was a former Special Forces operative, no one had ever bested him in combat. Today, however, he found himself clashing with an unknown rookie, inciting his anger, and he swung his fist toward Pang Tianchong. In his mind, it was perfectly normal for an old soldier to discipline a new recruit, nothing out of the ordinary, as it happened frequently in the military. Yet today, he had kicked a hard surface. He was unaware that this rookie was an unparalleled master. Chen's fist flew like the wind, striking towards Pang Tianchong's shoulder with blinding speed and great force. Pang Tianchong, with a sideways glance at the enraged squad leader, smirked dismissively. The incoming fist appeared to him as if in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. Just as the fist came within mere inches of him, he decisively lifted his leg, launching a kick into Chen's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Chen flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the opposite wall and sliding down it. Fortunately, the wall was made of bricks. Had it been drywall, he would have surely broken through and landed in the adjacent room. Even so, Pang Tianchong had controlled his strength perfectly. Though powerful, he had not dealt a fatal blow. Otherwise, Chen would have been left in a heap of broken bones. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The occupants of the room were stunned, unable to fathom how effortlessly this newcomer had sent the once dominant Chen flying. Cough, cough. Chen coughed forcefully. Captain, allow me to introduce myself. As Ding Guoxin gazed at the outstretched, fair hand, he gritted his teeth and seized it, applying a sudden and forceful grip. He had trained this hand during his time in the Special Forces. While he might not be able to crush stones with one hand, at the very least, he could easily shatter a walnut, let alone a mere palm. His subordinate had been struck, and as their captain, Ding Guoxin felt compelled to restore his honor and assert dominance over this newcomer. Oh, Pang Tianchong. With that exclamation, Ding Guoxin tightened his grip, only to discover that it felt as though he were squeezing a mass of cotton, soft and yielding. Ding Guoxin was taken aback, about to release his hold when the hand he grasped suddenly hardened, resembling an iron clamp, clamping down on his palm. A sound akin to bones cracking echoed in his ears, and an excruciating pain surged through his body like electric currents. Gasping in shock, Ding Guoxin instinctively extended his left hand to grip Pang Tianchong's arm, forcefully attempting to twist it back in a maneuver reminiscent of the Shaolin's grappling techniques, the golden silk entwining the wrist. In a moment of desperation, Ding Guoxin exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, yet it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Pang Tianchong stood firm, unwavering as a mountain. As the saying goes, a master can gauge skill with a mere handshake. In an instant, Ding Guoxin realized that this young man possessed skills that had reached an unfathomable level, rendering him far from a match. Sweat trickled down his temples, and Ding Guoxin felt an acute sense of embarrassment. With a grin, Pang Tianchong released his grip, flashing a smile. Captain, you are too courteous. From now on, I shall be your soldier, and I look forward to your guidance. Ding Guoxin snorted softly, his gaze shifting to the few incapacitated figures on the ground, his expression complex. At this moment, he felt a mix of resentment towards his own inadequacy and frustration towards his subordinates for provoking such a formidable character. Was this not inviting trouble upon themselves? Chapter 8. Reporting a complaint as Pang Tianchong created a ruckus in the security office, unsure of how to conclude the situation. A young woman from the Human Resources Department hurried over, clutching a form. Captain Ding. The young woman paused, taken aback by the sight of the individual sprawled on the floor. What on earth is happening here? Is this some sort of performance? During working hours? Ding Guoxin managed a strained smile. They got a bit restless and decided to spar with our new comrade, Comrade Pang. Hey, you lot. Get up and get back to work. Embarrassing yourselves. The young woman nodded, glancing at the composed Pang Tianchong. Captain, please have him fill out this form. Make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. From today onward, he is officially your soldier. After placing the form down, she turned on her heel, casting one last glance at Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong produced a cigarette and offered it to Captain Ding, igniting it for him before lighting one for himself. They began to fill out the form while exhaling smoke. On the 19th floor of the Daikin building, in the president's office, General Manager Dai Qianxue was briefing her new assistant. This assistant was the blonde woman whom she had picked up from the airport the previous day. Her name was Gong Xiaoshuang, a classmate and close friend of Dai Qianxue from a business school in the United States. She had returned to assist in managing the company. As the two women spoke earnestly, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Ding-ling-ling. Hello? Dai Qianxue answered the phone, resting it against her shoulder. It was Lan Shangyun, the human resources manager and Dai Qianxue's cousin. Although there were a few years between them, they shared a close bond. At that moment, Lan Shangyun's voice came through the receiver, tinged with concern. Hello, Xiaoxue. Who exactly is this Pang Tianchong you brought in today? Your assistant mentioned he's a bit of a rogue. That can't be true, can it? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow. What's the matter? This kid looks decent enough, but has no manners whatsoever. He didn't even knock when entering the office. Well, he's new and unfamiliar with the rules. Just give him a reprimand, and that should suffice. Reprimand him. Lan Shangyun's voice rose sharply. I felt like killing him. Wait a moment. What did he do to you? What did he do to me? Lan Shangyun huffed. I was changing my outfit in the office when that little brat barged in, staring right at me. I was so embarrassed I nearly crawled under the desk. Dai Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle, picturing her cousin's mortification. You're laughing? Lan Shangyun sounded indignant. If I had a knife in the drawer, I would have stabbed him. He infuriated me. And then what happened? I scolded him and sent him to the security department to work as a guard. Damn it. Being a guard seems excessive, Dai Qianxue frowned. Sister, you're not seeking personal revenge, are you? Humph. Lan Shangyun scoffed. With his lack of qualifications or credentials, what else could he do but be a guard? If it weren't for you, I would have kicked him out long ago. Sister, I truly don't understand why the company would want someone like him. Dai Qianxue rubbed her forehead, forcing a smile. You see, he owes me money and came to work here to pay off his debt. Oh, I see. After a pause, Lan Shangyun's voice returned. But that kid is no pushover either. He got into a fight with other guards less than 5 minutes after arriving at the security department. Did he get hurt? Not at all. Apparently, he beat up several guards instead. Dai Qianxue suddenly felt a headache coming on. Xiaoxue, don't be upset. Just pretend you didn't hear about this. Let the security department handle it themselves. I just wanted to vent a little. Okay, bye. Dai Qianxue gently placed the receiver down and turned to see her assistant Gong Xiaoshuang stifling laughter, sprawled over the desk. The two had been so close together that she had overheard the entire conversation. Still laughing? Dai Qianxue lightly tapped Gong Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang, do you think keeping someone like Pang in the company is inviting disaster? Relax. No worries. Ha. Gong Xiaoshuang waved her hand dismissively. Even disasters can serve a purpose. Just ignore him. I was just laughing at your cousin. What was she thinking changing clothes in the office? That Pang must have had quite the view. With her figure, tut. Even I was drooling, let alone the men. That little rogue has truly struck gold. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes, interrupting. All right, enough. If my cousin hears this, she might just faint. Speaking of Pang Tianchong, Dai Qianxue continued. Regarding what happened at the airport yesterday, I've thought it over. And it may have just been a misunderstanding. He didn't do it on purpose. Furthermore, we have his ID card as collateral. And he has already faced consequences for his actions. Gong Xiaoshuang stopped laughing, curiosity piqued. What kind of punishment? Dai Qianxue gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear and explained, last night, without his ID, he couldn't check into a hotel. When he called me wanting his ID back, I simply turned off my phone. I can only imagine he spent the night on the streets. Oh, I understand now. Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes widened with realization. No wonder he got into a fight today, he must have been seething. As the two women shared a laugh, Dai Qianxue suddenly pondered. But wait, most of the security guards are veterans, some even special forces. How could they have been beaten by someone like Pang? I'm curious too. That refined-looking guy, with his delicate features, how could he possibly overpower the company's guards? Exactly, Gong Xiaoshuang echoed, intrigued. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Perhaps that young man is a hidden master. There is certainly more to him than meets the eye. If that is indeed the case, Dai Qianxue smiled sweetly. Then we have stumbled upon a treasure. Haha. Chapter 9. The ID Badge Incident Morning, 8 a.m. Outside the Daikong building, a dashing security guard, impeccably dressed in uniform, stood straight and tall, his gaze calm and profound. His sun-kissed and handsome face exuded a unique charm. He was Pang Tianchong, who had just joined the company yesterday and was assigned to guard the entrance today, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity. The passing employees could not help but cast admiring glances at him, marveling at the good looks of this newcomer. Some bold female employees even flirtatiously threw coy glances his way, yet he remained oblivious. His focus solely on the approaching individuals to check if they were wearing the company ID badges. He had already familiarized himself with the security duties and company regulations yesterday, one of which mandated that employees must wear their ID badges while at work. Failure to do so would result in denial of entry. Thus, Pang Tianchong's attention was entirely devoted to the badges and the unfamiliar names upon them, disregarding the flirtatious glances cast his way. Despite this, the chubby guard Ding Tai, stationed opposite him, was filled with envy. Ding Tai was a local, having worked at the company for 4 years, and considered himself a veteran employee with a childhood passion for martial arts. Yesterday, when he witnessed the Special Forces trained captain being no match for Pang Tianchong, he was utterly stunned and held the newcomer in the highest esteem. Today, he had specifically requested to partner with Pang Tianchong for their shift. However, standing beside Pang Tianchong, he realized he had become nothing more than a supporting character to his brilliance. The girl's gazes were always directed towards Pang Tianchong, leaving his presence largely ignored, which left him feeling quite hurt. Chonggu, taking advantage of a moment of solitude, Ding Tai remarked sourly. Have you noticed? All the girls are looking your way. Not a single one has cast a glance at me. Haha. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Then let us switch places. You come stand here. Forget it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively, self-deprecatingly responding. They look at people. Standing there would make no difference. Compared to that group of guys. I think I'm not too bad looking, but standing next to you makes my handsomeness seem less pronounced. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. As the two were exchanging light-hearted banter, the sound of clicking high heels approached. Pang Tianchong instinctively glanced at the ID badge, but upon recognizing the figure, he quickly averted his gaze as if struck by lightning. The newcomer was none other than the HR manager, Lan Shangyun, whose ample bosom he had just encountered yesterday. The alluring image flashed through his mind. He swallowed hard and lowered his gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, even with that fleeting glance, Lan Shangyun caught his eye. You lecher. Lan Shangyun shot him a piercing glare and scolded. If you keep staring, I'll have your eyes plucked out. Am I not here to check ID badges? Pang Tianchong mumbled softly. Who is staring? Besides, it's not like I've never seen you before. Lan Shangyun's face flushed instantly, and she raised her hand as if to strike. You're still talking back. Sister, I'm sorry, please spare me, Pang Tianchong pleaded, resembling a child caught misbehaving. Humph. Lan Shangyun huffed, shaking her arm, knowing she couldn't truly hit him, and stormed off in a huff. What just happened? Ding Tai, like a newfound explorer, began to gossip. Is there something going on between you two? Don't mention it, Pang Tianchong replied with a pained expression. I went to her office yesterday and forgot to knock. She was changing clothes, and I pushed the door open. You saw her. Those two big balloons? Ding Tai's mouth nearly watered with excitement as he inquired. How big were they? D cup or E cup? What cup? Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Focus, more people are coming. The two quickly composed themselves and stood at attention. A fragrant breeze wafted by as someone approached. Hee. Gong Xiaoshuang smiled at Pang Tianchong. You little rascal. You really came to work at our company. Not bad. You kept your word. You. Pang Tianchong wanted to retort, feeling vexed, just as he entered. One called him a rascal, and now another followed suit. Why are you glaring? Gong Xiaoshuang playfully patted his shoulder. Come on, sister has her eye on you. Giggling. Gong Xiaoshuang swayed her hips and walked towards the elevator. Ha! Blonde enchantress. Pang Tianchong spat towards her retreating figure, just as a striking figure approached. It was none other than the company president, Dai Qianxue. Today, she wore an exquisitely tailored dark blue suit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, with slightly curled ends fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her makeup was delicate yet understated, with a hint of pink lip gloss that perfectly defined her lips, and her finely arched eyebrows seemed painted on, enchanting to behold. She walked gracefully, each step radiating nobility and poise. Her gaze was resolute and determined, revealing the aura and decisiveness of a leader. Stop. Pang Tianchong decisively extended his arm to block her path, having noticed that this woman was not wearing her ID badge today. What do you think you're doing? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows, casting a cold glance at Pang Tianchong. Where's your ID? I. Dai Qianxue instinctively glanced down, explaining. I left it on my desk yesterday. That one tea happened again. No can do. Pang Tianchong's arm remained firmly outstretched, resembling a barrier at a parking lot exit. He was feeling quite irate today after being called a rascal twice, and he directed all his frustration at Dai Qianxue. You. Dai Qianxue's face turned pale with rage, glaring at him with fiery eyes. This is our company's Dai Qianxue. Ding Tai hastily signaled to Pang Tianchong. You just started. Don't you recognize her? Step aside quickly. No one gets a pass. Pang Tianchong declared resolutely. This is company policy. All employees must be treated equally and must comply. Mr. Pang, you'll regret this. Dai Qianxue threatened, reluctantly pulling out her phone to call the office. Hello, Xiaoshuang, have you reached the office? Please bring my ID badge from the desk. What? The entrance guard won't let you in? A curious voice came through the phone. Yes. Hurry up. Okay. I'm on my way. Dai Qianxue hung up, glancing once more at Pang Tianchong, who remained calm and unyielding, his outstretched arm resembling a branch swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 10. Driving away flies. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the company, and Dai Qianxue's expression grew increasingly grim. Fortunately, the person delivering the ID badge arrived swiftly, averting prolonged embarrassment. However, in those few minutes, many employees remembered this new security guard, inquiring among themselves, who is that guy? Fuming, Dai Qianxue stormed into the office, her anger still simmering as she slapped a file on the table and exclaimed, that little rascal. I want to fire him. No. Gong Xiaoshuang laughed. He is adhering to company policy. What is wrong with that? On what grounds do you intend to dismiss him? Seeing him irritates me. Is that reason sufficient? Haha. I think that guy is quite good looking. Having him at the entrance enhances our company's image. Haven't you noticed how many girls are throwing him flirtatious glances? Look at their low standards. Giggling, the two exchanged banter as Dai Qianxue opened the documents before her, preparing for work. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Hello? Dai Qianxue took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. A gleeful voice came through. Xiaoxue. You must see what is happening downstairs. The show is about to begin. The call was from HR manager Lan Shangyun, and before Dai Qianxue could respond, the line went dead. What on earth? Startled, Dai Qianxue put down the phone and gently approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Peering down, she couldn't help but painfully slap her forehead. Oh my, that scoundrel is back again. Who is it? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired curiously, joining her at the window to look below. Outside the company's entrance, a group of individuals was arranging vibrant red roses into a large heart shape, the bright hue particularly eye-catching. Behind the heart, two burly men were holding a red banner that boldly proclaimed, Dai Qianxue, I love you. Nearby, a brand new Ferrari was parked, and a well-groomed young man in a tailored suit stood in front of it, gazing up at the building. Xiaoxue, who is this young master? Gong Xiaoshuang asked, intrigued. How creative. She chuckled. Humph. Dai Qianxue scoffed. It's the second young master of the Zhou family, a notorious flirt. Gong Xiaoshuang continued, the Zhou family? One of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing? Indeed. That's the one, Dai Qianxue confirmed. This guy has been pestering me for over half a year. Like an incessant fly that won't leave me alone. It's infuriating. Well, it seems like a match of social standing, but I can't quite tell. I wonder if he's handsome? Gong Xiaoshuang mused, craning her neck for a better view. Do you have binoculars? Yes, Dai Qianxue replied, retrieving a pair from her drawer and handing them to Gong Xiaoshuang. Muttering, what is there to see? We need to think of a way to drive him away. Otherwise, who knows how many people are waiting for a spectacle. Truly deserving of the title of Bianqing's most beautiful woman, the suitors flocked to her. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, thoroughly entertained as she peered through the binoculars. Suddenly, Dai Qianxue's eyes lit up. Notify Captain Ding to send Peng Tianchong to chase him away. Zhuo Ershao's bodyguards are all skilled fighters. Let them fight amongst themselves. Good, good. Gong Xiaoshuang clapped in delight. Isn't Peng skilled? This is his moment to shine. Down below, Peng Tianchong was engrossed in the scene. Damn, what are these people up to? That's Zhuo Ershao, Zhuo Biao. Ding Tai explained. He's notorious in Bianqing for being a playboy, having ruined countless respectable women. Peng Tianchong nodded. He looks quite the rogue. He certainly doesn't seem like a decent sort. Ding Tai glanced at Zhuo Ershao and continued. Ever since he laid eyes on our President Dai, he's been like a moth to a flame, declaring his love every few days. Don't you do something about it? Chase him off. Peng Tianchong urged. Who would dare? With so many security guards around, we can't. Ding Tai replied in a hushed tone. You don't understand. This guy's bodyguards are all experts. Even Captain Ding can't handle them. Let alone us. Like a toad trying to eat a swan's meat. Ding Tai grew increasingly agitated. Our President Dai is the most beautiful woman in Bianqing. That Zhuo guy should take a good look in the mirror. Does he even deserve her? As the two conversed, Captain Ding approached swiftly. Peng Tianchong. President Dai called. She wants you to drive these people away. Me? Peng Tianchong rubbed his nose, slightly displeased. Why am I being summoned now? Realization struck him suddenly. It was a ploy to use Zhuo Ershao's hand against him. Clever Dai? But you've miscalculated. I won't be your pawn. Brother Chong. Ding Tai tugged at Peng Tianchong's arm. Advising, just talk to them nicely, don't provoke them. These guys are not to be trifled with. Don't worry. Peng Tianchong waved dismissively. Let me show them how to behave. With that, he strode confidently towards the group arranging the roses. Who allowed you to set up a flower display here? He barked, scowling. If you want to set up flowers, go to a cemetery. This is bad luck. Get out. Who the hell are you? Zhuo Ershao retorted, striding forward with an air of authority. Do you not know who I am? How dare you ruin my plans? Peng Tianchong took a drag from his cigarette, lifting his gaze to size up the young master. The man looked to be in his late 20s, unremarkable in appearance, yet absurdly dressed in a suit and tie on a hot summer day. Upon closer inspection, Zhuo Ershao had a medium build, a pale face, a bulbous nose, and an unnecessary pair of glasses perched on his nose. His hair was thick but poorly styled. Standing there, with an arrogant smirk, he exuded an air of entitlement. Peng Tianchong exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into Zhuo Ershao's face, mocking him. Does your family not own a mirror? Or are you too blind to see your own ridiculousness? Coming here to pursue our President Dai with flowers, what a laughable sight. Get lost. Zhuo Ershao fumed, his face darkening with anger. He hadn't anticipated that a mere security guard would dare to insult him so brazenly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a punch. Pang Tianchong effortlessly dodged, retaliating with a swift kick that sent Zhuo Ershao flying several meters back to the ground. At that moment, the heart shape of roses was finished, its pointed tip directed at the company entrance, while the men below were still admiring their work. Pang Tianchong leaped again, kicking the flower pot off the heart's tip. The pot soared through the air, crashing down on Zhuo Ershao's head as he was getting up, covering him in dust and dirt. Fortunately, it was a plastic pot. Had it been ceramic, it would have surely injured him severely. Son of a... Zhuo Ershao screamed, livid, I'll kill you. Before he could finish, Pang Tianchong was already springing into action, kicking several flower pots into the air, showering the area with petals. The bodyguards were left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such fluid and graceful movements. Was this the legendary invisible kick? The banner was also knocked to the ground, leaving them in stunned silence. Get out of my way, Pang Tianchong shouted. Zhuo Ershao finally regained his composure, his face green with rage. He bellowed at his bodyguards, attack. Get rid of that filthy security guard. This young man had never faced such humiliation before, and now, within Bianxing, someone dared to strike him with a flower pot. How audacious. Chapter 11. Reminder: on the 19th floor, in the president's office, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were both mesmerized. The scene below, with flowers flying and chaos unfolding, was utterly captivating. Look at that. Gong Xiaoshuang clapped in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That little rogue is so handsome. This reckless youth. Dai Qianxue's expression shifted to concern. This is going to escalate. Will it turn into a bigger mess? Both women craned their necks, fixated on the commotion below. Meanwhile, the bodyguards had regained their senses, responding to Zhuo Ershao's commands as they rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Pang Tianchong. They were wide-eyed and shouting. However, Pang Tianchong wouldn't allow them to get close. His legs moved like lightning, kicking the bodyguards away as if they were mere flower pots. With a series of thuds, the guards fell like dumplings, crashing down onto Zhuo Ershao, who cried out in pain. My goodness, those are all hefty men. Yet they are being kicked around like soccer balls. Is this even human? Zhuo Ershao lay on the ground, clutching his head tightly. At this moment, even he, with his limited wits, realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. He was acutely aware of his bodyguards' capabilities. Each one of them was more than capable of subduing multiple adversaries, yet now, in front of this individual, they resembled mere playthings, sent sprawling in disarray. How could they possibly fight back? A wise man does not court disaster. It was time to concede defeat. After much effort, his bodyguards finally managed to help Zhuo Ershao to his feet, each one grimacing in pain, their earlier bravado completely extinguished. Get lost. Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the nearly flattened Zhuo Ershao and scolded, stop flitting about like a green-headed fly. If you dare to cause trouble at our company again, I'll break your legs. Who do you think you are? Zhuo Ershao ground his teeth, attempting to muster defiance. If you have the guts, come at me. Pang Tianchong merely scoffed, still thinking about revenge, are you? Let me enlighten you. My name is Pang Tianchong, the new security guard of this company. If you wish to retaliate, bring more people. A small group 1T even be enough to fill my teeth. Just wait. Zhuo Ershao staggered towards his car, shouting to his subordinates, let us go. A few followed him into the vehicle, while the others dashed towards a second car parked at a distance. In the blink of an eye, the two vehicles sped away, one in front of the other. Pang Tianchong spat at the departing cars, muttering, what a bunch of nonsense. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Xiaoxue. Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. What was that? That wasn't a dog-eat-dog situation. That kid was clearly a lion, the kind that could terrify anyone. Dai Qianxue's expression shifted uneasily. Trouble was brewing. Zhuo Ershao was known for his vengeful nature, and after such a humiliating defeat, he would surely seek retribution. It was imperative to warn this reckless young man. Downstairs, Captain Ding had already arrived with two cleaning ladies, pushing a garbage cart, and commenced tidying up. Chonggu. Ding Tai rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he embraced Pang Tianchong. What you did just now was incredible. Was that the legendary shadowless kick of Huang Feihong? I want to be your disciple. Get off me. Pang Tianchong pushed Ding Tai away with a laugh. What are you doing? You're a grown man. This little interlude not only thrilled Ding Tai, but left the entire security team astonished. Zhuo Ershao had been a persistent nuisance, clashing with the guards on numerous occasions, and no one had been able to handle him. Yet, unexpectedly, the new arrival, Pang Tianchong, had dispatched him with ease, sending him fleeing in a state of utter humiliation. It was a moment of great satisfaction for everyone. However, Pang Tianchong himself seemed unfazed, returning to his post as if nothing had transpired, standing guard with a demeanor as nonchalant as if he had merely taken a brief restroom break. Hey, Pang Tianchong. After a brief moment of standing at attention, a fellow guard called out from a distance, Dai Zong is on the phone. She wants you to come to her office. Huh. Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback. What for? You'll find out when you get there, the guard urged. Hurry up. On the 19th floor, Pang Tianchong was perplexed. What was happening? Was it a reward or a punishment? Though he had caused some trouble regarding the access card, he had also eradicated a swarm of pests for her. Surely that balanced things out. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Pang Tianchong arrived at the 19th floor and successfully located the CEO's office. This time, he was prudent and did not barge in. Instead, he gently knocked on the door. Come in. A cool voice from within beckoned, unmistakably that of Dai Qinxue. As he entered the office, he found Dai Qinxue seated quietly at her desk, engrossed in paperwork. The desk was adorned with various documents and reports, alongside a vibrant bouquet of flowers that filled the air with a subtle fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon her, enhancing her grace. The office was spacious and bright, elegantly decorated, with several pieces of artwork adorning the walls, adding an air of sophistication to the ambience. Quite a pleasant environment. Pang Tianchong thought to himself, surveying the surroundings with admiration. Dai Qinxue lifted her gaze and regarded the handsome security guard with an expression of curiosity, momentarily at a loss for words. She had witnessed Pang Tianchong's display earlier, particularly the moment Zhuo Ershao's men fled in disarray, which had certainly provided her with a sense of satisfaction. However, once Gong Xiaoshuang had departed and she had a moment to reflect, concern began to gnaw at her. She was acutely aware that the Zhuo family was a powerful clan with dark forces backing them. Would Zhuo Ershao seek vengeance on Pang Tianchong for today as humiliation? If this incident were to bring unwarranted misfortune upon Pang Tianchong, it would weigh heavily on her conscience, especially since it had all stemmed from her actions. Thus, she felt it necessary to promptly caution this reckless youth. Hence, she had called for Pang Tianchong to come to her office. What is up? Seeing Dai Qinxue silent, Pang Tianchong grinned. Have you realized how handsome I am? Are you a bit smitten? Humph. Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. A rogue is still a rogue, with a thick skin to match. His words struck a chord with Pang Tianchong, making him acutely aware that the label of rogue was indeed becoming his reality. What do you mean? Dai Qinshue's voice turned icy. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Do you understand? Trouble? Pang Tianchong blinked in confusion, suppressing his irritation. What trouble? You struck Zhuo Ershao. They will retaliate against you. But you were the one who told me to get rid of him. Yes, I told you to get rid of him, but I didn't say to beat him up. Couldn't you have just reasoned with him instead of being so violent? Come on, Dai. I solved your problem, and instead of a thank you, you're blaming me? How unreasonable. I'm not blaming you. Dai Qinxue hurriedly refuted. I just wanted to warn you that the Zhuo family is formidable, especially with their dark connections. You need to be cautious of their vengeance. Don't end up being tossed into a sack at midnight and dumped into the river to feed the fish, without even realizing it. Huh. Pang Tianchong tilted his head, looking at Dai Qinxue with a grin. Are you actually concerned for me? Who is concerned about you? Dai Qinxue scoffed, rolling her eyes. I'm worried that you might disappear without a trace, and the police will come knocking at the company, which would be quite troublesome. After all, you are an employee here. Enough, enough, let us stop this. Pang Tianchong interjected. You needn't worry about that. If Zhuo comes looking for trouble, I'll break his legs. Truly fearless, aren't you? Dai Qinxue sighed in exasperation. You're new here and unaware of the Zhuo family's power. Don't let your confidence from martial arts lead you to arrogance. A cautious approach is wise. Ah, come on. You're the CEO. Why are you being so nagging? Pang Tianchong said dismissively. I said I'm not afraid, so stop worrying about it. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. This is getting annoying. Dai Qinshue's cheeks flushed with irritation, and she waved her hands in exasperation. Go on, get out. Just roll. What a situation. Chapter 12. Pang Tianchong's plans. As Pang Tianchong exited the CEO's office, a significant portion of his earlier frustration dissipated. Though Dai Qinxue had not been particularly warm, he could discern her intentions were well-meaning. In truth, he had given little thought to the Zhuo family's ruffian. If they truly sought revenge, he would not hesitate to deliver another beating, this time with even less restraint, ensuring he left Zhuo Ershao utterly unrecognizable. To Pang Tianchong, this was hardly a concern. At present, he had two pressing matters to address. First, he needed to earn money swiftly to reclaim his identification card. Second, he needed to locate his parents so they could reunite as a family. But how to earn that money? To speak frankly, Relying solely on the meager salary from being a security guard would take at least 3 months to accumulate over 8,000. The wait is rather protracted and somewhat bothersome. It seems I must seek some side work. As Pang Tianchong was pondering this, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a voice urged, "Hey, are you getting off or not? Hurry up." As if jolted from a dream, Pang Tianchong quickly gathered his thoughts and stepped into the elevator. Inside, 2 young women stood holding stacks of documents, and the button for the 6th floor was brightly illuminated, indicating their destination. Pang Tianchong casually pressed the button for the 1st floor and stood quietly at the opposite side. Avoiding any distraction, the elevator began its descent. "Hey," one girl suddenly exclaimed, gazing at Pang Tianchong. "Aren't you the new security guard who just chased away young Master Zhua?" "Yes, that's me." Pang Tianchong nodded, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Wow," the other girl chimed in. "It really is you. You looked so cool when you were fighting." "Is that so?" Pang Tianchong brushed his hair back with pride. After all, good looks do help. The 2 girls giggled, bending over with laughter, and before they knew it, the elevator had reached the 6th floor. "Hey, what is your name again?" The girls, still lingering, stepped out and turned back, urging, "Quickly tell us." Pang Tianchong. As the elevator doors began to close, they were obscured by the steel barrier, leaving Pang Tianchong to inhale the lingering fragrance of their presence, which was quite delightful. Gazing at his reflection in the polished steel of the elevator, Pang Tianchong chuckled to himself. Am I on the verge of becoming famous? Upon returning to his post downstairs, Ding Tai approached eagerly. "Chonggu, what did Director Dai want? Did he reward you?" "Oh, don't mention it." Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. "Not a single thing. He even blamed me for being too rough, saying I caused trouble and should be more careful in the future." "Where was the roughness?" "Not slapping young Master Zhou was already quite polite." Ding Tai nodded vigorously. "Exactly. What's wrong with teaching those rascals a lesson? Forget it. Let us change the topic." Pang Tianchong suggested. "Old Ding, are there any fortune tellers around here?" "What? You want to get your fortune told?" Ding Tai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You're still young. Do you believe in that?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I? Besides, I can tell fortunes too. I'm thinking about making some extra money on my day off this Sunday. Waiting for this meager salary is simply too little." "Ah." Ding Tai's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "No way. Chonggu, you can do that? Don't pull my leg. Just tell me where I can set up shop to tell fortunes." There are a few old men who often set up stalls along the dirt street to tell fortunes, with a bagua chart in front of them, squinting like sages. "Really? That is wonderful. I'll check it out later." Ding Tai scrutinized Pang Tianchong and remarked, "But you don't look like a master. Telling fortunes is like traditional Chinese medicine. Who would seek advice from someone young without gray hair?" "Don't worry. If I don't have the skills, I won't take on the job. As long as I can provide accurate readings, I won't fear a lack of customers. If I'm wrong, I won't charge a fee." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Ding Tai perked up, rubbing his nose. "If you really want to do this, don't set up with those old guys. You're too young and might not attract business. Besides, if you do become accurate, you'd be stealing their livelihood, which is unnecessary. So where should I go? Try the small square at Wakuliu to the east. It has a lot of foot traffic and plenty of curious onlookers. Set up there to give it a shot." "All right." Pang Tianchong nodded. "I'll go try it out on Saturday. However, I'll skip the bagua chart and just put up a sign that says, 'Fortune telling, no charge if incorrect.'" "Hey, Chonggu." Ding Tai suddenly grabbed Pang Tianchong's arm. "Why don't you give me a reading first? Let us see how my luck is this year." "No need for that." Pang Tianchong laughed. "I've already seen it. Your fortune is bright this year. You might even become a team leader. Cut it out. You're just bluffing." As Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai discussed their plans for fortune telling, in a luxurious villa in the southern part of the city, young Master Zhua was furiously cursing. "Pang Tianchong, you bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? I'll make sure you regret it." "Young master," a sycophant suggested quietly. "Why not inform the family head and have Elder Wang deal with that Pang fellow? He could take care of him in no time." "Absolutely not." Young Master Zhua waved his hand. "This matter must not reach my father. Otherwise, I'll get scolded again. We'll handle this ourselves." "But we can't take him on ourselves." "Useless. You're all completely useless." Young Master Zhua pointed at his bodyguards, angrily berating them. "You're all big and strong but nothing but a bunch of freeloaders. I've wasted my resources on you." The bodyguards, chastised, hung their heads like wilted vegetables, not daring to retort. After a while, young Master Zhua calmed down a bit and slowly took out his phone. "Damn it. It looks like I need to ask Brother Long for help." With that determination, he dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Long, it's me." "Ah, little Zhua. What brings you to call me?" A languid voice replied on the other end. "Do you have plans for tonight? I'd like to invite you to a foot massage." "Haha, tonight won't work. I have some matters to attend to." After a pause, the voice continued, "But we're brothers. Just tell me what you need, and I'll make sure it's handled. I want to deal with someone and need Brother Long's assistance to break his leg. No problem." Chapter 13. Making Money Through Fortune-Telling, Part 1, Saturday. Clear skies. It was a splendid day, with a gentle breeze that was refreshingly pleasant. In the morning hours, everything brimmed with vitality and energy, filling one with anticipation and longing for the new day. At Wakuliu Square, people were bustling about, practicing Tai Chi, dancing, playing soccer, and young adults engaged in chess beneath the shade of trees. Each person appeared so earnest, joyful, and engrossed in their activities. At the edge of the square, beneath the third willow tree, a young man wearing sunglasses sat quietly. Behind him stood a tall advertising board, clearly displaying bold letters, "Fortune-telling, no charge if incorrect." Peng Tianchong had truly set up shop. He had even taken the time to groom himself, applying hair gel for a polished look. His oversized sunglasses obscured his eyes, making it appear as though he were truly a blind man. He was not wearing his usual security uniform, but he had brought a large hat to serve as a collection box for money. Regardless of the business results, he exuded an air of confidence. Surprisingly, Peng Tianchong's luck today was quite favorable. Within 20 minutes of sitting down, a visibly anxious girl in her 20s approached him. She looked at the sign and hesitantly asked, "Sir, can you really tell fortunes accurately?" "Of course. If I can't, I won't charge a fee." Peng Tianchong replied with an air of mastery. "How much does it cost for a reading?" "Pay whatever you wish. There's no limit." The girl sat down on the small stool in front of him, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Their conversation drew the attention of passers-by, and soon a curious crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. "What do you want to know?" Peng Tianchong asked nonchalantly. "Your love life or financial prospects?" No. The girl waved her hand. "My brother is missing. He didn't return home last night. I went to report it, but they said they can only file a case after 48 hours. I'm really anxious, so I thought I might consult a fortune teller for some luck." Clearly, the girl was grasping at straws in her desperation. Wow. Peng Tianchong felt a surge of excitement. This was quite a significant matter. He instinctively glanced at the time, twirled his fingers, and based on the current hour, he cast a fortune. "Rest assured, your brother is fine. He's just having a good time and forgot to come home." "Is that so?" The girl patted her chest, feeling slightly relieved. "Can you tell me where he went to play?" "An internet cafe," Peng Tianchong replied. The girl excitedly slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Yes. How could I forget that? He loves playing games. I'll go to the internet cafe." As she stood up, she rummaged through her pockets and pulled out 10 yuan, apologetically saying, "I forgot my wallet when I left home. I only have 10 yuan. Peng Tianchong nodded, remaining silent, and pointed at the large cap on the ground. The girl understood, gently placed the money in the cap, thanked him, and hurriedly left. "Well done." Among the onlookers, some began to praise him, noting that he was quite skilled and accurate. "Indeed, and his fees are so reasonable." A plump middle-aged woman felt tempted, plopping down onto a stool with a thud. 10 yuan isn't much. I want to consult too." Peng Tianchong's lips twitched slightly, feeling displeased. He thought to himself, that young girl only gave 10 yuan because she didn't have any money. Are you trying to take advantage of me too? Nevertheless, since he had said it was up to them, he couldn't refuse. "Speak up. What do you wish to know?" Peng Tianchong asked, maintaining an air of a wise sage. "Master." The plump woman swallowed hard. "My daughter just graduated from college this year and is looking for a job. She went for an interview today, and I want to know if she will succeed. Please provide her birth date and time." Peng Tianchong calculated in his mind, and then calmly said, "Congratulations. Your daughter will definitely succeed in her interview today." "Really?" The woman's face broke into a radiant smile as she confirmed, "Master, will she truly succeed?" "Yes." Peng Tianchong nodded emphatically. "Go home and await good news." "Wonderful." The woman was overjoyed and began to take out money from her pocket. Just then, her phone rang. "Hello?" She answered. An excited voice came through. "Mom, I have great news. I got the job at this company." The voice was so loud that nearly everyone present could hear it clearly. "Ah, that's fantastic." The woman's smile erupted, and her hands trembled with joy. "My daughter, I just consulted a fortune, and the master said you would definitely succeed. Haha, I'll make you something delicious for lunch to celebrate." After hanging up, she placed 10 yuan into the cap, thanked him, and hurriedly left, her face still glowing with an uncontrollable smile. "I'll go next," someone shouted, taking a seat on the stool. It was no wonder, as both fortunes had been accurate. Master Peng's credibility soared instantly, especially the earlier woman, who had become a living advertisement, her fortune immediately coming true, capturing the interest of the crowd. What was even more enticing was that the fee was so minimal. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Peng Tianxiong had read fortunes for more than 10 people, and each reading was astonishingly accurate. The crowd continued to swell, and the money in the cap grew steadily. 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and even some 1 yuan coins were tossed in. The cap was nearly full, amounting to just over 100 yuan. The first girl had set the precedent with her 10 yuan, leading others to follow suit, which left Peng Tianxiong feeling quite disheartened. At this rate, when will I earn 8,800? He thought, troubled. The main issue was that he couldn't raise the price, as he had previously stated it was voluntary. Moreover, none of the people he had read fortunes for were wealthy. Their fortunes were rather ordinary. If he happened to encounter someone fortunate, perhaps they would generously donate a few red bills. Sighing inwardly, Peng Tianxiong pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He was beginning to consider wrapping up as he had been sitting for 2 hours, and his backside was starting to ache. Just then, an elderly lady, leaning on a cane, slowly sat down on the stool. Behind her stood a serious-looking man in his 50s, his temples bulging, the energy around him pulsating, making Peng Tianxiong instantly aware that this was someone formidable. Upon closer inspection of the elderly lady, who appeared to be around 70, with a youthful face and a kind expression, it was clear she possessed an aura of authority. Wow! Peng Tianxiong felt a thrill of excitement. After sitting for so long, he finally had a significant opportunity. Chapter 14, Fortune-Telling for Profit, Part 2. In truth, the elderly lady resided nearby and would come here for walks every weekend. She had been observing the commotion in the crowd, but had gone unnoticed by Peng Tianxiong, who was too focused on his act as a master. The elderly lady, curious about this young man, decided she would like to test his abilities. Dear lady, the man quickly assisted her as she sat down, concerned that the stool might not support her. Young man, the elderly lady said with a smile, would you be so kind as to read my fortune? Of course. Peng Tianxiong replied, delighted, and removed his sunglasses, playing with them in his hands. Oh, he's not blind, someone in the crowd exclaimed. I thought he was blind with those sunglasses on. Wow, without the glasses, this young man is rather handsome. The crowd laughed, showering Peng Tianxiong with compliments, making him slightly embarrassed. The elderly lady's smile grew broader, looking at him with the warmth of a grandmother gazing at her beloved grandson. Ahem. Peng Tianxiong cleared his throat. Let me make it clear. If you wish to consult, it cannot be like the others who paid 10 yuan. Hee, why not? The elderly lady asked with a smile. Because your fate is valuable. Haha. How much then? At least a red bill. That's agreeable. She readily accepted, adding, as long as you provide an accurate reading, I will be satisfied with your fee. As the saying goes, ears have jewels that endure 100 springs. The horse of the post has the power to feed thousands. Glancing at her, Peng Tianxiong continued. I can tell at first glance that not only will you live a long life, but you also control the livelihoods of thousands. You must be a leader of a corporation or a prominent family. As he spoke, Peng Tianxiong straightened his posture and discreetly opened his third eye, carefully observing the elderly lady. Speaking of the third eye, one might immediately think of the third eye on Erling Shin's forehead. Yes, indeed, it is that kind of eye, commonly referred to as the heavenly eye. In modern medicine, it is called the pineal gland. Everyone actually possesses it, but very few can open it, as it requires certain opportunities or cultivation. Moreover, the third eye has several levels. Depending on the level, the things and range one can observe differ. According to Buddhist teachings, it can be categorized into the 5 eyes and 6 abilities: the flesh eye, heavenly eye, law eye, wisdom eye, and Buddha eye. The flesh eye is something everyone has, our ordinary vision, which needs no explanation. Then there's the heavenly eye. Those who have opened it can see things from another realm, such as deities, Buddhas, immortals, and spirits. Even so, one can still perceive the essence of qi, such as the earthly qi and spiritual qi in feng shui. The law eye is even more intricate. It not only possesses the capabilities of the heavenly eye, but can also glimpse into a person's past and future, revealing vivid images akin to the legendary 2A Bay Tuesday. This phenomenon is known as rule imaging, whereby the higher the level of one's eyes, the finer and clearer the details observed, and the broader the range of vision. The term wisdom eye is familiar to all, with idioms like possessing unique insight and recognizing pearls with a discerning eye being well known. Those endowed with a wisdom eye often possess profound clarity, able to discern the essence of all things and the intricate web of cause and effect. For instance, Newton, upon seeing an apple fall, could deduce the law of universal gravitation, whereas the average person, even if struck by a durian, would struggle to find any reasoning behind it. There is an old song titled Seeing Flowers in the Mist, which contains a lyric that resonates. Lend me a pair of wise eyes, so I may see the world clearly, distinctly, and truly. Moreover, the Buddha's eye is even more formidable. It not only perceives the causal relationships of all things, but also discerns the connections between different realms, such as the celestial, Buddhist, legal, and human realms. Certainly, in today's world, it is rare to find someone who has attained the level of the Buddha's eye. Returning to Pang Tianchong's third eye, he has also cultivated for many years, presumably reaching the levels of the law eye and wisdom eye. When it comes to fortune-telling, this is but a trifling matter for him. However, when reading fortunes for ordinary individuals, merely analyzing the 8 characters and examining facial features suffices. There is no need to activate the third eye. Once the third eye is opened, it transcends fortune-telling and becomes a matter of reading fate. Now then, Elder, what would you like to inquire about? Pang Tianchong squinted slightly, fingers poised, adopting an air of profound mystery. In truth, this was merely for the spectators. While he discreetly concealed his reading of fate, the elderly lady, with a smile, inquired, "Let us begin with my past, so I may discern the truth." Her life had been tumultuous in the first half and prosperous in the latter, correct? Be more specific, she added, nodding. You cannot simply summarize it in 10 words. That is far too vague. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Madam, your life has been a roller coaster, filled with twists and turns. If I were to elaborate, we would be here until dusk. Allow me to highlight a few key points. Very well. She nodded in agreement. You lost your mother at 7, your father at 16, ventured out at 18, married and had children by 25, began your entrepreneurial journey at 28, rising from nothing to now be worth over 100 million. You have 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom have achieved great success in their respective fields, be it politics, business, or academia. As for your grandchildren, I shall not enumerate them. The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, for Pang Tianchong's words were astoundingly precise. She gazed at his face for a while before nodding and saying, "Yes, that is all correct. But how did you arrive at this without asking for my 8 characters? Pang Tianchong grinned. No need to ask. Observing facial features suffices. Very well. The elderly lady extended her thumb in praise. Today, I have encountered a true master. Young man, I shan't bother you with anything else, but could you tell me about the future of my family? Regarding the future, Pang Tianchong paused. Overall, it looks promising. There are some matters I cannot elaborate on here, as you might understand. The elderly lady nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, Pang Tianchong continued. 3 days from now, your family will come into an unexpected windfall, starting at a minimum of 5 million, which is indeed remarkable. At this, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled. From where will this fortune come? It should be from your granddaughter. You may simply await it, he replied. Is that so? The elderly lady brightened. If that is the case, young man, I shall surely treat you to a grand feast. You must honor me with your presence. That sounds delightful. Pang Tianchong responded joyfully. With your wealth, the meal will surely be splendid. However, as for the fee for today's reading, I must still collect that. Of course, the elderly lady remarked, turning to the old man behind her. Afu, how much do you have on you? The old man quickly rummaged through his pockets, producing a stack of bills, a few hundred yuan notes, along with some change, counting it out loud. Not quite 1,000. Give the red ones to the young man. The elderly lady instructed, casting a glance. Also, make sure to note down his phone number, so we can invite him for the grand feast in 3 days. Certainly. The old man nodded, and casually placed all the 100 yuan bills into Pang Tianchong's cap. Young man, I do not have much today, just 800 yuan. Please do not think it too little. For Pang Tianchong, 800 yuan was no small sum. It felt like a significant boost compared to the previous small denominations he had received. If this continued, he would soon gather the 8,800 yuan for the stockings, and he felt quite pleased. Thank you. Pang Tianchong clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully to the elderly lady, as she was indeed his most important client that day. Young man, the elderly lady rose and waved her hand with a smile. We shall meet again in 3 days. Absolutely. I shall keep my promise. The onlookers murmured in admiration, not only astonished by Master Pang's fortune-telling prowess, but also impressed by the elderly lady's generosity. Once she departed, Pang Tianchong donned his dark sunglasses again, gazing at the bright bills in his cap, feeling quite elated. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, the crowd suddenly parted, and a beautiful woman strode in. Pang Tianchong, so you are indeed a great fraud. The woman shouted, pointing at him. Do you dare to continue your deceit here? Do you believe I won't report you to the police this very moment? Who are you? Pang Tianchong was startled by the unexpected outburst and felt anger rising within him. How could someone come to disrupt his gathering? Just as he was about to explode, he looked up and half his fury dissipated, for standing before him was none other than the HR manager, Lan Shangyun. It turned out that Manager Lon had been handling some work-related matters at the company and, upon returning, noticed a crowd gathered in the small square. Out of curiosity, she took a closer look and, through the gaps in the crowd, spotted a familiar face. Upon seeing the sign he was displaying, her anger flared. She thought to herself, this little rogue is out to deceive. If something goes wrong, it will tarnish the company's reputation. I must expose him. Without hesitation, Manager Lon got out of her car, furious, and came to confront him. Pang Tianchong had always felt a twinge of fear towards this woman, as her imposing presence made him feel as though he owed her something. Lon Jia, you've misunderstood. Pang Tianchong quickly explained. I am not deceiving anyone. Misunderstanding? Lon Shangyun snapped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Do you think others don't know your background? I am well aware that you, a mere security guard, are pretending to be a master and swindling people. Oh, and wearing sunglasses as if you were blind to deceive people. How shameless can you be? Today, I will expose you, you little rogue. As she spoke, Lon Shangyun instinctively lowered her head and caught sight of the cap on the ground, filled to the brim with money, nearly blinding her with its brightness. Ah, you have scammed this much money? She exclaimed. This time, you are caught red-handed. Pang Tianchong's frustration mounted as he faced Lon Shangyun's verbal assault, thinking to himself, why are all these beautiful women so troublesome? First, there was Dai Qinxue and Huang Maogong Xiaoshuang, who mistook me for a rogue and brought me to the company for work. Now, I am simply trying to earn a bit of extra cash, and here comes another blue fairy, meddling in my affairs and trying to expose me. Who have I wronged? Lon Shangyun. Pang Tianchong erupted in anger. Where have I deceived anyone? Wearing sunglasses is because the sun is bright today. And since when is there a rule that normal people cannot wear sunglasses? Pray enlighten me. Are you forgetting to take your medication, or did you take the wrong one? Fine. You insist on being stubborn, do you? Lon Shangyun retorted, puffing up in indignation. Let us see how I expose you. As she spoke, she turned her head towards the onlookers, declaring, everyone, listen to me. This man is merely our company's security guard, not a master of any sort. Do not be deceived by him. And if anyone has fallen for his tricks, hurry and reclaim your money. Do not be fooled. Lon Shangyun spoke fervently, her righteous indignation palpable, her words punctuated with fervor. However, upon glancing at the crowd, she found them unmoved, gazing at her as if she were a fool. What's going on? Lon Shangyun finally realized something was amiss. This narrative was not unfolding as expected. Why were they not reacting? Miss, a middle-aged man finally spoke up. I don't know what your relationship is with this young man, but perhaps you should ascertain the situation before losing your temper? I've been observing for quite some time, and he has accurately calculated for many people. Everyone can attest to it. Why do you insist on claiming he is a fraud? Exactly. Others chimed in. This master is like a living deity. His divinations are remarkable, and we have witnessed them ourselves. Lon Shangyun felt embarrassed, turning to Pang Tianchong with disbelief. Can you really tell fortunes? Of course. What do you think? He replied. The eyes of the public are discerning. Besides, he added while pointing to the words on the sign, if my predictions were inaccurate, would they pay me? Do you think everyone is as shallow as you? Lon Shangyun's face flushed instantly. Biting her lip, she fixed her gaze on Pang Tianchong, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, why don't you read my fortune? She demanded, sitting down on a small stool. If you can predict correctly, I will acknowledge your skills. If not, well, come Monday, I shall settle the score with you. Miss, please don't cause trouble. Pang Tianchong frowned. This is my business. I need to make a living. Your commotion. Since it's business, if you're accurate, I will pay you just the same. What? Others can receive readings, but you refuse to read for me? Pang Tianchong was somewhat speechless, growing impatient. Fine. I concede. Just don't get angry when I tell you. Speak. I won't be angry. Your husband is seeing someone else. Didn't you know? What? Lon Shangyun sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're talking nonsense. We were college classmates. Our relationship is strong. How could he? Pang Tianchong sneered. Tonight at 9:30, in room 808 of a certain hotel. Go check for yourself. If my prediction is wrong, all this money is yours. Impossible. Lon Shangyun was incredulous and unwilling to accept the claim. Yet, recalling her husband's recent behavior, she felt a pang of uncertainty, staring blankly at the confident Pang Tianchong. Miss, the middle-aged man interjected, whether it's true or not, you can sneak into the hotel tonight and see for yourself. Why argue with the master here? Exactly, others urged. The master is quite insightful. At 9:30, room 808, go home and prepare. Catch him in the act tonight. Chapter 16. Seeking help. A thunderclap of realization struck Lon Shangyun, rendering her speechless. She had never anticipated that the challenge she casually posed to Peng Tianchong would yield such an unexpected outcome, one she could not accept under any circumstances. Lanjia. Peng Tianchong couldn't help but advise. This is merely a minor episode in your marital life. From the signs, it appears you both could still love each other for a lifetime. Enough. Lan Shangyun shouted in despair. Tonight, I will verify this. If you are speaking nonsense, I won't let this go. With that, she rose abruptly, pushing through the crowd, utterly disoriented. Hey, the fee for the reading. Peng Tianchong began. But upon seeing her tearful expression, he swallowed his words. Forget it, let it go. She'll have to accept her misfortune. With Lan Shangyun's outburst, Peng Tianchong also lost interest in further readings. He gathered his money from the cap, removed the sign, and prepared to leave. Everyone, until next time. Peng Tianchong bowed to the crowd with a courteous gesture before departing. Meanwhile, Lan Shangyun returned to her car, tears streaming down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Her heart was in turmoil as she leaned against the steering wheel, unsure of her next move. Perhaps at this moment, what she needed most was to confide in someone who could understand her plight. After a brief moment of contemplation, she wiped her tears and instinctively dialed her cousin Dai Qianshua's number. Hello, came Dai Qianshua's warm voice from the other end. Xiaoxua, Lan Shangyun choked. Are you at home? Yes. I have nothing to do this weekend, and am just watching a drama with Schwanger. But what's wrong with you? I'm coming to your house. Lan Shangyun stated without explanation, hanging up and starting her car towards Dai Qianshua's villa. It was Saturday, and Dai Qianshua had the rare opportunity to relax. So she invited her friend Gong Xiaoshuang over to spend time together. The two were currently nestled on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Whose call was that? Gong Xiaoshuang casually inquired, tossing the sunflower seed shells into the trash. My cousin. It seems something is troubling her, Dai Qianshua replied. Lanjia. What happened? Gong Xiaoshuang asked, concerned. I saw her yesterday, and she seemed fine. I don't know. She said she was on her way over. Dai Qianshua replied, as they speculated. Before long, the doorbell rang, and Dai Qianshua hurried to answer it. As the door swung open, a tear-streaked Lan Shangyun collapsed into Dai Qianshua's embrace. Xiaoxua. I can't go on. Sister. What's wrong? Dai Qianshua was alarmed, pulling her cousin inside. Gong Xiaoshuang, halting her snacking, rushed over to help, guiding Lan Shangyun to sit on the sofa. Each of them grasped one of Lan Shangyun's arms, inquiring about what had transpired. Xiaoxua. My husband. He has someone else. Lan Shangyun sobbed uncontrollably upon seeing a familiar face. That's impossible. Dai Qianshua reassured her. You two have such a good relationship. You were college classmates. I've heard your love stories so many times. How could he cheat? Yes. Lan Jia, Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. If he is cheating, do you have any evidence? As a girl who had lived in the beautiful country, Gong Xiaoshuang quickly pinpointed the crucial point. And no? Without evidence. How can you be sure your husband is unfaithful? Dai Qianshua handed her a tissue, continuing, is there a chance there's been a misunderstanding? And no. Gong Xiaoshuang, puzzled, asked, if there's no evidence or misunderstanding, who told you he has someone else? I heard it from Peng Tianchong. Who? Gong Xiaoshuang nearly bit her tongue. Peng Tianchong. You believe that little rogue's words? Exactly. Sister, Dai Qianshua's eyes widened in disbelief as she began to voice her grievances. Think about it. That fellow has only been in Bianqing for a few days. How could he possibly know about my brother-in-law's affairs? He might just be making a joke. So why take it so seriously? He is not joking. Lan Shangyun wiped her tears and replied earnestly, he can tell fortunes. And that's what he revealed to me during my reading. What? Dai Qianshua's eyes widened even more. He predicted that? And you believed him? Are you trying to make us laugh to death? I am serious. Lan Shangyun dried her tears and insisted, he truly can tell fortunes, and he is remarkably accurate. Thus, she recounted the tale of Peng Tianchong setting up a fortune-telling stall at Wakoliu Square and her efforts to expose him. Dai Qianshua and Gong Xiaoshuang listened in stunned silence, exchanging astonished glances. This story was far more captivating than the Korean drama they had just watched. Sister, Dai Qianshua exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder. Is it true that Peng Tianchong possesses such remarkable abilities? Is his fortune-telling that precise, and has he really made a significant amount of money? Indeed. Lan Shangyun nodded. The onlookers were in awe of him, calling him a living deity. He earned over 1,000 in total, with 10 and 100 denominations. Wow. Dai Qianshua chuckled. If he has such skills, it seems he'll soon gather the 8,800. Hey, Xiaoxua. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. Let us set aside your 8,008 for now. What piques my interest is the 808. It's the first time in my life I've heard that fortune-telling could be so extraordinary, precise down to the minute and room number. I was skeptical at first, but Pang Tianchong spoke with such conviction and even bet with me. On what? He said if his prediction was inaccurate, he'd give me all his earnings. Gong Xiaoshuang became increasingly intrigued. That guy has been in dire need of money lately. For him to wager over 1,000 suggests he must be quite confident. At this moment, Dai Qianxue felt a tinge of uncertainty. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear for comfort. Sister, don't overthink it. Perhaps he's just teasing you, saying such things deliberately. But didn't he say it would be at 9:30 tonight? Xiar and I will accompany you. We shall soon see the truth. Either we catch your brother-in-law in the act or expose Pang Tianchong's deceit. If that scoundrel is indeed toying with you, just wait and see how I deal with him. Gong Xiaoshuang nearly applauded with excitement. Yes, yes. Sister Lan, tonight we shall venture to 808 together and catch him red-handed. How thrilling. Chapter 17. Old Lady Luo. In the afternoon, the streets of Bianqing gradually quieted down. The sweltering heat seemed to slow the pace of the entire city. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in tall buildings, casting mottled shadows that rendered the afternoon serene and beautiful. At the Luo family residence, an elderly woman with silver hair sat leisurely in a wheelchair, cradling a teacup, her eyes slightly squinted as she appeared lost in thought. Beside her stood a man in his 50s, head bowed, patiently awaiting her instructions. If Pang Tianchong were present, he would certainly recognize this elderly lady, for she was the one who had paid him 800 for his fortune earlier that morning. The lady was the matriarch of the Luo family, while the man beside her was the family steward and her bodyguard, a Fu. The Luo family was among the 4 prominent families in Bianqing, well known and respected throughout the upper echelons of society. The old lady had built her empire from scratch, dominating the business world for decades and founding the Luo Group, a vast commercial enterprise, making her a notable figure in Bianqing's business community. Her husband had passed away a few years prior, and her 4 children had all established their own successful careers. Her eldest son, Luo Liming, currently served as the city police chief. Her second son, Luo Liwan, was the president of the Luo Group. Her eldest daughter, Luo Jing, was the deputy director of the tax bureau, and her youngest daughter, Luo Ling, was a distinguished professor at a prestigious university. Additionally, her granddaughter, Luo Qi, was a squadron leader in the criminal police department, while most of her grandson and granddaughter were still pursuing their studies. In short, the Luo family was a true epitome of success. Old lady, a Fu suddenly inquired with concern, you spent quite a long time outside today. How does your leg feel? Is it painful? Can it not be painful? The elderly lady lightly touched her right leg and replied nonchalantly, it's an old ailment. Shall we go for a checkup in the beautiful country? A Fu suggested. Forget it. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. I've been there before. It's not worth the effort at my age. I can endure it. Oh. The old lady abruptly changed the subject. A Fu, what do you think of that young man from this morning? Are you referring to the fortune teller? Yes. What aspect do you mean? Of course, his fortune telling. What else? A Fu rubbed his forehead. Indeed, I sense he is quite skilled, yet I cannot be entirely certain. Oh, what makes you say that? The old lady inquired with curiosity. When we had our fortune read, he cast a fleeting glance at me, a mere glance. Yet it sent chills down my spine. It felt as if he could see right through me, instilling a sense of dread and mystery. However, I did not detect any aura of a martial artist from him, which leaves me uncertain about his true capabilities. Yet, my sixth sense suggests that if he is indeed a martial artist, he must be above the level of a master. Upon hearing this, the old lady turned abruptly, gazing at a Fu in astonishment. What? A master? Have you ever encountered a master so young? Never. A Fu shook his head. Thus, this is merely my intuition. It is indeed curious. Haha. The old lady chuckled. How intriguing. I sensed something extraordinary about him at first glance, yet couldn't pinpoint why. With your insights, my curiosity has only deepened. We must send someone to investigate his background. Certainly. A Fu nodded and added, if I am not mistaken, this young man should be a security guard from the Daikon group. Oh, the old lady asked, puzzled. How do you know? Did you not notice the hat he left on the ground? Indeed. The old lady realized it was a security guard's hat, full of money. Moreover, a Fu continued. The sign he hung on the tree caught my eye when the wind blew, revealing the Daikon company name on the back. That must be their old sign. And since Wakuliu Square is in close proximity to Daikon, it's likely he was trying to earn some extra money during his day off. Nevertheless, the young man's fortune-telling is indeed quite accurate, as you are already aware, old lady. Yes, the old lady nodded. His predictions were spot on. And I know he withheld certain things that were inappropriate to mention in public, but I am certain they too would have been accurate. Such an incredible encounter. In my decades of traversing the world, I have never met a master as extraordinary as him. especially one who doesn't even consult the birth dates, yet can make such precise readings. He is truly a hidden talent among the populace. A Fu marveled at the thought that a man in his 20s could possess such remarkable fortune-telling skills. The old lady took another sip of tea, murmuring, "Could he be a hidden dragon? But when has Bianqing produced such a figure? If, in 3 days, little Qi truly comes into a fortune, then this person would indeed be a divine being." A Fu furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, that seems unlikely. Little Qi is a public servant. How could she acquire such windfall? Even if she solved a major case and received a bonus, it wouldn't amount to millions, would it? That fellow mentioned at least 5 million. Indeed, the old lady pondered. Since my return, I've been contemplating this matter. What significant fortune could a mere squad leader acquire? Engaging in gambling? Battling against organized crime? But these are all public duties. It's impossible that all the confiscated money has gone to Xiao Qi. So, what could it possibly be? This is troubling. Suddenly, Lady Luo slapped her thigh in alarm, exclaiming, "If there truly is 5 million, it could spell serious trouble." Why? Afyu was startled by the old lady's exclamation. What has she realized? The money comes from bribery. Lady Luo analyzed. Consider this. If Xiao Qi received 5 million, it must have been gifted by someone with illicit funds, and this money is not intended for Xiao Qi, but rather for her father, Luo Liming, due to his high-ranking position. Exactly. Afyu nodded vigorously. That is quite plausible. The police chief is no ordinary official. He can dictate life and death. This cannot happen. We must ensure that the boss does not reach this point. It would jeopardize the Luo family. As the old lady spoke, she rose from her seat. Setting down her teacup, and instructed with gravity, Afyu, immediately dispatch someone to discreetly monitor Qi Girl. From today onward, I want to know her every move. Who does she meet? What does she do? Even if she buys an ice cream, I want to know the brand. Understood? Understood. Afyu straightened up and replied, I will arrange it right away. I will ensure that Miss Qi does not accept a single penny from anyone. Good. Off you go. Yes. Afyu responded and hurriedly departed. Chapter 18. Caught in the Act. Part 1. In the afternoon, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang's shopping excursion did not last long. After a brief stroll around the mall, they returned. The reasons were twofold. The heat of the day was unbearable, and trailing behind them was a visibly troubled Lan Shangyun, which somewhat dampened their shopping spirit. Thus, their outing came to a swift conclusion. Although their shopping trip was cut short, the mission to catch a cheating spouse that night was imperative, and preparations should have been made in advance, especially for Gong Xiaoshuang, who was eager to hasten the hands of time to bring about the arrival of 9:30 sooner. She was growing impatient. Around 5 o'clock, Lan Shangyun's phone rang. It was her husband calling. Upon seeing the caller ID, she hesitated. Sis, who's calling? Dai Qianxue noticed her cousin's shift in mood and inquired quickly. Your brother-in-law. Answer it. Keep your emotions in check, just as you normally would. With trembling fingers, Lan Shangyun pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode, with the 3 women leaning in closely to the phone. Hello, Xiaoyun. A gentle male voice came through. Why weren't you home at noon? I had some matters to attend to at the company, Lan Shangyun replied, striving to keep her emotions in check. Take care of yourself. You don't even rest on Sundays? Is Dai Qianxue a capitalist, forcing you to work on a Sunday? Hearing this, Dai Qianxue felt a pang of frustration, biting her lip, while Gong Xiaoshuang stifled a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Enough of this. Is there a reason for your call, or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait. I do have something to tell you. I need to go on a business trip to Yancheng. I have a train at 6 this evening, so I won't be home for dinner. Prepare something delicious for yourself, and don't wait for me. Hello? Xiaoyun, are you listening? Lan Shangyun felt a sting in her nose as tears threatened to spill. Struggling to control her voice, she asked, Can't you skip it? Come on. This is a company requirement. How can I refuse? His impatience was evident. I have to go. I won't keep you. The call ended with a busy tone, and Lan Shangyun remained frozen, holding her phone in a daze. Her fears were materializing. Her husband's business trip tonight was no coincidence. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, astonished and speechless. At that moment, they both thought of one person, Pang Tianchong. Could it be that he really could foresee the future? Seeing her cousin's distress, Dai Qianxue felt powerless. Although she was a corporate president adept at handling work matters, she was utterly at a loss when it came to emotional issues. Having never even been in a proper relationship, let alone dealt with infidelity. Now, all she could do was comfort her cousin and express her disdain for her brother-in-law. Sis, don't be sad. Perhaps this is just a coincidence? Pang Tianchong might have concocted this in anger because you disrupted his plans. No. Lan Shangyun shook her head. I believe him. What he said is true. Oh dear. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Regardless of the truth, tonight we will find out. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. To catch a cheater, one must catch them in the act. I'll check on dinner in the kitchen. After we eat, let us head to the hotel early. As night fell, the neon lights flickered. The streets bustled with traffic, alive with a vibrancy distinct from the daytime. The harmony of bustling activity and tranquil stillness imparted a unique sense of peace amidst the chaos, resembling a mysterious world teeming with infinite possibilities, waiting to be explored. At that moment, Dai Qianxue's Porsche wove through the crowded streets, its headlights cutting through the darkness like two sharp blades piercing the night. Inside the car, the two women sat side by side in silence, with Gong Xiaoshuang tightly gripping Lan Shangyun's hand, conveying silent reassurance. The car stopped a mere 50 or 60 meters from the hotel, the engine silencing. It was still early, and the three women remained in the vehicle, quietly observing the entrance of the hotel, watching the ebb and flow of people. Around 9 o'clock, a taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. A man in a suit stepped out, escorting a strikingly beautiful woman. Dai Qianxue immediately recognized the man as her brother-in-law, Ning Yixiao. She hurriedly exclaimed, Sis, look, Ning Yixiao, you heartless wretch, I'll kill you. Lan Shangyun became instantly agitated, reaching for the car door, only to be firmly restrained by Gong Xiaoshuang. Blue sister, don't act rashly. Let them check in first before we approach. Yes, Xiaoshuang is right. Dai Qianxue raised her wrist to check the time, saying, Sis, trust me. Let us go in at 9:20. For reasons unknown, Dai Qianxue felt a certainty in her heart regarding the time Peng Tianchong had predicted, 9:30. 10 minutes later, the three women exited the car and entered the hotel, taking the elevator straight to the 8th floor. As they stepped out of the elevator, Lan Shangyun immediately went into a frenzy, glancing at the room number and identifying their target, charging towards room 808. Sis, calm down. Dai Qianxue quickly grabbed her. Don't rush to knock. Wait for me to get a room key from the staff. We'll catch them off guard. Xiaoshuang, keep an eye on her while I find someone, Dai Qianxue said, hastening in the opposite direction of the hallway. Just then, she encountered a staff member at a storage room door. Excuse me. Dai Qianxue greeted politely. I forgot my room key in my room. Could I borrow yours just for a moment? I promise to return it right away. Oh, which room are you in? 808. The staff member set down what they were holding and retrieved a key card from their pocket, handing it to Dai Qianxue. Thank you. I'll return it shortly. With the room key in hand, Dai Qianxue hurried back to room 808, where Lan Shangyun and Gong Xiaoshuang were waiting impatiently at the door, ready for action. Shoo! Dai Qianxue raised a finger to signal silence. Then, she waved the key card and swiftly pushed the door open. Chapter 19, Caught in the Act, Part 2. In a certain hotel, room 808, the three women forcefully burst in. At that moment, on the large bed in the room, a couple was entangled in a passionate embrace, their actions vigorous and fervent, the scene undeniably scandalous. At that moment, three women descended from the heavens, startling the two men to the point of near catatonia. Ning Yixiao, paralyzed by shock, struggled to rise, his complexion dramatically altered. Lan Shangyun, her eyes aflame with fury, lunged forward, brandishing her handbag as a weapon, striking down with ferocity. A piercing scream erupted as Ning Yixiao tumbled from the bed, hands flailing as he frantically searched for clothing, gritting his teeth in pain, wholly unable to muster a defense. The woman below nearly lost control, hastily grasping a bedsheet to shield herself, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously gasped, immediately covering their faces in embarrassment. Too mortified to look further, they had barged in to catch a cheating partner, only to find a spectacle so shameful. The couple, not only unclothed but utterly exposed, presenting a live performance more scandalous than any film. The two unmarried beauties blushed deeply. Ning Yixiao, you scoundrel! Lan Shangyun screamed as she struck him while hurling curses, completely losing her composure, wishing to rend the heartless man before her. Her fists and slaps rained down upon Ning Yixiao's face, echoing loudly in the room. As he dodged and donned his clothes, underwear, shirt, trousers, Ning Yixiao was in a frenzy. At that moment, Dai Qianxue opened her eyes, casting a fierce glare at the flustered woman, commanding, "Get out, you shameless wretch." It must be said, the woman was not without her own charms, though she paled in comparison to her cousin Lan Shangyun. With well-defined features and a striking appearance, it was no wonder Ning Yixiao had strayed. Dai Qianxue's cultivated demeanor kept her from engaging further. Yet her heart seethed with disdain for the couple. Under her piercing gaze, the woman hastily dressed, completing her outfit with remarkable speed. Fortunately, summer attire required little, and as long as she donned her underwear and a simple dress, she was ready. In her haste, she stuffed her bra into her bag and slipped on her shoes, fleeing like a panicked creature. "Stop that vixen!" Lan Shangyun snapped back to reality, shouting as she seized a teacup from the nightstand and hurled it at the woman's back. The impact sent the woman staggering, but she paid no heed to the pain as she rushed for the exit. Dai Qianxue did not intervene. As a person of status, she wished to distance herself from such disgraceful affairs, preferring to manage the man's misdeeds instead. Gong Xiaoshuang also refrained from action, captivated by the unfolding drama, nearly applauding, forgetting to intercept. Perhaps, as a fellow woman, she harbored a flicker of pity for the woman, choosing to let her escape. Why should women make things difficult for one another? In this tumult, Lan Shangyun grew weary from her assault, collapsing at the bedside, weeping inconsolably, her anguish palpable. Ning Yixiao knelt on the floor, head bowed, fervently begging for forgiveness. "Xiaoyun, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I had my reasons. She is an important client. And I had no choice." Bah! Dai Qianxue spat, nearly landing saliva on Ning Yixiao's face. "Shameless. What kind of important client requires your services in bed? You've certainly been attentive in your duties. Your cousin is stunning. How could you betray her for that woman? You are a disgrace, a scoundrel." "Indeed," Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. "You have no shame and seek excuses for your disgraceful actions. You are merely a wolf in human skin, a lecher. How blind was Lan to marry such a villain? A good cabbage wasted on a swine. As the saying goes, 3 women form a play. Now, 3 women united against one man, and no matter how thick his skin, he could not withstand their onslaught." Ning Yixiao, berated by the trio, was rendered mute, his face flushed like a child caught in wrongdoing, enduring the scolding of parents or teachers. "Ning," Lan Shangyun sobbed after a moment, gritting her teeth, "let us divorce. I can hardly look at you without feeling disgusted. I will sue you for a clean break." "No, Xiaoyun," Ning Yixiao pleaded. "Please, let us discuss this at home, shall we? Don't let others witness this spectacle." "Huh?" Dai Qianxue scoffed. "Now you're worried about appearances? You're ashamed now, yet you engaged in such vile acts? You may look presentable, but you reek of depravity." Ning Yixiao hung his head, shame consuming him, wishing to disappear. He had always held a measure of fear towards his aloof cousin, and today's debacle had laid him bare. "Xiaoyun, I acknowledge my faults," he implored. "Please persuade your sister not to let her anger harm her health. I assure you, upon our return home, I will provide her with a satisfactory explanation." "Explanation? Who cares for your explanations?" Lan Shangyun wiped her tears, declaring, "I will divorce you. Await the court summons, Ning. Xiaoyun, let us go. I cannot bear the sight of this loathsome creature any longer." With that, Lan Shangyun snatched her bag, lost in despair, and staggered toward the door. Dai Qianxue shot Ning Yixiao a fierce glare, kicking him in the back as she passed, scolding, "Reflect well on your actions, you scoundrel." Then, she grasped Gong Xiaoshuang's arm and hurried out, leaving behind the pale-faced villain, who collapsed onto the floor. Ning Yixiao sat there for a long while, tugging at his hair, utterly bewildered. How had this calamity unfolded so fortuitously today? Chapter 20. Unwelcome visitors. While in room 808, the 3 women delivered a fierce reprimand to the faithless man. On a nearby street, 2 young security guards, Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai, were indulging in skewers and drinks at an outdoor barbecue stall, thoroughly enjoying their evening. The smoky atmosphere of the bustling eatery resembled a lively gathering fit for the Queen Mother. This night, Pang Tianchong was treating. Having earned over 1,000 yuan from fortune-telling earlier that day, a modest windfall worth celebrating. As a newcomer to the company with few acquaintances, he had only Ding Tai, with whom he often partnered for work, so he invited him out for drinks to mark the occasion. "Brother Pang," Ding Tai exclaimed, munching on a lamb skewer and giving a thumbs up with admiration. "You're incredible. Earning over 1,000 in just half a day is nearly as much as my salary for 2 weeks. Heh." Pang Tianchong grinned widely. "Luck was on my side today. I encountered a wealthy old lady who was quite generous. Otherwise, I would have barely made 300. You should have seen me when I first started selling. My hat was filled with nothing but coins, 10s and 5s, a pitiful amount," he reminisced. Ding Tai raised his beer bottle to toast with Pang Tianchong, taking a hearty swig. 300 isn't too shabby. When we work at the company, we barely make over 100 in a day." "True enough," Pang Tianchong nodded. "But, brother, I still owe over 8,000 yuan, and at this rate, it'll take me at least 3 months to repay it. I need to hustle." "Ah, I see," Ding Tai said thoughtfully, taking another gulp of beer. "Brother Pang, I've saved a bit over the last 2 years, though it's not much. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some." "No need, no need." Pang Tianchong waved his hand. "Thanks for the kind offer. Money. I shall earn it slowly. You should keep yours for marrying a wife. Ha ha ha, come let us drink. The two raised their cups frequently, reveling in their merriment, when suddenly, three vans screeched to a halt before their stall. The crowd turned to see the doors swing open, revealing a group of burly men clad in black vests, each adorned with a dragon tattoo on their arms, brandishing steel pipes as they approached with an intimidating air. Leading them was a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a dark complexion and a face marred by a prominent scar on his left cheek, resembling a centipede. This man was none other than Zhu Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Ding Tai felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing these men, and hurriedly lowered his voice to speak to Pang Tianchong. Brother Pang, this group is likely from the Black Dragon Society. Let us finish our meal quickly and leave, lest we provoke them. Oh, Pang Tianchong turned to glance at Zhu Long. Their eyes locking, he turned back with a faint smile and said, I fear that we may not be able to leave after all. It seems they are here for me. However, do not worry. I have nearly finished eating, and my hands are a bit restless. It would be just right to teach them a lesson to whet my appetite. Ding Tai's eyes widened, wanting to say more, but hesitated. As he spoke, the men had already encircled them, leaving no room for discussion. Ding Tai, having never encountered such a situation, turned pale with fear and hastily bowed in greeting. Brothers, what brings you here? Shut up. Zhu Long shot him a fierce glare, interrupting him, then turned his gaze to Pang Tianchong. Kid, are you Pang Tianchong? Yes, that is me. Pang Tianchong bit into a skewer of lamb, not lifting his head, and mumbled through his chewing. What can I do for you? Of course, we have business, replied a bald man, cracking his neck. Our brother Long has something to discuss with you. Please accompany us. And if I refuse to go? Pang Tianchong took a swig of beer, wiping the moisture from his lips as he asked, What will you do then? Then we will break your legs right now. Zhu Long replied coldly. However, doing so would disturb many people. It would be better for you to come with us. Very well. Pang Tianchong surveyed the onlookers, who had all paused to stare, realizing he had become the center of attention. He stood up and said, All right, I shall go. Causing a scene here would indeed disrupt the owner's business and everyone's appetite. Lao Ding. Before leaving, he turned back to instruct. Have the owner grill 20 more skewers for me. I will return to eat, don't worry. Ding Tai was nearly paralyzed with fear. But seeing Pang Tianchong's nonchalant demeanor and reassuring gaze, he relaxed slightly, nodding as he watched the group lead Pang Tianchong to the van, which sped away. Brother Pang is skilled. He should be fine, Ding Tai thought anxiously, considering the formidable reputation of the Black Dragon Society. Could he truly contend with 30 or more of them? You should report this to the police. Your companion has been taken by that group. He may be in danger. The shop owner, visibly shaken, approached. No need. Ding Tai feigned calmness. My friend is quite adept. Dealing with a bunch of thugs should pose no problem. Just have the owner prepare those 20 skewers. I will wait for him to return. Very well. The shop owner, buoyed by Ding Tai's confidence, replied. If your friend can truly teach those ruffians a lesson and return safely, I shall treat you to those 20 skewers. Hey, a long-haired youth at a nearby table interjected. If that guy returns unscathed, I will cover their bill for the night. Yes, yes. Count ours too, shouted others at the table, rallying in support. The Black Dragon Society deserves a good thrashing. All right. The shop owner nodded enthusiastically. You all enjoy your meal while I prepare those skewers for him. And I will also throw in an extra 2 kidneys. Ding Tai instinctively clenched his fists, silently praying, Brother Pang, you must return safely. Chapter 21. Teaching the thugs a lesson. Pang Tianchong calmly lit a cigarette as he boarded the van, flanked by 2 burly men who ensured he could not escape. Bah! Pang Tianchong exhaled a plume of smoke, glancing at the 2 men. Don't crowd me. Your body odor is unbearable. Huh, you have quite the attitude. The bald man sneered. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. With a cold expression, Zhu Long took the passenger seat and directed the driver, South Outer Ring. Got it. The driver revved the engine, and they sped toward the southern city. At this hour, the Outer Ring Road was desolate, with only a few vehicles passing through the chilling wind. The streetlights cast flickering shadows on the asphalt, draping it in an air of mystery. In the distance, the rumble of engines and the screech of tires echoed, while the trees swayed in the breeze, rustling softly. Occasionally, a night bird would call from the treetops, piercing the stillness of the night, sending a shiver down the spine. The van reached the South Outer Ring and pulled over. A gang of fierce-looking thugs disembarked, steel pipes in hand, quickly surrounding Pang Tianchong as he leaned against the van's front. He lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and released a cloud of smoke, surveying the scene with a smile. Not bad. It seems you all have some skills. Kid, Zhu Long sneered. Knowing you're a skilled fighter, I've brought my capable brothers tonight. Let us see just how high your skills truly are. Can you escape with your life? Puffed. Pang Tianchong exhaled another puff of smoke, casually asking, was it that second-generation heir from the Zhu family who sent you? Don't concern yourself with who it is. In any case, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. So do not blame us. Before Zhu Long could finish, the bald man interjected, brother, why waste words on him? Let's break a leg first. As he spoke, the bald man swung his steel pipe toward Pang Tianchong's leg with tremendous force. If it connected, it would surely break not just one, but possibly both of his legs. How dare you? Pang Tianchong roared, filled with fury. You seek death. With that, he flicked away his cigarette butt and unleashed a powerful kick, striking the bald man squarely in the abdomen. Ah! A scream echoed as the bald man flew backward like a ball, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise again. Attack! Zhu Long realized the situation was dire and commanded his men to swarm Pang Tianchong. The thugs swung their steel pipes, raining blows indiscriminately. But as they descended, they found themselves bewildered. Pang Tianchong had vanished from sight. Damn it! What sorcery is this? One thug exclaimed, only to be met with a swift strike to the back of his neck, rendering him limp on the ground. Soon, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously as Pang Tianchong moved like a phantom among them, incapacitating thug after thug, leaving cries of agony in his wake. Zhu Long stood in shock, unable to find an opportunity to strike as over 30 of his brothers lay scattered, defeated. How could he fight back when he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent? Clutching his weapon, he was left in disarray. Now it's your turn. After dispatching all the thugs, Pang Tianchong approached Zhu Long, a sinister smile on his face. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Zhu Long was taken aback, realizing that today he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The Black Dragon Society was bound to face defeat. However, as the leader, he could not afford to show any weakness. What would his brothers think of him? How could he continue to navigate the underworld? With this thought in mind, Zhu Long secretly summoned his inner strength, channeling it into his arms. He swung a steel pipe with all his might, aiming a powerful blow at Pang Tianchong. This strike was fueled by Zhu Long's utmost effort, akin to splitting mountains and shattering rocks, exuding a force of immense magnitude. Yet, to his astonishment, Pang Tianchong did not flinch or evade. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dissipated the force of the steel pipe and firmly grasped it in his hand. Subsequently, he delivered a swift kick, sending the towering figure of Zhu Long flying as if he were a mere lightweight, crashing against a tree. Blood gushed from his mouth, splattering across the asphalt, painting a vivid crimson. That. Pang Tianchong clapped his hands and casually approached the fallen Zhu Long. Pang Yi. Spare me. Zhu Long was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. That kick had nearly ruptured his insides, leaving him convulsing in pain and on the brink of unconsciousness. If this formidable man decided to strike again, his life would surely be forfeit. What is the matter? Pang Tianchong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Isn't the Black Dragon Society quite formidable? Has the bravado vanished? Zhu Long, sprawled on the ground, dared not utter a word, allowing Pang Tianchong to berate him mercilessly. At this moment, the bald man regained consciousness and, upon seeing his leader bleeding on the ground, was paralyzed with fear, hastily closing his eyes again to feign death. Just as he shut his eyes, Pang Tianchong bellowed, "Get up! Go kneel by the roadside. Anyone who dares to defy me will have their legs broken." Startled, the bald man scrambled to his feet and obediently knelt by the roadside. The others followed suit, not daring to delay, as they too knelt in anticipation of their fate. Zhu Long attempted to rise, but found himself unable after 2 attempts. The weight of Pang Tianchong's kick had rendered him nearly incapacitated, his body in agony from the impact with the tree. He understood that he, being the most skilled fighter, had sustained the worst beating, while others managed to stand. His admiration for Pang Tianchong reached new heights, accompanied by profound fear. Was this man even human? His control over power and precision was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhu Long, an adept of late-stage inner strength, comprehended the martial arts better than others. He recognized that Pang Tianchong had shown mercy. Otherwise, they would all be lifeless corpses by now. "Two of you, assist your leader," Pang Tianchong commanded, noticing Zhu Long struggle to stand. The nearest 2 subordinates rushed to help, lifting Zhu Long as they knelt by the roadside together. As the saying goes, those who live by the sword shall die by the sword. Today, you have fallen into my hands. Let us see how I shall punish you. Pang Tianchong paced with a steel pipe in hand, occasionally striking at anyone within reach, instilling fear among the kneeling men, who trembled and dared not look up. "Pang Yi, spare us." We swear we won't dare again. Someone whispered in desperation. What do you mean by ye? From now on, I am your teacher, here to instruct you on how to be human. Pang Tianchong retorted. Yes, yes, Teacher Pang. The bald man quickly amended. You are magnanimous. Please let us go. Zhulong. Pang Tianchong glanced at the pale-faced leader. You are their head, you speak. Yes, Teacher Pang. Zhulong swallowed hard and said with great difficulty, Please show mercy. Spare my brothers this once, and we will owe you a favor. Should you ever require our assistance, the Black Dragon Society will be at your service. Chapter 22. A triumphant return. A true hero does not shy away from immediate threats. Those who recognize the times are wise. In order not to provoke the fierce Pang Tianchong, even the towering Zhulong had to lower his head and appease him. Hoping to navigate this perilous situation. This man is too formidable. He is not of this world. Zhulong silently vowed never to provoke him again. Have you been watching too many dramas? Well, I'll let you off this time, Pang Tianchong mused after a moment of contemplation. Let us follow Zhulong's suggestion and chalk it up as a debt for now. I have a barbecue waiting for me, and no time to deal with your lot. I understand. The group of men nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Old man, drive me back. The rest of you, kneel here until dawn. Anyone who dares to flee will have their legs broken. I mean it, do you understand? Understood. They all chorused, none daring to show any sign of defiance. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent, leaving them terrified. Pang Tianchong continued, kneeling for a night shouldn't feel unfair. Wrongdoings come with consequences. And it's only right. Think about how many heinous acts you have committed, and it will bring you peace. Let us go. After delivering his lecture, the bald man obediently drove Pang Tianchong back to the barbecue stand. By now, most of the patrons had departed, leaving only 2 tables occupied, one by Ding Tai and the other by the long-haired youth and his companions. 20 skewers of lamb and 2 large kidneys had been grilled to perfection, neatly arranged on the platter, untouched. Ding Tai, in a daze, stared at the plate when the car door swung open, and Pang Tianchong swaggered out, followed closely by the bald man. Brother Pang. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong return unscathed, Ding Tai nearly shed tears of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. Pang Tianchong sighed. They dragged me to the outer ring road, causing a delay. Have the lamb skewers been prepared? Where's the owner? Have him settle the bill before we leave. What? Ding Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering if this meant the Black Dragon Society was footing the bill. 168. The owner rushed over, beaming. Good. The bald man, not wanting to delay, quickly produced 2 100 yuan bills and handed them to the owner. No need for change. Use the rest to grill a few more skewers for Teacher Pang. All right. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. The bill is settled. Now scram. Go back and tell the Black Dragon Society to cease troubling the common folk. Of course. I'll relay the message, Teacher Pang. Enjoy your meal and drink at your leisure. I take my leave, the bald man said, bowing and smiling as he departed. Pang Tianchong nonchalantly grabbed a skewer of lamb and began to feast. Observing this scene, the long-haired youth at the neighboring table was exhilarated, his eyes gleaming as he approached with a bottle of liquor. Brother, here's to you. Oh, Pang Tianchong regarded the long-haired youth with curiosity, though perplexed. He raised his glass and clinked it with the youth's before downing the contents. Brother Pang, Ding Tai quickly interjected. If you hadn't instructed the bald man to settle the bill, this guy had already made arrangements with the owner to cover our tab. Is that so? Thank you. Pang Tianchong replied, refilling his glass and clinking it with the long-haired youth's bottle once more. There are still many good people in this world. Haha, good brother. You are a great hero. The long-haired youth gazed at Pang Tianchong with admiration, inquiring, I'm impressed. Did those fellows give you a hard time? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head lightly and said nonchalantly, I gave them a good beating, and now they are all kneeling on the outer ring road in reflection. What a bunch of scoundrels. I ordered them to stay kneeling until dawn. Whoever dares to flee will face my wrath again. The long-haired youth's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, so it was in the south outer ring. Let us go take a look. I never imagined the Black Dragon Society would end up like this. Come on, brothers, let's move. With that, several of them sprang to their feet and rushed to the roadside to hail a taxi, heading straight for the southern outskirts. Pang Tianchong chuckled as he watched them leave, remarking, in this day and age, there are still those who love to watch the drama unfold. Ding Tai joined in the laughter, saying, Brother Pang, do tell how you subdued that group. Oh, it was nothing much, Pang Tianchong replied, munching on his food. I handled them just like I did with that young Master Zhua, 1 kick for each, and in under 2 minutes, they were all down. Even their leader. I sent him sprawling, spewing blood, and unable to stand. Wow, impressive, my brother. Ding Tai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly in awe of Pang Tianchong. Come, come. Pang Tianchong raised his glass, urging, drink up. Damn it. It's all this gang's fault for causing trouble. Otherwise, it would have ended long ago. With a clink of their glasses, they both drank heartily, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over them. Pang Tianchong filled his glass again, declaring, but this is not over. I still need to deal with that Zhuo brat to prevent him from stirring up more trouble. Brother, my advice is to let it go, Ding Tai cautioned. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Besides, the Zhuo family is not to be trifled with. What do I have to fear? Pang Tianchong, having indulged in some drink, became emboldened. I am invincible across the land, afraid of no one. Keep dreaming. Just then, the shop owner hurried over with a smile, saying, Brother, here, our establishment gifts you 2 extra kidneys. Chapter 23, Diverting the Calamity. Sunday morning. The dawn light began to break, casting a pale glow in the east. In the distance, the city's silhouette gradually emerged, skyscrapers shimmering in the morning light like slumbering giants, quietly awaiting their awakening. Standing still as if guarding the peace of the city. On the south outer ring road, streetlights still emitted a dim yellow light, their weak glow reflecting off the empty asphalt, creating an air of desolation. By the roadside, over 30 members of the Black Dragon Society remained kneeling, shivering in the cold wind before dawn, their limbs numb, yet none dared to change position, fearful of that devilish youth. Boss, a thin man beside Zhu Long spoke up. It's almost dawn, shall we leave? Not yet. Wait a little longer, Zhu Long replied in a deep voice. Since we promised to kneel until dawn, we must keep our word. Boss is right. A bald man chimed in. What if that kid is watching us from somewhere? If we leave now, wouldn't we have suffered for nothing? Yes, Brother Chong is right. Another added. We've endured the night. What's another moment? Let us stick to what that Pang said. He's no ordinary person. He is incredibly formidable. I've practiced martial arts for years, yet I didn't even see his move before I was taken down. Indeed, if I hadn't known he was human, I would have thought I encountered a ghost. Enough. Zhu Long suddenly interjected. Stop talking. When we return, tell your subordinates never to provoke anyone named Pang again. I suspect that even if he isn't a grandmaster, he is not far from one. It would be as easy for him to kill us as flipping a hand. Yes, yes. The others nodded in agreement, their hearts still trembling. At that moment, a rustling sound approached, and a sanitation worker in a yellow vest walked over. Move aside. Move aside. She waved her broom, curiously asking, What are you all doing here so early? We, the bald man stammered, we're honoring our ancestors. The 15th of the 7th month is approaching. Is that so? The woman appeared confused. But I thought today was the 23rd. All right. Zhu Long suddenly stood up. It's dawn. Let us head back. With that, the group sprang up and quickly piled into a van, starting the engine and driving away, leaving the sanitation worker bewildered in the wind. In the South City, at the Black Dragon Pool bathhouse, on the 3rd floor office, Zhu Long returned from the South Ring Road, sitting dazedly behind the boss's desk, feeling extremely frustrated. After years of navigating the underworld, he had never encountered such a significant setback, feeling utterly humiliated. Boss. After a while, the bald man cautiously asked. The brothers are still waiting outside. Should we dismiss them? Let them all go. Zhu Long waved his hand. But tell them, if anyone leaks a word about today's events, I'll cut out their tongues. Yes. The bald man nodded. Then with a glint in his eye, he said, Boss, I think we shouldn't let this grievance go unpunished. What do you mean? Zhu Long turned to him, gazing coldly. The bald man lowered his voice. I was thinking, can we make our rival, Lu Dadu, also suffer a bit? Oh, Zhu Long's eyes brightened. You mean to have Lu from the North City confront that Pang kid, let them tear each other apart? Exactly. The bald man grinned. That Pang is powerful. And Lu Datu is ruthless. If they fight, it will surely be spectacular. Perhaps we can eliminate Lu Datu through Pang Tianchong. Without Lu Datu, how will the White Tiger gang compete with us for territory? Right. Zhu Long slapped his thigh. This is a brilliant plan. Killing with a borrowed knife. Diverting calamity to the north. Ha ha ha. But how do we instigate their conflict? The bald man grinned widely, boss. Let Zhu Shao intervene. He can invite us. The Black Dragon Society, to help. Why can't he invite the White Tiger gang too? It's just a matter of spending a little more money. The Zhu family isn't short on cash. Indeed. Zhu Long nodded. This plan is feasible. You call Zhu Shao immediately and tell him that we clashed with Pang Tianchong, but gained no advantage, so he should seek someone more skilled. Understood. The bald man replied, promptly pulling out his phone to dial Zhu Shao. Hello? Is this Zhu Shao? Yes. Who is this? I am a Chong. From Brother Long's side. Oh, Hello, Achong. Did you call to confirm my request? Has that Pang brat's leg been broken? About that. The bald man bit his lip and replied, I was just about to tell you. Last night, we dispatched over 30 brothers from the Black Dragon Society. Chasing that kid all night, but we couldn't catch him. Our boss even exchanged a blow with that kid, and both suffered internal injuries. So we currently have no capable fighters available. You'll need to seek someone else. What? Zhu Xiao's voice was filled with shock. How could this happen? How could it happen? The bald man retorted angrily. That Pang is a master of ancient martial arts. Fortunately, he also sustained injuries after clashing with our boss. If you send some skilled fighters now, you'll surely be able to deal with him. Who should I find? Lu from the North City. He is a martial artist too, and he has plenty of brothers under him. Alright, but what about the money? What money? Our 30-plus brothers are nearly all injured. You can consider that 200,000 as medical expenses. We want to ask for the rest. You can use it to hire Lu to take action. The bald man concluded, decisively hanging up the phone, muttering curses, damn it. Talking about money, that amount isn't even enough to cover the trouble he caused us. Boss. It's done. Zhu Xiao agreed to invite Lu Datu to intervene. Is that so? Dragon raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, well done. Let us wait and watch the tigers fight. In Chapter 24, at the Zhua family villa, second young master Zhua clutched his phone, listening to the incessant busy signal. Nearly infuriated, the task he entrusted to the Black Dragon Society not only failed, but also resulted in a financial loss, leaving him utterly frustrated. A bunch of worthless fools. He cursed vehemently. The once mighty Black Dragon Society couldn't even handle a mere security guard, for heaven's sake. It was a waste of my 200,000. Black Dragon Society. I'd rather call it the Black Bug Society. It's utterly pathetic. Second young master. One of his subordinates inquired curiously, what is going on? The Black Dragon Society couldn't handle that fellow named Pang? Indeed. Zhua clenched his teeth, nodding. They say both sides were injured after a clash between Brother Long and Pang. Who knows if that bald man's words are true? We should take advantage of his weakness. His subordinate excitedly suggested, let us go deal with that brat now. It should be easy. Absolutely not. Zhua waved his hand dismissively. As the saying goes, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Pang is undoubtedly a skilled fighter. Even if he is injured, he is not someone you lot can handle. We must enlist others for this task. Who should we find? Since the Black Dragon Society failed, we shall turn to the White Tiger Society. I refuse to believe they can't handle an injured security guard. If they can't, then the underground forces in Bianqing should dissolve. Bring forth the gifts. Zhua ordered, his anger palpable. Tonight, we head north to meet with Master Lu. That night, in the northern part of the city, the Red Mandarin Duck Bar was alive with vibrant lights and music, a cacophony of revelry enveloping the air, laden with the sense of alcohol and exuberance. People indulged in their passions, as if the bar were a paradise of excess, with the atmosphere thick with the essence of youthful exuberance. At 8 o'clock, second young Master Zhua arrived at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, as per his arrangement with Master Lu. This establishment was among his frequent haunts, so he navigated it with ease. The bar was a property of the White Tiger Society, particularly the basement casino, which was one of the society's most lucrative ventures. Often overseen by the leader, Lu Wanxiu. In a lavish private room on the basement level, second young Master Zhua encountered the legendary figure of the underground world, Master Lu. Lu, around 50 years of age, was of medium build, sporting a prominent head of graying hair slicked back impeccably, his forehead broad and his eyebrows thick. His triangular eyes were deep-set and cold, exuding an air of formidable authority. Dressed in an exquisite suit complemented by a gold-tipped tie and a luxurious watch adorning his wrist, Lu also wore a sparkling ring on his fourth finger. Behind him stood a cadre of loyal subordinates, each robust and vigilant, exuding an intimidating presence. Youth pays his respects to Master Lu. Zhua entered the room, clasping his hands in greeting. The White Tiger Society is thriving indeed. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Lu nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit. Young Master Zhua, what brings you to see me today? I hear you are a frequent patron of this establishment. Thank you for your support. Of course. Zhua responded, taking a seat, then turned serious. Master Lu, I seek your assistance from the White Tiger Society to teach someone a lesson. Oh, Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Which individual is difficult enough for the Zhua family to handle? It's not that the Zhua family cannot manage him, Zhua admitted awkwardly. But I prefer to resolve this matter privately without involving the family head. Who is the person in question? A security guard from Daikon Company. A security guard? Lu frowned, glancing at Zhua's bodyguards with skepticism. You can't handle a mere guard? Are your men truly incapable? That lad is a formidable fighter. Zhua hastily clarified. To be honest, The Black Dragon Society's Zhu Long fought him to a standstill, and both sustained injuries. Oh, Lu exclaimed in surprise. The Black Dragon Society is known for its peak expertise. If he can match Zhu Long, this security guard indeed possesses remarkable skills. What level of retribution do you seek? Just break one of his legs, Zhuo replied without hesitation. He then signaled to one of his subordinates, who stepped forward, placing a black bag before Lu and casually opening it to reveal a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills. This is 300,000. Upon completion of the task, I will offer additional rewards. Agreed. Lu nodded, accepting the job. The White Tiger Society will take care of this promptly. Young Master Zhuo, please await our news. Thank you. Master Lu. The two exchanged pleasantries before Zhuo took his leave. After bidding Zhuo farewell, Lu chuckled while holding the stack of cash. The Zhuo family is indeed a prominent clan. 30,000 for a leg. They are certainly well off. Before he could finish his thought, a thin, pockmarked man stepped forward. His name was Li, known as Ma Jiao due to his appearance. Ma Jiao furrowed his brow, saying, "Boss, I find this situation somewhat suspicious." Why do you think so? Ma Jiao squinted. How could the Black Dragon Society fail to handle a mere security guard? What is this person's true background? We should ascertain the facts before we act. Furthermore, if we do engage, it would be prudent to draw him onto our territory for safety. Indeed. Lu nodded, recognizing Ma Jiao's wisdom. Anyone who can trouble Zhu Long must possess exceptional abilities. Immediately send someone to investigate. Discover the security guard's background and associates. And then we shall devise a plan to deal with him. Understood. In Chapter 25, Encouragement for Unity, Monday dawned, bringing adjustments to the security department's work schedule. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai were assigned to patrol duties, tasked with inspecting safety facilities and potential hazards on various floors. Armed and equipped with walkie-talkies, they roamed from floor to floor, engaged in conversation. Ding Tai, brother Pang, how did yesterday's outing go? Did you earn a few hundred? Pang Tianchong, don't even mention it. I only saw 3 clients all morning, barely collecting 50 yuan. I'm feeling quite disheartened. Business is tough. Ding Tai, 50 ISNT too shabby. Yesterday, I spent the whole day gaming in the dorm and earned not a single dime. Pang Tianchong, I can't compare. You have savings, while I still owe 8,000. As they conversed, Pang's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Hello? Pang Tianchong, please respond. Received. I'm here. Report to the Human Resources Department immediately. Understood. Ding Tai's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Pang, why does HR want you? Who knows? Pang scratched his head. I hope it's not the blue fairy seeking to settle a score with me. Is my fortune telling off? Just go? Ding Tai urged. I'll wander around for a bit. All right. Pang hurried to the Human Resources Department, finding the manager's office door ajar. Inside sat Lan Shangyun, engrossed in her computer screen. She appeared weary, her usually neat hair disheveled, betraying an overwhelming sense of fatigue and unease. Her slender brows were slightly knitted, and her eyes bore a hint of redness, as if from sleepless nights or tears, stripping her of her usual grace and charm. Though she was dressed in a tidy suit and wore light makeup, her weariness was unmistakable. Bright lights illuminated her figure, casting a faint shadow behind her, as if revealing a deep scar from within. Knock, knock, knock. Pang politely rapped on the door, having lost the rashness he once exhibited on his first day of work. Come in, Xiao Pang. Lan Shangyun lifted her head, waved her hand politely, and called out, close the door. Manager Lan, you were looking for me. Please, take a seat. She gestured for Pang Tianchong to sit down and got straight to the point. I left in such a hurry the day before yesterday that I forgot to give you the consultation fee. This morning, I didn't see you at the gate, so. As she spoke, Lan Shangyun opened her bag and pulled out a vibrant red 100 yuan bill, placing it firmly on the desk. Wait. No need for that. Pang Tianchong hurriedly waved his hands. Manager Lan, you are too kind. We're from the same company. How could I accept your money? That would be a slap in the face for me, Master Pang. A deal is a deal. Since you predicted correctly, I have no reason not to pay. Lan Shangyun insisted, pushing the 100 yuan bill toward him again. Is it really accurate? Pang Tianchong touched his nose and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Lan. That day, I acted impulsively and said too much. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I truly didn't mean to provoke you. Lan Shangyun interrupted. I don't blame you. If anyone should be blamed, it's that heartless scoundrel. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. Are you two really considering divorce? Pang Tianchong inquired cautiously. If that happens, I'll feel guilty. Lan Shangyun gently wiped the corner of her eye, straightened in her seat, and said, I called you here not only to return your consultation fee, but also to ask if you could predict whether I can successfully get a divorce. The divorce agreement is already written, but that scoundrel refuses to sign it and is just dragging it out. Sighing, Pang Tianchong replied, "My dear sister, is it really necessary? Just punish him a little. Everyone makes mistakes. You could make him kneel on a washboard, on a keyboard, or even on instant noodles. If all else fails, have him kneel on durians." Lan Shangyun huffed, "No, I want a divorce. He makes me furious." Pang Tianchong replied, "Don't waste your efforts. You won't be able to divorce him. Why not? That day, I didn't finish my words before you rushed off. In truth, I have foreseen that you two are destined to be a loving couple for life. This is merely an unfortunate episode, a minor hiccup that won't affect your future together." "Really?" Lan Shangyun asked. "From what I can see, not only are you blessed, but you also possess a prosperous aura that your husband will eventually recognize. He will treat you well in the future. Besides, your child is already 2 or 3 years old. What is the point of a divorce? For the sake of the child, you should endure this once." However, Lan Shangyun couldn't hold back her tears as they streamed down her face. She quickly dabbed at them with a tissue, sobbing, "I just can't swallow this. I treated him so well, and he actually betrayed me for a mistress." "Indeed." Pang Tianchong continued to comfort her. "I can understand that. As the old saying goes, endure for a moment, and the anger will fade. Take a step back, and you'll gain a broader perspective." Lan Shangyun couldn't help but laugh. "No, that's not it. The saying goes, endure for a moment, and the wind will calm. Take a step back, and the sea will broaden." Tsh. A lack of culture is truly frightening, Pang Tianchong grinned. "In your haste, you misquoted the proverb. Hee. As he said this, he glanced at Lan Shangyun, noticing her alternating between laughter and tears, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a breathtaking sight that captivated him, making it difficult to look away. A brief silence alerted the sensitive Lan Shangyun to his gaze. Her face flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare, scolding. "Where are you looking? You little rogue." No, I wasn't." Pang Tianchong scrambled to his feet. "Manager Lan, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I need to continue my patrol." He hurriedly escaped. Just as he dashed out of the office, he heard Lan Shangyun call after him. "The money. You forgot the money. Don't want it. No need." Pang Tianchong raised his hand and fervently shook it in the air, not daring to look back. He had already run quite a distance when Lan Shangyun's voice reached him again. "Well then, another day, I'll treat you to a meal." Chapter 26. I want to read a fortune. After leaving the Human Resources Department, Pang Tianchong found Ding Tai, and the two continued wandering through the various floors. However, within 5 minutes, the intercom crackled to life again. "Pang Tianchong, please respond. Received. Received. Head to General Manager Dai's office immediately. Head to General Manager Dai's office immediately. Received. Received." Hearing the call over the intercom, Ding Tai's eyes widened. "Brother Pang, what is going on? Why is General Manager Dai summoning you? The little security guard?" "I don't know." Pang Tianchong shook his head, equally puzzled. "Truly, some people have all the luck." Ding Tai envied. "I've been with the company for 3 years, and General Manager Dai has never called for me. You've only been here a few days, and you've been called to her office twice already. What? Do you want to go?" Pang Tianchong laughed. "Why don't we go up together?" No. Ding Tai waved his hands in denial. "General Manager Dai is looking for you. What would it be if I just tagged along? You go ahead. Don't keep her waiting." On the 19th floor, in the CEO's office. As Pang Tianchong casually approached the CEO's office, he found the door ajar. Dai Qianxue was elegantly standing behind her desk, slightly bent over, her gaze focused on a pot of ink-splash dendrobium orchids on her desk. This was her favorite type of orchid, not only beautiful and easy to care for, but also long-blooming, with petals resembling butterflies in flight, enchanting and ethereal. At this moment, Dai Qianxue was gently touching the petals with her delicate fingers, her eyes filled with warmth and affection, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the beautiful life before her. Her movements were light and graceful, exuding a unique charm that transformed the entire scene into a picturesque tableau. In that instant, she was no longer the icy CEO, but rather a woman who cherished life, reveling in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Knock, knock, knock. Pang Tianchong stood frozen for a moment before gently tapping on the door, reluctant to interrupt the beautiful fairy lost in her floral reverie. She was truly stunning, as beautiful as the blooming flowers on her desk, breathtakingly exquisite. "Come in." Dai Qianxue called softly, settling back in her chair as her gaze shifted from the orchids to the entering Pang Tianchong. Her expression returned to its usual icy demeanor. Fixating on him, the young security guard she had picked up from the airport, she felt both anger and curiosity towards him. She was angry that he had burned her beautiful little robe with a cigarette, and that he had opposed her from the moment he started working. Yet, she was curious about his remarkable skills, his youth, and his proficiency in fortune-telling and metaphysics. At the same time, She had to admit that Peng Tianchong was quite handsome, his sharp features and striking eyes, combined with a touch of rebellious charm. General Manager Dai, you called for me. Peng Tianchong, feeling a bit uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze, stammered slightly. Close the door and have a seat. Dai Qianxue gestured lightly. How are you finding your work at the company? Are you managing to adapt? It's all right. Peng Tianchong scratched his head. Basically, I eat and sleep and eat. Wandering aimlessly all day. You. Dai Qianxue felt her temper rising. What kind of attitude is that? Being a security guard is a proper profession. Why do you make it sound so frivolous? That's not what I meant. Peng Tianchong laughed. I take my work seriously, diligent, and meticulous. I'm always ensuring the safety of the company's personnel and assets. Your work is indeed serious. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Even I, the CEO, can be stopped at the company gate. Hee. Peng Tianchong grinned again, trying to defend himself. I have a bit of facial blindness, especially when it comes to beautiful women. I often forget faces after seeing them once or twice, leading to misunderstandings. TCH, who would believe that? Dai Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. I heard that you can read fortunes, and that you're quite accurate? Who told you that? Peng Tianchong immediately became alert, his eyes widening. Don't mind who it was. Dai Qianxue shot a piercing gaze at him and asked, just say it, is it true? Indeed. Peng Tianchong nodded solemnly. It's quite accurate. Even slightly better than Zhuge Liang. Humph. Dai Qianxue nearly burst into laughter. This guy was utterly lacking in humility. She stifled her amusement and explained, to be honest, my cousin, Lan Shangyun, informed me that you have the gift of divination. Oh, no wonder, Peng Tianchong said, enlightenment dawning upon him. I was puzzled as to how your reputation spread so quickly. It turns out you are related to Manager Lan. Yes. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. So, I participated in that covert operation the other night to verify your predictions. How was it? Peng Tianchong asked, excitement lighting up his face. Wasn't it thrilling to catch that pair of adulterers? It must have been quite a scene, right? You. Dai Qianxue slammed the table in anger. Peng Tianchong. Are you really so gleeful about others' misfortunes? Do you have any idea how much pain my cousin is in? I'm sorry. Peng Tianchong quickly apologized, realizing his blunder. I was just angry at that man. I wanted to give him a good beating. Humph. Dai Qianxue sniffed disdainfully. Since you could foresee my cousin's husband's infidelity, do you think their marriage can endure? Be honest with me. Yes. Peng Tianchong replied confidently. I calculated that day, and it's merely a minor episode. They will still be able to live happily together for a lifetime. Really? Indeed. That's a relief. Dai Qianxue exhaled softly, genuinely worried that such a wonderful couple would fall apart. How could she ever believe in love again? Men, Peng Tianchong continued, are often away from home. It's understandable that they occasionally fail to tighten the faucet below. Go away. Dai Qianxue looked at him with disdain. No wonder people often say, there isn't a good man among them. I, Peng Tianchong retorted, slightly speechless, am not like your cousin's husband. I am destined to be one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Bianqing. A person full of positive energy. All right, don't flatter yourself too much. Let's get down to business. Dai Qianxue interrupted. I brought you to the office today primarily because I would like you to do a reading for me. Is that all right? But, Peng Tianchong scratched his nose. Dai Zong, it's working hours. I hereby grant you a 15-minute leave. All right then. Peng Tianchong rubbed his hands together, mimicking the motion of counting money. Aren't you still in debt to me? Just deduct it from there. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Fine. Peng Tianchong nodded, and then asked, Dai Zong, what do you wish to inquire about? Is it love or something else? Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Not love. There is an outstanding payment of over 7 million from 3 years ago that we have yet to recover. I would like you to predict when we can retrieve this money. Chapter 27, Debt Collection, Part 1. Peng Tianchong was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Initially, he was quite pleased to hear that Dai Qianxue wanted him to read fortunes, and he began to calculate in his mind. Naturally, an unmarried woman asking for a fortune would be inquiring about love. Regardless of the outcome, he thought he could have some fun teasing her. Additionally, he could earn some extra income during working hours. Truly a win-win situation. However, Dai Qianxue's inquiry was about debt collection, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he lost interest in fortune-telling. Dai Zong. Peng Tianchong's lips twitched slightly. Is there really a need to divine about debt collection? There's an old saying, a life for a life, a debt must be repaid. It is only natural. He continued, if Zhang Xin doesn't pay, then send Li Si to collect it. Eventually, it will be retrieved. What is there to predict? It's easy for you to say. Dai Qianxue pouted. If it were as simple as you say, the company would have recovered the money long ago. The head of the business department and the manager have already worn their legs thin trying to collect it, and still, nothing has come of it. Moreover, 7 million is no small sum to leave in someone else's hands. Our company's funds are quite tight. What kind of establishment is so untrustworthy? Pang Tianchong asked curiously. Why do you continue to do business with them if they owe you so much? A private hospital, Dai Qinshu aside, this is all old debt. Since I took over the company, we no longer engage in business with them, making it even harder to collect. I brought you here to see if you could predict how long this debt will drag on and whether we can ever retrieve it. Seeing the worry etched on Dai Qinshu's face, Pang Tianchong's heart softened. Without thinking, he blurted out, "You will." Dai Qinshu's eyes brightened. "Did you calculate that?" "Not exactly." Pang Tianchong waved his hand. "What I mean is, I can retrieve the money without needing to divine it." "You can?" Dai Qinshu looked skeptical. "As long as the hospital has money in its account, I guarantee I can get it back." "This is child's play," Pang Tianchong said, casually pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a puff before nonchalantly adding, "Just give me the receipts and the financial account number, and I will demand the payment now. I assure you they will transfer the funds before nightfall." "Are you serious?" Dai Qinshu was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Pang Tianchong as she watched him exhale smoke, momentarily forgetting that smoking was prohibited in the office. "Of course, I am serious," Pang Tianchong replied confidently. "In this world, those who owe me money and do not pay are yet to be born." "All right." Dai Qinshu slammed the table. "If you can really retrieve this sum, the company will award you a personal bonus of 10,000 yuan at the end of the month. Is this for real?" This time, it was Pang Tianchong's turn to feel elated. "An additional reward?" "Certainly." Dai Qinshu nodded. "As the company's general manager, I have the authority to make this decision, provided you can recover the funds." "What are we waiting for?" Pang Tianchong exclaimed, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and extinguishing it. "Quickly, give me the receipts. A 10,000 yuan bonus would certainly cover the debt you owe me for those stockings," he chuckled. "All right," Dai Qinshu said, picking up the phone on her desk and dialing. "Hello? Business department? This is Dai Qinshu. Please have Supervisor Yang bring all the accounts for Dongya Hospital to my office immediately." After hanging up, Dai Qinshu glanced at Pang Tianchong with a hint of distrust and asked, "I am quite curious. What strategy do you plan to employ to collect this money?" "No particular strategy," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "I'll simply assess the situation as it unfolds. My principle is good to good, bad to bad, rogue to rogue. Of course, I will approach them with courtesy first. If they are uncooperative, they cannot blame me for playing rough." As he spoke, Pang Tianchong glanced sideways at Dai Qinshu. "Don't you all think I'm a rogue? Perhaps this time, I might actually show them a rogue's tactics." Dai Qinshu felt a bit shy under his gaze, her ears turning red as she muttered softly, "They don't really see you as a rogue." Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Supervisor Yang entered, holding a brown paper bag. Yang, appearing to be in her late 20s, was tall and elegant, dressed in a professional suit that exuded the competence of a career woman. "Dai Zong." Dai Qinshu straightened up and asked, "Did you bring all the receipts from Dongya?" "All the accounts are here, totaling 757,000, Yang said, shaking the brown paper bag in her hand. "Great." Dai Qinshu nodded and pointed at Pang Tianchong, instructing, "You should accompany him to Dongya Hospital right now and retrieve the debt owed to our company. Additionally, allow me to introduce him. His name is Pang Tianchong, a newly hired employee at the company." Supervisor Yang glanced at Pang Tianchong, her expression reflecting her discomfort, and inwardly she pondered, "Oh, Dai, what are you up to? Why must I collect this dubious debt from a mere security guard?" "Ah, of course." Dai Qinshu, perceptive as ever, recognized Yang's predicament and added, "You need only accompany him and clarify the company's accounts with the hospital. He will handle the financial matters. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yang nodded in agreement, finally realizing that in this unfolding drama, the true protagonist was none other than this young security guard, while she merely had to tag along. "We shouldn't delay, Supervisor Yang. Let's go," Pang Tianchong said languidly as he rose from the sofa and headed towards the door. "Ah, very well." Yang bid farewell to Dai Qinshu and hurried out to catch up with him. Watching their retreating figures, a beautiful curve formed at the corners of Dai Qinshu's lips, and she suddenly recalled Gong Xiaoshuang's words. Perhaps, even a rogue has his uses. Chapter 28, Debt Collection, Part 2, Bian City. Daikong Building. In the elevator descending from the 19th floor, Supervisor Yang gazed at Pang Tianchong's handsome profile and curiously inquired, "So, you are the new security guard, Pang Tianchong?" "Indeed." Pang Tianchong adjusted his cap in the reflection of the stainless steel wall, smiling slightly as he countered, "Even Supervisor Yang has heard of me. This newcomer?" "Of course." Yang replied with a smile. You effortlessly chased away the second young master of the Zhua family's entourage. Who in the company doesn't he admire you? Furthermore, with such a handsome security guard, which young lady wouldn't he wish to steal a few glances, perhaps even harbor a secret crush? Oh really? Pang Tianchong touched his face. Looking amused, am I truly so charming? Indeed. Yang chuckled, and the elevator paused at the 10th floor, where two more employees entered, shifting the topic of conversation. Little Pang. Yang turned to him and asked, do you want to change into a different outfit before we go? No need. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. This security uniform is quite fine. It looks sharp, and this baton might come in handy. Then let us head straight to the basement. I'll go fetch the car. Yang said, pressing the elevator button again. After retrieving the car from the underground parking lot, they sped towards Dongya Hospital. All the while, Yang was anxious, incessantly briefing Pang Tianchong about the creditor's background. Little Pang, when we arrive at the hospital, you must speak carefully. This boss bai is not to be trifled with. I've dealt with him a few times, and he can be quite arrogant, dismissing people at the slightest provocation without giving them a chance to speak. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, then declared nonchalantly, whether he is called boss bai or something else. A debt is a debt, it's only right to repay it. If he refuses, I'll just teach him a lesson. No. Yang quickly interjected. This boss bai has connections with notorious underground forces in Bian City. Many medical disputes are handled by gangsters on his behalf. He is exceedingly arrogant. We must not confront him head-on. Pang Tianchong observed Yang's anxious demeanor and questioned, if you all fear this boss bai so much, why did you supply so much to his hospital initially? Were you coerced? Sigh. Yang sighed, it's a long story. The hospital's owner is a friend of the former President Dai. The former president? Yes, the current President Dai Qianxua's cousin, Dai Qianlin, Yang explained. Most of these debts were incurred during his tenure. Since President Dai returned from abroad and took over as CEO, the company has ceased collaboration with this hospital, leaving these debts as troublesome liabilities. Then let Dai Qianlin collect. Pang Tianchong blurted out. Isn't he supposedly friends with Bai? Humph. Yang scoffed. He and President Dai share a facade of camaraderie while secretly undermining her. Waiting for him to collect debts? Not a chance. Oh, Pang Tianchong instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that internal family strife made President Dai Qianxua's position precarious as well. However, Yang continued, but President Dai is no pushover. In less than 2 years, she has managed the company with remarkable efficiency, aside from this troublesome debt. No matter, Pang Tianchong replied calmly, when we arrive, just help me locate the one surnamed Bai. Everything else, leave to me. You can simply observe. Yang turned to glance at the confident young man in the passenger seat, her lips twitching slightly as she reluctantly advised. Little Pang, I know you possess some skills, but this isn't our company, and Bai Tong is not Zhua Air Shao. Please, don't act impulsively, all right? We shall see. Pang Tianchong replied ambiguously. I will strive to reason with him. If I can avoid conflict, I shall. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the parking lot of Dongya Hospital. Yang, having visited multiple times, led Pang Tianchong directly to the office of Boss Bai on the top floor. At that moment, a middle-aged, rotund man with thinning hair was leisurely seated behind a large desk, impeccably dressed in a suit. This was none other than Boss Bai Tong, the owner of the hospital. Bai Tong was portly, with a face full of excess flesh, his round belly pressed against the desk. A cigar clenched between his fingers as he exhaled clouds of smoke. A young secretary leaned slightly forward, awaiting his instructions. Notify everyone. Boss Bai commanded after taking a puff from his cigar. Have all department heads come to my office at 10 o'clock for a meeting. I have some words to impart. Yes, I will arrange it immediately, the secretary replied respectfully, nodding before turning to leave, brushing past Yang and Pang Tianchong. Hello, Boss Bai? Yang greeted with a smile as she and Pang Tianchong entered the office. Bai Tong rolled his eyes, flicked his cigar, and with a feigned smile said, Manager Yang. Long time no see. Oh, why have you brought a little security guard with you? Is he your bodyguard? Yang hastily explained. This is our new employee. We've come to settle the outstanding payments. Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the rotund man, remaining silent as he plopped down onto the adjacent sofa. Deftly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling a plume of smoke. Shoo, Yang Jia, let us sit and talk. Yang looked at the calm Pang Tianchong and realized that today, he was indeed the main character. She need not take the lead and thus settled down on the sofa, falling silent. What a coincidence. Bai Tong took a puff from his cigar, his hawk-like gaze assessing Pang Tianchong. Manager Yang, I have another meeting to attend. Perhaps you two can come back another time? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shot Bai Tong a sidelong glance and grinned. Boss Bai, Since we've traveled such a distance, why not settle the payment before you go to your meeting? It won't take long. Just arrange for the finance department. How big of a deal can it be? Humph. Bai Tong scoffed coldly. This young brother speaks so lightly. Several million in payments. And you think it can just be settled like that? Dream on. I suggest you both return from whence you came. I must attend my meeting. As he spoke, Bai Tong raised his arm to check his expensive watch, slowly standing as if to leave. Where do you think you're going? Pang Tianchong also stood, blocking the doorway. Settle the payment. And then you may go to your meeting. Otherwise, you shall not leave this room. Oh, Bai Tong was taken aback, his face quivering. You insolent fool. You dare to challenge me? Try to stop me if you think you can. With that, Bai Tong puffed out his chest, his belly leading the way as he attempted to walk past. Smack. A resounding slap echoed as Pang Tianchong delivered a sharp blow to Bai Tong's face. Chapter 29, Debt Collection, Part 3. A sudden slap resounded through the air, striking the corpulent man and causing him to see stars. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and two of his teeth flew out. His hefty body staggered before collapsing to the floor with a thud. A gut-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from him. As he lay on the ground, clutching his cheek, he rolled back and forth in agony. It hurt. It hurt terribly. In mere moments, half of his face swelled up like an inflated balloon. Pang Tianchong had put just enough force into that slap, delivering it with precision and ferocity. Through his conversation with Supervisor Yang during the journey, he had already concluded that this Bai Tong was no good. Although he ran a hospital that ostensibly saved lives, he was, in fact, a greedy and unscrupulous businessman who exploited patients and bullied his partners, a complete rogue. Therefore, upon entering, Pang Tianchong had resolved to teach this scoundrel a good lesson. He believed in action rather than mere words. Bai Tong, dazed from the blow, felt a haze descend upon him, and after a few moments of confusion, he finally regained his composure, only to be consumed by a furious rage. You filthy security guard. How dare you strike me? If I don't make you pay for this, I swear I won't bear the Bai surname. Having lived half his life, Bai Tong had never endured such an affront. Infuriated, he snatched up his phone, pressing a hand to his bleeding nose, and shouted, "Someone! There's a disturbance in my office. Hurry and deal with him." Supervisor Yang stood frozen, aghast at the sudden turn of events. She had never anticipated that Pang Tianchong would resort to violence on someone else's turf, and the severity of the blow left her shaken and anxious. What should she do? Panicking, Supervisor Yang contemplated rising to assist Bai Tong, but her legs trembled uncontrollably, leaving her rooted to the spot as she watched Pang Tianchong escalate the situation without any regard for the consequences. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong seemed unfazed, casually returning to the sofa, crossing his legs, and leisurely smoking, exhaling rings of smoke. Within moments, Bai Tong's reinforcements arrived. 7 or 8 security guards burst into the room with urgency. "Mr. Bai? What is going on?" the lead guard demanded, brandishing his baton. "Who the hell is causing trouble here?" "That one." Bai Tong, with bloodshot eyes and one hand covering his swollen cheek, pointed accusingly at Pang Tianchong and shouted, "This little bastard. Get him. Beat him to a pulp. And if he dies, it's on my conscience." "Understood." The head guard waved his hand, and several guards brandished their batons, surrounding Pang Tianchong without uttering a word, ready to strike. In a flash, the office erupted into chaos, batons swinging towards Pang Tianchong. "No!" Supervisor Yang cried out, hugging her head in desperation. "Don't hit him! Don't hit him!" But it was too late. Pang Tianchong did not wait for the batons to descend. He leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lead guard flying across the room. Thud! 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 The other guards were sent sprawling out the door like cannonballs, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. "Ah! Ouch! Ouch!" The group of guards, still bewildered by what had transpired, found themselves groaning on the floor. "Fatty! Keep calling for reinforcements," Pang Tianchong remarked with a cold chuckle as he returned to his seat on the sofa. "Bring everyone you can. These few are hardly a challenge." You wait." Bai Tong, feeling the pressure mounting, retreated behind his desk, once more reaching for the phone. "Hello? Brother Long, it's Bai Tong. Some troublemaker is causing a ruckus in my hospital, and he's not an easy opponent. Please send some capable men to help me out." "Yes. He's right here in my office. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Hurry." After hanging up, Bai Tong seemed to regain some confidence, shaking his head violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn you. If you have the guts, don't run away." "Relax," Pang Tianchong said, tilting his head back and blowing a perfect smoke ring. "Rest assured, you rotund fool. I won't leave until the debts are settled." "Very well." Bai Tong glared at Pang Tianchong, his fury palpable. "You'll pay for this soon enough. Just wait and see." At this moment, Supervisor Yang's face turned pale with fear. She hadn't fully grasped the earlier fight, only recalling the noise and chaos. When she opened her eyes again, she found the corridor littered with moaning guards. Seeing Pang Tianchong victorious, she felt a slight relief wash over her. Yet, as she settled back in her seat, she heard Bai Tong calling for more reinforcements, causing her anxiety to spike once more. Xiao Pang, we should leave. This is getting out of hand. Not a chance, sister. Pang Tianchong replied calmly. Just sit here and wait for the accounts to be settled. If the sky falls, I'll bear the brunt of it. Supervisor Yang felt a mix of anxiety and indecision, caught between leaving and staying, her heart racing as if she were sitting on needles. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the hallway, and a group of burly men wielding steel pipes stormed into Bai Tong's office, led by a muscular bald man. Fatty! The bald man bellowed upon entering. Where's he? Who the hell dares to cause trouble here, not knowing this place is under the protection of the Black Dragon Society? That one. Following Bai Tong's finger, the bald man turned and found Pang Tianchong lounging on the sofa, smoking. His scalp tingled with fear upon recognizing him. Teacher Pang. Yes? Pang Tianchong raised his eyelids and smiled. He recognized the newcomer as the notorious Bald Chong from the Black Dragon Society. What brings you to the hospital for mediation? And no, I didn't know it was you, Teacher Pang. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to come. Bald Chong's heart sank at the sight of Pang Tianchong, the memory of their last encounter still fresh in his mind. Clang, clang. The others, upon realizing it was Pang Tianchong, dropped their steel pipes and lined up obediently, heads bowed in silence. You've come at just the right time. Pang Tianchong extinguished his cigarette and lazily stood up. This fatso owes our company money, and he hasn't paid for years. You're here to mediate between us and see how we can resolve this. Upon hearing this, Bald Chong felt as though the weight of the world had just landed on his shoulders. Chapter 30, Debt Collection, Part 4. Bald Chong was equally distressed. He never imagined that the medical disturbance he was called to handle involved Pang Tianchong, a figure whose prowess he was all too aware of. One kick could incapacitate a person, and he simply could not afford to cross him. Now, the dilemma arose. How could he mediate between the two parties? Would he dare to utter a word against Pang Tianchong? Bald Chong stood there, his face contorted in discomfort, indecision clouding his mind. Smack! Pang Tianchong showed no mercy, swiftly striking Bald Chong with a baton, leaving him dazed and nearly unconscious. What are you still standing there for? Pang Tianchong scolded. Get on with it. My company is waiting. Okay. Bald Chong, feeling the sting of the blow, directed his pent-up frustration towards Bai Tong, swinging his left arm and delivering a resounding slap to the corpulent man's face. What are you doing, you fat fool? Why are you still dazed? Bald Chong bellowed. Debts must be repaid. Hurry and settle the payment. How dare you owe money to Teacher Pang's company? If Longo were here today, he would surely flay you alive. Hurry up. Bai Tong, utterly bewildered, held his cheek, wondering, what is going on? I summoned you to mediate, not to turn against me. His left cheek was still numb from a previous strike by Pang Tianchong, and now his right cheek had swollen from Bald Chong's blow. Great. Now I'm symmetrical. Bai Tong, covering his face, felt utterly wronged. Chonggu, what is happening? Never mind that. Just transfer the money. Bald Chong menaced, raising the steel pipe in his hand and rapping the table. If you provoke Teacher Pang, I swear I'll crack your skull open. All right. I'll transfer it immediately. Bai Tong nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, terrified by Bald Chong's rage, which he had never witnessed before. Manager Yang, how much does your company owe? Over 7 million. Manager Yang appeared utterly flabbergasted, still dazed by the rapid unfolding of events. It felt like a wild roller coaster ride. 757,000. She finally regained her senses, shaking the paper bag in her hand. Transfer 760,000. Bald Chong decisively declared. The extra 3,000 is interest. Move quickly. Yes. Bai Tong immediately picked up the phone to call the finance department. Accountant Wong? Transfer the money to Dai Kong right now. Yes, 760,000. Just do it. No need for questions. Hurry up. With a snap, Bai Tong hung up the phone, forcing a strained smile. Teacher Pang, the money will arrive shortly. Pang Tianchong nodded, pulling out a cigarette and reaching for his lighter. Bald Chong, quick as lightning, produced his own lighter, igniting the cigarette with an ingratiating expression. Just then, Bai Tong's secretary hurried in, cautiously surveying the room filled with intimidating men. President Bai, everyone from the departments has arrived. Would you like to proceed with the meeting? Meeting? What nonsense. Bai Tong's face turned green with anger as he glared. Can't you see I'm busy? Inform them that today's meeting is cancelled. Let them get back to their work. Understood. The secretary, frightened, retreated, casting a glance at the intimidating figures around. The room fell into a heavy silence, each person afraid to breathe. After a while, Pang Tianchong finally spoke. I say, Bald Chong, you should refrain from resorting to violence. Why not focus on legitimate business? Even if you must, like me, find a company to work as a security guard. You want to starve. Yes, yes. Bald Chong nodded eagerly, like a chastised schoolboy, agreeing. You're right, Teacher Pang. We'll definitely pursue legitimate business. And you, fat man, Pang Tianchong pointed at Bai Tong, stop exploiting people. The essence of a hospital is to save lives. Accumulate some virtue. Isn't that better? Yes, yes. The overweight man grimaced, acknowledging every word, not daring to counter. He was still trying to fathom who Pang Tianchong was, the individual who instilled such fear in the Hailingui. Suddenly, Bai Tong's phone rang, breaking the tension. It was the finance department, speaking with excitement. Hello. The money has been transferred, 760,000 in full. Bai Tong put down the phone, beaming at Pang Tianchong. Teacher Pang, the money has been sent. You can call to verify. Yang Jia. Pang Tianchong gestured to the still-dazed Manager Yang. Call the company to confirm whether it's true. Okay. Manager Yang took out her phone, but before she could dial, it rang. It was the finance department. Hello? Is this Xiaoyang? The money from Dongya has arrived. But why is there an extra 3,000? All right, as long as it's arrived. Manager Yang, bewildered, nodded vigorously, unsure of how to explain the situation. I understand. We'll report back once we return. That's enough. Satisfied with the outcome, Pang Tianchong stood up, patting Bai Tong on the back. President Bai, we're done here. We'll take our leave. As he headed for the door, he turned to Bald Chong and said, Tell Longa we should have a drink together sometime. With that, Pang Tianchong adjusted his cap and left with Manager Yang. In the office, Bai Tong and Bald Chong slumped onto the sofa, deflated like two punctured balloons, exchanging glances that reflected their utter despair. Chapter 31. Unexpected Joy. Daikong Building. In the president's office, Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow, twirling a pen in her hand, lost in thought as she stared at a document. Her mind drifted, involuntarily recalling Pang Tianchong's venture to collect the debt. At this hour, he should have reached Dongya Hospital. How had the negotiations progressed? Would he be able to retrieve the money without conflict? Sighing softly, Dai Qianxue murmured, Whatever happens, it's a dead horse being treated as a live one. It would be normal if nothing comes back. Suddenly, she pondered a troubling thought. What if that little rogue's temper flared and a fight ensued? She had heard that the owner Bai was a fierce character. Would the situation escalate beyond control? Would it attract police attention? Regret washed over her. She felt she shouldn't have sent Pang Tianchong, this reckless youth, to Dongya Hospital. What if things turned fatal? The company was already facing numerous challenges. The more she thought, the more anxious she became about the likelihood of conflict. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Dai Qianxue felt an inexplicable surge of panic as she reached for the receiver, but hesitated, pondering whether it might be the police calling. Had Pang Tianchong been arrested? Hello? After a moment of hesitation, she finally picked up the phone, her voice barely above a whisper. Daizong, I have good news. The finance manager's enthusiastic voice broke through. The money owed by Dongya Hospital has just been transferred. What? Dai Qianxue could hardly believe her ears, pressing the receiver tightly against her face. You mean the debt has been settled? Yes. And there's an extra 3,000. Oh, how did that happen? I'm not sure. I just called Manager Yang, and she said she would explain when she returns to the office. How strange. Dai Qianxue pondered, lost in thought. Are you still there, Daizong? Yes, yes. The finance manager continued. Manager Yang should still be on her way back. I'll ask her for further details and report back. No need. I'll call her directly. Furthermore, this debt collection is thanks to the efforts of Security Department Pang Tianchong. The extra 3,000 will be his personal reward, included in his salary at the end of the month. Also, let us allocate 3 million from this 7 million to the RD team for their project funding. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. That is settled. Dai Qianxue hung up the phone and promptly opened a contact book to dial Manager Yang's number. Hello? Is this Manager Yang? Yes, it's me. Where are you at the moment? I'm on my way back, just a few minutes from the company. Please come to my office when you arrive. All right. After hanging up, a smile curved at the corners of Dai Qianxue's lips as she twirled the pen in her hand, murmuring softly to herself, this fellow really has some skills. Who has skills? At that moment, Assistant Gong Xiaoshuang entered with a document in hand. Is it about Pang Tianchong? Dai Qianxue smiled. He just managed to retrieve the funds from Dongya. The payment from Dongya Hospital? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired curiously. Wasn't it said that it had been outstanding for years? Indeed, Dai Qianxue nodded. We sent several teams without success, but as soon as Pang Tianchong went, they promptly returned the funds. Haha, why is that? Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes widened. Is it because he has a fairer complexion than them? Who knows? Dai Qianxue shrugged. Manager Yang is returning with him shortly. I just called him. We can ask him then. Oh, Gong Xiaoshuang gently placed the document on the table. This document requires your signature. Please take a look. Dai Qianxue picked up the file, glanced through it, and then signed her name. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoshuang poured herself a glass of water and settled down on the sofa, waiting quietly. Before long, Manager Yang returned, beaming with vitality and an air of confidence. President Dai? Assistant Gong. He greeted enthusiastically, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Please sit. Dai Qianxue gestured, then inquired. Your debt collection went rather smoothly this time. The money was transferred so quickly. Not quite. Manager Yang shook his head. It was quite a tumultuous journey. Do elaborate. What happened? Gong Xiaoshuang urged impatiently. It went like this, Manager Yang continued. When we first met with Bai Tong, he was his usual self, playing the rogue and claiming he had a meeting, trying to send us away. I had no choice, but little Pang wouldn't he accept that. He slapped Bai until his mouth was bloodied and he lost a tooth. Ah! Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. How reckless of him. Wouldn't that provoke retaliation? Indeed. Manager Yang continued. Bai Tong was furious and immediately called for reinforcements. Soon, 7 or 8 security guards surrounded little Pang, but to our surprise, our gallant Pang took them down in no time. What a reckless young man. Dai Qianxue chuckled. He resolves issues with sheer force. And that was just the beginning? Gong Xiaoshuang asked incredulously. It's never that simple. Manager Yang replied, shaking his head slightly. Seeing that his men were no match, Bai Tong quickly called for help from the underworld, summoning members of the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society is notorious. Dai Qianxue expressed her concern. They are known for their ruthlessness and martial prowess. What happened next? Gong Xiaoshuang pressed on. The members of the Black Dragon Society arrived swiftly. Manager Yang recounted, 20 or so burly men, all looking fierce, barged into the office wielding steel pipes. I was terrified. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. But then there was little Pang, sitting calmly on the sofa, smoking nonchalantly, not even lifting an eyelid. He was as steady as a mountain. And then, Gong Xiaoshuang urged. Anxious for the outcome. To my astonishment, Manager Yang said with a faint smile, the imposing leader of the group turned pale upon seeing Pang Tianchong, repeatedly apologizing, while his underlings dropped their weapons and lined up like schoolchildren, not daring to breathe. How could that be? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged incredulous glances. Thus, little Pang, unsatisfied, stood up and swung at the bald leader, hitting him squarely, causing the man to grimace in pain yet not dare to cry out. Little Pang then said, All right. Since you're here to mediate, the hospital still owes us a payment. You'd better resolve that. And with that, he returned to his seat and resumed smoking. Did the Black Dragon Society truly heed Pang Tianchong's words? Dai Qianxue queried in disbelief. They were exceedingly compliant. Manager Yang continued. The bald leader was stunned, his face twitching for a while, before slapping Bai Tong hard and shouting, Pay them immediately, or I'll skin you alive. Bai Tong, completely dazed, wasted no time in notifying the finance department to transfer the funds. Later, hearing that they owed 757,000, the leader, eager to appease little Pang, rounded it up to 760,000, claiming it was interest. So that's how it unfolded. Chapter 32, Investigation and Surveillance. Manager Yang animatedly recounted the tale, leaving Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang in awe, feeling as if they had just witnessed a thrilling crime drama. It was exhilarating, indeed. Even after Manager Yang took his leave, the two remained in a state of astonishment, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang, brushing her golden locks, inquired curiously, Why do you think those gangsters feared Pang Tianchong? That little rogue? They followed his orders as if they were his subordinates. Who knows? Dai Qianxue shook her head. Could it be that he is a well-known figure in the underworld? I've heard my family mention that the Black Dragon Society rules Bianqing, and many companies pay them protection money. They are ruthless and not to be trifled with, especially some business owners. They fear the Black Dragon Society more than they do the city management. Hey, Xiaoxue. Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that we've struck gold? With this formidable figure named Pang in our company, no rogue or scoundrel would dare to bother us. But, Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow. Someone with such martial prowess and foresight would hardly remain as a mere security guard in our company for long. True, Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled, with his skills in fortune-telling. He could easily earn over 10,000 a month elsewhere. Moreover, Dai Qianxue added, I have already instructed that the additional 30,000 from this debt collection be awarded to Pang Tianchong, so for the time being, he should be financially secure. Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. Does this mean he could repay the 8,008 he owes you with that 30,000 and then leave our company? In theory, yes. Dai Qianxue casually twirled her pen. However, he won't receive that money until the end of next month, so he can't leave just yet. Why are you so naive? Gong Xiaoshuang chided. Why reward him? Wouldn't it be better for him to stay as a diligent security guard in our company? Oh, come on. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. You expect a horse to run without feeding it? He has done us a great service in debt collection. Oh dear. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. You're missing my point. I want you to keep him around long term. He might prove useful in the future. Never mind. I'll get back to work now. Do as you please. With that, Gong Xiaoshuang picked up the signed document from the table, swayed her hips, and left. That girl. Dai Qianxue murmured to herself as she watched Gong Xiaoshuang's retreating figure. If only I had a suitable reason to retain him. In the afternoon, at the Luo family estate, the elderly matriarch sat in her wheelchair, her eyes slightly squinted, quietly listening to the report from the old steward, Ah Fu, while her cane tapped rhythmically against the ground. Madam, Ah Fu respectfully stated, I have results regarding the investigation into that young master. His name is Pang Tianchong, a newly hired security guard at Daikon Company, who recently returned to Bianqing from another region. Strangely, he seems to have appeared out of nowhere. With no family or acquaintances in the city, we found no relatives or friends connected to him. The only person he seems to befriend is a fellow security guard named Ding Tai at Daikon. Interestingly, on his very first day at work, he got into a fight with the second young master of the Zhua family. Oh, the elderly matriarch, Madame Luo, paused for a moment. That dandy from the Zhua family? Indeed. What prompted the altercation? The old steward continued. The second young master, a suitor of Dai Qianxue, frequently harassed the young lady. On that particular day, he was attempting to woo her by presenting an extravagant display of flowers at the entrance of Daikon Company, accompanied by a group of followers. And no one dared to intervene. I suspect someone incited the clueless Pang Tianchong to take action, and he ended up delivering a sound thrashing, causing the Zhua family's entourage to flee in disarray. Haha. Madame Luo chuckled lightly. With the Zhua family's notorious demeanor, it is hardly surprising they would not let this go easily. Certainly not, the steward replied. Just last night, the second young master hired men from the Black Dragon Society to seek retribution against Pang Tianchong. In a surprising turn of events, 20 to 30 of them ended up on the ground, nursing their wounds, kneeling on Nanhuan Road in the dead of night. One must understand, the men from the Black Dragon Society are no pushovers, especially Zhu Long, who is an expert in the latter stages of dark energy, yet he too was defeated. How delightful. Madame Luo's smile widened, nodding repeatedly. I did not expect that young lad to possess such remarkable skills. Quite impressive. At such a young age. He is certainly someone worthy of our Luo family's acquaintance. After a moment, she shifted the topic. Have we arranged for someone to keep an eye on Xiaoqi? Any developments in the past few days? Yes, madam, the steward reported. All arrangements are in place, with someone observing her 24 hours a day. However, nothing particularly suspicious has been noted. The day before yesterday, her team went on a mission and apprehended a few young delinquents. Yesterday was Sunday. Miss Qi rested at home for the morning without any visitors. In the afternoon, she went shopping with a friend named Gu Xiaowan, purchasing some daily necessities, without encountering any suspicious individuals. This morning, she was at work handling various tasks. Oh, by the way, the steward added after a moment's thought, just now, the person following her called to report that at lunchtime, Miss Qi went to a lottery shop near her workplace with a colleague and bought a few tickets. What? Upon hearing this, Madame Luo stood up from her wheelchair, her excitement palpable. Are you saying Qi bought a lottery ticket? Yes, the steward affirmed. When did she learn to play the lottery? No, he quickly clarified. Miss Qi has never had a habit of buying lottery tickets. This time, her colleague insisted on her accompanying her. That colleague is a seasoned lottery player, often purchasing tickets, and after much persuasion, Miss Qi reluctantly bought 5 tickets, spending 10 yuan in total. I see. Madame Luo paced a couple of circles in the hall, muttering in disbelief. Incredible, truly incredible. Ah Fu, the elderly lady suddenly commanded, call Xiaoqi immediately and invite her to the old residence for dinner tonight. Chapter 33. Dinner together at 7 o'clock in the evening. In the Luo family's old residence, a warm and sumptuous dinner quietly commenced. In a Chinese-style dining room, the aroma wafted through the air, illuminated by the brilliant glow of a crystal chandelier casting soft light upon Madame Luo's wrinkled yet kind face, making her smile appear exceptionally warm. She sat quietly in her chair, her expression beaming with anticipation as she awaited the arrival of her beloved granddaughter. The dining table was already laden with various delectable dishes, aromatic roasted meats, vibrant vegetables, sweet fruits, and exquisite pastries. Although the selection was modest, it radiated warmth and allure. "Grandma, I'm back." A tall young woman clad in a navy blue police uniform entered with a sweet exclamation. She was none other than Luo Qi, Madame Luo's granddaughter. "Welcome back, my dear. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." The elderly matriarch warmly beckoned. "Grandma has been waiting for you." "Huh." Luo Qi surveyed the surroundings. Curiosity piqued. "Grandma, why are you alone? Where is everyone else?" "There is no one else here. Tonight, it will just be the two of us for dinner." Madame Luo replied. "Why is that?" Luo Qi asked, hastily heading to wash her hands. "You'll have to tell me why afterward." "Haha, I see, grandmother. You are trying to keep me in suspense." Luo Qi laughed as she went to wash up. After a brief moment, the two sat across from each other at the table, beginning their meal together. "Come, my dear granddaughter, try your favorite roasted meat." Madame Luo cheerfully pushed a plate of meat toward Luo Qi. "Thank you, Grandma." Luo Qi picked up a piece and, while chewing, inquired, "Now tell me, why did you summon me back to the old residence for dinner on a non-holiday? Surely there must be a reason?" "What reason?" Madame Luo feigned innocence, rolling her eyes. "Grandma missed you. Is that reason not enough?" "Oh, come on. I know you too well, Grandma. That can't be the only reason. There must be something else, right?" "Well," the elderly lady's smile deepened, "I noticed your face has been glowing these past few days, indicating good fortune. You are bound to encounter a windfall soon. So I thought to congratulate you in advance." Uft. Luo Qi nearly spat out the sip of red wine she had just taken. "I say, Grandma, have you already had too much to drink? You're starting to talk nonsense, haha. Impudent girl." Madame Luo chided seriously. "Do you think I jest with you? Are you not?" Luo Qi retorted, wide-eyed. "Absolutely not." Madame Luo took a gentle sip of her wine and continued calmly. "Did you not just buy a lottery ticket? The drawing is tomorrow, and you are certain to win over 500,000. What?" Luo Qi's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets as she burst into laughter. "Grandma, your daydreams are rather whimsical. You assume just because I bought a lottery ticket, I'll win 500,000? Are you trying to kill me with laughter, dear Grandma?" "Haha. My colleague, Gu Xiaowan, has been buying tickets for years and hasn't won a dime. How could it be that I, on my very first attempt, would win such a huge sum? Do you think I'm a fortune teller?" Calm and unperturbed, Madame Luo continued to savor her meal, while allowing Luo Qi to mock her without retort. "Wait, how do you know I bought a lottery ticket?" Luo Qi suddenly halted her laughter, looking at Madame Luo with scrutiny. "No one knew about it except Xiaowan and me. And she wouldn't tell you about this kind of thing. You had someone follow me." Luo Qi realized. "No wonder I felt something was amiss these past few days. As if a pair of eyes were watching me in the shadows. It turns out this was your arrangement." "Why?" The elderly lady leisurely set down her wine glass, picked up a piece of meat, and began to chew slowly as she spoke. "You are destined to come into a fortune in the next few days. And as your grandmother, I cannot help but worry, so I have arranged for someone to watch over you discreetly." "Grandma." Luo Qi was on the verge of laughter. "I just don't understand how you can be so certain that I will win the lottery and become wealthy." "By divination." Luo Tai, with an air of composure, replied. "I recently met a master who predicted it." "A master?" Luo Qi's mouth almost twisted in disbelief. "How could someone as astute as you be deceived by a charlatan?" "Nonsense." Luo Tai shot her a glare. "My legs have been unsteady for many years. How could that be blamed on anyone else's trickery?" All right. Luo Qi chuckled. "I want to argue with you. Whatever you say is fine by me. But I don't believe it. I'll just take it as a joke." "Hey." Luo Tai set down her chopsticks. "You little rascal. Why don't you trust your grandmother? At my age, would I jest about something so trivial? Then let us make a wager." "A wager on what?" Luo Qi asked, holding her chopsticks with a grin. "Here's the deal," Luo Tai said earnestly. "Tomorrow is the draw. If you do not win, I shall exceptionally grant you 10,000 yuan in pocket money this month. How does that sound?" "Excellent." Luo Qi clapped her hands in delight. "This way, whether I win or lose, I still gain something. What is not to like? If you win the grand prize," Luo Tai continued, "you must treat your grandmother to a lavish meal. More specifically, you must treat that master to a feast, without worrying about the cost. Deal?" Luo Qi eagerly agreed. "If I really do win, rest assured, Grandma, I will take you both to dine in a 5-star hotel. A promise is a promise." Thus, the delightful wager between Luo Tai and her granddaughter Luo Qi was established, and they enjoyed their meal with great merriment, toasting and laughing together, thoroughly pleased. Due to the wine, Luo Qi could not drive, so she stayed overnight at the old residence. The following day was Tuesday, the day of the draw. Originally indifferent to the lottery, Luo Qi, due to her grandmother's wager, found herself sitting in front of the television, eagerly awaiting the results. "Grandma is no fool. Luo Qi pondered as she watched the rolling balls, wondering, could it really be that I might win the jackpot? How could that be possible? Gu Xiaowan has been buying tickets for 3 or 4 years and hasn't won a single prize. Do I really have such extraordinary luck? The young lady held her ticket tightly, her thoughts swirling as she anticipated the outcome. The draw commenced punctually, and Luo Qi compared the numbers on the screen with those on her ticket in silence. The first set of numbers matched. The second set matched as well. The third set also aligned perfectly. When the final set of numbers matched, Luo Qi's heart raced, and she felt an overwhelming excitement, nearly leaping from her perch. She had truly won the grand prize. What a surprise. It was utterly astonishing. A stroke of luck had indeed fallen upon her. I must call Grandma. Luo Qi thought excitedly as she took out her phone and dialed her grandmother's number. At that moment, Luo Tai was still awake, seated in the living room, engaged in light conversation with the old steward, a Fu, discussing trivial family matters. Just then, the phone rang, and Luo Tai answered. Hello, Grandma, came Luo Qi's deliberately subdued voice. About our wager yesterday, I lost. Lost? Luo Tai was momentarily confused. Isn't losing a good thing? That means you won the lottery. Why do you sound so downcast? You won, Grandma. I truly won. How much did you win? Luo Tai's eyes brightened, pressing the phone tightly to her ear, holding her breath. 5 million. Luo Qi could no longer contain her excitement and raised her voice. Grandma, 5 million. You were right. The sudden loudness nearly caused Luo Tai to drop her phone. You little rascal. Why are you shouting? You'll give your grandmother a heart attack. Laughter erupted on the other end. I can't help it. I never imagined this would happen. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Stay calm, girl, the elderly lady chuckled. Don't be like that crazy scholar who went mad after passing an exam. Soon, tales will circulate about Luo Qi winning the lottery. Luo Qi laughed even harder. Am I really that lacking in composure, Grandma? Wait for me. Tonight, I'll come sleep with you. Go away, go away. Luo Tai teased. You're all grown up now. Do you still want to sleep with me? Are you 3 years old? No. I mean, I'll return to the old residence to sleep. Very well. Come on then. Luo Tai hung up the phone, momentarily lost in thought. Then turned to a Fu. Chi's lottery ticket really did win. 5 million. Ah. A Fu exclaimed in surprise. So, that master truly predicted it accurately. How incredible. Indeed. The elderly lady mused. There are indeed extraordinary individuals in this world. He is remarkably talented, akin to the legendary Zhuge Liang in his youth. A Fu. How do you think our Luo family should befriend this young man? Hehe. That would be for you to decide, madam. A Fu replied with a hearty smile. Luo Tai nodded thoughtfully. Regardless, it is a fortuitous encounter that we came to know him first. We shall honor our agreement with him and treat him to a grand meal another day. Hehe. Meanwhile, Luo Qi hung up the phone and immediately set out, driving to the old residence, eager to share her joy with her beloved grandmother. While driving, she also took out her phone to call her colleague, Gu Xiaowan, who had insisted on purchasing the lottery ticket with her, and she felt it was necessary to express her gratitude. Hello, Xiaowan, Luo Qi said, putting on her headset as the call connected. What are you doing? Just lying in bed, preparing to rest, came Gu Xiaowan's lazy response. Did you watch the draw just now? Did you win anything? Ugh, no luck. In the background, Gu Xiaowan's calm voice echoed. For her, not winning had become a familiar occurrence over the years. I won. Luo Qi exclaimed excitedly. So I called to thank you right away. If it weren't for you urging me to buy the ticket, how much did you win? Gu Xiaowan's voice remained steady. 5 million. What? The sudden high volume of Gu Xiaowan's voice nearly made Luo Qi's eardrums ring. Ha ha. Luo Qi laughed. Stay calm. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm the one who won, not you. Are you serious, or is this a joke? Of course I'm serious. It's the middle of the night. Why would I joke about something like this? This is outrageous. Gu Xiaowan's voice was filled with frustration. I've been buying tickets for years without winning a thing. You, on the other hand, went on your first try. Where is the justice in that? You must treat me. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed. Happiness has come so suddenly. I, too, am bewildered by this stroke of luck. However, there is something even stranger. What is it? My grandmother knew I would come into wealth 3 days ago, and she has been secretly watching over me for the past couple of days. Has your grandmother become a seer? No, my grandmother encountered a master who predicted it. Luo Qi clarified. Just yesterday, she made a wager with me, saying if I won 5 million, I should treat that master to dinner. I'm currently on my way to the old residence to discuss the wager with her. Is that so? I want to meet that master as well. Gu Xiaowan's voice brimmed with excitement. Xiao Qi, we agreed that you must find a way to obtain the contact information of that master. I also wish to consult him about my fortune this year. Furthermore, my mother has been pressuring me about marriage. So I need the master to look into my romantic prospects as well. All right. Luo Qi vowed. I will definitely introduce you to him. If all else fails, I'll go to the lengths of handcuffing the master to bring him before you. It's a promise. Chapter 35. The Luo family hosts a banquet in recent days. Peng Tianchong has been in good spirits after recovering a debt for his company. According to President Dai's promise, he will receive an additional bonus when salaries are disbursed this month. This means he can finally repay the 888 yuan owed for his stockings. And he will be free to pursue his aspirations without being confined to his security job. This is 2 months ahead of his initial plan to work for 3 months to clear his debts. How could he not be pleased? While on duty at the company, his phone rang. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A call is coming through. He instinctively glanced at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello. Who is this? A somewhat familiar voice responded, Hello. I am the old lady you consulted 3 days ago. Do you remember me? How could I forget? Peng Tianchong chuckled. You were quite generous, giving me 800 yuan. How could I not remember you? I'll never forget it. Haha, you little rascal. You certainly know how to flatter. The old lady replied. Of course. I am always friendly to good people. Well, the old lady paused. The other day, you predicted that my granddaughter would strike it rich. And it indeed came true. So, as per my promise, I must treat you to a meal. I hope you can honor me with your presence. She really struck it rich? Indeed. She won over 5 million in the lottery. Impressive. Congratulations. Peng Tianchong sincerely exclaimed. Where do you work? The old lady feigned ignorance. After work, I will have my granddaughter pick you up so we can dine together. Are you really treating me? Of course. A promise is a promise. Please do not decline. All right, I shall not refuse. I will join you to bask in your family's good fortune. Peng Tianchong chuckled. I am a security guard at Daikon Company. When your people arrive, just ask at the gate, and they will find me. Very well. Let us not miss this evening. After hanging up, Peng Tianchong felt a surge of joy. A free meal is a free meal, especially considering the old lady's wealth and recent lottery win. Besides, after days of dining at the company cafeteria, a hearty meal would be quite welcome. Pangu, Ding Tai, nearby, expressed envy. Someone is treating you to a feast? How wonderful. Just a trivial matter, Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Would you like to join me this evening? Forget it. Ding Tai shook his head. They are inviting you. Not me. If it were a beautiful woman, I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. Oh please. Peng Tianchong nudged Ding Tai with his elbow. What beauty. It's just an old lady who consulted me last time and wants to express her gratitude. Haha. The two shared a laugh. Shortly after Peng Tianchong ended the call, Luo Qi, working at the South City Bureau, received a call from the old lady as well. Hello, dear granddaughter. The old lady's voice was warm and gentle. Are you busy? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not too busy at the moment, Luo Qi replied calmly. What do you need, Grandma? As we agreed. I am planning to treat that master to dinner tonight, the old lady instructed. At our hotel, the Tianhai Longgong VIP room. After your shift, please pick him up. I will send you his phone number shortly. Remember to save it. Of course. Luo Qi readily agreed. Just tell me where he is. He is a security guard at Daikon Company. When you arrive, just ask at the gate. He is a young man in his 20s. What? Luo Qi's composure faltered. A young security guard? Grandma, are you sure about this? Why is that a problem? The old lady replied, slightly displeased. What is wrong with a young security guard? I have always taught you to never underestimate anyone or judge them by appearances. Have you forgotten that? Not at all, Luo Qi said softly. Realizing her grandmother was slightly upset. I was just thinking he would be a wise master, but now knowing he is just a security guard. Isn't there a bit of a letdown? Humph. The old lady rolled her eyes inwardly. With your narrow-mindedness, I could guess your thoughts even with my eyes closed. I assure you, do not underestimate this person. He is currently biding his time, and when he soars to great heights, you might find it difficult to keep up with him. All right, Grandma. Luo Qi replied impatiently. I will follow your instructions and pick him up after work. No need to lecture me over the phone. Remember, be punctual. The old lady emphasized. After hanging up, Luo Qi felt a twinge of frustration. Her grandmother, a prominent figure in Bianxing and a leader of one of the 4 great families, was treating a mere security guard with such importance. Not only inviting him to dinner, but also insisting she personally fetch him. Why are you daydreaming? Gu Xiaowan, who had approached, teased, thinking about your sweetheart? Enough of that. I have no sweetheart, Luo Qi retorted. Grandma just called to say she wants to treat someone to dinner and insists I go pick him up after work. What sort of big shot can make your grandma treat them to dinner? Ridiculous big shot. Luo Qi dismissed. He is just a security guard at a company. Oh, by the way, he is the so-called master I mentioned last time. I suspect Grandma has been fooled by him. A master? Gu Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly. Remember to get his contact information for me. I want to consult him. I've told you, he is just a security guard. It's probably just a stroke of luck. Luo Qi scoffed. How about this? After work, you can come with me to see for yourself. No. Gu Xiaowan quickly waved her hands. If your grandma is treating, I dare not intrude. Just seeing her makes me nervous, even more so than facing our boss. Such a coward. Luo Qi laughed. If you truly believe in him, I'll bring him over for a proper consultation. Really? Rest assured. Luo Qi patted her chest. If he dares to refuse, I'll give him a good beating. Chapter 36. Picking up the guest at Daikon Company, in the president's office. As the end of the workday approached, Dai Qianxue remained absorbed in the data on her computer. This was a newly received research report on a drug, detailing the progress of the I-3 drug's development. This project was one she had championed against opposition and family pressure, investing heavily in its research. Once the drug is released, it is expected to cure 80% of cancer patients, and I-3 will become a miracle in the history of medicine, with the Daikon Group under her leadership being the creator of this miracle. From this report, it was evident that the development was nearing its final stages. Success was within reach. Finally, the dawn of victory was in sight. Dai Qianxue felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in, she said, closing her computer in preparation to leave. Xiao Shui, it's time to go home. Her assistant Gong Xiaoshuang entered with a smile. Just about to leave. Why is there a police car parked at the company entrance? Gong Xiaoshuang approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing downwards. I saw it earlier. It has been parked there for a while. I wonder. Dai Qianxue, intrigued, joined her at the window. Indeed, they spotted a police car stationed at the entrance, with a striking female officer standing beside it. Dai Qianxue pondered aloud. That officer looks somewhat familiar. I believe her name is Luo Qi, from the Luo family. Do you know her? Not at all. Gong Xiaoshuang shook her head. I've seen her in the newspapers. She is quite the renowned police flower in Bianqing. She is indeed quite beautiful. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement, adding, but what is she doing here? Look, that little rogue is approaching. Could it be that she is here to apprehend Peng Tianchong? Dai Qianxue suddenly recalled the debt collection matter. Could it be that Bai Tong reported him, and the police are here to take him away? The two exchanged knowing glances, both sensing the possibility. Let us call him and ask. Dai Qianxue pulled out her phone. Hesitating, I don't have his number. Didn't he call you before? I didn't save it. Try asking the HR department. They should have his information. All right, downstairs. Peng Tianchong strolled leisurely towards the police car, puffing on a cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke. Hello, beautiful. He greeted as he approached Luo Qi, tossing aside his cigarette. He sized her up and then glanced at the car, inquiring, Are you here to pick me up? Yes. Luo Qi replied through clenched teeth. I called you just now. You sure are slow to come out. She was displeased with having to treat a junior security officer to a meal, and, though she dared not voice her objections, her demeanor towards Peng Tianchong was far from warm. Peng Tianchong scrutinized Luo Qi further. Despite her stern expression, he could not deny her beauty, a tall, curvaceous figure, a fair and smooth complexion, and delicate features that exuded confidence and grace. Her eyebrows were particularly striking, long, slender, arched, and widely spaced, suggesting a carefree and generous spirit. After work, you don't even change into casual clothes. Is the police uniform that appealing? Peng Tianchong remarked, feigning discontent. And driving a police car, how impressive. What is it to you? Luo Qi rolled her eyes. I'm picking up a mere junior officer. Should I dress up extravagantly and drive a luxury car for that? That's not what I meant, Peng Tianchong clarified, gesturing towards the police vehicle. Anyone seeing this would think I'm being taken away by the police for some crime. I am a law-abiding citizen, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the future. Enough chatter. Get in the car. Luo Qi, growing impatient, glared at him before opening the door and taking her seat, starting the engine. Slow down. Do you even know how to drive? Peng Tianchong admonished, adopting a teaching tone. With that temper of yours, you'll never rise to a leadership position. Huh? Luo Qi retorted. That's none of your concern. I am currently the youngest team leader in the bureau. That's only because your family is wealthy and you bought your position through backdoor channels. Luo Qi's nostrils flared in anger, ready to unleash her ire. But just then, Peng Tianchong's phone rang. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A call. Ugh. Luo Qi scoffed, disgusted by his tacky ringtone. Hello? Who is this? Peng Tianchong answered the call. This is Dai Qianxue, came her clear and cool voice. What is this about you being taken away by the police? Oh, President Dai? Peng Tianchong hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. A fan of mine insisted on treating me to a lavish meal. I simply couldn't refuse. Isn't that by Tong who reported you? The police are here to arrest you? Dai Qinxue inquired, worry lacing her tone. Of course not, Pang Tianchong assured her. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to report me. Thank you for your concern, President Dai. There's no need to worry about me. Ugh, who is concerned about you? The call ended abruptly. With a screech, Luo Qi slammed on the brakes, causing the car to jolt. What was that for? Pang Tianchong barely managed to avoid hitting his head on the windshield. Who exactly is this fan of yours that adores you and is crying to treat you to a meal? What makes you, a mere junior officer, so special? Luo Qi seethed, her eyes blazing with fury. Hee. Pang Tianchong grinned, just boasting in front of the boss. Don't take it too seriously. From now on, keep that mouth of yours shut. Luo Qi snapped, her anger palpable. I don't want to hear another word. Can I smoke? No. Then forget it. I want to go eat. He reached for the car door to get out. Luo Qi gritted her teeth in frustration, but recalling her grandmother's instructions, she restrained herself. With a sudden press on the accelerator, the car sped off towards the Tianhai Longgong Hotel. Chapter 37. The feast. When Pang Tianchong and the fuming Luo Qi arrived at the Tianhai Longgong Hotel, the elderly matriarch, Mrs. Luo, had already been waiting in the VIP room on the top floor for quite some time. The old butler, a Fu, was directing two young and beautiful waitresses as they arranged the tea set on the table. Young friend Pang, welcome. Upon seeing him enter, Mrs. Luo rose to greet him. Despite her impaired right leg, she stepped forward 2 paces and grasped his hand, guiding him to the dining table. This unexpected warmth left Luo Qi momentarily stunned. In her memory, her grandmother had never been so cordial or affectionate towards any guest, let alone a prominent figure. The way she seemed more affectionate than to her own grandson was truly remarkable. Good day, elder. Pang Tianchong assisted the elderly lady as they both took a seat. You are too kind. We are merely acquaintances. I feel undeserving of such treatment. Come, let us enjoy some tea first. Mrs. Luo, full of warmth and kindness, greeted him with a smile that radiated the warmth of spring. What would you like to eat? Let us look at the menu. As she spoke, a waitress promptly handed the menu to Pang Tianchong. He took it, flipped through it, and then handed it back to Mrs. Luo, humbly suggesting, I'm not adept at choosing dishes. Let us go with your recommendations. I'm not picky at all. Very well. I'll choose a few dishes. Mrs. Luo took the menu and began to point out several items for the waitstaff, then smiled at Pang Tianchong. I'm unsure of your taste. So let us pick a few from both Chinese and Western cuisines to enjoy together. That sounds perfect. Pang Tianchong replied softly. I have a hearty appetite and am not particular. Mrs. Luo then invited Xiao Qi, a Fu. You both should sit down as well. Let us all eat together. Grandma. Luo Qi shot Pang Tianchong a sidelong glance. Why don't you two eat? You've already brought him here. I have other matters to attend to. Sit down. Mrs. Luo's expression darkened. We agreed that I would treat you. You can't just leave. Reluctantly, Luo Qi pouted and sat down, muttering under her breath. I don't like eating with strangers. One gets familiar with others over time. Mrs. Luo reassured her with a smile, addressing Pang Tianchong, Xiao Pang. Allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Luo Qi, who works at the Southern District Bureau. Pang Tianchong chuckled, having already heard about her on the way here. She is a squad leader, full of vigor and youthful promise. I greatly admire her. Haha. TCH. Luo Qi rolled her eyes in feigned annoyance. The elderly lady shot a stern glance at Luo Qi and pointed to the wine cabinet beside her, asking, Pang Xiaoyu, what type of wine do you prefer? White or red? Domestic or imported? Pang Tianchong surveyed the impressive array of beverages, including whites, reds, champagne, and soft drinks. I'll have that bottle of Mouton, he said, pointing casually. I quite enjoy its flavor, even though it doesn't quite compare to Lafite. Good. Then Mouton it is. The elderly lady signaled to a beautiful waitress, who promptly opened the bottle of red wine and poured it into a decanter. Think again, the elderly lady added. Are there any dishes you particularly enjoy? Do let the kitchen know. No need, Pang Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette with habitual ease. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. I'm not too particular about food. As long as it satisfies my hunger, it's fine. Haha. Could you perhaps refrain from smoking? Luo Qi protested, pinching her nose in distaste. It's suffocating. My apologies, Pang Tianchong chuckled, taking another puff before extinguishing the cigarette. I forgot about the lovely lady beside me. Humph. Such a lack of public decorum, Luo Qi scoffed, fanning away the smoke with her small hand while rolling her eyes. The elderly lady observed the banter between the two with a smile, choosing not to intervene. The former chairman arrived at the hotel for dinner, and the dishes were served promptly. Before Pang Tianchong had finished even a cup of tea, the The waitstaff began bringing out the courses. Peking duck, Buddha jumps over the wall. Squirrel fish, eel egg soup, Australian lobster, Japanese sashimi, French foie gras, filet mignon, and Italian pasta, all a vibrant array of colors and enticing aromas. Please. The elderly lady gestured. Pang Xiaoyu. Do taste our Luo family hotel's culinary delights. Wow! Exclaimed Pang Tianchong. Madam, you are being far too generous. Luo Qi felt a pang of envy as she gazed at the lavish spread. She had never dined on such exquisite dishes alongside her grandmother. Have you ever had Western cuisine? Luo Qi looked at Pang Tianchong disdainfully. Do you know how to use a knife and fork? Xiao Qi. The elderly lady admonished gently. How can you speak to Pang Xiaoyu like that? What have I taught you? It's all right. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. It's normal for a young lady from a wealthy family to look down on the common folk. I don't take offense. Then do try our dishes and let us know if they suit your taste, the elderly lady said, observing Pang Tianchong's hands and the silverware before him with keen interest. I once he hold back. Pang Tianchong smiled slightly, skillfully picking up the knife and fork. He elegantly sliced a piece of foie gras and savored it. His movements smooth and refined. The elderly lady watched closely, her heart stirred, thinking, this is clearly a well-traveled young man. Pang Tianchong nodded after a few chews. It's quite good. ID rated a 9 out of 10. TCH. Luo Qi was somewhat displeased. Have you ever tasted French foie gras? What is that one point missing? Our hotel chefs are. Pang Tianchong raised his small knife, interrupting. I can tell, the Michelin 3-star chef's skills are indeed exceptional. But what I mean is that the foie gras you serve here lacks just a hint of finesse. Foie gras. The elderly lady's eyes widened in surprise. What is wrong with it? This isn't from the French origin, Pang Tianchong replied, smacking his lips. It must be Hungarian. The fat content is just slightly inferior. Is that so? The elderly lady immediately turned to the nearby waitress, instructing, go, bring the manager here. Chapter 38, The Supreme Card. Tianhai Longgong Grand Hotel. On the top floor, in the VIP room, Pang Tianchong's casual comment shocked everyone present. Even the worldly wise elderly lady, who had dined on Western cuisine, could not fathom such a level of discernment, let alone a mere security guard from a company. The most astonished person was undoubtedly Luo Qi, whose beautiful eyes remained fixed on Pang Tianchong, her disbelief palpable. What a show-off. The words danced on the tip of her tongue, but were swallowed back. As Pang Tianchong had indeed spoken the truth, this was a dish prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Both she and her grandmother were aware that the hotel's Western cuisine was overseen by a Michelin 3-star chef hired from France. Thus, Luo Qi could not ascertain whether Pang Tianchong's insight was genuine or merely fortuitous. Little did they know, Pang Tianchong had spent 4 years honing his palate in the underground world of the West and had tasted such high-end Western cuisine to the point of excess, particularly French foie gras. Just as the elderly lady, Luo Qi, and the old steward, Ah Fu, exchanged bewildered glances, the door to their private room was gently pushed open, and a stout man with a bushy beard entered. Madam, the bearded man approached the elderly lady respectfully. How may I assist you? Are you the manager of this hotel? She inquired. Yes. I have a question for you. The elderly lady pointed at the foie gras on the plate, asking, is this foie gras airlifted from France? Speak the truth. No. The bearded man shook his head slightly. Previously, we did use foie gras airlifted from France. However, due to a supply shortage over there 2 months ago, we began using Hungarian foie gras and have continued to do so. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Of course, this is a secret of our hotel, not to be disclosed to outsiders. The manager's words struck Luo Qi like a slap to the face, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she fell silent, her toes digging into the soles of her shoes from embarrassment. She had just doubted the man's experience with Western cuisine, only to discover that his discerning palate had reached such remarkable heights. Her face stung from the humiliation. Oh, the elderly lady nodded, gesturing towards Pang Tianchong as she addressed the manager. This is no longer our hotel's secret. This gentleman discerned immediately that the foie gras is from Hungary, not France. Is that so? The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Pang Tianchong. Currently, he is the first to identify the difference in our hotel's foie gras. Remarkable. The elderly lady disregarded the manager's astonishment and continued, therefore, you should strive to use French foie gras whenever possible. Someone will always notice the difference. Yes, yes. The bearded manager nodded eagerly. We will continue to liaise with our French suppliers. Let me introduce you. The elderly lady continued. This gentleman's surname is Pang, and his name is Pang Tianchong. He is a distinguished guest of our Luo family. Please arrange a supreme card for him and bring it to him. I will take care of it right away. The hotel manager bowed and departed promptly. Madam, Peng Tianchong smiled broadly. You are treating me to such fine food and drink. And now you want to gift me a Supreme card? This is too much. Not at all. The elderly lady replied with a smile. I find you quite agreeable. And besides, our meeting in this vast sea of humanity is serendipitous. There's no need for you to think too much about it. Haha. Now let us pour some wine. The elderly lady signaled the waitress to pour the wine, and the four of them raised their glasses together, officially commencing the feast. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the ever-quiet old steward finally could not contain himself and inquired, Mr. Pang, I find it quite intriguing that, given your remarkable skills, you would deign to serve as a security guard. Oh, Pang Tianchong cast a glance at Afu, inquiring, this esteemed elder. I too am curious as to how you discern my martial prowess, considering you are in the later stages of dark energy cultivation. The old steward chuckled good-naturedly. To be precise, I couldn't ascertain your abilities solely by sight, but upon hearing of your valiant encounter with the members of the Black Dragon Society, I realized you are indeed a concealed master. Oh, so that is the case, Pang Tianchong replied, enlightened. The matter regarding his involvement with the Black Dragon Society was no longer a secret. You too possess martial skills? Luo Qi, who had been focused on her meal, suddenly interjected, casting a skeptical gaze at Pang Tianchong and provocatively asked, do you dare to spar with me? Dare not. Pang Tianchong shook his head, resolutely declining. Humph. Luo Qi scoffed, coward. Haha. Miss Qi. The old steward laughed. Mr. Pang's reluctance is not born of timidity, but rather from a fear of inadvertently harming you during the sparring. What? Luo Qi retorted defiantly. Are you implying that I am not his match? I am the champion of the city's free-fighting competition. I am well aware of your status as the champion. The steward continued, yet I assure you, even 10 like you together could scarcely approach Mr. Pang. Are you jesting? Luo Qi's pride was somewhat wounded. How could she be so inferior? In the police station, she was among the top contenders, and yet she could not best a mere security guard. Miss Qi, the old steward remarked with a knowing smile. How do you suppose you would fare against someone of my caliber? Certainly, you are far superior, Luo Qi conceded, feeling disheartened. However, the steward candidly stated, with my abilities, I fear I could not withstand even 3 of Mr. Pang's moves. Is it truly so exaggerated? Luo Qi's cheeks flushed crimson, and upon glancing at Pang Tianchong, he offered no rebuttal, his demeanor calm and collected. Could this be true? In that moment, Luo Qi felt a renewed sense of defeat. Chapter 39, Treating the Legs, Part 1. Once Luo Qi fell silent, Pang Tianchong began to address the inquiry posed by the old steward. Becoming a security guard was, in fact, an unexpected turn of events. He delicately dabbed his mouth with a napkin and explained, I left Bianqing at the age of 7 and have not returned for 19 years. Upon my recent return, I discovered that my neighborhood had been demolished, and lacking my parents' contact information, I found myself homeless. In such circumstances, one must find something to do, lest I starve. However, with no formal qualifications, I could think of nothing more suitable than taking up the role of a security guard. Pang Tianchong felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his less than reputable encounter with Dai Qianxue, offering a self-deprecating smile as he dismissed it. Why not consider joining our Luo group? You could choose any position across our various industries, the old matriarch suggested with a teasing smile. As for salary, propose any figure. I shall not haggle. What say you? We shall see. Pang Tianchong did not reject her gracious offer, stating, I am one who adapts to circumstances. It matters not where I am or what I do. Truth be told, my tenure at Daikon Company is but temporary. Once I locate my parents, I may very well depart. Have you found them yet? The old matriarch, sensing Pang Tianchong's disinterest in changing jobs, swiftly shifted the topic. Not yet, Pang Tianchong replied. I have just begun working and am rather busy. In a few days, I shall inquire about their whereabouts. Oh, that matter is simple, the old matriarch interjected. Just provide your parents' names to Xiao Qi, and she can check at the station to uncover their location. Xiao Qi, this task is entrusted to you. Ensure you find young Pang's parents. No problem. Luo Qi, for once, regarded Pang Tianchong with a normal gaze, stating, give me their names, and I will look into it during my shift tomorrow. Thank you. No need for thanks. At that moment, the hotel manager returned, holding an exquisite card. Mr. Pang. The manager proclaimed respectfully, presenting the card. This is the supreme card of the Luo Hotel Group. The bearer may enjoy complimentary services at any of our establishments. Thank you. Pang Tianchong accepted the card, nonchalantly placing it in his pocket before raising his glass to clink with the old steward and downing the drink. To be candid, he had amassed a plethora of such cards during his time in the Western underworld, rendering it an item of little interest. Nevertheless, to the young lady's eyes, this display appeared as ostentation, igniting a desire within Luo Qi to deliver a resounding slap across his unruffled face. However, the astute old matriarch perceived the situation differently. She was convinced that this young man had undoubtedly traversed significant realms and was someone worth befriending. Just then, Luo Qi's grandmother suddenly twitched, her demeanor shifting as she instinctively covered her legs with her hand and ceased speaking. The old matriarch's unusual behavior did not escape Pang Tianchong's notice. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Madam, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. You are treating me to a meal and presenting a card. I genuinely wish to reciprocate, but I prefer to avoid indebtedness. How about this? I see that your legs appear to be somewhat unsteady. After we finish our meal, I could examine them and see if I can offer some remedy." "Cure them?" Luo Qi's eyes rolled skeptically. "Pang, have you been drinking? My grandmother's legs have been seen by numerous esteemed physicians, and none have been able to help. Do you truly believe you can? Are you unwell?" Pang Tianchong, well-meaning, grew serious at the girl's provocation, gazing intently at her face and retorting, "I say, Luo Qi, why do you always view others through a narrow lens? I believe it is you who is unwell, not I." "You." Luo Qi had just begun to object when Pang Tianchong interjected, "What do you mean, you? You suffer from insomnia, have cold limbs, and experience menstrual irregularities, correct?" Luo Qi's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze dropping. For Pang Tianchong's observations were indeed accurate. Her current physical state matched his description. As the saying goes, a true expert can discern the truth with a mere touch. Pang Tianchong's initial probing struck at the core of Luo Qi's issues, leaving her both humiliated and speechless. The astute old matriarch, observing her granddaughter's reaction, realized Pang Tianchong had indeed hit the nail on the head, stirring something within her. "Young Pang," the old lady's eyes gleamed, "you truly possess medical knowledge?" "Naturally." Pang Tianchong nodded affirmatively, no longer modest, for to be overly humble might invite disdain from the young lady beside him. It was better to boast a little. "I have studied under a master for many years, encountering various perplexing ailments." "Splendid," the old matriarch exclaimed. Come, let us finish our meal, and afterward, you shall examine my legs thoroughly." With that, they raised their glasses once more in celebration. Overall, the meal proceeded quite harmoniously, with the occasional playful banter between Luo Qi and Pang Tianchong, yet the atmosphere remained amiable. As the meal concluded, the servers cleared the plates and poured tea, signaling the moment for Pang Tianchong to showcase his skills. "Now, dear matriarch," he theatrically extended his hand, "allow me to take your pulse." In truth, his abilities allowed him to perceive the old matriarch's entire network of meridians, acupoints, and ailments with ease, rendering the act of pulse-taking unnecessary. His pretense was merely a guise to present himself as an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner before those present. Placing his hand upon the old matriarch's wrist, he gently closed his eyes, channeling his energy through his fingertips into her body, allowing it to traverse her meridian system. At that moment, both Luo Qi and the old steward watched in wide-eyed curiosity, captivated by Pang Tianchong's seemingly mystical performance. After approximately half a minute, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and instructed Luo Qi, "Roll up your grandmother's pant leg. Let me see." "Oh." Luo Qi lifted her eyelids, but dared not disobey. She hurriedly bent down and gently rolled up the old lady's trousers, revealing a deformed calf. Pang Tianchong examined it closely and gently pinched it, exclaiming, "Dear madam, you have suffered greatly over these 30 years. At his words, the old lady's tears nearly fell. Indeed, it had been 30 long years. The pain in her leg had been unbearable, and no treatment had ever worked. At times, she even contemplated amputation, feeling it was sheer torment. "Little Pang," the old lady exclaimed in agitation, "what is wrong with my leg? Can you cure it?" Pang Tianchong calmly uttered 2 words, "It's cursed." At this, a wave of astonishment swept through the room, particularly affecting the old lady, who suddenly recalled her trip to the southern borders 30 years prior, where a business deal had soured, and upon returning, she discovered her leg had begun to ache, an ailment that had only worsened over the years. "Little Pang," the old lady's voice trembled, "are you saying I've been cursed?" "Yes," Pang Tianchong continued. "This curse is known as the yin-yang worm, which triggers pain at midnight and noon. Does that sound familiar?" "Indeed." The old lady nodded painfully. "Every night, I wake up in agony, and I have not taken a midday nap in 30 years. Do you know who has done this to you?" Pang Tianchong inquired, as such curses are rare, mostly found in the southern regions, and have scarcely appeared in recent years. Sighing softly, the old lady reminisced, "I went to the southern borders for business 30 years ago, and after the negotiation fell through, I must have been cursed then. I recall it being summer, wearing a skirt, and feeling a mosquito bite on my calf. I thought nothing of it, but upon returning, my leg began to ache. Initially, the pain was mild, but in the last decade, it has become increasingly severe. Even when it's not acting up, walking has become difficult. Listening to her story, Luo Qi shed tears, choking back her emotions. Grandmother, you have suffered so much over the years. We all knew about your leg, but we had no idea it was this severe, enduring such torment daily. Why didn't you say anything? What could I say? The old lady replied with a bitter smile. I have always been strong-willed. What is this little pain compared to life? Besides, even if I told you, what could you do to ease my suffering? Pang Tianchong. With tears in her eyes, Luo Qi gazed at him and asked, since you have identified the cause of my grandmother's ailment, can you cure her leg? Pang Tianchong glanced at the teary-eyed girl and smiled faintly. Remove the word cam from your question. Really? Luo Qi's tears transformed into a smile, suddenly finding the young security guard less irksome. Is that a joke? Pang Tianchong replied seriously. Do I look like I jest? Quickly assist the old lady into bed. I shall treat her now. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Qi and the old steward hurriedly helped the old lady into the suite, gently laying her down on the bed. Pang Tianchong retrieved a small leather pouch resembling a wallet, opening it to reveal shiny silver needles. Madam, do not move, he instructed, as he began inserting the needles into acupoints, explaining, I will first place a few needles to unblock your meridians, then gradually expel the cursed worm. It's fine. I'm calm, the old lady assured him. You may proceed without concern for my old bones. As the needles pierced her leg, Pang Tianchong infused his spiritual energy along the silver needles, allowing it to circulate within her meridians. After about 5 minutes, her leg began to tremble in response to the needles. Ouch! The old lady gasped. It hurts. Little Pang. Why does it hurt again? Do not worry. Bear with it, Pang Tianchong explained. The cursed worm is being forced out. Just endure for a few more minutes. As he spoke, he gently pressed his finger on her Yongquan acupoint, and a warm current flowed into her leg, swiftly alleviating her pain. How delightful! The old lady smiled. Little Pang, is this the legendary vital energy? It can be described as such, Pang Tianchong replied, while continuing to channel his energy. However, my vital energy serves to heal and save lives. The old steward's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that only those who reach a master level could emit energy so freely. He was taken aback to discover that this young man was indeed a master. In a moment of wonder, as Pang Tianchong's words faded, a viscous black liquid began to seep from the old lady's leg, foul in odor. Within this liquid, a thin, inch-long creature writhed. It's out. Pang Tianchong instructed Luo Qi. Quickly bring me a napkin. Here. Luo Qi swiftly handed him a napkin, her gaze fixed on every action he took. Pang Tianchong folded the napkin, pinched the cursed worm, crushed it gently, and discarded it into the trash. After another 5 minutes, he began to remove the needles, deftly gathering them into his hand as if performing a magic trick. Clean your grandmother's leg. Soon, I will massage it, he instructed, carefully returning the needles to the pouch. At that moment, Luo Qi was entirely obedient to Pang Tianchong's words, not daring to slacken her efforts. She hurriedly fetched a wet wipe from her bag to gently clean the old lady's leg. Done. Once the old lady's leg was clean, Pang Tianchong placed his hands on her calf and said, Relax, I will now massage you. As he spoke, a layer of white mist began to emanate from his hands, enveloping the old lady's calf and moving in rhythm with his palms. Luo Qi and the old steward stood in awe, unable to breathe. Having never witnessed such a miraculous scene, they watched, dumbfounded, as the old lady's meridians opened up, though they could not see Pang Tianchong's energy work. The warmth and comfort in her calf were indescribable. How delightful! Minutes later, Pang Tianchong concluded the infusion of energy, stating, All right, madam, from today onward, you may discard your cane and move freely. Take a few steps. Really? The old lady exclaimed in surprise. Can I walk now? Remove the word can from your statement. Pang Tianchong nodded, encouraging her. Now, try stepping down. With a smile, the old lady responded, Hearing you say that lifts my spirits. I shall take a few steps. Indeed. Walk boldly. Pang Tianchong gestured for everyone to clear the way, allowing the old lady to descend from the bed. As she placed her feet on the ground and took a tentative step, the pain she once felt was completely absent. She began to stride about the room, laughing joyously, as if she were a child. Grandmother. Luo Qi's tears flowed anew, overwhelmed with joy. You will no longer suffer. Thank you. The old lady expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. In the future, when I indulge at your hotel, just don't feel sorry for me. Get out of here. Luoqi laughed through her tears. Who would feel sorry? Am I so petty? Haha. Chapter 41. The kidnapping. The old lady spun around the room 3 times, repeatedly lifting her leg to the ground, finally believing her leg was indeed healed and pain-free. She grasped Pang Tianchong's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Little Pang, thank you. I never imagined that someone as young as you would be a miraculous healer. This time, consider it a significant favor I owe you. So whenever there is a need for the Luo family in Bian City, please do not hesitate to speak up. Pang Tianchong waved his hand, saying, You've already mentioned that this is all fate and need not be taken to heart. Didn't you just give me a supreme card? We are even now, haha. That won't do. The elderly lady shook her head repeatedly. How about this? I know you are in need of money lately. Give me your account number, and I will arrange for someone to transfer you 1 million as a treatment fee. How does that sound? No. Pang Tianchong once again waved his hand. The matter of money has been resolved. A few days ago, I collected a substantial debt for the company, and they decided to reward me with a bonus. So I am no longer in need of funds. Oh, I see. The elderly lady expressed a hint of regret. Pang Tianchong continued. In fact, I am quite wealthy. Perhaps even not less than you. Upon saying this, he instinctively glanced at Luoqi beside him. Seeing her indifferent reaction, he felt no longer looked down upon and continued. However, my money is kept with my senior sister. Once I find my parents and settle down, she will return the funds to me. Indeed, the elderly lady suddenly understood. With your capabilities, earning money should be exceedingly easy, and how could you genuinely lack it? I was merely overthinking. All right, let's get down to business. Pang Tianchong shifted the topic. Madam, your leg has been treated with my bone cleansing therapy and is essentially healed. However, due to the prolonged duration of the ailment, the muscles have atrophied and will require additional medication to reinforce the recovery. Shortly, I will prescribe you a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine. After you return home, brew and consume it for 1 to 2 courses. In a month, I will administer another acupuncture session, and you will be completely cured. Wonderful, the elderly lady exclaimed. Thank you, Mr. Pang. I'm truly grateful. She felt fortunate to have met such a remarkable individual as Pang Tianchong, who could cure her ailment of 30 years. The hotel staff, perceptive as they were, soon fetched paper and pen, handing them to Pang Tianchong. He took the pen and swiftly noted down several herbal prescriptions to give to the old steward. Just as he was about to offer further instructions, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Your Majesty, there's a call. Pang Tianchong pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. A chilling voice emanating from the other end. Hello, is this Pang Tianchong? Yes, who is this? Your friend Ding Tai is in our custody. You have half an hour to arrive at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar. Delay even a moment, and I will sever one of his hands. Wait. Pang Tianchong's mind raced, and he instantly understood that his partner Ding Tai had been kidnapped. Friend, let us talk calmly. Don't be impulsive. I'll be there shortly. If anyone dares to harm my friend, they will deeply regret ever being born. As he spoke, a surge of murderous intent radiated from him. In that instant, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, and everyone felt an inexplicable chill. Does anyone know where the Red Mandarin Duck Bar is? Pang Tianchong suppressed his anger and inquired. I have urgent business to attend to. It's south on Chongqing Road in the north of the city. The old steward, Ah Fu, promptly replied. I've heard that it's the territory of the White Tiger Gang. Mr. Pang, what has happened? Pang Tianchong did not respond, but instead bowed his fist to the elderly lady, saying, Thank you for your dinner, madam. Until we meet again. With that, he swiftly moved and dashed out the door. Those in the room felt a blur before their eyes, and when they focused again, Pang Tianchong had vanished without a trace. What just happened? The elderly lady asked in astonishment, turning to Ah Fu. Why did I suddenly feel a chill? That was Mr. Pang's anger. An unintentional release of his murderous aura. The old steward explained, still somewhat shaken. From his tone, it seems the White Tiger Gang in the north has provoked him. Haha. The elderly lady chuckled. Truly, the tree wishes for calm, but the wind does not cease. Who is the fool that dared to provoke him? Grandma. Luoqi expressed her concern. Should I notify the police and send some people over? No need. The elderly lady firmly replied. A mere White Tiger Gang is not enough to challenge Mr. Pang. Then, the old steward contemplated. Should we send a few people to observe the commotion? Yes. That is acceptable, the elderly lady nodded. Send a few capable individuals to discreetly assist him if needed. Understood. The old steward took out his phone and swiftly exited the private room. All right. The elderly lady stretched her legs and smiled. Xiao-Qi, let us head home. Tonight is truly a beautiful evening. With that, she briskly walked toward the door. Grandma, slow down. Luoqi instinctively reached out to support her, but the elderly lady pushed her away. What support? Can't you see that Grandma walks steadily? Elderly lady, Just enjoy yourself. They both burst into laughter. Returning to Pang Tianchong, he exited the hotel and immediately hailed a taxi. Driver. To Chongqing Road, Red Mandarin Duck Bar. Quickly, he declared, pulling out a 100 yuan note and slapping it against the windshield. No need for change. Got it. The driver, overjoyed, swiftly turned the steering wheel, and the car sped toward the northern part of the city. The taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, and as Pang Tianchong stepped out, two burly men approached him. Are you Pang Tianchong? Yes, Pang Tianchong replied coldly, casting a glance at the men. Where is your master? Take me to him. Follow us. One of the men led the way while the other followed closely behind. The three quickly made their way to an unregistered van parked by the roadside. Once inside the vehicle, Pang Tianchong asked again, my friend is all right? You haven't harmed him? Your friend is fine. One of the men grinned. He*s over there chatting with our people, haha. It's best if he*s unharmed. Pang Tianchong gritted his teeth, stating, if anything happens to him, all of you will pay with your lives. Chapter 42. Rescuing Pang Tianchong followed the men into the van, where one started the engine and continued driving north. Out of the city, the other pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, boss. The one named Pang is here, in our vehicle. Does he have any accomplices? No, just him alone. Good. Bring him over quickly. Pang Tianchong, listening to their conversation, lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked, showing no concern about where they were taking him. This is what one calls a skilled artist with a daring heart. The two men ceased their conversation. One drove silently, while the other remained alert beside Pang Tianchong. In truth, both men understood that this individual was quite capable, and should he become enraged, it would be them who would suffer the consequences. Their task was merely to bring him to the designated location without unnecessary complications. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a dilapidated temple outside the city. This temple had long been devoid of worshippers, with only the structure remaining, and it was seldom visited. Your friend is inside. Go on in. One of the men opened the car door and cautiously stood aside. Pang Tianchong alighted, discarded his cigarette butt, and surveyed the area. He noticed flickering candlelight inside the dilapidated temple and shadows moving about. Nearby, several off-road vehicles were parked, indicating that a trap had already been laid for him. As the chill wind blew, Pang Tianchong felt a shiver run down his spine, the effects of alcohol dissipating, and his mind became completely clear. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the temple, with the two men closely following. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the space was densely packed with people, at least 30 to 40 individuals. At the center, a silver-haired old man sat behind an incense table, his large head and broad forehead covered by a black scarf, obscuring his features apart from a pair of cold, triangular eyes fixated on the entrance. On a dilapidated chair beside the old man, a person was tightly bound, a rag stuffed in his mouth. It was the pitiful security guard, Ding Tai. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong, Ding Tai's eyes welled with tears, and he uttered muffled cries, though none of his words were intelligible. Do not worry, Pang Tianchong reassured him, waving his hand. I will take you away shortly. As he spoke, he nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. The entire process was leisurely and carefree, as if he had completely disregarded the armed thugs surrounding him. Good grief. The henchmen exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Pang Tianchong's calm demeanor in the face of such peril. They had never encountered someone so unfazed by imminent danger. You are Pang Tianchong. The old man seated at the incense table fixed his gaze on Pang Tianchong, his pupils narrowing. Indeed, Pang Tianchong replied, exhaling another puff of smoke. He looked at the old man and said, since I have arrived, why not release my brother? We can converse at our leisure. Very well. The old man waved his hand, and someone stepped forward to untie Ding Tai and remove the rag from his mouth. Once freed, Ding Tai sprinted and leapt into Pang Tianchong's embrace. Brother Chong, you have come. Everything is fine. Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai's back reassuringly. You should wait outside for a moment while I speak with this esteemed elder. With tears wiped away, Ding Tai recognized the futility of remaining and hurried outside, still shaken. Now then, Pang Tianchong turned his attention to the old man, calmly inquiring, what exactly do you intend to do with me, considering the elaborate setup you have orchestrated? Mr. Pang, the old man replied coldly, to be frank, we operate for a price. Someone has offered 300,000 for one of your legs. As the saying goes, to take a man's wealth is to help him avert disaster. Thus, you cannot blame us. I see. Pang Tianchong nodded, then smirked. How truly tragic it is. People perish for wealth, and birds die for sustenance. If someone offered you $1 million to end your life, would you comply? Damn it. The old man nearly choked on his words, his forehead vein throbbing. He angrily waved his hand, commanding, attack. Break his leg. At the command, a large thug lunged forward, wielding a long staff, aiming a fierce strike at Pang Tianchong's legs. With a rush of wind, the staff sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. Pang Tianchong, however, did not even need to turn. He deftly sprang into the air, evading the blow with ease. In midair, he executed a swift kick, landing a blow squarely on the thug's jaw, sending both man and staff flying. The others, caught off guard, fell to the ground with a cacophony of cries. Pang Tianchong's movements were fluid and seamless, a testament to his prowess. You seek death, boy? Before he even touched the ground, another thug wielding a large knife swung fiercely at his legs, the force formidable. Curse you! Pang Tianchong shouted, dodging to the side and knocking the thug down with a single palm strike, subsequently stomping on his wrist. Ah! The thug cried out in agony, rolling away. Do you dare wield that knife again? Pang Tianchong yelled, seizing a flying staff and executing a kick that sent another thug soaring. With the staff in hand, he channeled his energy, spinning it in a sweeping motion that knocked several more down. He then propelled himself into the air, delivering a series of kicks that toppled the remaining standing thugs. The scene erupted in screams and wails, leaving no one standing. The old man at the incense table stared, dumbfounded. He had witnessed skilled fighters before, but never one of such extraordinary capability. The group included numerous martial artists, yet they were no match for Pang Tianchong. Truly terrifying, he mused. After dispatching the thugs, Pang Tianchong tossed the staff aside and clapped his hands, glancing at the still stunned old man. Old fellow, stop merely spectating. I know you possess skills of your own. Why not join the fray? The old man's face turned ashen, and in a sudden burst of rage, he leaped from the table, drawing a pistol from his waist, aiming the dark muzzle at Pang Tianchong. Boy, the old man sneered, you are indeed formidable. The most skilled I have encountered. But no matter how adept you are, can you withstand the bullets from my gun? Chapter 43. The Three Rules. In a crumbling temple in the northern part of the city, Pang Tianchong stood unperturbed, the barrel of the gun aimed at his head. With his current prowess, he was akin to a semi-divine being. Ordinary weapons could scarcely harm him. With a mere thought, he enveloped himself in protective energy. When the bullets struck, it felt as though they had hit a concrete pillar, leaving behind only faint white marks. Huh? Pang Tianchong scoffed. Old man, are you growing desperate? Have you resorted to your prized weapon? Go ahead, pull the trigger. If I flinch, then I shall not be deemed a hero. Mr. Pang, do not force my hand. The old man's face shifted from green to red, his voice trembling with fury. Kneel before me, or I shall fire. Go on, shoot. Pang Tianchong scoffed. A mere ant is still an ant, even with a gun. You are just an ant wielding a firearm. Boss, shoot that little bastard dead, yelled a plump thug lying on the ground, clutching his thigh in pain. I want him dead. Silence. Pang Tianchong retorted without even glancing at him, casually pointing his finger. A sharp force pierced through the thug's thigh, instantly staining the ground with blood. Ah! The thug let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing in a mix of shock and pain. Unconscious, all onlookers were rendered speechless, stunned by the legendary prowess of the Six Meridians sword, capable of inflicting lethal harm with a mere gesture. If he pointed at his own head, he would surely find himself in the realm of the dead. Silence. An eerie stillness descended. The remaining thugs clenched their jaws, afraid to make a sound, even to the point of suppressing their breaths. The old man's face turned pale, his hand trembling around the gun, gripped by sheer terror. Fire. Pang Tianchong urged. If you do not shoot, I shall take action. Boom. Boom. The old man, resolved, finally pulled the trigger twice, the bullets whistling through the air, striking Pang Tianchong's thigh. After the gunfire, the old man peered closely, expecting to see blood streaming forth and hear cries of anguish, but instead, he saw only 2 holes in Pang Tianchong's pants, emitting faint wisps of smoke, not a drop of blood to be found. Continue. Pang Tianchong lightly patted his thigh, brushing away the smoke. Surely, you have 4 bullets left? Proceed. All eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? He is impervious to weapons. Is he even human? The old man was on the verge of tears. Realizing his fate was sealed, gritting his teeth, he pulled the trigger again. Boom, 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 boom. In a single breath, he emptied the gun of all its bullets. Pang Tianchong remained unaffected, standing still, with merely 4 additional holes in his shirt. Finished? Pang Tianchong coldly regarded the old man, casually brushing off his clothing and shaking his leg. Clink, clink. As his body moved, several bullets fell to the ground, echoing ominously in the night. Now that you are done, it is my turn to act, Pang Tianchong declared, stepping toward the old man. Pang, spare my life. The elderly man was utterly panicked, tumbling down from the incense table and kneeling on the ground, fervently knocking his head as if he were pounding garlic. Spare my life. Pang Tianchong sneered. When you fired that gun earlier, did you think about sparing me? Pang, sir. The old man was nearly in tears, pleading, if you spare us. The White Tiger Gang will be your loyal dogs, ready to obey your every command. We will bite whoever you wish. White Tiger Gang. Pang Tianchong exclaimed as he ripped the black cloth from the old man's face, scolding, so now you admit your identity. Yet you still cover your old visage with a tattered diaper, pretending to be mysterious. I had already guessed you were that old rascal Lu from the White Tiger Gang. Yes, yes. I am Lu Wanshou. Please, Pang sir, show mercy and spare us. Dream on. Pang Tianchong glared fiercely at Lu Wanshou and stepped forward, with a swift crack. He stomped down, shattering the old man's right arm. Then, with a twist of his foot, he crushed the handgun on the ground into mere scraps of metal. Ah! Lu Wanshou let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the floor. Those who commit wrongdoings must pay the price, Pang Tianchong continued. Since you merely kidnapped someone and did not harm my friends, I shall allow you to live today. Thank you for your grace, Pang sir. Spare our lives. Lu Wanshou rejoiced. What Pang sir? Call me Teacher Pang. Pang Tianchong admonished. I am here to teach you how to be a decent human being. In the future, should I encounter any of your misdeeds, I will discipline you. Do you understand? Understood. Teacher Pang. Lu Wanshou, sprawled on the ground, responded eagerly, knowing he must agree to anything to preserve his life. Furthermore, Pang Tianchong continued, I lay down 3 rules. First, no one must speak of tonight's events. You must control your people. Anyone who dares utter a word will find their leg broken. If you do not act, I will break your leg myself. Yes, yes. I will ensure they do not speak. Lu Wanshou quickly agreed, for he certainly did not wish for outsiders to know of today's disgrace. Second, send someone to break the second young master of the Zhuo family's leg. He wanted mine, so I shall repay him in kind. Can you do this? Yes. Yes. I will do it immediately. Third, in the future, if I require assistance from the White Tiger Gang, you must respond without delay. If you are even a moment late, I will break your dog leg. Yes, yes. We will comply with Teacher Pang's orders. Enough. Pang Tianchong delivered a sharp kick to Lu Wanshou's backside. Get up. Arrange for someone to drive us back. By the way, your bullet ruined my clothes. Remember to have a new outfit made for me by tomorrow and send it to our company. Do you hear me? Yes, yes. No problem. Lu Wanshou scrambled to his feet, nodding vigorously. He then called out to the man who had driven Pang Tianchong. Zhuzi, get up. You need to take Teacher Pang back. Ah. Zhuzi sprang up from the ground, stammering, I am going right now. Initially hesitating, he thought better of it, knowing Pang Tianchong's formidable reputation. He bit the bullet and walked out obediently. Chapter 44. The White Tiger Gang realizes Pang Tianchong swaggered out of the dilapidated temple, noticing Ding Tai leaning against the van. Eyes closed, trembling throughout. That night had been torment for Ding Tai's fragile heart. First, he was inexplicably kidnapped and brought to this desolate place. Just as he had finally hoped for Pang Tianchong's rescue, the gunfire nearly terrified him into submission. He understood that the shots must have been fired by the bandits. As Pang Tianchong certainly had no gun. As security guards, their most formidable weapon was merely a rubber baton. How could they possess firearms? Ding Tai began to panic. If Pang Tianchong had been shot, would he be silenced too? He tried to stand and flee, but his legs would not obey him. Refusing to rise. This is it. Ding Tai's mind spiraled into chaos. Am I to die like this? I haven't even married yet. I have yet to enjoy a beautiful life, and now I am to perish when I am still so young. Old Ding, let's go? Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai on the shoulder. Get up, we are going home. Ah. Ding Tai's eyes flew open, and upon seeing Pang Tianchong smiling before him, he hurriedly grasped his hand and stood up. Brother Pang, you're alive? The warmth of Pang Tianchong's hand assured him that he was indeed human, not a ghost. For ghosts lack warmth. Enough with the nonsense. Pang Tianchong scolded. I am invincible. A bunch of petty thieves cannot harm me. But what about the gunshots? I thought you had been executed. Ding Tai exclaimed. What gunshots? Pang Tianchong chuckled. That was just firecrackers. They were trying to scare me off. But I gave them a good thrashing. They are all under control now. Ask this guy if you don't believe me. Yes, yes. Zhuzi hastily nodded. Teacher Pang is right. We were all subdued by him. Now we are taking you home. It's all fine. Ding Tai's heart settled, and he urged, let us hurry. He opened the car door, and both he and Pang Tianchong climbed in. The vehicle roared to life, racing back towards the city. Only after the van had vanished from sight and silence enveloped the area did the individuals in the dilapidated temple begin to rise, dejectedly surrounding Lu Wanshou to voice their grievances. Boss, we have suffered a tremendous setback today. If this gets out, how will the White Tiger gang survive in the underworld? Indeed, boss, we were utterly humiliated tonight. Can we be blamed? That Pang is simply too formidable. He is not human. Silence. Lu Wancho's face was a mask of fury, cradling his severed arm, his triangular eyes blazing with menace as he bellowed. Everyone shut up. If anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, I will flay them alive. Yes, yes. The others swore, vowing not to speak. Ma Jiao immediately chimed in. Pang Tianchong said it himself. Anyone who speaks will have their legs broken. I suggest we silence them permanently. Only the dead can keep secrets. By candlelight. Ma Jiao's face appeared particularly sinister. Ma, a burly man protested. Are you suggesting we silence everyone? Not at all. Ma Jiao hastily waved his hands. I mean, anyone who dares to speak today should be silenced, not everyone. All right. Lu Wancho surveyed the room. Return and inform your respective brothers not to provoke that Pang. Anyone who dares to cross him will bear the consequences. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded, still shaken from the earlier confrontation. Boss, Ma Jiao seemed to ponder something, narrowing his eyes. Don't you find today's events a bit suspicious? Suspicious? What do you mean? Lu Wancho frowned. Ma Jiao reminded at that time. The second young master of the Zhua family claimed that the Black Dragon Society fought with Pang Tianchong, and that they had exchanged blows, both sustaining internal injuries. Could it be they were deceiving us? Indeed. Before Lu Wancho could respond, another burly man suddenly realized that scoundrel must have lied. How could the Black Dragon match Pang Tianchong and both be injured? Nonsense. That Black Dragon is only marginally stronger than me. Even 10 of them combined would not be a match for Pang Tianchong. Damn it. Lu Wancho spat. We've been duped. They must have known about Pang Tianchong's prowess and intentionally led us to act. No wonder they offered 30,000. It was a price on our heads. Boss, this matter isn't over. We must confront them, someone suggested. Ma Jiao ground his teeth. What is there to discuss? First, we break that scoundrel's leg. It's what Pang instructed us to do. Then it's settled. Lu Wancho declared, rising to his feet. Let us move. The hour is late. It is time to return and rest. As Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai arrived back at the company, the clock struck midnight. Apart from the on-duty personnel, all the other security guards were sound asleep. Team leader Ding Guixin, however, remained awake, squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette while awaiting the return of Ding Tai, who was not only his fellow townsman, but also someone he had recommended for employment at the company. Now, in the dead of night, with no way to reach him, Ding Guixin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Ding Tai was not like Pang Tianchong, who had supposedly been invited to dinner by a female police officer and would not be late due to his formidable skills. Ding Tai, on the other hand, had been summoned by a mysterious phone call and had not returned since. Should anything happen, how would he explain it back home? While Ding Guixin was lost in thought, a van suddenly pulled up at the entrance. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai emerged from the vehicle, which left without pausing. Tai. Ding Guixin immediately stood up, expressing his frustration. Where have you been? Why did you return so late? Don't mention it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively as he made his way towards the dormitory. I was taken by the White Tiger gang, but thankfully, Brother Pang rushed over and rescued me. Some individuals in the dormitory had yet to fall asleep. Upon hearing their conversation, they quickly turned on the lights. What on earth happened? Ding Guixin inquired, puzzled. How did you get involved with the White Tiger gang? Enough, enough. Pang Tianchong interrupted impatiently. Team leader Ding. It's too late to discuss this. Let us talk about it tomorrow. Hey, Pang Tianchong, what happened to your shirt? It has several holes. Ding Guixin exclaimed suddenly, noticing the damage. It looks like it was shot at. What do you mean? This statement stirred a hive of curiosity among the guards, most of whom were veterans. Upon hearing the word bullet, several sat up, scrutinizing the holes in Pang Tianchong's shirt. Indeed, it does resemble bullet holes, declared an old squad leader who had previously clashed with Pang Tianchong, tugging at the fabric. These are undoubtedly bullet wounds. The old squad leader's assertion led to further validation from another guard. He's right, said the veteran, rubbing his eyes and staring intently at the shirt. When I trained in the army, I shot at a scarecrow wearing clothes, and the holes looked just like this. It was evident that the military training of the security personnel at Daikon Company was commendable. They were indeed knowledgeable. After a long night of commotion, Pang Tianchong felt exhaustion wash over him. He waved the crowd away, declaring, I told you, it was from firecrackers. Stop speculating. Time for sleep. With that, he discarded his shirt and climbed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. The veterans, however, were too intrigued to sleep and dared not disturb Pang Tianchong. Instead, they surrounded Ding Tai, peppering him with questions. Tai, The old squad leader exclaimed with wide eyes. You returned with him. What exactly happened? Who fired the gun? Ding Tai, equally bewildered, stammered. At that time, Brother Pang told me to step outside while he dealt with the White Tiger gang himself. I didn't see anything. I should recall. Ding Tai continued. I heard the sounds of a scuffle outside. They surrounded Brother Pang. Later, I heard a few loud bangs. He said they were using firecrackers to scare him. Does that sound like firecrackers to you? Team leader Ding interjected. Gunfire and firecrackers are distinct. Gunfire has a dull, thunderous sound, while firecrackers are sharp and piercing. What did you feel at that moment? Yes, the old squad leader urged. Did that sound strike you as sharp? Well, Ding Tai scratched his head. I was so terrified I almost wet myself. How could I discern those details? Damn, the old squad leader lamented, stomping his foot. If only I had been there. But then again, it's not your fault. You've never served in the military. Wait a minute. The old squad leader moved closer to Pang Tianchong, inspecting his unscathed abdomen with suspicion. If it were bullets that caused these holes, how come he remains completely unharmed? Indeed, it is strange. Others began to voice their doubts. Enough. Let us all retire for the night. It is far too late, team leader Ding finally suggested, extinguishing the dormitory lights, leaving him with a head full of questions. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Pang Tianchong awoke and donned a set of Ding Tai's old clothes, proceeding to work as usual. The tattered shirt from the previous night was crumpled and discarded into the trash, for he had no worries about it. The White Tiger gang would compensate him with a new wardrobe. As anticipated, around 5 in the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, 2 vehicles pulled up in front of the Daikon company. One was Officer Luo Chi's police car, while the other was a Land Rover belonging to the White Tiger gang. Earlier that day, armed with the names of Pang Tianchong's parents, Luo Chi had accessed the internal company network and swiftly located their home address, though this was a trivial matter that could have been conveyed in a quick phone call. For reasons unknown, her grandmother insisted she deliver the address in person. Meanwhile, the White Tiger gang members had been busy throughout the morning, scouring for a manufacturer that produced uniforms identical to those worn by Daikon's security team. They finally succeeded in finding one and delivered a new set of clothing in the afternoon. As the 2 gang members arrived at Daikong's entrance, they happened to spot Luo Chi's police car. Hesitant to approach, they decided to wait until the police vehicle departed. Thus, the 2 cars faced each other, one on the left and one on the right, stationed outside the gate. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Dai Qianxue, who was deep in thought by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 19th floor. What is going on? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow in confusion just as her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered the office. Time to clock out, Xiaoxue. Gong Xiaoshuang teased, approaching her. What are you so absorbed in? Oh, isn't that the police officer from yesterday? Why is she back? Gong Xiaoshuang casually glanced out the window and inquired. And what's that Land Rover doing? Could they both be looking for that little rogue? Quick look, she exclaimed, noticing something being handed over from the officer to Pang Tianchong. Is that a love letter? Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes, responding, what era are we in? Who writes love letters these days? What kind of thought process is that? Downstairs, Pang Tianchong accepted the note from Luo Chi, examining the elegant handwriting that detailed an address. 19, Huanghe Road, Moonbay Community, Building 8, Apartment 2902. Thank you. Pang Tianchong tucked the note into his pocket. You've done me a great favor. I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. Here, extend your hand. What for? Luo Chi instinctively extended her right hand. Pang Tianchong grasped it firmly, stating, you carry too much cold energy, which can lead to various ailments. Allow me to dispel this chill as a token of my gratitude. Luo Chi's cheeks flushed as she thought, how could you be so calculative in thanking me? Suddenly, a warm sensation flowed from her arm throughout her body, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This, Luo Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the legendary true energy? Pang Tianchong remained silent, quietly holding her delicate hand without a hint of movement. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were both captivated, bewildered by the prolonged handshake. What are they doing? Gong Xiaoshuang finally broke the silence, exclaiming, this is outrageous. Xiaoxue, I told you. That guy can't resist a pretty face. Look at that ridiculous display. Not quite, Dai Qianxue replied calmly. I've heard that this Officer Luo has a rather fierce temperament. If he were truly being inappropriate, she would have already kicked him where it hurts. This is odd. What is happening? 3 minutes later, Pang Tianchong gently released Luo Chi's hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, all right, tonight you shall enjoy a restful slumber. Is that true? Luo Chi inquired, her cheeks flushed. Will my condition really improve? Absolutely. Pang Tianchong asserted solemnly, nodding his head. I am indeed a divine healer, capable of miraculous recoveries and even restoring life. Thank you, Luo Qi exclaimed as she opened the car door, starting the engine and speeding away as if in flight. Such a character. Pang Tianchong watched the departing vehicle, curling his lip in amusement, silently vowing that with his skills, he would surely remedy the plight of this young girl. Chapter 46. The growing enigma. As Luo Qi drove off, the exhaust fumes had yet to dissipate when the door of a Land Rover swung open, revealing a young man who approached with a uniform in hand. It was none other than Zhuzi, who had escorted Pang Tianchong home the previous night. Teacher Pang. Zhuzi bowed respectfully, a sycophantic smile on his face. Our boss has sent me to deliver this set of clothes for you to try on. Please see if they fit. If not, we can procure another set. Pang Tianchong accepted the garments, shaking them open and roughly measuring them against his chest. It will suffice. Let us make do with this. Inform Boss Lu not to forget my instructions. Of course. Zhuzi nodded eagerly, affirming, I will relay Teacher Pang's words. With that, the Land Rover disappeared into the distance. In a short while, both vehicles had vanished. Meanwhile, on the 19th floor, two beautiful women remained rooted in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, utterly perplexed. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang questioned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Didn't the company distribute uniforms? Why is someone delivering clothing to that guy? And in a Land Rover no less. Could it be a dry cleaner's? Could a dry cleaner even afford a Land Rover? Dai Qianxue countered, equally bewildered. Moreover, have you ever seen anyone take work clothes to the dry cleaners? Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This little rascal is becoming increasingly mysterious. I should call to inquire about it. Forget it. Dai Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. As a company president, why should I concern myself with trivial matters? It would be beneath my dignity. Oh, by the way, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed, smacking her forehead. In a couple of days, we're heading to the southwest for a business trip. Why not take him along as our bodyguard? What do you think? Are you referring to the exchange meeting in the southwest? Dai Qianxue asked, returning to her desk. Yes. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded. Dai Qianxue continued. My family is uneasy, and they intend to send 2 people with me. Why let your family arrange it? Gong Xiaoshuang replied. Our company has skilled personnel. Like Captain Ding, he's a former Special Forces soldier. ISNT Pang Tianchong, even more formidable? I think we should have them accompany us. Good point. Dai Qianxue amused. Should we inform them in advance? Perhaps seek their opinions? Indeed. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded, calling the security department to summon Captain Ding. She intended to inquire about the clothing delivery as well. You seem quite interested in that Pang fellow, Dai Qianxue teased. Always asking questions. Are you not curious? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, a hint of defiance in her tone. Dai Qianxue chuckled silently and picked up the phone to contact the security department. Moments later, the decisive Captain Ding Guoxin knocked on the door of the president's office. President Dai, you summon me? Yes, Dai Qianxue replied with a slight nod. In 2 days, there will be an exchange meeting for pharmaceutical recruitment involving 5 provinces in the southwest. I would like you and Pang Tianchong to accompany me. Is that acceptable? I have no objections. Captain Ding immediately affirmed, though he added, I need to check with Pang Tianchong to see if he is willing to go. Why would he refuse? Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. He is your subordinate. Surely he must follow your directives? Well, Captain Ding scratched his head, explaining, he has just located his parents' address. And I worry he may be eager to return home to reunite with them. Is that the address the female officer provided him? Dai Qianxue recalled the earlier scene. Then inquired, how did they come to know each other? Indeed, Captain Ding nodded. As for the details of their acquaintance, I am not entirely sure. However, I heard she treated him to dinner at Tianhai Longgong last night. Tianhai Longgong. Gong Xiaoshuang glanced at Dai Qianxue, puzzled. It's the most upscale hotel in Bianqing. Dai Qianxue clarified. The 5-star Chinese and Western cuisine is excellent. This lad is impressive, Gong Xiaoshuang murmured, swallowing hard. By the way, Dai Qianxue casually inquired. What is the story with the clothes he received? Aren't they supposed to be collected from the logistics department? You mean that outfit? Captain Ding pondered for a moment before answering honestly. That was compensation from the White Tiger gang. They had a conflict last night and damaged his clothing. So they sent a new set today. Weren't they supposed to be dining together? How did a fight break out? Well, Captain Ding did not conceal the truth, succinctly recounting the incident involving the White Tiger gang kidnapping Ding Tai and Pang Tianchong's daring rescue. Both Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the revelation. Are you certain the White Tiger gang shot at Pang Tianchong? Dai Qianxue queried, her eyes widening. Did he sustain any injuries? We, the veterans, believe the holes in his clothing were caused by bullets. However, that fellow adamantly insists they were from firecrackers, Captain Ding said, shaking his head. Regardless, he emerged unscathed. That much is true. When he sleeps, he wears only a pair of shorts. I can attest to that. He bears no scars. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoshuang asked, "Isn't Ding Tai the person involved? Doesn't he know what transpired?" Don't even mention it." Captain Ding waved his hand dismissively. That guy was kept far from the fray, entirely unaware of the events. However, he did recall that afterward, Pang Tianchong had the White Tiger Gang under his thumb, and they were as obedient as grandchildren, following his every command. How strange, Gong Xiaoshuang mused. Just how formidable is this little rascal that even the White Tiger Gang fears him? That's hard to say, Captain Ding replied, shaking his head. None of us can gauge his true strength. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Very well, Captain Ding. Dai Qianxue instructed. Inform Pang Tianchong about the business trip. If he declines, have him come to see me tomorrow to explain. Understood. Captain Ding acknowledged before departing. In the office, the two women exchanged glances, each pondering. Would he agree to accompany them on the trip? Chapter 47. Young Master Zhu's leg is broken as night fell and the city lights began to twinkle. In a certain dance hall in Bianqing, the atmosphere pulsed with vibrant energy. A throng of elegantly dressed individuals reveled in the music, their laughter and cheers filling the air. On stage, the singer crooned melodious love ballads, while couples embraced passionately, kissing and entwining in a display of unrestrained affection. This was a place brimming with fervor and vitality, a realm of passion and romance, where the boundaries between humanity and beast, spirit and flesh, intertwined. At this moment, in a lavish private room on the third floor, the ambience was intoxicatingly seductive. Young Master Zhu indulged in a more visceral and raw pleasure, flanked by two alluring young women, each nestled closely to him, coaxing him to drink with their sultry voices. "Zhu Gu, let me pour you another drink, shall I?" "No, I can't anymore." The intoxicated gentleman, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, jestingly suggested another drink, though he could only manage it if someone fed him. With a hazy gaze, he provocatively smiled while his lips curled into an impudent grin. "Very well. Allow me to feed you," said the lady on his left, as she gracefully lifted a glass from the table, taking a delicate sip and leaning forward. Her bosom pressed against him as her cherry lips met his, gently transferring the liquid into his mouth. With a greedy thirst, he savored the wine, a wave of desire washing over him as he playfully squeezed her behind, laughing. "You little temptress, feed me another sip." Not to be outdone, the lady on his right skillfully took a sip as well, her voluptuous form swaying as she approached him, her fiery lips drawing near with tender intentions. Just as he was lost in the revelry, the lights in the private room abruptly went out. "Who turned off the lights?" he barked, shielding his eyes from a sudden beam of light. In his drunken stupor, he shoved the girls aside and attempted to rise, seeking to assert his presence. As he placed his foot on the coffee table, a metallic clang resounded, and a steel pipe swung down violently. The sickening sound of bone breaking echoed through the room, followed by his anguished scream, my leg." The harsh light extinguished, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure escaping through the door before it slammed shut. "Turn the lights back on. Quickly," someone shouted in the darkness, and soon the room was ablaze with light, revealing a chaotic scene. His right leg, grotesquely contorted, was barely held together by skin, a ghastly sight. "Someone, call for help," he cried out, as 4 bodyguards hurriedly entered the room, panic etched on their faces. "What happened to the young master?" one asked. "You worthless fools," he cursed, "someone just broke my leg. Go after him. Make sure he pays." The lead bodyguard, alarmed, commanded 2 of his men to pursue the assailant while instructing another to call for an ambulance. The bodyguards, feeling the weight of their negligence, realized they had been absent while their master indulged in his pleasures. Just then, they had stepped outside to smoke a cigarette, and now they faced the daunting task of explaining this incident to the family. 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and they hastily loaded him onto the stretcher for transport to the hospital. Meanwhile, the head bodyguard dialed the family patriarch to report the incident. The injury to the young master was no trivial matter, especially for the beloved son of the patriarch, Zhuo Xiuqing, who held a tender affection for him. Zhuo Xiuqing had 2 older children from his late wife, but it was this youngest son, Zhuo Biao, born of his current wife, who received his utmost care and attention. At that moment, Zhuo Xiuqing was in his study, sipping tea and massaging his temples, troubled by recent business setbacks when the phone rang. "Hello?" he answered. "Not good, master. The second young master has been attacked and has a broken leg. He is on his way to the hospital." "What?" Zhuo Xiuqing rose abruptly. "Who did this? Have they captured the assailant?" "The perpetrator fled, and our men are reviewing the surveillance footage from the karaoke bar." "You useless fools," Zhuo Xiuqing roared. What are you good for? Where is he being taken? City First People's Hospital. Zhuo Biao was rushed into the hospital, where the attending physician, upon learning of his identity, sprang into action, organizing a team for surgery. Just then, Zhuo Xiuqing and a group of men burst through the doors of the hospital. Dad! Zhuo Biao cried, tears streaming down his face. My leg has been broken. You must avenge me. Do not worry, Zhuo Xiuqing reassured, holding his son's hand tightly. Do you know who did this? I shall make him pay dearly. I didn't see who it was before the attack. Zhuo Biao sobbed. Zhuo Xiuqing's expression darkened as he turned to a bodyguard. Have we found the culprit? Master. The bodyguard left to investigate the surveillance footage, the bodyguard reported. Panting as he returned, the assailant was clever, disappearing immediately after the attack. He handed Zhuo Xiuqing his phone, displaying the footage captured by the corridor's cameras. A figure, clad in a mask and sunglasses, entered the private room and swiftly exited, disappearing into the elevator. Can you identify this person? Zhuo Xiuqing asked Zhuo Biao, who squinted at the screen, muttering, damn. He resembles that scoundrel, Pang. Which Pang? A nearby security guard interjected, the security guard from Daikon Company, named Pang Tianchong. In truth, the attack on Zhuo Biao's leg was not orchestrated by Pang Tianchong, who had no interest in engaging with the spoiled heir. Instead, it was arranged by the White Tiger Gang, specifically by Master Lu, who had cleverly disguised another individual to mislead Zhuo Biao into believing Pang was responsible. Master Lu, wary of provoking one of the four great families, devised this ruse to deflect suspicion while obeying Pang's orders. Zhuo Biao, having only met Pang briefly, was not likely to recognize the deception. As Zhuo Xiuqing, fueled by paternal concern, turned to a senior associate, he commanded, go to the employee dormitory of Daikon Company. Break that scoundrel's legs. Whoever dares to harm my son shall pay in blood. Understood, the elder replied, setting off. Meanwhile, at the Daikon Company dormitory, Pang Tianchong lounged on his bed, clad in shorts, while his superior, Captain Ding Guoxin, implored him to accompany him on a business trip. Pang, this is a direct request from President Dai. You are the most suitable guardian for this task. I refuse. Pang Tianchong shook his head vigorously. I just discovered my parents' whereabouts. I plan to visit them this weekend. Captain Ding found himself in a predicament, stating, it is not my desire to send you on this business trip. It is Manager Dai's arrangement. If you have any objections, feel free to discuss them with her in her office tomorrow. I have no intention of visiting her office. He replied dismissively, and I have no desire to see her frosty visage. Then prepare yourself for the trip the day after tomorrow. Ding Tai added earnestly. Our Manager Dai is quite beautiful. Are you not concerned about her traveling alone? What is there to be concerned about? She is not my wife, Pang Tianchong retorted nonchalantly. Brother Pang, Ding Tai continued to persuade him. While there are indeed many in our team who possesses your unparalleled martial prowess, surely, Manager Dai has recognized this quality in you. You should go. I would like to go, but it seems I cannot, he murmured. By the way, Captain Ding, Pang Tianchong suddenly recalled, is there any bonus for this business trip? Indeed. Ding Guoxian nodded. There is a travel allowance. How much can be reimbursed? Just as he was about to answer, the dormitory door was gently pushed open. An elderly gentleman accompanied by the on-duty security guard stood at the entrance. The elder, appearing to be in his 60s, had a tall and upright stature, his snow-white hair meticulously combed. Despite the deep lines etched on his face, his gaze was sharp and piercing, emanating a formidable aura. He wore a simple, loose-fitting black robe, secured at the waist with a coarse belt, and sturdy cloth shoes adorned his feet. Though his appearance seemed unremarkable, his late-night visit hinted at a sinister purpose. Ding Guoxian immediately stood up, his brow furrowing as his pupils narrowed, for as a former Special Forces soldier, he sensed the dangerous aura surrounding the elder. Who is Pang Tianchong? Step forward. The elder scanned the surroundings, his voice low and commanding, casually tossing the security guard aside, as if discarding refuse. What the hell? Pang Tianchong, cigarette in hand, took a deep drag, casting a sideways glance at the elder. Who are you? Why are you looking for me at this hour? You are Pang Tianchong. The elder's gaze fixed sharply on his face, a murderous intent evident. Yes, that is me, Pang Tianchong replied. Cigarette still clenched between his lips as he slipped on his flip-flops and stood up, seemingly unconcerned by the elder's presence. You broke the leg of the second young master of the Zhuo family. I have come on behalf of the family head to retrieve your legs. Step outside. The elder gestured dismissively, turning to leave. Little Pang. Captain Ding reached out to intervene, but Pang Tianchong brushed him aside, saying, do not worry. This half-step master is no match for me. With that, he donned his slippers and followed the elder outside the dormitory. The others hurriedly exited, rallying behind Pang Tianchong. Kid. The elder remarked, puzzled, You won't even dress properly? I find it a hassle to deal with you. I'd rather finish you off quickly and return to sleep, Pang Tianchong declared, flicking the cigarette but into a nearby trash bin. Come on, spare me the chatter. You insolent fool. The elder's anger flared. With a swift motion of his right arm, a surge of white energy enveloped it, transforming his palm into a blade, aiming a strike at Pang Tianchong's thigh. The onlookers gasped in shock, their concern for Pang Tianchong palpable. However, he remained calm, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. He spun away just in time. The lethal energy struck the stainless steel railing of the flower bed, severing it cleanly with a loud crack, sparks flying. My heavens! Several security guards were left petrified, retreating in fear. The elder, having missed his strike, swiftly repositioned and raised his right hand again, intent on another attack. But Pang Tianchong would not grant him a second chance. He swiftly seized the elder's wrist, applying pressure until a sharp crack echoed, breaking his arm. The elder cried out in agony, attempting to retreat, only to find Pang Tianchong at his heels, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring over 2 meters, crashing heavily into the ground. Get lost, Pang Tianchong shouted. Return to your master and tell him not to mistake my good nature. Should you dare to trouble me again, I will not hesitate to kill. The elder gasped, struggling to rise, and with a fearful glance at Pang Tianchong, he uttered, Thank you for your mercy, sir. With that, he vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. Chapter 49. The business trip. Unable to withstand the persistent coaxing of Captain Ding and Tai, Pang Tianchong ultimately agreed to accompany the leadership on a business trip to the southwest. There were 2 reasons for his decision. Firstly, if he declined, he would have to confront Manager Dai in her office to explain himself, which he found cumbersome. Secondly, his 6th sister hailed from a province in the southwest and was thriving in that region. Perhaps he would have the chance to see her during this trip. He held a complex mix of admiration, affection, and respect for this fiery and extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was like a sister and a mother to him. For 19 years, she had meticulously cared for him in every aspect of life and served as a mentor in his martial training, often taking on the role of his teacher in place of their master, pushing him to practice diligently, sometimes even being more demanding than their master. During his time in the underground world of the West, she had been an unseen guardian, ensuring his safety. It could be said that her nurturing was akin to that of a mother, earning Pang Tianchong's deep respect for her. Additionally, the money he earned during his training in the West was entrusted to her for safekeeping. If they met, he might reclaim some of it. Even a small amount would suffice for several years of indulgence, freeing him from the burden of owing 8,008 and being trapped in his position as a security guard. Thus, he consented to the trip. The product exchange conference was scheduled to take place in Yunjing City, Southwest, over the weekend. The marketing department had departed 2 days prior to make preparations, and Manager Dai's personal attendance was primarily to meet a major client, reportedly to negotiate a deal worth several million. For convenience, she decided to drive, covering approximately 1,000 kilometers, which would take about 10 hours on the highway, with Captain Ding and Pang Tianchong taking turns as drivers, ensuring they would arrive by evening. On Friday morning, Ding Guoxian and Pang Tianchong were notified to wait at the company entrance. The 2 shared a cigarette outside the gates while awaiting Manager Dai. Shortly thereafter, a red Porsche approached, the very vehicle of Dai Chinchua. As it drew near, the window rolled down, and a blonde head popped out, exclaiming, Little rogue, put out that cigarette and get in the car. What are you smoking so early in the morning? Damn it, Pang Tianchong groaned. Blonde imp. Do you even know how to speak? I am now an employee of the company, not some street thug. Oh. Are you feeling offended? Gong Xiaoshuang giggled. The car came to a halt, and Dai Chinchua alighted, waving at Ding Guoxian. Captain Ding, you drive. With that, she opened the back door and took a seat inside. Gong Xiaoshuang also exited from the passenger seat, nudging Pang Tianchong playfully. Little rogue, you sit in front. Faced with 2 youthful beauties, Pang Tianchong was momentarily entranced. Dai Chinchua donned an elegant, lightweight gray suit complemented by high-quality leather shoes, and a refined, minimalist watch adorned her wrist. Her long hair, seemingly well-groomed, cascaded neatly down her back. She adorned herself with a light touch of makeup, her brows delicately drawn, resembling a crescent moon rising high. With subtle eyeshadow and meticulously outlined lips, her visage was accentuated, exuding an air of nobility and ethereality, untouched by the mundane world. Gong Xiaoshuang donned a sheer suit jacket paired with a fitted pink skirt, her feet elegantly encased in fashionable high heels, her golden locks neatly tied back, and 2 golden earrings shimmering under the sunlight. It was evident that she too had applied a hint of makeup, enhancing the refinement of her features. Humph. Pang Tianchong shot her a fierce glare before leisurely entering the car, centering his thoughts and fastening his seatbelt. He gently sniffed. This car smells quite nice, doesn't it? Gong Xiaoshuang teased. I bet you've never been in such a fine vehicle before? Pang Tianchong scoffed, as if this car belongs to you. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes in disbelief, pouting in frustration. Just then, Dai Qianxue interjected. You two stop bickering and let us get going. We should aim to arrive before dark. Ding Guixin adjusted his seat and started the car, heading straight for the highway entrance. The skills of a former Special Forces soldier were evident. The car sped along smoothly, like a crimson cloud floating above the earth. Once on the highway, the atmosphere within the car grew quiet. Ding Guixin, typically serious, focused intently on driving. Dai Qianxue wore a contemplative expression, while Gong Xiaoshuang examined herself in a small mirror, seemingly touching up her makeup. Pang Tianchong felt the urge to smoke, yet with two beautiful women in the car, he hesitated, fidgeting restlessly. Gong Xiaoyao. He resorted to small talk. Let us discuss something. What is it? Gong Xiaoshuang replied distractedly, applying her lipstick. Could you refrain from calling me Little Rogue in the future? Pang Tianchong asked in a conciliatory tone. Such a title undermines my grand and illustrious image. Then what should I call you? You may refer to me as Teacher Pang. He replied nonchalantly. I generally allow others to call me that. Huh. Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled, putting her mirror away. Who would have thought a young man like you would seek the title of teacher? Do you even deserve it? Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Do you even know how to converse? I can't be bothered with you, he said, leaning back and closing his eyes. Hee. Dai Qianxue was amused by their exchange, finding humor in Pang Tianchong's discomfort. Hey. Gong Xiaoshuang noted Pang Tianchong's irritation and playfully said, Teacher Pang. Teacher Pang. Speak. Pang Tianchong replied lazily. If you have something to say, be quick about it. You're so rude. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. I've heard you're quite skilled. How many people could you take on alone? I don't know. Gong Xiaoshuang pouted, refusing to answer. Just then, the serious Ding captain interjected. He could take on at least 70 or 80 by himself. What? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously gasped, for they knew Ding captain never jested. Whatever he stated was undoubtedly true. In fact, Ding Guixin had understated it. Having witnessed Pang Tianchong in action, he knew that with such prowess, taking down 100 ordinary individuals would be effortless. So, you're quite formidable. Gong Xiaoshuang expressed her admiration. What is the big deal? Pang Tianchong replied lazily. After years of training, taking down 100 or so inept individuals is child's play. Then, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly turned to Dai Qianxue. How about you hire him as your professional bodyguard? Chapter 50. The great shift in fortune. Gong Xiaoshuang's suggestion stirred something within Dai Qianxue, her beautiful eyes gazing at Pang Tianchong's profile, awaiting his response. Pang Tianchong instinctively turned his head, meeting her gaze, and felt a stirring in his heart. Her delicate features and bright eyes reminded him of a couplet. The autumn waters are divine. The jade is its bone, the lotus blooms like a face, and the willow like an eyebrow. What a beautiful visage, as if carved from ice and jade, resembling a white lotus swaying amid clear waters. What do you mean? Pang Tianchong asked softly. Do you wish for me to be your bodyguard? Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. If you are willing, I will have the HR department adjust your position upon your return, making you my driver and bodyguard. Coincidentally, there is an office next to mine that is vacant. It could serve as your resting space. What do you think? How could one refuse such an invitation from a beauty? Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head. Well, as long as the pay is right, it's not out of the question. What are your salary expectations? Dai Qianxue inquired further. As long as it's not excessive, I will consider it. Pang Tianchong hesitated, then pointed towards Gong Xiaoshuang, at least the same as her. Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang protested. I'm telling you, Pang. Don't push your luck. I'm the assistant to the CEO, assisting her in daily operations. And I am the CEO's bodyguard, ensuring her safety. Pang Tianchong retorted sharply. Tell me, what is more important, work or one's life? You. Gong Xiaoshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. What is that supposed to mean? Pang Tianchong continued. Did you not hear what CEO Dai said? A driver and bodyguard perform two roles. And I'm not asking for two salaries. That's already generous of me. What more do you want? Work for free? Who said anything about that? Gong Xiaoshuang clarified. I merely meant that your salary doesn't need to be so high. Pang Tianchong shot her a disdainful look. You've never seen the world, have you? This amount is hardly excessive. If I were to announce my availability as a bodyguard, someone would offer me $1 million. Do you believe that? I can't believe you. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. You've lost your mind over money. $1 million? 1,000 would be more realistic. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. Pang Tianchong shook his head, dismissing her. You. Gong Xiaoshuang, infuriated, began to shake her small fists at him. At that moment, Ding Captain, who had been driving, spoke again, Assistant Gong. In fact, Pang isn't exaggerating. After my retirement, I worked as a personal bodyguard abroad, earning $100,000 a year. In terms of skill, he is far superior to me. Is that so? Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous. Captain Ding, don't mind her, Pang Tianchong interjected impatiently. She doesn't understand the world of the wealthy. With someone like her, if she were kidnapped, the ransom would only be $5,000, huh? Smack. Gong Xiaoshuang leaned forward and punched Pang Tianchong on the shoulder, scolding, You know nothing. You're not even worth 500. All right, Dai Qianxue interjected. I'll consider this matter. You two stop arguing. I've noticed that whenever you meet, you bicker. Can't you two control your tempers a bit? Sigh. Pang Tianchong sighed. Perhaps our fates are incompatible. Since the first day we met, she has bullied me. Fortunately, she is a beauty. If she were a man, I would have slapped her long ago. Hee. Remembering their encounter at the airport, Dai Qianxue couldn't help but laugh. You two are colleagues, from now on. You both need to exercise some restraint. Brother, Ding Captain joked, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your temper is quite fierce. Do you know that the brothers in the team are afraid of you? 1, because you're skilled, and 2, because you don't let things go. Is that so? Pang Tianchong scratched his head. I really should pay more attention in the future. Captain Ding, you need to supervise me, so I don't lose my temper. That wouldn't be good. Thinking of his master's purpose in sending him down the mountain, Pang Tianchong smacked his forehead. Hee. Dai Qianxue was once again amused by Pang Tianchong's antics. He was hardly the humble type. Supervision was of no consequence. I concede that my demeanor is somewhat thick-skinned. Pang Tianchong nodded, adding, however, my heart is not tainted. For instance, that day at the airport, if I had wished to leave, not even 10 policemen would have been able to stop me. Indeed, Gong Xiaoshuang, witnessing his self-reproach, felt her anger dissipate and nodded in agreement. Now, I believe you to be a good person. Should you take on the role of General Dai's driver and bodyguard while I serve as your assistant? It would be best for us to coexist peacefully. Certainly, Pang Tianchong replied, and a serene atmosphere enveloped the car. The vehicle sped along the highway. In the blink of an eye, for hours had elapsed. Dai Qianxue occasionally glanced at her wristwatch and remarked, It's almost noon. Let us stop at the service area ahead for a bite to eat and take a brief respite. All right. Ding Guixin decelerated the vehicle, changing lanes to the right as they approached the service area. The four disembarked, ate, used the restroom, and took a short break before continuing their journey. This time, Pang Tianchong took the wheel, with Ding Guixin in the passenger seat, maintaining a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Once sated, people often succumb to drowsiness. Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to show signs of fatigue, cautioning, Drive steadily, Mr. Pang. I'm feeling a bit sleepy and will rest for a while. I'm a bit tired too. Dai Qianxue chimed in, tilting her head to one side with a smile. Drive carefully. This is a test of your skills. Let me see if you are qualified to be our driver. Rest assured, by the time you wake, we might have reached our destination, Pang Tianchong assured, patting his chest. After about an hour, both Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue had fallen asleep. Silence reigned as Ding Guixin also succumbed to slumber. Pang Tianchong glanced at the three of them, all deeply asleep, then checked the odometer, realizing there were still 500 kilometers to their destination. What to do? He yawned, feeling a bit drained without the banter of Gong Xiaoshuang. Yet, there were still several hours of travel ahead. Around 2 in the afternoon, the heat intensified and traffic dwindled. Pang Tianchong gradually reduced the speed and parked the car at a bend, observing that the three were still soundly asleep. He quietly exited the vehicle, retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, drew a sigil, and affixed it to the roof of the car. Returning to the driver's seat, he closed his eyes and chanted softly before announcing, Let us go. In an instant, the car found itself before the Yunjiang City toll station, a mere 2 kilometers away. This was a spell passed down from his master, capable of instantaneously relocating various items, which he referred to as Qian Kuan de Nuoi. This miraculous spell saved them several hours, and Pang Tianchong felt considerably relieved as he glanced at the three who remained blissfully asleep. Hey, he called, gently tapping Gong Xiaoshuang on the head. Gong Xiaoyao, wake up. We need to pay the toll. Where are we? Gong Xiaoshuang rubbed her eyes and fished out several 100 yuan bills, asking, How much is it? Dai Qianxue, awakened by their exchange, looked outside in astonishment, exclaiming, Where are we? Yunjiang City. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Didn't you see the sign above the toll booth? No way. Dai Qianxue raised her wrist to check her watch. It's not even 3 o'clock. Ah. As Gong Xiaoshuang finally read the sign above the toll booth, she gasped in surprise. Chapter 51. The Banquet of the Hongs stopped the car. Their simultaneous exclamations jolted Captain Ding awake, who leapt out of the vehicle. In fact, he had forgotten that the car was parked safely on the shoulder. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their arrival in Yunjiang City, he climbed back into the car, fixing an incredulous gaze on Pang Tianchong. This is highly peculiar. How did you manage this? Captain Ding, a former Special Forces soldier, had never exceeded a speed of 280 kilometers per hour. How could Pang Tianchong have covered 500 kilometers in just 1 hour? Moreover, the car's maximum speed was just over 300 kilometers per hour. How could it exceed 500? It defied logic. At that moment, the eyes of the three widened in disbelief, staring at Pang Tianchong as if he were a mythical creature, especially Dai Qianxue, whose cheeks flushed with excitement and astonishment. She knew her car well. How could it possibly reach speeds exceeding 500 kilometers? Speak. How did you drive like that? Pang Tianchong, admiring her radiant beauty, grinned and replied, "What do you think, General Dai? Am I not a qualified driver?" Stay on topic. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, gripping Pang Tianchong's shoulder. Tell us how you drove like that. What else could it be? Pang Tianchong snatched the bills from Gong Xiaoshuang's hand, stating, "I just pressed the accelerator all the way down. It's mainly because this car is excellent." As he spoke, he revved the engine, roaring toward the toll booth. That cannot be right. Gong Xiaoshuang protested, her frustration evident. She would never believe that simply flooring the accelerator could achieve such speeds. This was a car, not an airplane. Yet, with Pang Tianchong unwilling to divulge his secret, there was nothing they could do. The three exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. This scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would be met with skepticism by anyone who heard it. It was truly extraordinary. As the car exited the highway and entered the city, Pang Tianchong eased the speed, effortlessly navigating through the bustling streets. Upon arriving at their designated hotel, Dai Qianxue's phone rang. "Hello, General Dai?" A polite male voice greeted her. "Have you arrived in Yunjiang?" "Hello, Mr. Yuan." "Yes, we just reached the hotel," Dai Qianxue replied courteously. "That's wonderful. I've made reservations at a restaurant for 6 o'clock to welcome you and discuss our collaboration." "Thank you, Mr. Yuan. That is very kind of you. See you tonight." After hanging up, Dai Qianxue exclaimed with excitement, "There's still time. Let's head upstairs to rest for a while. At 5:30, you all must accompany me to a banquet." "Of course." Gong Xiaoshuang and Ding Guixin replied in unison. Pang Tianchong maneuvered the steering wheel, parking the car at the hotel, and grinned while teasing. "It won't be a banquet of treachery, will it? This late at night? You jinx." Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. "We've already made arrangements with this company. As long as General Dai arrives, we'll sign the contract. We have it with us." "Even if it were a banquet of treachery," Dai Qianxue raised an eyebrow. "Wouldn't you be right there as my bodyguard? What is there to fear?" "Exactly." Gong Xiaoshuang concurred. "One person could take on 100. I genuinely wish to witness such prowess." "I merely offer a word of caution," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "You two are exceedingly beautiful. When venturing out, remain vigilant, lest you attract trouble." As if, Gong Xiaoshuang dismissed his concern, alighting from the car and pulling Dai Qianxue toward the hotel. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, leisurely following behind with Captain Ding. After showering in the hotel, Pang Tianchong took a brief nap, and soon it was 5 o'clock. Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the door. "Pang Tianchong." "Ding Guixin. It's time to leave. Didn't we say 5:30? Pang Tianchong grumbled, annoyed by the interruption. "It's only 5 o'clock. And you're disturbing us. The client is already en route to the restaurant. General Dai wants us to go immediately." Coming. The four hurriedly drove to the designated restaurant, where Mr. Yuan was already waiting at the entrance. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average height, with neatly combed thick hair and well-groomed eyebrows that arched slightly, lending him an air of depth and mystery. His fair complexion and defined facial features, accentuated by high cheekbones, bestowed a hint of cunning charm. His prominent nose and full, rosy lips curved upward, revealing an elegant and confident smile. "Today, we are graced by the host of the gathering, the general manager of Yunbei Pharmaceutical, Wan Zi." The moment he laid eyes on Dai Qianxue, his face radiated a gluttonous gleam, and he extended his right hand from a distance. "General Dai, welcome to Yunjiang." Dai Qianxue hastened a few steps and lightly shook hands with Wan Zi, courteously expressing, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Yuan, no matter how long you take." "It is of no concern," Wan Zi replied with a broad smile. "Please, allow me to escort you to room 308 on the 3rd floor." "After you, Mr. Yuan." Dai Qianxue gestured for him to lead the way. Wan Zi, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast a sidelong glance at Ding Guoxin and Peng Tianchong, chuckling. General Dai? You even brought bodyguards with you. They're just my drivers, Dai Qianxue clarified. We came by car. She then whispered to her companions. You two should find something to eat in the hall. Schwanger and I will go upstairs to discuss matters with Mr. Ruan. Call for you if needed. All right. Peng Tianchong shrugged nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Ruan Zi before settling down at a window-side table with Ding Guoxin, casually ordering some dishes to savor slowly. Ding. Let's have a drink, Peng Tianchong suggested. Is that appropriate? Ding Guoxin murmured. Our task is to ensure the boss's safety. Won't drinking compromise that? Just a little. Peng Tianchong smiled. A bit of beer to cool off on a hot day, and we won't overindulge. Waiter, a few bottles of cold beer, please. The two clinked their bottles together and took a swig. Refreshing. Hey, little Peng, put down that bottle, Ding Guoxin said with concern. I feel like that boss isn't quite trustworthy. Can General Dai successfully negotiate this collaboration? Negotiate my foot, Peng Tianchong said, chewing on a mouthful of food. I just sized that kid up. He's a seasoned player in the game, not someone to be trifled with. I fear there are no good wines or banquets to be had here. Does that mean they're in danger? Ding Guoxin's worry deepened. Aware of Peng Tianchong's uncanny ability to read people, which had previously earned him significant rewards. If there's danger, can you stop them from going up? Impossible. Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. With such a lucrative deal on the line, do you think that naive girl will listen to us? Then what should we do? Ding Guoxin asked. A hint of panic in his voice. Peng Tianchong tilted his head back and took another swig of beer, then slammed the bottle down on the table, stating nonchalantly. What to do? Just let it be. Chapter 52, The Banquet, Part 2, Room 308 is the most luxurious suite in the hotel. Upon entering, one feels as if stepping into a resplendent palace. The ceiling is adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers, resembling a constellation of stars, casting a soft and enchanting glow. The walls are meticulously embedded with opulent golden lines, complementing the deep red satin wallpaper, exuding an air of nobility and extravagance. In the center stands a grand circular dining table, crafted from fine ebony wood, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the warm, brilliant light. The table is elegantly set with exquisite bone china, and silver cutlery glimmers under the light. At the center of the table lies a floral sculpture, surrounded by vibrant blooms that exude a captivating fragrance, infusing the room with vitality and romance. Ladies, please take a seat. Ruan Zi graciously pulled out the chairs, his face adorned with a charming yet inscrutable smile. Thank you. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang politely sat down. You are too kind, Mr. Ruan. When you visit Bianqing next, I shall extend my hospitality in return. This is my cousin's establishment, Ruan Zi said, handing the menu to Dai Qianxue. This restaurant is one of the finest in Yunjiang. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Do not hold back. A light meal will suffice, Dai Qianxue replied, gently pushing the menu back. Our purpose here is not merely dining. Securing the collaboration is our priority. Then I shall simply observe. Ruan Zi flipped through the menu and instructed the waiter, also opening 2 bottles of red wine to breathe, before sitting down with a cheerful demeanor. Business must be discussed, yet we ought to enjoy our meal. Let us first indulge in some ordinary wine. My cousin will soon bring a bottle of 82 Lafite for us. No, 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 Dai Qianxue quickly waved her hands. Mr. Ruan, please do not trouble your cousin. Neither of us can handle alcohol. No trouble at all, Ruan Zi chuckled. It would be my pleasure to share a drink with such lovely ladies. After some light conversation, the waiter began serving the dishes. Exquisite French cuisine, fresh Australian seafood, delightful Japanese dishes, and delicate Italian pasta, creating a feast for the eyes and palate. Come, come, General Dai, Miss Gong. Ruan Zi raised his glass. Welcome to Yunjiang. It is an honor to treat you to this meal. I shall drink first in respect. He clinked glasses with the 2 ladies and elegantly took a substantial sip. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang politely raised their glasses, taking a symbolic small sip. As 3 glasses of wine were consumed, Ruan Zi began to reveal his true nature, fervently urging them to drink, his words flowing like a river, eloquent and persuasive, laced with charm and wit, his enthusiasm overflowing. Moreover, he had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, drinking red wine as if it were water. Dai Qianxue sipped cautiously, gradually feeling the effects of inebriation. Mr. Ruan, she interjected, holding back his raised glass. We cannot drink any more. Otherwise, we shall be intoxicated. Perhaps we should discuss the collaboration? No hurry, no hurry. Ruan Zi deflected. Let us enjoy our meal and drink well before we discuss business. My cousin S, 82 Lafite, will be here shortly. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a burly man in his 30s, dressed in a tank top and holding a bottle of premium red wine, strode in. His physique was muscular, with prominent chest muscles and bulging biceps, indicative of a seasoned fighter. "I apologize for the delay, everyone," he said with a broad grin. "I had an urgent matter to attend to. Come, try this wine." Ruan Zi quickly stood to introduce. "This is my cousin, Jean Baozi. This is General Dai. And this is Miss Gong. Pleasure to meet you." Jean Baozi raised his glass. "General Dai, Miss Gong, welcome to my humble establishment. Let us get acquainted." Dai Qianxue felt a twinge of irritation at this unexpected interruption, yet recognizing him as a relative of their client, she felt obliged to share a drink. Thus, they reluctantly took another small sip. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. "Come, General Dai." Jean Baozi raised his glass again, his demeanor one of insistence. "No." Gong Xiaoshuang quickly intervened. "Mr. Jean, our General Dai has already had enough. She cannot handle more. Allow me to take her place for this toast." At a crucial moment, Dai Qianxue's friend bravely stepped up. All right. Jean Baozi laughed heartily. "This toast will be represented by the beautiful Miss Gong. Truly remarkable, a woman of great capacity." Despite having consumed a fair amount of wine, Dai Qianxue remained clear-headed, not forgetting the purpose of their visit. However, as the conversation continued to revolve around drinking rather than discussing the collaboration, her dissatisfaction grew, leading her to consider retreating and postponing the discussion for another day. "Mr. Wan," Dai Qianxue interjected again, blocking the glass in front of her, "we truly cannot drink anymore. As ladies, we are not accustomed to such spirits. If you two feel you haven't had your fill, perhaps you could summon my driver to join you for a few rounds?" At this moment, a sense of trepidation washed over her, especially as she noticed Jean Baozi's predatory gaze lingering on her and Gong Xiaoshuang, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Thus, she immediately thought of Pang Tiancheng. Upon hearing her suggestion, the golden leopard promptly rejected it, exclaiming, No, such exquisite wine should not be wasted on a mere driver. It is only fitting for the enchanting President Dai to enjoy." Dai Qianxue, still gazing at Ruan Zi, interjected, "President Ruan, let us first finalize our collaboration before indulging in wine, or else we may find ourselves unable to negotiate after drinking too much." Seeing Dai Qianxue's resolute demeanor and piercing gaze, Ruan Zi abandoned pretense and waved his hand dismissively at the waitstaff, instructing them to leave. "You may all exit. I need to discuss matters with President Dai." The staff complied swiftly, closing the door behind them. "Make sure to have a fruitful discussion. I shall enjoy some dishes first," the golden leopard remarked, giving Ruan Zi a knowing look, urging him to be decisive. Clearing his throat, Ruan Zi, his gaze clouded with desire, addressed Dai Qianxue, "President Dai, our collaboration is quite simple. If you agree to spend the night with me, I shall sign the contract immediately and even advance 30% of the payment. What do you say?" Chapter 53, The Banquet of Ambition, Part 3, Ruan Zi revealed his true intentions. His invitation for Dai Qianxue to travel all the way to Yunjiang was not for the products of Daikon Company, but for her companionship. In that moment, Dai Qianxue comprehended the deception. Fury ignited within her, and in a fit of rage, she splashed her wine in Ruan Zi's face. "Get lost." As her anger intensified, she trembled with indignation. Caught off guard, Ruan Zi's face turned crimson with fury as he stood abruptly, raising his hand to strike her. The force of his slap could have marred her delicate features. In that critical moment, Gong Xiaoshuang sprang into action, shoving Ruan Zi to the ground and pulling Dai Qianxue away. "Run. Where to?" The golden leopard kicked over a chair, blocking their escape. "Listen here, girl. It's a privilege for my cousin to fancy you. Why not just spend one night with him? You won't lose a thing. You shameless fiends." Dai Qianxue's voice trembled, her words faltering under the pressure of the towering figure before her. In desperation, she reached for her phone to call Pang Tiancheng, but the golden leopard swiftly snatched it away. "Who are you calling?" he sneered. "Even if you call the police, they won't come to my territory. So give up on that thought." "What now?" Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both at a loss. In the first-floor restaurant, Pang Tiancheng and Ding Guochun were nearing the end of their meal, engaged in casual conversation, seemingly content. However, Pang Tiancheng, with his third eye wide open, was keenly aware of the events unfolding in room 308, particularly the scene where Dai Qianxue had erupted in anger. At that moment, he understood it was time for him to intervene. "Old Ding," Pang Tiancheng abruptly stood, extinguishing his cigarette in a plate. "They're in trouble. We need to hurry." He dashed towards the staircase. In room 308, Ruan Zi, having been unexpectedly pushed down by Gong Xiaoshuang, was furious, his face turning green with rage. Although his mind was clouded with lust, He retained enough clarity to alert the Golden Leopard. Cousin, there are 2 bodyguards in the lobby. We must deal with them. Don't worry. The Golden Leopard licked his lips, eyeing the 2 women like prey. Neither of them will escape. Tonight, we shall enjoy ourselves. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Guangzi, a respectful voice answered. What can I do for you? Send some men to the 1st floor and capture the 2 visitors from Bianqing, the Golden Leopard commanded. Before he could finish, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, revealing a young man with a grim expression. His icy gaze locked onto the Golden Leopard. It was Pang Tianchong. In that moment, the Golden Leopard felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly dropping his phone. He was acutely aware of the murderous aura emanating from Pang Tianchong, rendering him paralyzed with fear. After a brief moment of shock, the Golden Leopard quickly changed his tune. Forget the 1st floor. Bring your men to 308. We have a formidable character here. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, feeling lost and anxious, were overwhelmed with relief upon seeing Pang Tianchong enter. President Dai? Pang Tianchong scanned the room, his gaze settling on the Golden Leopard as he calmed his imposing presence. He then turned to Dai Qianxue, asking, What has transpired? Is someone threatening you? They want to let us leave, Dai Qianxue replied, her voice tinged with frustration. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise. It's all right. Pang Tianchong reassured her with a comforting glance. I'm here now. Let us see who dares to obstruct our path. You know who I am. The Golden Leopard stammered. I don't care who you are, Pang Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. Anyone who dares to touch President Dai will face the consequences. His voice was calm, yet authoritative. Dai Qianxue felt a warmth in her heart. With Pang Tianchong by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. I am the leader of the Crocodile Gang. The Golden Leopard threatened, asserting his status in Yunjiang's underworld. If you're familiar with the underworld, you should know that we are not to be trifled with. Humph. Pang Tianchong exhaled a plume of smoke. I don't care if you're a crocodile, a catfish, or a shrimp. Today, I'll ensure you're all dealt with, so you won't cause any more trouble. As the Golden Leopard prepared to retaliate, Ding Guochen arrived. Assessing the situation, Pang Tianchong gestured, It's fine. Keep an eye on Assistant Gong. I will handle the rest. Ding Guochen nodded, stepping closer to the 2 women. His expression icy as he remained vigilant of Ruanzi and the Golden Leopard. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the hallway as a group of armed men stormed into the private room, surrounding Pang Tianchong and his companions. Their weapons drawn and aimed at everyone present. Chapter 54. The Banquet of Ambition, Part 4. Pang Tianchong could hardly believe the audacity of Yunjiang's underground forces, brazenly brandishing firearms in broad daylight. At the moment the gun was aimed at them, Pang Tianchong discarded his cigarette, but, his figure swiftly moving to shield Dai Qianxue. Simultaneously, the energy within him surged, enveloping his body in protection. His fists clenched instinctively, stretching out to either side, as if he were a hen guarding her chicks. Although this gesture was fleeting, Pang Tianchong quickly returned to his usual demeanor, yet Dai Qianxue observed it clearly. A stirring within her heart, childhood memories flashed in her mind. A silhouette of a little boy, a playmate from her past. Whenever she faced danger, he would stand in front of her, his posture identical to that of Pang Tianchong in this moment. Dai Qianxue felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. However, the current situation left no room for contemplation, as Jean Baozi's laughter abruptly interrupted her thoughts. How about it, gentlemen? Do you still wish to leave tonight? In the territory of our Crocodile Gang, escape is impossible. He sneered. He cast a pointed glance at Pang Tianchong, adding, I know you're formidable, but can you evade my dozen or so guns? Indeed. Pang Tianchong clapped his hands, swiftly scanning the faces of each gunman to ascertain that no one would fire unexpectedly before smiling faintly. To possess so many firearms, the Crocodile Gang is indeed impressive. Are you afraid? Ruanzi approached, patting Pang Tianchong on the shoulder. A wise man does not court immediate danger, my friend. I suggest you surrender quietly. Should our guns accidentally discharge, you may never return to Bian City. The Crocodile Gang, is it? Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, pulling out his phone. Let me make a call and see if anyone recognizes you. Seeking help, are we? Jean Baozi scoffed. Go ahead and call. In Yunjiang, no one will come to your aid. As I said, I am the ruler here. Very well, Pang Tianchong stated, dialing the number of his senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. At that moment, Dai Qianxue, Gong Xiaoshuang, and Ding Guoxin felt their hearts leap into their throats. Especially Dai Qianxue, whose face drained of color. With so many guns aimed at them, could Pang Tianchong truly withstand the barrage of bullets? Their lives were at stake. Would they become mere playthings, or meet a tragic end tonight? Tears began to well in Dai Qinshue's eyes, threatening to spill. The call was soon answered by a gentle female voice. Hello, junior brother? Sixth sister. Pang Tianchong pressed the phone to his ear. I recall you mentioning that you operate in the southwestern region. Is that correct? Ah, I live around here. Why? Do you wish to visit me? I have come to Yunjiang. Is your family from Yunjiang? No, my family is from City M. What brings you to Yunjiang? I'm accompanying our boss to a pharmaceutical promotional exchange event. Yunjiang isn't far from us. When you're done, come visit. It's been ages since I last saw you. That won't do, sixth sister. Pang Tianchong feigned a troubled tone. I am currently being held at gunpoint, unable to move. I was hoping you could come to my rescue. What? Ouyang Huaping's voice suddenly rose an octave. Who dares to be so bold in my territory? It's someone from the Crocodile Gang. The Crocodile Gang. Led by someone named Jean, is it? Hand the phone to him. All right. Pang Tianchong handed the phone to Jean Baozi, saying, My sister wishes to speak with you. Jean Baozi, already impatient, snatched the phone. Your sister? Even if she comes, it won't help. Pang Tianchong regarded him as if he were a fool. Fully aware of his sixth sister's temperament, she was a ruthless figure, known for her mercilessness. Many had perished at her hand over the years. Hello? Jean Baozi shouted into the phone. Who the hell are you? Stay out of my business. Unexpectedly, the voice on the line was even more aggressive. Jean, you dare threaten my junior brother? Sixth sister. Jean Baozi's face went pale, and he sank to the ground in terror. Who dares to threaten my junior brother? Please. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to offend him. Jean Baozi's fear was palpable. He knew better than to cross this formidable woman, the red-clad demoness of the underworld, whose threats were not mere bluster. If my junior brother does not forgive you today, I shall come for you tomorrow. Consider your fate. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Jean Baozi in a state of shock. Clutching the phone as if it were a lifeline. How do you like that? Pang Tianchong casually lit a cigarette, inquiring, What did my sister say? Jean Baozi, trembling, raised his hands in surrender, crawling before Pang Tianchong. Please spare me. Have mercy, just let me go this once. The sudden shift in the situation caught everyone off guard. They never anticipated a phone call could render the once mighty leader of the Crocodile Gang so utterly submissive. Cousin Wan Zi was equally bewildered. Well aware of his cousin's fierce reputation, to be brought low by someone else was astonishing. Stop talking nonsense. Kneel. Jean Baozi glared at Wan Zi, blaming him for the predicament. And all of you kneel too. If this gentleman does not forgive us, none of us shall leave alive. In a moment of stunned silence, the armed men lowered their weapons and sank to their knees, pleading for mercy. At that moment, Wan Zi felt a pang of fear. He had never seen his cousin so terrified. He understood they had crossed paths with someone they should not have. Without hesitation, he too knelt before Pang Tianchong. Chapter 55. The Banquet of Fate, Part 5. Dai Qinshui, on the verge of tears, felt as if she were trapped, with nowhere to turn. Yet, unexpectedly, Pang Tianchong's call turned the tide of the situation completely. The once arrogant Jean Baozi and Wan Zi now lay on the ground like defeated dogs. The feeling of surviving such peril left her in a daze, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Please spare us. The kneeling gunmen cried in unison, the room filled with chaos. Silence. Pang Tianchong bellowed, his head throbbing from the noise. Stop calling me sir. My surname is Pang. Address me as Teacher Pang. Of course, Teacher Pang. Please. Do not hold our ignorance against us. Jean Baozi was nearly in tears, still haunted by the threat of the demoness. Do not worry. We will settle our accounts. One by one. You lured President Dai here from afar under the pretense of a partnership. So let us discuss the contract first, shall we? Yes. Let's discuss the contract. Jean Baozi's eyes lit up, slapping Wan Zi on the back of the head. What are you waiting for? Hurry and get President Dai to sign the contract. Brother, that's $1 million. Wan Zi grimaced. Slap. Jean Baozi struck Wan Zi again, scolding, Are you stupid? 10 million is significant, but what about life? Oh, fine, I'll sign. As Wan Zi realized the gravity of the situation, he awkwardly glanced at Dai Qinshui and said, President Dai, you brought the contract, right? I'm ready to sign it now. Dai Qinshui exchanged a glance with Gong Xiaoshuang, both slightly incredulous at the turn of events. Gong Xiaoshuang, momentarily at a loss, hesitated before instinctively looking towards Pang Tianchong. What are you staring at? Pang Tianchong exhaled a smoke ring. Quickly bring out the contract. It specifies that the payment should be transferred by tomorrow. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang hastily opened her bag and retrieved the contract, her small hands trembling with excitement. This was a deal worth millions, and with a single word from Pang Tianchong, it was signed. Wan Zi snatched the contract and, without even glancing at it, scribbled his signature before respectfully handing it back to Gong Xiaoshuang, fearful of any delay that might provoke his cousin's wrath. All right. Upon seeing the contract signed, Pang Tianchong turned his attention to Jin Baozi. Now that the contract is settled, let's discuss your offense against me. Yes, yes. Please enlighten us, Teacher Pang. Jin Baozi nodded vigorously. To be frank, Pang Tianchong pointed at Jin Baozi with his cigarette. Anyone who dared to point a gun at me before is now long forgotten. Their graves overgrown. Tell me, how should we deal with you scoundrels? Jin Baozi broke into a cold sweat. Although he had never witnessed Pang Tianchong's martial prowess, he had an exceptionally formidable senior sister. Surely, this junior's skills were not to be underestimated. Realizing this, he nervously suggested, we can pay 5 million as compensation. How about that? Consider it a fee for your emotional distress. Compensation? Pang Tianchong glared. Do I look like someone in need of money? Jin Baozi was on the verge of tears, biting his lip as he glanced at his companions. Resolutely, he shouted, Guangzi, break an arm for each of them. Understood. Guangzi responded, drawing a cleaver from his waist with the blade facing down, and shouted, everyone, extend a hand, quickly. With anguished cries, the arms of the group were swiftly severed. Finally, Guangzi gritted his teeth, extended his left hand, and with a swift motion of the right, severed his own arm. Such ruthlessness in the underworld was indeed chilling. This scene left Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang shaken. They turned away, unable to bear the gruesome sight. After the ordeal, Jin Baozi looked at Pang Tianchong with a pleading gaze and cautiously asked, will this suffice? Can we let this go? As Pang Tianchong flicked the remaining cigarette, but it flew like a shooting star, striking Jin Baozi's wrist. With a sharp crack, Jin Baozi's left hand dropped limply. Caught off guard, Jin Baozi screamed in terror. Trembling as he gazed at Pang Tianchong, his body shaking uncontrollably, filled with dread. This is no less than Huang Yaoshi's famed finger technique. What are you staring at? Pang Tianchong coldly commanded. Pick up that cigarette, and get lost. Yes, yes. Jin Baozi dared not hesitate, scurrying to collect the cigarette, and fleeing with his men. Ruanzi stood pale, unsure whether to leave or stay, fearfully watching Pang Tianchong. You too, get lost. Pang Tianchong disdainfully glared at Ruanzi. If I ever catch you causing trouble again, I swear I'll castrate you. Now go. Yes, yes. I'm leaving. Ruanzi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, bolting out the door faster than a rabbit. Once everyone had departed, Pang Tianchong turned back to Dai Qianxue with a playful grin. President Dai, did I scare you? It's fine, let us leave, he added. Dai Qianxue shot him a glance, initially wanting to express her gratitude, but seeing his somewhat gleeful expression, she swallowed her words. Deep down, she was immensely grateful to Pang Tianchong. Without him, her situation could have been dire. As they exited the hotel and returned to the car, Pang Tianchong took the wheel, fulfilling his role as the president's driver. But we've all been drinking. Ding Wuxin quietly reminded. What if we get pulled over for a DUI? Don't worry. Our luck won't be that bad. Pang Tianchong nonchalantly replied. If we do get stopped, I'll just call that Ruan guy to sort it out. Why should he? Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out, finally regaining her composure. Because that scoundrel deserves to run errands for us. Pang Tianchong chuckled. If he dares to refuse, I'll show him what. Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged amused glances, jokingly adding, honestly, if it comes to being devious, he might not even match your level. Such ignorance. Pang Tianchong shot a glance at Gong Xiaoshuang. It should be said, the wicked do not prevail. Do you understand? Humph. Such a lack of education is truly alarming. As night descended and neon lights flickered, the recent rain in Yunjiang had left the ground glistening, resembling a dynamic oil painting. The night breeze brought a refreshing chill, dispersing the daytime clamor and leaving behind a unique tranquility and beauty. Pang Tianchong was driving towards his residence when his phone rang. Your Majesty, you have a call. Hello? He said, one hand on the wheel as he answered the phone. It was his senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. Hey, little junior, have you resolved the situation? All sorted. Each of them had an arm broken, and they were sent packing. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I'm a bit puzzled. With a dozen guns involved, did you really need to call for help? Ouyang Huaping questioned. Can't you handle things yourself anymore? Well, my boss was present. If I acted recklessly and someone got hurt, what then? After a pause, Pang Tianchong continued. Besides, you often say you're quite influential in the Southwest, right? This was a perfect opportunity to validate that. Cut it out, you little trickster. Ouyang Huaping laughed on the other end. By the way, once the investment conference wraps up, come spend a few days at my place. That might be difficult, Pang Tianchong declined. I'm currently the dedicated driver for my boss. How could I leave so easily? Maybe next time. Humph. You're forsaking friends for love. Ouyang Huaping teased. If you don't come, fine. Just tell me where you're staying, and I'll send some gifts your way tomorrow. Gifts? That sounds promising. I'm at such and such hotel. As the call ended, Dai Qianxue, who had been silent, suddenly perked up, teasingly asking, Your Majesty, can you tell us who that call was for? The term Your Majesty caught Pang Tianchong off guard. He hadn't expected this icy beauty to joke around. Clearing his throat, he replied, It was my 6th senior sister. Haha. Dai Qianxue chuckled, then inquired. What does she do? She seems formidable, making the crocodile gang kneel and apologize with just a word. I'm not entirely sure what she does. I don't bother with her affairs, Pang Tianchong explained, but I know she is quite influential in the southwest. No exaggeration, when she coughs, the entire 5 provinces tremble. Humph. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed, muttering under her breath. Isn't that just boasting? Your sister helped us tremendously. We must properly thank her when the opportunity arises. Dai Qianxue sincerely stated. What do you think would be the best way to express my gratitude? No need to thank her. Pang Tianchong laughed. Just thank me properly. Thank you? At the very least, you should treat me to a sumptuous meal. Pang Tianchong lamented, feeling aggrieved. I barely had a decent meal just now while rescuing you. Once we return to Bianqing, it's your turn to host. Of course. Dai Qianxue nodded with a smile. Ah, by the way, old ding. In a moment. Have Gong Xiaoyao settle our meal expenses from earlier, Pang Tianchong said. Teacher Pang. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, pouting with curiosity. Why did you refuse the 5 million they offered you earlier? Are you really that stingy? Why would I accept it? Pang Tianchong retorted. That was a business matter. If I were to take 5 million, I would have to share 1 million with you. Dream on. Uft. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. So you were afraid I'd take your money? Huh. What kind of person are you? Haha. Pang Tianchong laughed heartily. The truth is, I'm not short on cash. A few million is nothing to me. Oh, really? Not short on cash. Gong Xiaoshuang continued to tease. You couldn't even come up with 8,000, and here you are boasting. Her words elicited laughter even from Dai Qianxue, who recalled Pang Tianchong's embarrassment at the airport. Gong Xiaoyao. Pang Tianchong turned his head and shot her a glare. Why do you always bring up the past? I've said it before, it's not that I don't have money. It's just that it's not on me at the moment. Once my funds are back, believe it or not, I'll acquire the Daikon Group and assign you to clean the restrooms. Keep dreaming. Gong Xiaoshuang shot back, undeterred. Why not buy the moon while you're at it? Who would sell it to you? Haha. This remark even amused Ding Wuxin, who had been silent until now. As the 4 friends exchanged banter, they returned to their lodgings, each tending to their personal routines. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Dai Qianxue decided it was time to head back. With the purpose of their journey accomplished, lingering would be futile. As for the investment matters, the marketing department would handle them, rendering her involvement as the CEO unnecessary. Thus, early in the morning, Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the doors of Pang Tianchong and Ding Wuxin. Pang Tianchong, wake up. Dai Qianxue has ordered us to return today. Got it. What is all the shouting for? Pang Tianchong responded lazily while getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom. Just as he settled on the toilet, another round of knocks echoed. Bang, bang, bang. What s with the incessant knocking? Are you mad? Pang Tianchong shouted from the bathroom. Old Ding, open the door and tell them to wait a few minutes. Can a man even have peace while relieving himself? Ding Wuxin, already finished with his morning routine, hurriedly opened the door, revealing not only Gong Xiaoshuang, but also 5 or 6 sweaty men standing outside. Upon seeing Ding Wuxin, the men's faces lit up with excitement. One of them eagerly inquired, Excuse me, are you Mr. Pang Tianchong? You? Ding Wuxin was slightly taken aback, wondering what was happening so early in the day. He instinctively glanced at Gong Xiaoshuang, who shook her head, equally puzzled about the well-dressed men's intentions. We are medical representatives from various provinces and cities, one man explained. We rushed here overnight to discuss a partnership with Mr. Pang's company. Oh, please, come in, Ding Wuxin gestured, stepping aside. Pang Tianchong is still getting ready. You can wait here for a moment. Upon hearing that they were there for a business collaboration, Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes brightened. Without a second thought, she dashed to her room. Dai Qianxue is packing her luggage, she exclaimed as she burst into the room. Xiaoxue, you won't believe this. A whole group of people just showed up outside. They're all medical representatives from the southwest, here to negotiate with our company. What? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in disbelief, trying to comprehend the situation. Is it really that easy to attract investment now? Previously, we struggled to find clients at investment meetings, and now people are coming to us? Are you mistaken? Gong Xiaoshuang tugged at Dai Qianxue's arm. They're all in Pang Tianchong's room. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Let us go. Dai Qianxue followed Gong Xiaoshuang to Pang Tianchong's room. Upon entering, She was indeed greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 sharply dressed individuals seated on Pang Tianchong's bed, wiping the sweat from their brows while sharing their respective situations. I drove all night to get here, fearing Mr. Pang would check out early. A tall, lean young man expressed his relief. Me too. I took the train, and luckily arrived just as dawn broke. A plump man chimed in. Mr. Liu, why did you come in person? Another asked. Of course. Since all of you are here, I thought I'd join the excitement and meet Mr. Pang. The man addressed as Mr. Liu replied with a smile, prompting laughter among the group. Despite not knowing each other personally, they were all from the same industry. So the atmosphere was relaxed and jovial. Seeing Dai Qianxue enter, Ding Guixin promptly introduced her. Everyone, this is Dai Qianxue, the general manager of Daikon Group. If you wish to discuss a partnership, you can speak with her. Hello, Ms. Dai? They greeted in unison, standing up respectfully. Hello, everyone. Dai Qianxue nodded politely. Are you all here to discuss a partnership with Daikon? Indeed. The plump man replied first. We represent medical companies from various provinces in the southwest and wish to distribute your products. Our initial sales target is 10 million. Before he could finish, the tall young man interjected. Our company also aims for 10 million. I brought the contract. I'm aiming for 8 million. We're at 5 million. Hey, why are you even trying to join in with 5 million? The room erupted into a lively debate as they all clamored for the same deal. Dai Qianxue's heart raced with joy. She was at a loss for words. This could translate into tens of millions in business. If they all signed, the company's profits would soar to new heights. How about this? She managed to say, suppressing her excitement. Let us find a larger room to discuss this in detail, as it's a bit cramped here. Wait. The plump man raised his hand. Ms. Dai, let's not rush. We should meet Mr. Pang first before discussing further. Oh. Dai Qianxue suddenly understood that they were all there for Pang Tianchong, leading to a slight awkwardness. Where is Pang Tianchong? Gong Xiaoshuang asked anxiously, turning to Ding Guixin. Doesn't he know so many people are waiting for him? Ding Guixin gestured towards the bathroom. He-s busy at the moment. Bang, bang, bang. Impatiently, Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the bathroom door, calling out, Pang Tianchong. Are you done yet? Everyone is waiting for you. What's the rush? Came Pang Tianchong's irritable voice from inside. I just finished. I haven't even wiped yet. Want to come in and help? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang's face turned crimson as she turned and stormed out, fuming. Uffed. Dai Qianxue bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter at his shamelessness. The others stifled their laughter, turning their faces away to contain their amusement. About a minute later, the bathroom door swung open, and Pang Tianchong emerged, humming a tune, only to be taken aback by the crowd in the room. Having indulged in the pleasures within, I had scarcely paid heed to the commotion outside, reassured by the presence of Ding Guixin. Upon stepping out, however, I was met with an unexpected sight. My bed was teeming with strangers, and my expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here? Leave. Dai Qianxue, perceiving my rising temper, hurriedly interjected. Pang Tianchong, please don't misunderstand. They are here to discuss a collaboration with our company. Oh, a collaboration, is it? My countenance shifted faster than a page in a book, instantly replaced by a smile. Well, if that's the case, they should speak with our general manager Dai. I haven't even had the chance to freshen up. Pang, sir. A stout man stepped forward, taking my hand in both of his. My name is Liu, and I am the manager of Yunbei Pharmaceuticals. It is a pleasure to meet you. A tall, slender youth was not to be outdone, promptly grasping my other hand and introducing himself. Pang, sir. I am Gao Shan, representing Nanshui Pharmaceuticals. Very well. A pleasure indeed. I chuckled as I extricated my hands and directed them toward Dai Qianxue. For discussions regarding collaboration, please consult our general manager. Once the arrangements are made, we shall get to know one another better. I need to wash my face first. Very well. The group then turned towards Dai Qianxue. General manager. Shall we find a place to discuss and sign the contract? Everyone, Dai Qianxue gestured invitingly. Please follow me. With that, she strode confidently out, her high heels clicking rhythmically, as though dancing upon the wind. Once they departed, I realized that this was likely the gift mentioned by my senior sister last night. Goodness. But this was meant for the company. I scratched my head, pondering, where was my share? I must remember to ask Dai Qianxue for my commission later. Meanwhile, the discussions on Dai Qianxue's side were proceeding delightfully, a match made in heaven, with everything easily negotiable. Little did she know that these individuals had rushed over solely due to Ouyang Huaping's influence, without even discussing prices, directly signing contracts instead. 1,800,000. 700,000. The smallest order did not dip below 500,000. All were substantial contracts, amounting to several tens of millions in total. Moreover, payments were prompt. Some committed to transferring funds today, others by Monday, and a few even arrived with checks in hand. Gong Xiaoshuang was frantically shuffling through contracts, her hands a flurry. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, her blouse dampened. Dai Qinxue, too, was grinning from ear to ear, her once icy demeanor thawing in this moment of triumph. Truly, it was a joyous collaboration, heralding prosperous business. After bidding farewell to the clients, a thought struck Dai Qinxue, and she turned to Gong Xiaoshuang. It's evident that these clients came here for Pang Tianchong. How should we express our gratitude to him once they leave? Express gratitude? Gong Xiaoshuang responded through gritted teeth. Let us dismember him. Chapter 58. The Zhua family's plans at the First People's Hospital of Bian City. In the intensive care unit, Zhua Biao lay on his bed, pallid and hollow-eyed, fixated on his right leg. The pain post-surgery made him grit his teeth in agony. His severed leg had been successfully reattached, now encased in plaster and tightly bound with bandages. Beside his bed sat an elderly man with a stern countenance, the patriarch of the Zhua family, Zhua Xiuqing. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with impeccably slicked-back hair, exuding an air of authority. He was Zhua Jia, the eldest son of the family and the current chairman and general manager of Zhua Group. Outside the ward, several bodyguards clad in black suits stood vigil, ensuring the safety of the room. Dad, Zhua Jia leaned slightly, addressing the elder. I had someone look into that Pang Tianchong. It appears he has only recently arrived in Bian City. His origins remain a mystery. Nothing on his background? Zhua Xiuqing queried, perplexed. Is he from Bian City? Any familial ties? None. Zhua Jia confirmed. I had a local officer investigate his records. His ID does indeed indicate he is from Bian City, residing at number 39, Fuguiyuan Community, Ocean District. However, upon further inquiry, the owner of that villa is a Wang, who bears no relation to him whatsoever. This lad seems to have sprung from the depths of obscurity, akin to a monkey emerging from the crevices of a rock, with no leads to follow. His identification must be forged. Zhua Xiuqing frowned, and he possesses formidable skills. What is his true origin? Regardless of his origins, Zhua Jia declared angrily. We cannot allow him to trample upon the Zhua family. He shall pay for this. Furthermore, Zhua Jia continued, pausing for effect, we cannot solely blame that Pang fellow. My younger brother shares culpability. I discovered that he recently transferred 2 sums of money to the Hailinghui and Baihui gangs. You ought to interrogate him regarding his dealings. Oh. Zhua Xiuqing raised an eyebrow. How much? One was 200,000, the other 300,000. Significant amounts. Younger brother. Zhua Xiuqing's expression darkened. With such sums, what have you been up to? Speak the truth. Zhua Ershao stammered, avoiding eye contact. I had them deal with Pang Tianchong. And the outcome? Zhua Xiuqing's demeanor grew severe. Did they fail to act on your behalf? Not exactly, Zhua Ershao clarified. Hailing said they fought with Pang, resulting in both sides being injured, but they could not subdue him. Hence, I reached out to Lu from Baihui, but they have yet to respond. Why not inquire? Zhua Xiuqing commanded. Find out what Baihui has to say. Yes. Zhua Ershao immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. The call was swiftly connected, and Zhua Biao glanced at his father's expression, instinctively placing the call on speaker. An irate voice burst forth from the phone. Is this Zhua Ershao? Yes. It's me. We were just about to call you. You've truly led us into a disaster with Baihui. What do you mean? Zhua Ershao was bewildered. Why are you blaming me? What do you mean? The voice retorted angrily. Pang Tianchong possesses incredible martial prowess. And you didn't forewarn us? Did you intend for us to walk into a death trap? Now, our leader has had his arm broken by that Pang fellow, and our brothers are wounded or worse. The losses are catastrophic. What do you propose we do? I paid you to handle this. The voice hissed. And you dare question me? You failed to follow my orders to break that Pang's legs, yet he has broken ours instead. Useless. You are all utterly useless. With a loud click, Zhua Ershao angrily ended the call. Zhua Jia turned to his father. It appears that Pang is indeed a formidable opponent. Humph. Zhua Xiuqing snorted. Regardless of how formidable, we must deal with him. I shall visit Xishan tomorrow to consult with President Zhua of the Martial Arts Association. They must send experts to handle him. Wait. Zhua Jia interjected, raising a hand. Father, let us take a multifaceted approach. Multifaceted approach? How so? First, we should contact the Dai family for an explanation. Isn't Pang employed at their company? They ought to dismiss him. Pausing briefly, Zhua Jia continued. Second, let us have the local officer investigate Pang Tianchong for identity fraud. If confirmed, that could lead to a prison sentence of 3 years or less. Third, we should file a complaint with the Martial Arts Association, Pang Tianchong. As a martial artist, openly assaulted an ordinary person, violating the association's principles. We must have their experts deal with him. And fourth, Zhuo Jia concluded, if all else fails, we can post a bounty on the dark web. A generous reward will surely attract skilled assassins. Excellent. Zhuo Ershao clapped his hands, exclaiming, brother, your foresight is commendable. Truly commendable. His excitement nearly led to a blubbering grin. Indeed. Zhuo Xiuqing nodded. Let us proceed, as you suggest. I shall contact the head of the Dai family for an explanation. With that, Zhuo Xiuqing retrieved his phone and dialed Dai Jingma, the head of the Dai family. Hello? An aged voice resonated on the phone, belonging to the venerable Dai Jingma, the patriarch of the Dai family. Old Dai, Zhuo Xiuqing retorted. I am calling to demand an explanation from your family. Oh, the voice on the line inquired curiously, what has transpired to incite the anger of the Zhuo family head? One of your security guards has broken my second son's leg. What do you propose we do about this? What? The voice on the phone gasped in astonishment. How could such a thing occur? Zhuo, please, do not be angry. Which of the Dai family's companies is involved? I shall dispatch someone to handle it immediately. Zhuo replied. It is your esteemed granddaughter Dai Qianshue's Daikon company. I hear it was a new security guard named Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong, Dai Jingma murmured. I have not heard of him. Regardless, that is the situation, old Dai. You may handle it as you see fit. With that, the Zhuo patriarch decisively ended the call. In the Dai family villa, Dai Jingma held the phone, lost in thought for a full 5 seconds before placing the watering can aside and contemplating the matter. Master, what has happened? Inquired a robust middle-aged man, who was his bodyguard, Fan Hai. The Zhuo family's patriarch just called, Dai Jingma pondered. He claims that a security guard from our Xiaoxua company has broken his family's second young master's leg. Fan Hai exclaimed, who would dare to do such a thing? Intriguing. Dai Jingma suddenly chuckled. For the Zhuo family's patriarch to reach out to me indicates that this matter is rather delicate. And they have not managed to resolve it themselves. Since when have we had such a character in Xiaoxua company? I must make a call to inquire. Chapter 59. The return journey Saturday, bright and clear. The weather was exceptionally pleasant, with radiant sunshine and a cerulean sky. A gentle breeze wafted through, and fluffy clouds floated lazily. The mountains, trees, flowers, and rivers lining the road formed a picturesque tableau. On the highway, a crimson Porsche sped along like the wind, pursuing the endless horizon ahead. The driver was Pang Tianchong, wearing sunglasses and humming a tune, weaving through the highway as if racing against the wind and accompanying the clouds. Seated in the car were Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, both brimming with excitement over the successful business trip that had yielded unexpected rewards. One could say it was a resounding triumph. Thus, they reveled in the rare, splendid weather, admiring the swiftly passing scenery outside, their spirits elevated. At that moment, the world seemed to lie beneath their feet, dreamlike and ethereal. The future shimmered ahead, radiant with promise. Ding Guxian, typically composed and taciturn, sat quietly in the passenger seat, gazing out at the scenery. Among the four, Gong Xiaoshuang was the most restless. She nudged Pang Tianchong's shoulder and urged, Hey, Teacher Pang, can you drive as fast as you did on the way here? We could reach Bianqing in an hour or two. Absolutely not. Pang Tianchong replied without hesitation. It's too swift. I fear it might alarm you. I'm not afraid. That's still one do. Pang Tianchong shook his head, countering, Tell me, is speed more crucial than safety? Why the rush? Is your mother waiting for you to come home for dinner? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You really lack excitement. All right. Dai Qianxue interjected diplomatically. Let us just allow him to drive at his own pace. There's no need to hurry. Safety comes first. In truth, she too was curious about Pang Tianchong's extraordinary driving skills, but felt hesitant to voice it. Exactly. Pang Tianchong chimed in. Besides, I am the driver for President Dai, not your personal chauffeur, Miss Gong. If you keep directing me, I might just drop you off and make you run home. Gong Xiaoshuang was about to explode with indignation when Dai Qianshue's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was her grandfather calling. She swiftly answered and raised a finger to signal Gong Xiaoshuang to be silent. Hello, is this Qianxue? Came the aged voice from the other end. Are you home? If there's nothing pressing, come visit your grandfather. Grandfather, have you forgotten? Dai Qianxue laughed. I'm on a business trip in the southwest for a pharmaceutical exchange conference. As I mentioned before. Oh, right. Dai Jingma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. How did it go? Did you reap any rewards? Fantastic. Dai Qianxue replied enthusiastically. We secured over 50 million in contracts, and we are currently on our way back. What? The voice on the phone expressed disbelief. You've become so capable. How could you sign such a large amount in one go? It was largely thanks to an employee named Pang Tianchong, Dai Qianxue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the driving Pang Tianchong. Without his assistance, How could we have landed so many orders? Oh, is Peng Tianchong the new security guard from your company? The voice inquired with curiosity. Yes. This time, Dai Qianxue was puzzled. How does grandfather know him? No, no, no. Dai Jingma chuckled. I don't know a security guard. Just drive carefully. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Dai Qianxue stared at her phone. Bewildered, pondering, what was that about? Who was on the line? Gong Xiaoshuang, intrigued by the sudden call, asked, what did he want? My grandfather. Dai Qianxue replied, still puzzled. He called clearly for a reason, yet he hung up abruptly. He probably had something to discuss, but dropped it when he learned you were away, Gong Xiaoshuang speculated. That is possible. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly, feeling something was amiss. She then tapped Peng Tianchong's shoulder, inquiring, do you know my grandfather? Your grandfather? Peng Tianchong shook his head. I do not know him. I returned to Bianqing just a few days ago, and my acquaintances are limited. I certainly do not know your esteemed elder. That is peculiar. Dai Qianxue mused for a moment before a realization dawned upon her. Perhaps Peng Tianchong's association with the White Tiger Gang had circulated in the underworld, leading her grandfather to hear of it. With that thought, she ceased to dwell on the matter. The car sped onward. And since Peng Tianchong refrained from showcasing his extraordinary skills, they did not reach Bianqing until around 10 o'clock that evening. Once off the highway, the four of them felt ravenously hungry and somewhat exhausted. President Dai? Peng Tianchong was the first to broach the subject of dining. Are you all hungry? I am absolutely famished. At this point, my stomach is pressed against my back. You think you're the only one starving? Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. Once we enter the city, we should find a place to eat before heading back. But where can we eat at this hour? Dai Qianxue pondered, feeling somewhat lost, as she rarely dined out at night. There's a barbecue place nearby that's quite good. How about we go there for some skewers? Ding Guoxian suggested. I just worry that you two lovely ladies might not be accustomed to it. Are you talking about Laowu barbecue? Peng Tianchong asked. Yes, that's the one. We often go there. The food is decent. Ding Guoxian nodded. That is settled then. Peng Tianchong declared. I've been there with Atai before. The owner is friendly. We'll eat there, and if the two ladies don't like it, they can leave. Who said we wouldn't like it? Gong Xiaoshuang protested. We can manage just fine, right, President Dai? All right, let us go there, Dai Qianxue finally decided. The car sped along, headed straight for the barbecue restaurant. Upon arriving, they were greeted by swirling smoke and lively chatter, with many patrons enjoying drinks and skewers, embodying the vibrant essence of street food. The four found an empty table, and the owner immediately approached them with enthusiasm. Hey, young man, you're back. The owner clearly recognized Peng Tianchong and greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss. Peng Tianchong nodded. Please grill 100 yuan worth of lamb skewers for us, along with 4 side dishes and 4 bottles of beer. We'll start with that. And if it's not enough, we can order more. Could you also grill 2 chicken wings? Dai Qianxue suddenly added. Certainly. The boss nodded, skillfully jotting notes in a small notebook. Before he could finish, someone across the table shouted, Boss, whatever they eat at that table, put it on our tab. Huh. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged bewildered glances. What did that mean? Chapter 60. Encounter with the long-haired youth on this lively evening. The barbecue stall was a favored spot for people to relish delicious food and unwind. Here, they savored scrumptious barbecue, embraced the joys of life, and cast aside the weariness of the day. Peng Tianchong had just ordered a few dishes when someone nearby eagerly volunteered to pick up the tab, leaving Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang astonished. Following the voice, they noticed it was a young man with long hair, unfamiliar to them. What does this mean? The two exchanged puzzled looks with Captain Ding Guoxian, who slightly shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the individual either. Peng Tianchong, however, waved his hand with a smile. Hey guys, nice to see you again. He vaguely remembered these young men from a previous dinner with Ding Tai, with the long-haired youth being their leader. To his surprise, they met again today. Dai Qianxue could not resist asking, are they your friends? No, I don't know them either. Peng Tianchong quickly clarified, explaining that they had crossed paths once before. Just because you've met once, they want to pay for you? There's nothing I can do. Peng Tianchong shrugged, laughing. What can I say? I'm just so charming. Everyone wants to treat me. Cut it out. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. You really have some nerve. The beer and appetizers arrived swiftly. Edamame, peanuts, and tripe, accompanied by a plate of smashed cucumber sizzling on the grill. 3 bottles of beer and a bottle of mineral water were ordered, as Dai Qianxue needed to drive back later and refrained from drinking. Cheers! Peng Tianchong exclaimed, popping the cap off a beer bottle, to our victorious return. Cheers! Dai Qianxue echoed, raising her bottle of mineral water. And I also represent Daikon Company in thanking Peng Tianchong. Thanking me? It can't just be words. Dai Qianxue's remark was met with Pang Tianchong seizing the opportunity to quip, "You ought to offer something tangible too, right? Haha, what kind of reward do you desire?" Dai Qianxue asked playfully, "As long as it's reasonable, I will consider it." "That goes without saying." Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, "This guy definitely wants money. Let me tell you, Pang Tianchong, the company is currently tight on funds, so don't overreach." True to form, the assistant to the president had already issued a precautionary warning. For a sizable order like this, 3,000 or 2,000 in commission isn't too much, right? Pang Tianchong gazed at Dai Qianxue's lovely face, initially thinking of asking for tens of thousands, but for some reason, his heart softened. "All right." Dai Qianxue nodded without hesitation. "I'll mention it to finance later. This time, you'll get a bonus of 30,000. "Splendid." Pang Tianchong gave a thumbs up, praising her. Dai president is indeed generous. Unlike some people, who are as stingy as a yellow-haired miser. "You." Gong Xiaoshuang, incensed, raised her chopsticks to strike, only to have Pang Tianchong block her with a beer bottle. "Don't be rash. We're in public, and everyone else watching." He chuckled. "Humph." Gong Xiaoshuang huffed, glancing around to see many eyes on them. Little did she know that their sudden appearance as stunning beauties at the barbecue stall had captivated many onlookers, with some nearly burning their noses on the grill. The two were remarkably eye-catching, especially Dai Qianxue, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Bianqing, truly enchanting. "Hey." Dai Qianxue, munching on her dish, glanced at Pang Tianchong. "Let us not let anyone else pay for our tab. It's inappropriate for an outsider to settle the company's bill." "Yeah," Pang Tianchong replied while savoring a lamb skewer. "Last time he offered to pay, I didn't let him, but this time he's just being generous." "Blowing your own horn," Gong Xiaoshuang retorted. "He offered to pay for you on your first meeting. What is your excuse?" "Believe it or not," Pang Tianchong shrugged, uninterested in debating with the feisty girl who always countered him. At that moment, the long-haired youth strolled over, beer bottle in hand, swaying slightly. "Hero." He greeted Pang Tianchong with a grin. "Let us toast, brother. My name is Zhuxiaoguang." "Pang Tianchong," he replied, clinking beer bottles with the long-haired youth. "Pang bro." Zhuxiaoguang exclaimed excitedly. "I forgot to get your contact last time. Do you have a business card? Hand me one. Come on. I'm just a security guard. I don't have business cards. My phone number is 137-3876. Wait a moment. I'll save it in my phone." Zhuxiaoguang quickly pulled out his phone to note down Pang Tianchong's number. "Brother, I hang out around the antique market. Pang bro, let us chill sometime. I won't disturb you further now." After casting a glance at Dai Qianxue, he discreetly turned to leave. "Wait." Pang Tianchong called out. "Don't pay for us anymore. It's the company treating you, you know." "All right," Zhuxiaoguang replied regretfully. "I promised to cover your bill last time, but couldn't. So let us save it for next time. We'll meet again. Next time, next time." Pang Tianchong raised his beer bottle, bidding farewell to the kind-hearted Zhuxiaoguang. Turning back, he noticed Ding Guoxin engrossed in his food. Seeing the grilled meat dwindling, he inquired, "Captain Ding, is 100 yuan enough? If not, don't hesitate to ask for more. It's not like we're paying." "Yeah, I'm almost done," Ding Guoxin nodded. "Look at you, so low-key." Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. "I hope you choke on it, little rogue." Pang Tianchong disregarded her taunts and called out to the boss, "Boss, let us get another 50 yuan worth of food, plus 2 large kidneys." His booming voice resonated throughout the stall, drawing everyone's attention. Uffed. Dai Qianxue nearly spat out the water she was drinking, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, gently biting on the skewer, silently vowing never to dine with this guy at street stalls again. "What are you shouting about?" Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, nearly exasperated to the point of wanting to stab him with a skewer. "What kind of person are you? Yelling like that, completely lacking decorum." Unfazed by the two women's discomfort, Pang Tianchong boldly asked, "Are you two eating? Should I order for more?" Dai Qianxue finally reached her limit, abruptly slamming down her skewer and exclaiming, "Get lost." Chapter 61. Homecoming. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, or perhaps the cool weather, or even the fatigue from the long drive. But that night, Pang Tianchong enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. As the morning sun filtered through the thin curtains, gently creeping onto the bed and illuminating Pang Tianchong's bare back, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, requiring immense effort to pry them open. He squinted at the pristine white wall, his consciousness lingering between dreams and reality. After a moment, Pang Tianchong suddenly sat up straight, as a thought struck him. Home. Today was Sunday. His parents would likely be off work, and he had some free time. Why not return home to reconnect with family? With that in mind, he swiftly dressed, freshened up, and used the restroom, quickly getting ready. After grabbing a quick breakfast and purchasing some gifts, He hailed a taxi to the address Luo Qi had given him, heading toward the Yuliangwan community on Huanghe Road. Seated in the taxi, his spirits soared. Dad, Mom, your son is back. And little sister, you must be 20 now. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Pang Tianchong looked up in awe at the towering high-rises that seemed to pierce the clouds. He felt a surge of excitement as he carried his gifts and strode confidently towards the complex. However, he was soon halted by the stern-faced security guard stationed at the entrance, who raised a hand to stop him and asked, "Excuse me, whom are you visiting? Please register." Pang Tianchong was taken aback. "I'm just going home. Why do I need to register?" "Home?" The guard scrutinized him, stating, "I'm familiar with the residents here. And you appear quite unfamiliar. I'm afraid I need to see your ID." The mention of ID made Pang Tianchong uneasy. The identification card procured by his sixth sister bore a false address that had nothing to do with this place. Furthermore, that counterfeit document was currently in the possession of Dai Qianxue. "I don't have my ID on me," he explained, trying to remain patient. "This is my first time back. Of course, I would seem unfamiliar. Which building do you reside in?" Pang Tianchong quickly fished out a note from his pocket and replied, "Building 8, Unit 2902. The guard's expression darkened further as he fixed a penetrating gaze on him. "How can you not know your own address? Surely, you're not suffering from dementia?" Pang Tianchong felt a flare of frustration. "Is it so hard to explain? Fine, I'll register." He placed his belongings down and leaned over the table to fill in his name and phone number, muttering under his breath, "We're both working in security. Why make it difficult for a fellow guard?" After completing the registration, the guard pointed inside, instructing, "Just keep walking straight. At the flower bed, take a left, and you'll find Building 8. "Thank you." Pang Tianchong nodded, picked up his things, and hurried inside. Upon reaching Building 8, he gently knocked on the door of 2902, his heart racing with anticipation. "Who is it?" A bright voice inquired from within. A young girl's face peeked through the security door. The girl was dressed in simple loungewear, a light purple top paired with white casual pants, exuding a fresh and sweet aura. Her features were delicate, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, and her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, was casually tied back, with a few strands falling gracefully on her fair neck, adding an air of natural charm. "Sis," Pang Tianchong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Are Mom and Dad home?" Instinctively, he felt that this girl was indeed his sister. The girl, peering through the mesh of the security door, looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you looking for? What do you want?" "I'm your brother. Please open the door," he urged. "My brother?" The girl frowned, clearly suspicious. Are all the frauds nowadays so unprofessional? How could you claim to be family without verifying? "I don't have a brother. Leave immediately, or I'll call the police." With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Pang Tianchong momentarily stunned. He began to collect his thoughts. When he left home 19 years ago, his sister had just been born. It was understandable that she wouldn't remember him. His parents would surely know of his existence. He knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. "Why haven't you left yet?" The girl opened the inner door, her expression noticeably frosty. "If you don't leave, I'll really call the police." "Sis," Pang Tianchong tried to soften his tone. "You were just a child when I left. You don't remember your brother? Where are Mom and Dad? My mother isn't home. What about Dad?" With a clenched jaw, the girl slammed the door shut again. Pang Tianchong felt an overwhelming urge to kick the security door in frustration. How could he be locked out of his own home? He rubbed his face vigorously and pondered his options. If his parents were indeed home, they would have come to the door upon hearing the commotion, and it was unlikely that his sister would deny entrance to a stranger. What to do? He sank to the floor, perplexed. He dared not knock again, fearing that if his sister really did call the police, it would escalate into a greater problem. After sitting on the floor for a full 10 minutes, he finally stood up and decided to leave. He resolved to return another day. Meanwhile, Dai Qianxue received a call that summoned her to her grandfather's residence. The elderly gentleman sat in a grand armchair, sipping tea with his eyes slightly squinted, as Dai Qianxue massaged his neck and shoulders. She recounted the details of the investment conference and the incidents involving Pang Tianchong. "Grandpa," she inquired curiously, "why the sudden interest in Pang Tianchong?" "How could I not be interested?" Dai Jingma replied, his expression serious. "He broke the leg of that young man from the Zhou family, and Zhou Laotu was furious, calling me for an explanation. Isn't this the very reason you came here, to clarify?" "Really? He actually broke Zhou Ershao's leg?" Dai Qianxue gasped. "Well, it serves that scoundrel right. He has been harassing me for 6 months. A little suffering is well deserved." "What? You weren't aware of this?" The old man turned to look at his clever granddaughter. "I had no idea." She shook her head. "Previously, he mentioned that if the Zhou family dared to provoke him, he would break Zhou Ershao's legs. They must have sent someone after him, which is why it ended up that way. Oh, the elderly man's interest was piqued. So, this young man is not intimidated by the Zhou family? The Zhou family is nothing, Dai Qianxue replied nonchalantly. You're unaware. He is quite skilled and fears no one. Top of the line, so to speak. Excellent. I must meet this remarkable young man. The old man exclaimed with excitement. As the company president, Dai Qianxue was known for her decisive actions. Last weekend, she proposed that Pang Tianchong be reassigned as her driver. On Monday, shortly after returning to the office, the Human Resources Department contacted him for a discussion. In the HR office, Manager Lon personally poured a glass of water and placed it in front of him. Pang, please have some water. Thank you. Thank you. Pang Tianchong feigned surprise. It's an honor for a manager like you to serve me. I'm flattered. He instinctively glanced at Manager Lon's ample bosom. To be honest, he found her quite appealing. After all, those towering peaks were a beautiful sight. All right, enough flattery, Lon Shanyan chuckled. I was going to treat you to dinner. But I haven't had the time. I heard you accompanied President Dai on a business trip last weekend and performed admirably. Just a bit of luck on my part. Pang Tianchong replied modestly. It's nothing noteworthy. Nothing noteworthy? A multi-million contract, and you say it's nothing? Manager Lon remarked, her tone reflecting newfound respect. It seems I underestimated you. You've seen quite a bit of the world. You're too kind. Pang Tianchong raised his glass for a sip. I'm just a simple country boy, hardly acquainted with the world. Let us get to business, she said, shifting the conversation. The reason I called you here isn't just to praise you. President Dai called earlier to inform me of your reassignment as her full-time driver. You don't have any objections, do you? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I'm like a brick. Wherever I'm needed, I'll go. Great. Manager Lon smiled. Starting today, you won't need to stand guard or patrol anymore. You'll be working on the 19th floor. Additionally, the company has allocated you a private office. Look at your treatment. It's akin to that of a senior executive. Is that so? Pang Tianchong grinned. Will I also be assigned a female secretary? Get lost. This room, situated diagonally opposite the president's office, though modest in size, is impeccably tidy. All other office supplies have been removed, leaving only a solitary computer on the desk. Pang Tianchong sits comfortably in the chair, his feet crossed atop the table. His security cap set aside. Lacking a formal uniform, he still wears his security attire with an air of neatness. With a flick, he lights a cigarette and takes a deep drag, releasing a long stream of smoke rings. He then reaches for the computer, deciding to download a game to alleviate the boredom of sitting alone in the office. The roles of driver and bodyguard are familiar to him. During his years in the Western world, he had protected numerous prominent figures, including even the Queen of England. Now, safeguarding a small company's president seems trivial. He could guarantee Dai Qianxue's safety even with his eyes closed. Knock, knock. Someone is at the door. Come in. Pang Tianchong lazily calls out. The door creaks open slightly, revealing his assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, with her blonde hair peeking in. What is it? Pang Tianchong, cigarette in mouth, glances sideways. Nothing. Gong Xiaoshuang surveys the room. I just wanted to see if you were on duty and what you were up to. What else could I be doing? Pang Tianchong shifts in his seat, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. I'm just bored, watching adult films. Care to join? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang slams the door shut, muttering outside, pervert. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Not long after Gong Xiaoshuang departs, there's a knock at Dai Qianxue's office. Knock, knock. Come in. With her call, a figure nearly bursts through the door, startling Dai Qianxue. It is Wan Ruoyan, the financial director, in her 30s, with fair skin and black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Daizong. Wan Ruoyan's face flushed, whether from excitement or the climb up the stairs. She is slightly breathless. Manager Wan. What brings you here? Dai Qianxue, curious, gestures for her to sit down. It's madness. Absolutely insane. Wan Ruoyan swallows hard. Today, over 20 million just appeared in the company's account. Your investment efforts have been incredible. Our company has never been this wealthy before. I just asked the business department, and they said they weren't quite sure about the funds. Oh, Dai Qianxue finally grasps Wan Ruoyan's meaning and explains. It's likely that Assistant Gong hasn't yet communicated with the business department regarding the contracts. This was unexpected. Someone assisted in signing several major clients, all provincial representatives. And they paid promptly. Wan Ruoyan's eyes gleam with curiosity. Who is so capable? You'll have to ask Pang Tianchong. The new security guard? The one who brought back over 7 million last time? Yes, that's him. Dai Qianxue nods. The company has decided to grant him a commission of 30,000. Make sure to include it in his paycheck. Absolutely. No problem. Wan Ruoyan eagerly agrees, adjusting her glasses. But who exactly is Pang Tianchong? I need to meet him. He sounds extraordinary. Ah, I've reassigned him. He is no longer in the security department. Where has he been reassigned to? Juan Ruoyan turns back. Hasn't he moved to the business department, has he? He is now my driver, located in Office 1918 across the hall. If you wish to see him, you can go over. In Office 1918, Pang Tianchong has just downloaded a small game and is preparing to play when there's another knock at the door. Knock. Knock. Who is it? Come in. As the door swings open, Juan Ruoyan steps in gracefully. Are you Pang Tianchong? She inquires, sizing him up. You're the one who helped secure several major clients? And you are? Pang Tianchong's gaze is fixed on the beautiful woman before him. I'm Juan Ruoyan, the financial department manager, here to meet this legendary figure. Financial department? Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong springs up from his chair. Are you here to deliver my bonus? Please, have a seat. He grabs Juan Ruoyan's arm, guiding her to the sofa. Chapter 63. Checking identification on the 19th floor in Office 1918. The financial manager Juan Ruoyan is unexpectedly seated on the sofa by Pang Tianchong, caught off guard and feeling quite flustered. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so forward? Ouch, my arm. She rubs her arm gently, shooting a glare at Pang Tianchong. Hee. Pang Tianchong grins. May I ask your surname, miss? My surname is Juan Ruoyan. She replies, somewhat annoyed. How can you be so rude, lacking any manners? My apologies, Juan Jia. Pang Tianchong scratches his head and chuckles. I got a bit excited. Excited about what? Haven't seen a beauty before? No, I was thinking you must be here to deliver my bonus, which would be quite timely, as my pocket money has been quite limited these past few days. Who is delivering you a bonus? Juan Ruoyan laughs. What are you thinking? I merely passed by and thought I'd stop in to meet you, the legendary figure of the company. I'm not here to deliver money. Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong's interest wanes, and he slumps back into his chair. What? Not here to deliver money? Then, are you not welcome? Juan Ruoyan chuckles. You change your attitude faster than a page in a book. Not at all. Pang Tianchong shrugs. I can read a page for half the night without turning it. Juan Ruoyan laughs, her bright smile revealing her charm, and Pang Tianchong feels invigorated. Juan Jia, I've heard that every financial department employee is beautiful. Could you introduce me to a lovely lady from your office? By the way, are you married? Why do you ask? Juan Ruoyan quickly conceals her smile. What are you thinking? I have a child over 3 years old. TSK. Pang Tianchong clicks his tongue. What a fine cabbage. Who knows which wild boar has trampled it? You. Juan Ruoyan, incensed, grabs a pencil from the coffee table and throws it at him. Stop talking nonsense. Juan Jia. Please don't be angry. Pang Tianchong catches the flying pencil with a grin. I merely wanted you to introduce a beautiful lady. I have no ill intentions. Humph. Juan Ruoyan scoffs. A beautiful lady? Is anyone more beautiful than our Daizong? She is the most beautiful in Bianqing. Why don't you pursue her instead of eyeing my finance department? She won't do. Why not? Juan Ruoyan laughs. What is wrong with her? Too cold. Always wearing a stern face. It makes me uneasy. Pang Tianchong shakes his head. Perhaps she is even frigid, not suitable. Uft. Juan Ruoyan bursts into laughter. You're just full of nonsense. Be careful, or Daizong might hear you and fire you. Don't laugh. Pang Tianchong insists seriously. I'm genuinely asking if there are any beautiful ladies in your office. Introduce one to me, I'll treat. Go away. Juan Ruoyan rolls her eyes. You're hopeless. I won't chat with you anymore. If I keep talking, I'll go mad. With that, she stands and heads for the door. Wait. Pang Tianchong hastily rose to see off Juan Ruoyan. Upon reaching the doorway, he called out to her retreating figure, Sister, please pay attention and don't forget the matter I entrusted to you. From a distance, a single word floated back from the corridor. Leave. Manager Juan departed, restoring tranquility to the office. Bored and restless, Pang Tianchong began to play a game. However, just 5 minutes into his distraction, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The door swung open once more, revealing not a colleague, but 2 police officers, one tall and one short. Pang Tianchong looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Who are you looking for? We are from the Nanjing police station, said the shorter officer, flashing his badge and glaring with cold, beady eyes. You are Pang Tianchong, correct? Yes, he replied, bewildered. We received a report from the public stating that you are suspected of forging identification documents. Please accompany us to the police station. Wait. Pang Tianchong was in a state of shock. What do you mean by forging documents? I'm just a security guard. I don't possess such skills. Show me your ID. In that instant, Pang Tianchong realized the gravity of the situation. It was his identification card that had issues. The address on it had been carelessly filled in by his senior sister and did not correspond correctly. What could he do? His mind raced. And he thought of Luo Qi, who seemed to be a captain of some sort and could likely resolve this matter. He could always reapply for a new ID later. However, he wondered if Luo Qi would be inclined to assist him, as she didn't seem particularly fond of him. Yes, I'll call her grandmother and ask her to arrange it, he thought. With that, Pang Tianchong stood up and cleared his throat, saying ahem. Officer, the issue with my ID may have been an error. It must be that my grandmother, in her old age, mistakenly noted the address. Please give me a moment to make a call. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Luo's grandmother. At that moment, the elderly lady was strolling through Wukuliu Square, her legs having improved significantly. She was delighted to be able to walk freely around the small square every day, accompanied by the old steward, Ah Fu, as they chatted amiably. Old madam, the steward reported. I received news from below that the second son of the Zhuo family was injured by Pang Tianchong. Oh, the elderly lady perked up, realizing that the Zhuo family must have sought trouble with young Pang. Otherwise, given the boy's temperament, he wouldn't have broken the leg of the Zhuo family's pampered son. However, whether it was indeed Pang who had caused the injury remained to be seen, as it was merely the Zhuo family's account. After a brief pause, the steward continued. The head of the Zhuo family even dispatched his associate, Old Wang, to deal with this matter, only for Old Wang's arm to be broken by Mr. Pang as well. What? The elderly lady was taken aback. Didn't you say that Old Wang was a half-step master? How could that happen? Indeed, the steward nodded. He is a half-step master and one of the top experts in Bian City. However, I heard he didn't last 3 moves against Mr. Pang. Remarkable, the old lady exclaimed. This young man is truly extraordinary, hidden talents abound. Haha, that's why I maintain he is at least a master, the steward affirmed. He may even be a great master. I have never encountered someone so formidable at such a young age. Just then, the old lady's phone rang. Hello? She pulled out her phone, noticing it was Pang Tianchong's number, and immediately answered. Grandma, what are you doing? I hope I'm not interrupting you. Not at all, came the kind voice from the other end. I'm just out for a walk. Your leg is much better, I presume? I was planning to come and give you another acupuncture treatment, but it seems I cannot. Oh, there was a noticeable pause on the line. What is going on? Little Pang? Is something wrong? It's nothing serious, Pang Tianchong continued. As I mentioned before, I moved recently, but I didn't update my address on my ID in time. Now, someone has reported that I'm forging documents, and the police are here to take me away for a while. So that's the issue. Where are you? I'm at the office. The relief was palpable in the old lady's voice. Don't worry, I'll have Luo Qi handle this. Just wait a few minutes. All right, thank you. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong felt a wave of relief. He knew help was on the way. Are you done? The lead officer said coldly. Yes, but I suddenly have a question. Who reported me? I've never shown my ID, so how could anyone know whether it's real or fake? The officer hesitated momentarily before responding. Don't concern yourself with who reported you. We won't disclose that information. If there's no evidence, we wouldn't have come looking for you. You two can sit here for a moment, Pang Tianchong said nonchalantly. My grandmother is sending someone to investigate this matter and will clarify everything for you. So please don't rush. That may be, but we still need to go to the station to sort this out. Come with us. The short officer was growing impatient, his triangular face turning dark. Just then, a clear voice came from outside, and as it drew near, a beautiful figure entered, the company's CEO, Dai Qianxue. Dai Qianxue had been reviewing some documents and was about to take a break to prepare a cup of coffee when she noticed the door to Pang Tianchong's office ajar. Seeing 2 police officers attempting to take him away, she stepped inside without hesitation. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue, the short officer momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor, stating, We are conducting an investigation. Please do not interfere. I am the general manager of this company. Dai Qianxue replied coldly. May I ask what my employee has done that warrants his removal? Faced with her commanding presence, she fixed her piercing gaze on the short officer, clearly prepared to defend her employee. He is suspected of forging documents. The short officer stood his ground. We need to take him to the station for a thorough investigation. What forgery? Dai Qianxue pressed. His ID. The officer insisted his ID is fake. This is illegal. Do you understand? What is fake about it? Dai Qianxue countered. His ID is in my office drawer. I have seen it. And the advanced anti-counterfeiting features could not be produced by an ordinary person. Then bring it out from your drawer for us to see. The short officer demanded sharply. Wait. Dai Qianxue shot him a cold glance before turning back to her office. Watching her fierce demeanor, Pang Tianchong felt a warmth in his heart. It was evident that Dai Qianxue cared for her employee. Shortly, she returned with Pang Tianchong's ID and handed it to the short officer. Take a look. Where does it appear to be fake? The officer examined the ID carefully, pointing to the address. This address is false. We have investigated. And it does not belong to anyone named Pang. So what? Dai Qianxue maintained her firm stance. This merely indicates they moved and have yet to update their address. They can rectify that at the police station later. There is no need to take him away. The officer's frustration was mounting. Please do not obstruct our duties. This is an abuse of power and illegal enforcement. I will have the company's lawyer sue you. Dai Qianxue stood her ground, blocking the door resolutely. The quarrel drew the attention of other offices, and soon, a number of people surrounded, standing behind Dai Qianxue, collectively condemning the two police officers, either cheering them on or simply enjoying the spectacle. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and soon, a dashing female officer arrived. It was Captain Luo Qi. Luo Qi approached, casting a glance at the seemingly unconcerned Pang Tianchong, then scrutinizing the fierce Dai Qianxue before finally fixing her gaze on the diminutive figure. Zhuosi, what do you mean by this? Ah, Captain Luo, what brings you here? The small officer stammered, his bravado evaporating upon seeing Luo Qi. I heard you were planning to take Pang Tianchong away. What is the matter? He is suspected of producing fake identification. I was about to take him back for questioning. What fake identification? Luo Qi retorted coldly. Pang Tianchong is our informant. I deliberately concealed his home address. Do you have any objections? Besides, his real address is not even within your jurisdiction, so why are you meddling? Zhuosi found himself at a loss for words and, with a stiff neck, replied, someone reported him, so I must clarify the situation. Who reported him? Surely. You must have some idea. Luo Qi's eyes widened as she admonished. You should head back quickly. Don't you have any legitimate work to do at your station? Zhuosi's triangular face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he shot a glare at Pang Tianchong, then gestured to the taller officer. Let us go. Leave the identification behind. Dai Qianxue stepped forward, snatching the ID from Zhuosi's grasp and tucking it into her pocket. Bah! Zhuosi spat, unwilling to concede, and left in a huff with the taller officer. Dai Qianxue extended her hand to Luo Qi, sincerely expressing, Thank you, Captain Luo. I've seen you in the newspapers. You're welcome. Luo Qi replied, shaking Dai Qianxue's hand and nodding. Just a small matter. You must be General Dai, indeed very beautiful. You are quite stunning as well. The two women exchanged pleasantries. Once the two officers had left, Pang Tianchong suddenly recalled a pressing question and asked, Captain Luo, why did you call that short officer Zhuosi? Is he from the Zhuo family? Indeed. Luo Qi responded, he is Zhuo Biao's cousin. You should be cautious. Don't let him catch you off guard again. Damn it. Pang Tianchong slammed the table in frustration. I think we need to break another one of Zhuo Heir's legs. What? Both Dai Qianxue and Luo Qi turned to stare at Pang Tianchong, their eyes wide with disbelief. Can you shut up for a moment? Dai Qianxue was the first to respond. You've only been at the company for a few days and already attracted the police. Exactly. Luo Qi echoed. Isn't breaking someone's leg enough? If he were to sue you, you could spend years in prison. Hey, Captain Luo, one can eat recklessly but not speak carelessly. Pang Tianchong protested. Did you see me break Zhuo Heir's leg? No. Then, the same applies. One must speak with evidence. If he wants to sue me, he must have evidence. Sure, if you can, Luo Qi rolled her eyes. Why didn't you handle the ID issue yourself? Pang Tianchong was momentarily speechless. Caught off guard. What do you mean, Luo Qi glared. Come with me to the station. Why? Pang Tianchong replied cautiously. Those two didn't take me away. Are you planning to? What are you talking about? Luo Qi laughed. We're just going to the station to get your ID replaced. Otherwise, you'll run into more trouble later. Oh, Pang Tianchong realized, that makes sense. General Dai, is it alright if I take a half day off? Go ahead. Dai Qianxue waved her hand. It's better than causing more trouble later. Alright. Luo Qi bid farewell to Dai Qianxue and led Pang Tianchong toward the elevator. Once they entered the elevator, Dai Qianxue suddenly remembered she hadn't made her coffee yet. Replacing an ID was a straightforward matter, especially with Captain Luo leading the way. A quick photo, filling out a form, and returning another day to collect the card would suffice. Once everything was settled, it was nearly time to clock out. Captain Luo, Pang Tianchong suggested, you've been a great help today. Let me treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude. No need. Luo Qi waved her hand. Helping you is in accordance with my grandmother's orders. You should thank her instead. This candid remark caught Pang Tianchong off guard, and he instinctively looked up at the sky, muttering, so that's why it's not raining. It's your fault for leaving me speechless. Uffed. Luo Qi laughed at this quip, and perhaps realizing her bluntness, she softened her tone. I know you don't like owing favors, so alright, let us go for lunch. Wait for me at the entrance while I change into casual clothes. Sure. Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers and turned to head toward the entrance. After smoking a cigarette outside, Luo Qi emerged, having changed into civilian attire, moving gracefully as she approached. Wow! Pang Tianchong was momentarily dazzled. Without her police uniform, Luo Qi resembled a flower blooming elegantly under the summer sun, exuding grace and charm. She wore a simple white dress that reached her knees, revealing her beautifully shaped, slender legs. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, the slightly curled ends adding a playful touch. Her exquisite features, unadorned by makeup, still radiated brilliance. Her clear eyes sparkled with determination and warmth. Though no longer clad in her uniform, the aura of justice and courage she radiated was undeniable, a luminous glow emanating from deep within her soul. What are you staring at? Luo Qi noticed Pang Tianchong gazing at her in awe, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't you recognize me? TSK, TSK. Pang Tianchong exclaimed. You look truly stunning out of uniform. I almost didn't recognize you. All right. Luo Qi interrupted. Stop with the flattery. Let us decide where to eat. This area is your turf. You choose, just don't pick anything too expensive. Look at you. Luo Qi shot him a sideways glance and pointed. There's a place called Jiangnan Fisherman that has decent food. Let us go there. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found a window-side table. The waitress approached immediately. Good afternoon. What would you like to order? Pang Tianchong gestured toward Luo Qi. Ask her. Luo Qi perused the menu. We'll have a Westlake vinegar fish, sautéed bamboo shoots, Wincy tofu, a big pot of shredded dried tofu, a bowl of grouper soup, a bottle of beer, and a soft drink. That should suffice. We can order more if it's not enough. All right. The waitress departed, and as Pang Tianchong poured tea from the teapot, he asked with a smile, how did you know I love beer? Common sense. This saves you money. Liquor is expensive. Besides, I don't drink. You wouldn't finish a bottle. Luo Qi observed Pang Tianchong delicately rinsing his cup with hot tea and suddenly grew curious. Uncle Fu has always claimed you possess profound skills, even referring to you as a master. I find that hard to believe. Since the dishes aren't here yet, and there aren't many people around, why not show me a trick? Uncle Fu isn't entirely correct. What master? Pang Tianchong replied while arranging the cups. Masters are insignificant in my presence. Cut it out. Luo Qi scoffed. You're boasting again. Show me what you've got. Really? You want me to demonstrate? Yes. But don't blame me later. As long as you don't make a move against me, I won't hold you responsible. All right. Pang Tianchong poured half a cup of tea, checked the temperature, and found it suitable. He then raised the cup and offered it to Luo Qi. Catch. Be cautious not to spill. As he spoke, his hand holding the cup moved slightly. Channeling his energy, he pressed his little finger against the bottom of the glass. And with a swift motion akin to a drill, he pierced the glass, creating a perfectly round hole the size of his pinky. Just as Luo Qi reached out to take the cup, Pang Tianchong deftly withdrew his little finger, causing the tea to cascade onto her hand. Although it wasn't scalding, it startled her nonetheless. Ah! Luo Qi exclaimed in surprise, quickly inspecting the cup. She noticed a small, round hole at the bottom, from which tea was gushing forth. What on earth was happening? Luo Qi stared dumbfounded at the cup in her hand, vividly recalling that it had been intact moments ago when Pang Tianchong washed it. How could it have suddenly developed a hole? What happened? Pang Tianchong chuckled. I warned you to be ready. Look, you've spilled water everywhere. As he spoke, he swiftly grabbed a napkin to wipe the tea off the table. How did you do that? Luo Qi clutched the cup tightly, her wide eyes fixed on Pang Tianchong. Disbelief etched on her face. It was truly astonishing. See, Pang Tianchong shrugged. You insisted on letting me demonstrate, and now look what happened. You've got tea all over your hands. Hurry and wipe it off. Chapter 66. Luncheon at the Jiangnan Fisherman's Restaurant. Luo Qi was utterly astonished by Pang Tianchong's demonstration. It is known that for a martial artist with considerable skill, crushing a glass cup with bare hands is not particularly challenging. However, the ability to puncture a glass with a single finger while leaving the cup otherwise unscathed was something she had never encountered before. The dishes are here. At that moment, the waiter began serving the food. Enjoy your meal, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, young lady. Pang Tianchong glared at the waiter. What's wrong with your teacups? They're leaking. Look at how you've stained my friend's clothes. The waiter glanced at the cup and, noticing the hole, immediately apologized. I'm so sorry, sir. I apologize, miss. I will bring you a new cup right away. Saying this, the waiter promptly fetched a clean cup from a nearby vacant table, continuing to apologize. I sincerely apologize for our oversight. That's enough. Luo Qi gently dabbed at the water stains on her skirt with a napkin and then wiped the cup with the hole, saying, I want to complain about you. This broken cup is mine now. Is that acceptable? Of course. Please feel free to do as you wish with it. The waiter nodded vigorously. All right. You may return to your duties, Luo Qi said, opening her bag to carefully place the cup inside. The waiter turned to leave, scratching his head and muttering to himself, "How strange. I wash cups every day, but I've never seen one with a hole before." After this minor incident, the two began to enjoy their meal pleasantly. To be honest, dining with a beautiful woman is a rather romantic affair, and Pang Tianchong was thoroughly enjoying himself. Swiftly finishing a bottle of beer. "Bring another bottle," he called to the waiter, waving his hand. "Just one bottle is enough." Luo Qi rolled her eyes, reminding him, "We still have work in the afternoon." "Not a problem." Pang Tianchong laughed. "I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." "What is the matter?" Luo Qi asked. "I still have to drive this afternoon." He suddenly recalled an important detail. He was the boss's driver and could not drink. "Then why are you drinking?" Luo Qi shot him a disapproving glance before calling out, "Waiter, cancel the drinks." "Hey, Pang Tianchong, I've always had a question for you," Luo Qi began. "What is it?" "You have such impressive skills. Why do you settle for being a security guard at Daikong? Are you secretly enamored with Dai Qianxue? Be honest. Go away." Pang Tianchong retorted, "I have no interest in the manager. I only became a security guard out of necessity." "What necessity?" Luo Qi pressed, her curiosity piqued. "I owe her over 8,000 yuan, so I'm working to pay off my debt. It's as simple as that." "That doesn't make sense." Luo Qi, ever the detective, pointed out, "You just arrived in Bianqing. How could you possibly owe her money? If you're going to lie, at least provide some logical reasoning." "I swear, I'm not lying." Pang Tianchong replied with a pained smile. "Sharing this might make you laugh at me." "I want to laugh, just tell me," Luo Qi implored, her curiosity fully ignited. "Promise me you want to laugh, or tell anyone." "All right, I promise. This is what happened." Pang Tianchong then recounted how he had met Dai Qianxue at the airport and accidentally spilled hot tea on her thigh. Giggle. Luo Qi erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over as she pointed at Pang Tianchong. "And you still claim you're not a rogue? If I had been on duty that day, I would have hauled you into the station." "Ah," Pang Tianchong sighed. "It was simply a beautiful misunderstanding." "Oh, please," Luo Qi teased. "A beautiful misunderstanding? You were just smitten by a pretty girl. You're nothing but a hopeless romantic." As they continued their meal and conversation, a group of young men dining nearby began to take notice of them. "Hey," one tall, lean young man nudged his curly-haired companion. "Look at that girl over there. She is stunning." The curly-haired youth, referred to as Dong Xiao, glanced at Luo Qi, swallowing hard. "Wow, she really is quite something. How about it? If you can get her phone number, I'll cover the bill for this table." The lean young man challenged. "What do you say, Dong Xiao?" "That is not easy," Dong Xiao replied, feeling his face. "That girl seems to have a boyfriend." "What are you afraid of?" the lean young man pressed. "If that guy gives you trouble, we'll back you up. Go ahead." The others chimed in. "Dong Xiao, with your charm, she is bound to give you some leeway." Dong Xiao stomped his foot, declaring, "You'll also have to treat us to TV tonight." "Not a problem," the lean young man pledged, thumping his chest. "It's a deal. Go for it." "All right. Watch me," Dong Xiao said, swaggering over with a bottle of beer in hand, approaching Pang Tianchong with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Hey, buddy, mind if I join you for a drink?" Pang Tianchong glanced up at the curly-haired youth, noting his decent looks, thick eyebrows, bright eyes. Yet his dark circles and pale complexion suggested some underlying issues. He then shifted his gaze to the young man as companions. Quickly discerning their intentions, they were clearly interested in Luo Qi. "What bad luck," Pang Tianchong thought to himself. "Sure," he replied nonchalantly. "But you'll have to cover our bill first." "Easy enough." Dong Xiao waved his hand. "Waiter, bring us the bill for this table." "That'll be 380 yuan," the waiter promptly informed. The waiter quickly approached, standing attentively beside Dong Xiao. "Here you go." Dong Xiao pulled out 400 yuan bills and handed them to the waiter. "Keep the change." "Thank you," the young waitress chirped, happily departing. In truth, Luo Qi had already sensed the presence of these young rascals. With her instincts as a police officer, how could she not notice someone watching her? She pretended to be oblivious, cradling her teacup and quietly observing. To her surprise, she felt a twinge of delight. These dim-witted fellows were provoking her, and she was eager to witness how Pang Tianchong would handle the situation, to see his skills in action. However, when she saw Pang Tianchong agree to let the curly-haired boy sit down just to save money, she felt a wave of irritation. Muttering to herself, "What a miserly fellow." But then she wondered, if she were his girlfriend, would he allow anyone to disturb them? "Oh, what am I thinking?" Luo Qi inwardly scorned her own thoughts, and before she knew it, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 67, The Foolish Chess Player. Dong Xiao exchanged 400 yuan for an opportunity to drink with others, feeling elated as he grinned widely while sitting beside Pang Tianchong. He cast a glance at the blushing Luo Qi, his heart fluttering. With a lecherous grin, he said, "Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am the young heir of Jiangtuan Group." "Stop." Luo Qi waved her hand. "No need to introduce your background. Speak plainly, and if you have something to say, just say it." "Oh, all right. Dong Xiao grinned. "Now that I'm seated, could you kindly share your phone number with me? Perhaps we could get to know each other better in the future." "Fine." Luo Qi shot a glance at Pang Tianchong. "I'll tell you, but you cannot call today. It would interrupt our meal." "All right. I promise not to call today. Remember, 137-3876. My surname is Pang." Luo Qi glanced at her phone and relayed Pang Tianchong's number to Dong Xiao. "Damn it." Pang Tianchong's mouth twitched in disbelief, thinking, "This girl is quite mischievous. Handing out my phone number." He shot a fierce glare at Dong Xiao, but felt too embarrassed to expose the truth and silently sipped his tea. With the phone number in hand, Dong Xiao left in high spirits. After enjoying their meal, Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi exited the restaurant and headed towards the police station. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao, having obtained Luo Qi's phone number, felt triumphant, akin to a victorious general returning home. "How about that? I effortlessly secured the number." The tall, slender youth's eyes sparkled. "Quick, let me see it. Did you save it?" "Of course, but remember, no calling today," Dong Xiao cautioned. The lady said not to disturb them. "Nonsense." The slender youth snatched Dong Xiao's phone and dialed the number. At that moment, Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi were just arriving at the police station. "Pang, could you give me a ride back to the company? It's quite a distance." Luo Qi, without a moment's hesitation, declined. "Why spend money on a taxi? Using your company vehicle is much better. It's not like you're paying for gas." "That is not fair. You saved a few hundred at dinner. Can't you spare 20 for a taxi?" Luo Qi scoffed. "You truly are a miser." While the two were bickering, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. He instinctively answered. But before he could speak, a polite voice greeted him. "Hello, Miss Pang." "Miss Pang, my foot. I'm a man, not a lady." Realizing it was the group from earlier, Pang Tianchong cursed loudly. "If you call me again, I swear I'll make you regret it." He angrily hung up, only to find Luo Qi giggling as she dashed into the office building. "Are you coming or not?" "I'm not." Upon returning to the company, Pang Tianchong discovered his office door ajar. Pushing it open, he found an elderly gentleman seated inside, fiddling with a set of chess pieces. The old man's face was lined with age, clearly beyond 70, yet he still exuded vitality. Sparse silver strands were neatly combed atop his head, reflecting a disciplined demeanor. He wore a well-tailored suit, albeit slightly dated, yet every detail spoke of quality and refinement. "Ah, good sir," Pang Tianchong inquired, "who might you be? How did you end up in my office?" "Oh, you must be Pang Tianchong," the old man replied, disregarding the question. "I'm a retired employee of the company. I came by to pass the time." "Pass the time? So why here?" Pang Tianchong scrutinized the chess pieces. "Are you here to challenge me to a game?" Sighing, the old man lamented, "After retirement, I sought out the security team to play a few games, but they claimed to be busy. They suggested I come to you instead, saying you were more free." "Who said that?" "I'll have words with them. I'm the boss's driver, always on call. How am I free?" "Well, now that you have a moment, why not indulge in a game or two?" The old man set up the chessboard, inviting Pang Tianchong to play. "Why not?" Pang Tianchong thought, "It's better than idling away time alone." He closed the office door, offered the old man a cigarette, lit one for himself, and they began their match. Move ahead. Knight jumps. Rook flies. As they played, the old man chatted with Pang Tianchong. "I heard you broke the leg of the second son of the Zhou family?" "Huh. You're quite well informed, old man." "Who told you?" "Some of the security guards downstairs." "Damn, those rascals can't keep their mouths shut." "Are you not worried about retaliation from the Zhou family? They are a prominent clan in Bianqing, quite formidable." "Worry? Not at all." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "Let them come. I'll handle them as they come." "Ah, you're quite bold." The old man chuckled. "But the Zhou family has connections with the Martial Arts Association. I've heard you possess some skill. Can you truly stand against their masters?" Knight moves. Pawn advances. Pang Tianchong retorted dismissively. "I don't care about their tricks. If they provoke me, I'll set them straight." "Such bravado for one so young," the old man mused. "I've heard there are masters in the association. Are you perhaps a grandmaster yourself?" "Whether I'm a grandmaster or not matters little. I could easily dispatch a so-called master with a single blow. You needn't worry about me." The old man, startled, inadvertently moved a piece into a precarious position. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to." "Wait, you can't take that back. Once a piece is moved, it's final, don't you know? Just one step back. Please." "Huh, surely you're not a poor player, are you?" "Who are you calling a poor player?" The old man retorted. "I was distracted by your boasting." "Come on, old man. Just because you made a mistake doesn't mean I'm to blame. You claim you can defeat a master. Isn't that boasting? I speak only the truth. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this. It's your turn. The old man, taken aback, pondered for a moment before decisively placing a piece on the board. Check. Yet, as he declared it, he suddenly swayed and collapsed to the floor. Chapter 68. Treating cervical spondylosis. In the 1918 office of Daikong Building, as Pang Tianchong and the old man engaged in a spirited game, the old man suddenly tilted his head and fell unconscious. This startled Pang Tianchong immensely. What the hell? Can one die from a game of chess? This foolish player. Cursing his bad luck internally, he quickly checked the old man's wrist for a pulse while activating his third eye to assess the cause of the old man's condition. To his shock, he discovered the old man suffered from a herniated cervical disc compounded by osteophyte formation, which compressed the vertebral arteries, leading to insufficient blood supply and sudden fainting. 4 out of 5 intervertebral discs were severely protruded. Sighing, Pang Tianchong thought to himself how fortunate the old man was to have met him. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Without delay, he swiftly lifted the old man and seated him on the sofa, then retrieved several silver needles from his belongings, preparing to acupuncture the old man's pressure points. In an instant, the needle trembled and white vapor ascended. Simultaneously, he placed his palm on the old man's nape, channeling his inner energy to alleviate the protrusion of the intervertebral disc. In less than a minute, the old man awakened, gradually opening his eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately felt a warm and soothing sensation at the back of his neck, an unparalleled relief. Just as he was about to inquire, he was interrupted. Do not speak. Pang Tianchong said in a deep voice. Your cervical spondylosis is quite severe, and I am in the midst of treating you. Please endure for a few moments. Treatment? The old man was bewildered. He was all too familiar with his condition, having sought help from numerous major hospitals to no avail. Firstly, his advanced age rendered surgical intervention too risky. Secondly, the peculiar nature of his ailment made surgery inadvisable. Thus, for years he had suffered in silence, resorting only to massages for temporary relief, with fainting spells occurring intermittently. To his astonishment, today he had collapsed in Pang Tianchong's office. And the most curious part was that he seemed capable of providing treatment. Could this be a joke? The old man's expression was strange. He could hardly believe that a mere young lad could cure his complex ailments. Yet, the comfort radiating from his neck filled him with curiosity and delight, a sensation he had never experienced before. It was simply exquisite. After approximately 5 minutes, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and declared, all done. The root of your ailment has been eradicated. You will no longer experience pain or fainting. What? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you boasting? Have you truly cured my cervical spondylosis in such a brief moment? Indeed. Pang Tianchong nodded. Your condition was rather severe, with 4 out of 5 discs protruding. You must have endured significant suffering. How do you feel now? The old man closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself, and discovered that not only was his neck comfortable, but his entire body felt extraordinarily refreshed. Had his years of cervical spondylosis truly been cured? In that moment, the old man's heart surged with emotions, a tempest of disbelief and hope. Youth, the old man exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Am I truly healed? Are you genuinely a miraculous doctor? Miraculous doctor or not, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, treating your minor ailment is quite manageable. Oh, thank you, thank you. The old man rose, clasping Pang Tianchong's hands, overwhelmed with gratitude, stumbling over his words. Do not move. There is still a needle in your head. Pang Tianchong gently urged him back onto the sofa. Wait another 5 minutes, and I will remove the needle and prescribe some herbal medicine for you to take home for a complete recovery. You are also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? The old man gazed at Pang Tianchong, his eyes fixed with unwavering attention. Yes, I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Pang Tianchong replied, retrieving paper and pen from the drawer, composing a prescription while conversing with the old man. You are fortunate to have encountered me today. Had you fainted on the street, I doubt anyone would have dared to assist you. Indeed, people might fear that I would frame them. The old man chuckled, his expression softening as he regarded Pang Tianchong. Young man, you have saved my life. I shall reward you handsomely. Let it be. Meeting you is already a fortuitous encounter, so a reward is unnecessary. I am not in need of money, Pang Tianchong replied. What can a security guard earn? How about you join me? I can offer you a salary of 200,000 a year, the old man suggested. Haha, elder, I am aware of your wealth. But do you perceive me as someone who would bow to monetary gain? Pang Tianchong retorted with a smile. Here is the prescription, keep it safe. It consists of common herbal medicines that can be easily obtained at any pharmacy. As he spoke, Pang Tianchong approached the old man, waving his hand over his head, collecting the gleaming silver needles into his palm. Wow. The old man gasped. Those were just in my head. Of course. Otherwise, how could you have awakened so swiftly? Pang Tianchong replied, securing the silver needles and gesturing. You may take your leave now. The old man appeared slightly bewildered. But we have yet to finish our game of chess. Game? What game? Pang Tianchong laughed. You are a terrible player. We shall continue another day? Ha ha. Very well. The old man chuckled awkwardly. I am a bit too excited at the moment. I shall take my leave now and return another time. Goodbye. Upon departing from the Daikon company, the old man did not venture far, but rather entered a BMW parked outside. The driver, noticing his arrival, promptly secured his seatbelt and prepared to drive off. Shall we return home, sir? The driver inquired. Not yet, the old man replied calmly. Please call Dr. Wang at the First Municipal Hospital and inform him that I require a checkup for my cervical spine. Understood. The driver quickly retrieved his phone and dialed the hospital, subsequently starting the car and heading towards the First People's Hospital. The old man was none other than Dai Jingmao, the patriarch of the Dai family and grandfather of Dai Qinxue. He had come to Daikong specifically to meet Pang Tianchong, but unexpectedly experienced such an incident, leaving him in a state of unrest. He was somewhat skeptical of Pang Tianchong's words. Could a young man truly be a miraculous doctor? Thus, he felt compelled to undergo an examination of his cervical spine at the hospital to verify the truth of Pang Tianchong's claims. The journey to the hospital was swift, and upon entering the hospital building, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses awaited him at the entrance. Old Dai, Dr. Wang greeted warmly. What brings you here? Is your cervical spondylosis acting up again? Yes, the old man replied with a smile. I would like to have it checked again and undergo a CT scan. This way, please. The hospital personnel were efficient, and the results were quickly delivered to Dr. Wang. However, as Dr. Wang examined the images, he scrutinized them repeatedly, his expression one of astonishment, remaining silent. Dr. Wang, what do the results indicate? The old man gazed anxiously, his eyes wide with anticipation. Old Dai, after a moment, Dr. Wang finally swallowed hard and asked, which major hospital successfully treated your cervical spondylosis? Cured? The old man choked out, his throat tightening. Indeed. Dr. Wang set the images down, his face a mask of disbelief. I recall that your cervical disc protrusion was quite severe. Now, everything appears normal, indistinguishable from that of a young person. How extraordinary. Please, tell me, where did you receive treatment? Luo Qi recounted that when she sent him the address, he healed her. Oh, the elderly lady turned her face to look at her granddaughter and asked, how did he treat you? Did he give you acupuncture? No, Luo Qi replied. He said he would repay the favor for the help I provided by adjusting my health and expelling the cold from my body. Then, he asked me to extend my hand, gave it a gentle grasp, and in less than 5 minutes, I felt a warm current flowing throughout my entire being, which was incredibly comforting. Strangely, that night, I slept soundly without a single dream. Truly, he is remarkable. While listening, the old lady nodded slightly. Indeed. Grandmother knows that if you help Mr. Pang, he will not let you do so in vain. Have you taken care of today's matter? It's all settled. I helped him obtain a new ID card. And how did he express his gratitude this time? The elderly lady inquired curiously. He treated me to a meal. Is that so? The old lady's eyes brightened as she fixed her gaze on Luo Qi, asking, how was it? Did you both enjoy your meal? Grandmother. Luo Qi tilted her head, looking at the elderly lady. I suddenly realized, he invited me to dinner, not you. Yet you seem even happier than I am. Really? The old lady played coy. Come, tell grandmother all about your meal together. There's not much to say about the meal, Luo Qi replied, mainly, before dining. I asked him to demonstrate his skills. You all say he possesses remarkable abilities, profound and unfathomable. I never believed it. Grandmother, look. As she spoke, she took out a broken cup from her bag and handed it to the elderly lady. What do you need a broken cup for? The old lady asked, puzzled as she accepted it. Take a closer look. The old lady held it in her hand and suddenly noticed a small hole at the bottom. Why is there a hole in this broken cup? What are you up to? Luo Qi prompted. The elderly lady, following her advice, gently inserted her ring finger into the small hole, which fit perfectly. This. The old lady's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Pang Tianchong do this? Yes. Luo Qi grinned with satisfaction at her grandmother's reaction, boasting, when he handed me the cup, he merely poked it with his pinky, and a hole appeared, causing tea to spill all over my hand. Heavens! The old lady's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Afu. The old steward, hearing the call, rushed over. Old madam, what is your command? Come, take a look at this cup, the elderly lady said, handing the cup to the steward. With your skill, Can you create such a hole with your finger? You're joking. The steward examined the cup carefully, inserting his pinky to feel it. Not even I, nor a master, could achieve such a feat. How could such a peculiar cup exist? But, the old lady interjected, Pang Tianchong created this hole with his finger. Ah. The steward was taken aback. So, I surmise he is a master, and perhaps even a grandmaster. Though I have not encountered a grandmaster, my former teacher was a master. And to my knowledge, he could not create such a hole with his finger. It is simply incredible. Fubo, Luo Qi inquired curiously. Are you suggesting that Pang Tianchong is the legendary grandmaster? Indeed, the steward replied solemnly. Mr. Pang is truly formidable. He broke the cup with his bare hands. No, Luo Qi said, reclaiming the cup from the steward and demonstrating. He didn't exert as much effort as you think. He simply held the cup, gently pressed with his pinky. What an eye-opener. The steward shook his head slightly, his face filled with disbelief. Such a powerful individual. Yet the Zhuo family continually seeks to oppose him. It seems they are truly courting disaster. Exactly, Luo Qi concurred. Today, that Zhuo must have investigated Pang Tianchong, discovered the discrepancy in his ID, and deliberately sought to apprehend him. Hee. The old lady smiled knowingly. The Zhuo family, the foremost family in Bianxing, seems to be digging their own grave. If things continue like this, they might just find themselves replaced. Is it that serious? Luo Qi doubted. Can he contend against an entire family on his own? He can. The steward explained, Miss Qi. You may not realize that even a master could easily annihilate a family like the Zhuo family. Not to mention, Mr. Pang is a grandmaster. Extinguishing the Zhuo family would be effortless. Gasp. Luo Qi inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes widening. She knew that Fu Bo's words were never exaggerated. Then, in the future, she suddenly brightened. If we encounter formidable bandits, we could ask for his assistance. Right, grandmother? What do you think? That sounds good. The old lady replied cheerfully. But what reason would he have to assist you? He owes you nothing. Don't you dare tell grandmother it's for some notion of justice. Chapter 70. The arrangement of the old master Dai around the same time, at the Dai family's villa. The elder master Dai Jingma was engaged in a significant conversation with his granddaughter Dai Qianxue. Ever since returning from the hospital, the old master had been somewhat obsessed, sitting there sipping tea for hours without moving. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Pang Tianchong. This young man was truly extraordinary. With just a few acupuncture needles and some massage, he had alleviated the old master's long-standing ailments, and so thoroughly that he was left astounded. As Dr. Wang from the hospital had remarked, this was somewhat unscientific. If it is unscientific, it becomes all the more intriguing. They say that great talents hide in plain sight. Could it be that Pang Tianchong is the living deity concealed within the Dai family? The more the old man pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Thus, before the end of work hours, he called his granddaughter, insisting that she come to see him after her shift. Dai Qianxue was puzzled by her grandfather's sudden urgency. He had just spoken with her the day before. What could this mean? Was he perhaps becoming unhinged? Yet, she could not disregard her grandfather's command. Consequently, as soon as work ended, Dai Qianxue hurried over. Grandfather, she exclaimed upon entering, why were you so eager to summon me? What is it? What is it? The old man rolled his eyes. Can't my precious granddaughter come to have dinner with her grandfather? What are you saying? Dai Qianxue pouted, accustomed to placing her bag on the sofa while she began to massage her grandfather's neck. All right. The old man waved his hand to stop her. No need for that anymore. I won't require your massages from now on. What? Dai Qianxue paused. Grandfather, are you still angry with me? Not even letting me massage you? No. The old man shook his head again. It's not that I'm upset. It's just that my neck pain has been cured, and I won't need to trouble you for massages anymore. Come now. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm 3 years old? You think I'm easily fooled? I've heard you say time and again that this ailment would follow you to the grave. How is it that after just one day apart, you've been healed? Look, the old man said, handing over a plastic bag containing the hospital's CT results. Is this for real? Dai Qianxue took the plastic bag with suspicion and pulled out the diagnosis report. Although she could not understand the images, the report was clear. It stated unequivocally, all normal. What? Dai Qianxue was stunned. Could there have been a mistake? Grandfather. Yes, I had my doubts too, the old man admitted, pulling out another plastic bag from the drawer. So, I had an MRI done as well. Take a look at this. Dai Qianxue quickly took it, opened it, and found the diagnosis again clearly stating, all normal. Grandfather, what is happening here? The old man stroked his beard with a smile. Today, I encountered a miraculous doctor. He gave me acupuncture and a massage, and I am completely healed. Where is this miraculous doctor? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Where was he from? The old man shot her a sideways glance. From Daikon Company. Surely. As the CEO, you must be aware of this. What? Dai Qianxue exclaimed. Grandfather, are you joking? There can't be such a remarkable person in the company. Who is it? I don't know anyone like that. Pang Tianchong. The old man raised his voice suddenly. He's that little security guard in your company. Such an extraordinary individual. And you've relegated him to being a guard? How am I supposed to respond to that? Who? Dai Qianxue's eyes nearly popped out of her head. This is impossible. He might be capable in a fight, but a healer? What on earth is going on? In an instant, she felt a bit disoriented. Her mind filled with the image of that roguish yet handsome face. He was actually a divine healer. I heard you have promoted him to be your driver? What are his salary and benefits like? Dai Qianxue nodded. I just transferred him to be my driver and bodyguard, with a salary equivalent to that of my assistant. However, she quickly added, to comply with regulations, I will cover the excess salary myself. That's the right approach. The old man smiled with satisfaction. Isn't he providing you with 24-hour, close protection? Grandfather, what are you saying? Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed. It's just for picking me up from work and protecting me when I go out. How can that be enough? The old man's expression darkened. He must move in with you for around-the-clock protection. You are so beautiful. What if something were to happen? You. Dai Qianxue's face turned even redder. How can a grown man live in my house? It's inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? The old man's eyes widened again. You have a villa with so many empty rooms. What is wrong with letting him occupy one? Such a remarkable person as your bodyguard is worth more than gold. Others would pay dearly for it. The old man, feeling exasperated, commanded, Tomorrow, have Xiaopeng move in. This matter is settled by your grandfather. Dai Qianxue felt troubled. Her face crimson. Grandfather, how can you expect me, a young woman, to bring this up with him? Besides, my parents would never agree to let a stranger stay at my place. I will speak to your parents, the old man asserted. If they dare to disagree, I will disown them from the Dai family. Grandfather, Dai Qianxue was taken aback, murmuring softly, have you perhaps lost your mind over this medical issue? To disregard family for an outsider? Nonsense. The old man retorted, I have observed Pang Tianchong. He is of good character, handsome, and possesses exceptional abilities. In the future, what? Dai Qianxue asked curiously. Why do you hold him in such high regard? What are your intentions? You will understand in due time. The old man replied evasively. Just remember to follow my instructions, understood? And regarding Xiaopeng's salary, I will cover the additional amount. Understood, Dai Qianxue affirmed. Grabbing her bag from the sofa, preparing to leave. Where are you going, young lady? We haven't eaten yet. I'm not hungry. How can you say that? You must eat to keep me from worrying, Dai Qianxue said, not looking back as she dashed out the door. Chapter 71. A reunion after escorting Dai Qianxue home. Pang Tianchong drove his Porsche straight to the Moonbay community on Huanghe Road. He decided to visit his family once again. It was late at night. But surely his parents would be home. Now that he was a driver, his mobility had greatly improved. Traveling in a luxury car brought him immense comfort and ease. With beautiful women and plenty of time, Pang Tianchong was quite content with his current job. The car soon arrived at Moonbay. The security guard at the entrance saw the Porsche approaching and immediately stood at attention, saluted, raised the barrier, and allowed entry without questioning or registering, treating him with utmost respect. Unbelievable, Pang Tianchong thought, reflecting on how people judge others by appearances and how realistic they can be. Arriving at Building 8, he took the elevator up and nervously knocked on the door of apartment 2902. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from within, hoarse and somewhat fatigued. Pang Tianchong's heart ached, and tears nearly streamed down his face. It was his mother's voice. After 19 years. Hearing it again stirred a torrent of emotions within him. Moments later, the door opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman. It was his mother, Qiu Manxiang. Compared to his memories, Qiu Manxiang had indeed aged considerably. Her face was thin yet warm, her eyes bright and filled with curiosity. Her hair was pulled up and showing some gray, yet she exuded a mature charm. She wore a simple yet elegant shirt paired with a light blue skirt, presenting an air of grace and dignity. Mom. Pang Tianchong's throat tightened as he exclaimed, Is that you? Qiu Manxiang suddenly froze, quickly pushing open the security door to scrutinize the young man before her. It's me, Xiaohu. Xiaohu. Her voice trembled, and her eyes instantly filled with tears as she pulled him into the light of the room. You look just like you did when you were young. Qiu Manxiang murmured as she carefully examined his face. Mom, it's been 19 years. Do you still recognize me? Pang Tianchong smiled through the tears, wiping the corners of his eyes while gazing at his mother. Child, I can't believe you're still alive. Qiu Manxiang embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Pang Tianchong gently stroked his mother's white hair and softly said, "Mom, when I left you a letter, didn't I? How could you think I was dead?" "The letter?" Xiao Manxiang replied through her tears. "There was indeed a letter, but we didn't know who wrote it. It was wedged in the door. And how could we trust such an anonymous note? Over the years, your father and I searched everywhere for news of you, but we thought you." Sighing, Pang Tianchong lamented, "It's all my senior sister's fault. She didn't communicate properly with you, causing you to worry." After a moment, Xiao Manxiang composed herself, pulling her son to sit on the sofa. "Child, quickly tell me where you've been all these years." Pang Tianchong gathered his thoughts and briefly recounted his years studying at Kunlun Mountain, including the loss of his memory. "Just returning safely is enough?" Xiao Manxiang listened intently, nodding repeatedly, her face radiating happiness and affection. "By the way, Mom, where's Dad? Your father?" Xiao Manxiang's eyes flickered with confusion before she answered. "He went on a business trip." "Oh." Pang Tianchong didn't think much of it and continued. "What about my sister, Qianqian? She's studying at Bian University and only comes home on weekends." "That's great. She's in college now." Pang Tianchong smiled. "Last Sunday when I came, she thought I was a scammer and refused to open the door." "Haha, is that so?" Xiao Manxiang chuckled. "That silly girl. But we can't blame her. You never told her anything about you. How did you find this place?" Xiao Manxiang asked. Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Don't even get me started. When I returned to Bian City, I went straight to the old neighborhood only to find it had been demolished. With no other option, I took a job and slowly inquired around until I met a friend at the police station who helped me find our address." "You found a job?" Xiao Manxiang said, her face lighting up with relief. "Where are you living now?" "I'm staying at the company dormitory." "Oh dear," Xiao Manxiang suddenly exclaimed. "What do you mean dormitory? I was so caught up in talking that I forgot to prepare your room. Sit tight, I'll go tidy it up." "All right." Pang Tianchong nodded, instinctively pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, taking a deep drag as his mood gradually settled. The feeling of being home was simply wonderful. He strolled around the house, taking in the details of the place. The house is somewhat larger than before, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, with decor that has remained unchanged for several years. Some areas of the ceiling have begun to peel. The furniture within the home appears somewhat worn, clearly purchased several years prior. The rooms are impeccably clean, a testament to his mother's diligent nature, as he fondly remembers her as a hard-working woman. That night, Pang Tianchong slept soundly at home, without even a dream. Early the next morning, his mother prepared breakfast and called him to rise. "Xiaohu, hurry up and eat. Don't be late for work." Her voice was gentle and lively, filled with warmth and love. "I'm coming." Pang Tianchong quickly dressed and went to wash up, fully aware that he had just become Dai Qianxue's driver and could not afford to be tardy. Breakfast was simple, consisting of 2 dishes, a soup, steamed buns, and some fried dough sticks. "Eat up. Mom made your favorite shredded potatoes from when you were a child," Xiao Manxiang said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Just have a light meal for now. When your sister returns this weekend, I'll prepare a feast for us to celebrate." "No need," Pang Tianchong replied after sipping some congee. "This weekend, I'll treat you and my sister to a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel." No. Xiao Manxiang waved her hands repeatedly. "That would be far too expensive. You should save your money for when you need to marry. By the way, Xiaohu, you still don't have a girlfriend, do you?" "No." Pang Tianchong shook his head, chewing on a fried dough stick. "There's no rush. I haven't had a proper chance to enjoy myself yet." "You're already 26, and you're not in a hurry?" Xiao Manxiang gazed at her son affectionately, smiling. "The young man across the hall is a year older than you, and he's already a father. His parents have a grandchild now." "Don't worry, Mom." Pang Tianchong replied dismissively. "With my looks, I want to have trouble finding a good wife. I'm sure I'll have plenty of girls at our doorstep for you to choose from." "Huh, just bragging. Bring one home for me to see. Just wait." Pang Tianchong quickly finished his meal and wiped his mouth. "Mom, I'm off to work. I'll be back after my shift." All right, Xiao Manxiang said, accompanying her son downstairs. As she watched Pang Tianchong drive away in his Porsche, she stood at the entrance, smiling blissfully. Chapter 72. Visitors from the Martial Arts Association at Daikon Company, in the finance department. Manager Wan Ruoyan had just started her day when there was a hurried knock at the office door. "Come in." With that call, the door swung open, revealing a young man with a cheeky grin, Pang Tianchong, the newly appointed driver. "Manager Wan." "Pang Tianchong." Wan Ruoyan looked up with curiosity. "What brings you here? Do you need something?" "Don't be so formal." Pang Tianchong plopped down on the sofa and lit a cigarette with practiced ease. "No smoking in the office." Wan Ruoyan shot him a fierce glare. "Get to the point." All right. Pang Tianchong took a deep drag from his cigarette. "I need to request an advance on my salary. I'm running low on cash." "How much do you need?" 30,000. Didn't T-Dai Chinshua say she would reward me with that amount for my last business trip? Salary will be dispersed soon. Why the rush? We can manage for a couple of days. I have urgent expenses. We don't have that much cash on hand. I can give you 20,000 for now. Just write a receipt. 20,000 it is. Pang Tianchong quickly filled out the receipt and handed it to manager Wan. Wan Ruoyan glanced at it, signed her name, and returned it. You can collect the money next door. Manager Wan. Pang Tianchong accepted the note with a smile. Isn't the girl next door pretty? How's my request coming along? Get lost. Haha. Pang Tianchong gleefully collected his 20,000 and returned to his office, casually stowing it in a drawer. Just as he was about to sit down, his phone rang. He answered immediately. Hello? Who is it? Pangu. It was Ding Tai on the line, his voice low. Come downstairs. 2 people are looking for you. Who are they? I don't know them. They don't look friendly. They seem quite fierce, so be careful. Damn it. Pang Tianchong cursed inwardly, his sixth sense warning him that trouble was brewing. Downstairs, at the company entrance, 2 men in their 50s sat at the gate, one lean and the other slightly plump, both dressed in martial arts uniforms, their expressions cold and intimidating. As Pang Tianchong approached, both men lifted their gazes simultaneously. Are you Pang Tianchong? The plump elder asked, his voice calm, yet authoritative. Yes, that's me, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, exhaling a puff of smoke. What can I do for you? We are from the Martial Arts Association. Please come with us. Our president wishes to see you. The lean elder commanded. I'm not going. Pang Tianchong retorted without hesitation. I don't know any president, nor do I care about your association. Just leave. You're too old to be causing trouble here. Hey, the plump elder's temper flared. You think you're tough, huh? Let me ask you, did you break the leg of the second son of the Zhua family? That's about right, Pang Tianchong shrugged, not denying it. Well, you should know that as a martial artist, one must not easily lay hands on ordinary people. I don't care who they are, Pang Tianchong replied, shaking his head. Ordinary or not, if they provoke me, they'll regret it. If you two are here on behalf of the Zhua family, I won't hold back. You. The plump elder's nostrils flared in rage. In their world, martial artists were always respected and feared. Never had they been treated with such disdain. Especially not by a mere kid. Come on. The elder shouted angrily, his aura surging as he swung a fist towards Pang Tianchong's face. The wind of his punch howling ominously. Humph. Pang Tianchong discarded his cigarette, his body gracefully retreating as he easily dodged the elder's strike. The elder missed, leaping forward like a shadow, following Pang Tianchong outside. However, as soon as he exited the building, before his feet could even touch the ground, he received a resounding slap across the face. Ah! The plump elder cried out in shock, falling to the ground. Half his face swelling up and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. So swift, he had not even seen how Pang Tianchong had struck him. Left dazed by the sudden blow, seeing his comrade fall, the lean elder lost his composure, springing into action with a swift leap. Meanwhile, his right hand shot out. Fingers curled like claws, aiming for Pang Tianchong's shoulder. The attack was fierce and quick, his fingertips glowing faintly with a white aura, indicating that the elder's eagle claw technique was at an advanced level. If caught, it would not only break bones, but also leave ghastly wounds. The security guards were left dumbfounded, especially Ding Tai, whose mouth hung open in disbelief. Just as the lean elder launched his attack, Pang Tianchong remained unflustered, shrugging his shoulder to evade the grasp of the eagle claw. In a swift motion, he raised his palm and delivered another sharp slap to the elder's face. This time, Pang Tianchong exerted some force, sending the lean elder sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of the elder's face was distorted, and with a loud gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson. You dare to ambush me? I'll fight you to the end. At this moment, the corpulent elder clambered to his feet, enraged and bellowing, his face contorted with fury as he once again lunged at Pang Tianchong with clenched fists. The old man, unwilling to accept defeat, was incensed that a mere strike had sent him, a formidable half-step master, crashing to the ground. The thought of this humiliation spreading through the martial world was unbearable. How could he maintain his standing? Thus, he resolved to fight fiercely, unaware of the formidable prowess of his opponent. Before he could even close the distance, a single kick sent him hurtling out of the door, leaving him unable to rise. Pang Tianchong, having dispatched the corpulent elder, turned his attention toward the frail elder on the ground. The latter had already grasped the futility of resistance. He was no match for his adversary. The best course of action, he thought, was to flee. Without waiting for Pang Tianchong to approach, he executed a hasty roll and escaped to the outside, grabbing the corpulent elder as he fled. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the power of his assailant. If this young man wished to take his life, it could be done in an instant. Pang Tianchong, he shouted back. Go inform your leader that anyone who dares to cause trouble will find their limbs broken. Thus, the old man found himself at the mercy of fate. Chapter 73. The leader takes action in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Bian City. An elderly man with graying hair and a robust, middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion were engaged in a lively conversation over tea. The elderly man was Zhuo Xiuqing, the head of the Zhuo family, while the middle-aged man was Gu Qinglai, the president of the Bian City Martial Arts Association. The association, a prominent martial arts organization, had branches in every region, helmed by a highly respected and powerful individual. Its purpose was to mediate disputes among martial artists and to prevent conflicts between practitioners and ordinary citizens. Gu Qinglai, a master in his own right, had presided over Bian City for several years and maintained an excellent relationship with the Zhuo family. Today, the Zhuo family head had come to the association seeking justice for his son, requesting the association's intervention against Pang Tianchong. Two of the association's deputies had already gone to apprehend him, leaving Zhuo Xiuqing and Gu Qinglai awaiting news. President, Zhuo Xiuqing said, placing his teacup down as he produced a bank card from his pocket. This card contains 200,000. The password is 6 zeros. Please, use this for your expenses. You're too kind, Gu Qinglai replied with a slight smile, accepting the card. Rest assured, once we capture that Pang fellow, I will allow the Zhuo family to deal with him as you see fit. With the association backing you, taking his life would be of no consequence. Such is the nature of the martial world, where life and death hang by a thread. Zhuo Xiuqing clasped his fists and earnestly requested, if you could take his life, that would be best. If not, breaking his legs would serve as retribution for my son. Not a problem. Gu Qinglai waved his hand, pocketing the card just as a series of car horns blared outside. The gate swung open, and two figures, one stout and one thin, limped into the villa. What happened? Gu Qinglai exclaimed, setting down his teacup as he sensed something was amiss. Reporting to the president, the corpulent elder, his face battered and swollen, struggled to speak, while the frail elder covered part of his face and explained, we were no match for Pang Tianchong. We were sent back. What? Gu Qinglai's heart sank. How could a mere youth possess such strength to defeat both of them? We don't know. The frail elder shook his head. We couldn't discern his origins. His speed was too overwhelming for us to react. Interesting. Gu Qinglai narrowed his eyes, realizing they had encountered another master. When had such a young master emerged in the martial world? Should we summon more experts from the headquarters? Zhuo Xiuqing asked, concern etched on his face. No need. Gu Qinglai waved dismissively. Even if he is a master, there are levels among masters. I am an established one. Dealing with a young upstart should be no challenge. Wait. The frail elder interjected urgently. President, we should call for reinforcements. That young man is quite formidable. He even said, what did he say? Gu Qinglai demanded. He said that anyone who seeks trouble with him will have their legs broken. Enraged, Gu Qinglai nearly struck the frail elder, but then recalled the young man's words and exploded with rage. Prepare the car. I will make him pay for this insolence. With the president's fury ignited, no one dared to protest. Someone hastily went to summon a vehicle, while others gathered their gear, following the president's car directly to Daikong Tower. At this moment, as the workday drew to a close, Gong Xiaoshuang arrived at the president's office with a meal box, intending to dine with Dai Qianxue. Xiaoxue, time for dinner. Coming. Dai Qianxue replied, stretching lazily and preparing to rise when she heard the commotion of cars and voices from outside. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang rushed to the window, looking down to see numerous vehicles blocking the entrance to the company. What's happening? Dai Qianxue inquired curiously. Call the security desk and find out. As she approached the window, she too was taken aback by the sight of several cars obstructing the entrance, while a group of people, brimming with hostility, were engaged in a standoff with the security personnel. Hello? Security? What is the commotion at the entrance? Gong Xiaoshuang quickly dialed the security department. They're here looking for trouble. Came the voice on the other end. Whose trouble are they seeking? Pang Tianchong. We've already notified him. He should be coming down to address it. Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows, hearing the conversation. Who are these people looking for Pang Tianchong? They didn't specify, Gong Xiaoshuang replied, putting away her phone just as she pointed downward. Look, here he comes. Oh, Dai Qianxue's focus sharpened as she saw Pang Tianchong sauntering toward the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Will there be a fight? She asked nervously. Should we call the police? Let us wait and see. Gong Xiaoshuang reassured her. Pang Tianchong should be able to handle this. I haven't seen him in action yet. Let us observe. The two women remained hidden above, watching the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong approached the group with an air of nonchalance. He glanced at the stout man leading the charge, and then at the frail elder beside him. Impatience creeping into his voice. Did you bring what I asked for? Or have you come back empty-handed? I came to see if you could truly break my legs. Gu Qinglai retorted, his eyes narrowing in challenge. Pang Tianchong exhaled a stream of smoke, his demeanor calm. So, you've come to seek a beating. By all means. Make your move. Stand back. Gu Qinglai roared, unleashing his internal energy, causing a gust of wind to whip around them, stirring up dust. The entourage accompanying him recoiled in fear, understanding that this was a battle of masters. Any misstep could spell disaster. On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, having never witnessed such a display of power before. Their hearts raced as they anxiously watched Pang Tianchong. Gu Qinglai, gathering his internal energy, launched a punch that howled through the air, aimed directly at Pang Tianchong's face. Yet, Pang Tianchong remained unfazed, effortlessly shifting his position to evade the strike, leaning casually against a BMW, taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette. Gu Qinglia's punch met only air, the force creating a shockwave that shattered the stillness, crashing into the security desk at the entrance. A loud explosion erupted, causing the table to shatter instantaneously, sending debris scattering across the floor. Chapter 74, Breaking the President's Legs. Gu Qinglai understood that Pang Tianchong was not an easy opponent, thus he struck with lethal intent. Channeling his internal energy, his fists flying like the wind, showing no mercy. However, he was swift, yet Pang Tianchong was swifter. As his fist landed, only an afterimage remained. The man vanished without a trace. Gu Qinglia's earth-shattering punch failed to down Pang Tianchong, yet the force of his blow shattered a table into pieces. On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Terrifying. This individual was utterly fearsome. A single punch could obliterate a table. If it were to strike Pang Tianchong, would he survive? Their gazes refocused, searching for Pang Tianchong's figure, only to find him leaning against a car, still smoking a cigarette. Damn! Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, Xiaoxue. Look at this guy, in such a dire situation. And he is still smoking? We should run. Dai Qinxue bit her lip, her heart racing, her small fists clenched to the point of dripping. For some inexplicable reason, she felt immense concern for Pang Tianchong at that moment. Gu Qinglai, having missed his target, listened for the wind to discern his opponent's location. Instantly realizing he was behind him, without the time to turn around, he pivoted on one foot and delivered another punch. The air surged violently. The speed of his attack was astonishingly swift, making it difficult to defend against. As Gu Qinglai launched his punch, he suddenly found himself momentarily blinded. And Pang Tianchong had vanished once again. However, it was too late to retract his fist. Bang! This punch, echoing like thunder, struck solidly against a BMW. The car skidded, sliding 5 or 6 meters before colliding with another vehicle, shattering the windshield like a spider's web, scattering shards everywhere. My God! On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue gasped once more, clutching Gong Xiaoshuang's arm tightly, urging, Quick, call the police. This person is too formidable. Stay calm. It didn't hit him. Gong Xiaoshuang feigned calmness. He is still smoking. Before she could finish her sentence, Pang Tianchong made his move below. He flicked his fingers, sending the cigarette, but flying. Then, he swiftly sidestepped, his left hand darting out to grasp Gu Qinglia's throat. Gu Qinglai summoned his internal energy, preparing to unleash a third punch, but unexpectedly, his neck tightened, rendering him powerless. Spare me, brother. Have mercy. In an instant, Gu Qinglia's strength waned, leaving him unable to retaliate. You worthless fighter. Pang Tianchong tightened his grip, cursing, with such pathetic skills, you dare stand for the Zhou family? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Gu Qinglai began to roll his eyes, his face turning a deep shade of purple, struggling to breathe, his life hanging by a thread. The members of the Martial Arts Association watched in horror, yet none dared to approach. Their president was a master, and if he could be subdued in a single move, what chance did they have? Hero, please spare him. Sir, have mercy on our president. The crowd knelt, bowing and pleading with Pang Tianchong, fearing that any moment could be their president's last. As Gu Qinglia's body grew limp, Pang Tianchong shook his arm and tossed him to the ground like a discarded rag. Stepping forward, he stomped down, snapping Gu Qinglia's leg with a sickening crack. Gu Qinglai screamed in agony, unable to catch his breath, and promptly lost consciousness. President. 2 young members rushed over to help Gu Qinglai, looking up at Pang Tianchong with desperate pleas. Hero, please spare our president. What hero? Pang Tianchong retorted. You think this is ancient times? Call me Teacher Pang. I'm here to teach you how to be decent people. All right. They all shouted in unison, Teacher Pang. Please spare our president. Let him go. Pang Tianchong pointed at the shattered table behind him. Go back and tell him to buy a new table and bring it here tomorrow. If he dares not to, I'll come to your martial arts association and break his other leg. Do you understand? Yes. They nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Get lost. Pang Tianchong waved his hand and turned to walk towards the company. The martial arts members felt as if a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders, simultaneously shouting, Thank you, Teacher Pang. Thank you, Teacher Pang. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang watched in stunned silence, fully aware of the incredible power of that individual. Yet, such a formidable man was easily subdued by Pang Tianchong, falling unconscious and remaining down. One could only imagine the caliber of Pang Tianchong. The two beauties exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting about their meal in the cafeteria, only regaining their senses upon hearing footsteps in the corridor accompanied by a stirring song. Like a bough when lying down, like a pine when standing, steadfast as a bell when seated, swift as the wind when walking. Southern fists and northern legs, Shaolin and Wudong arts, Tai Chi, Bagua, and the intertwined palms. The essence of Chinese martial arts. The song echoed from the elevator into the corridor, revealing it to be Pang Tianchong's voice. Pang Tianchong, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, pulling open the office door, come here for a moment. What is it? Pang Tianchong stepped into the office, glancing at both of them. Aren't you eating? I was just about to grab a bite. If I wait too long, there won't be any food left. Eat. That's all you think about. Gong Xiaoshuang pushed him forward. Dai Qianxue has something to ask you. Huh? Ask what? Dai Qianxue steadied her emotions and fixed her gaze on Pang Tianchong. Who were those people earlier? Do you have a grudge with them? They're from the Martial Arts Association, Pang Tianchong scoffed. The one who got beaten is their president. Why would the Martial Arts Association come looking for you? What a stupid question. Pang Tianchong retorted. Aren't they hired by the Zhou family? Damn it. This isn't over yet. They provoked me. He initially intended to say he would wipe out their whole family, but swallowed the words, fearing it might frighten the two beauties. The Yue family? The two exchanged glances, speechless. It turned out the Zhou family had not yet given up, continuing to send people to create trouble for Pang Tianchong. What were they to do now? Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to eat. Pang Tianchong rubbed his belly, casting a sideways glance at Dai Qianxue. I'm starving. Someone promised to treat me, yet hasn't he delivered? Cut it out. Dai Qianxue blushed, recalling her promise to treat Pang Tianchong to a meal upon her return from a business trip, feeling a bit embarrassed for not having found the time. Xiaoshuang. She turned her gaze to Gong Xiaoshuang. You should tell him about the bodyguard situation. Remembering her grandfather's instructions, Dai Qianxue found it difficult to speak up. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang understood, Pang Tianchong. Since you're Dai Qianxue's driver and bodyguard, for safety's sake, it would be better if you lived in her villa. This way, it's more convenient for you to take her to work, and you won't have to stay in the company dormitory. What do you think? Why? Pang Tianchong crossed his arms, feigning fear. Don't get any ideas. I'm not that easy. You. Dai Qianxue felt a headache coming on. Chapter 75, A Glimpse of Talent. In the office of Daikon Company, Pang Tianchong's remark infuriated the two beauties, causing Gong Xiaoshuang to exclaim, Pervert. What are you thinking? My Xiaoxue could never fall for you. Hee. Pang Tianchong grinned. That's not necessarily true. With my good looks, which girl wouldn't like me? How shameless. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. Are you moving in or not? Give us a straight answer. Well, Pang Tianchong scratched his head and laughed. Let us discuss that after the meal. Dai Qianxue still owes me a grand feast, doesn't she? Eat. That's all you care about. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. It was the weekend. And after work, she planned to treat him to dinner. Is that all right? Fine. Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers. It's settled. I'm off to eat. As he turned to leave, he suddenly looked back and asked, if I move in, will you come too, yellow-haired vixen? Why should I care? Casually inquiring. When ancient maidens married, they were often accompanied by a personal maid, were they not? How absurd. Gong Xiaoshuang seethed with anger, gritting her teeth as she delivered a swift kick to Pang Tianchong's backside. Get lost, she exclaimed. Ha. Pang Tianchong, relishing the moment, burst into laughter and dashed away towards the cafeteria. That scoundrel. Gong Xiaoshuang, still seething, turned to Dai Qianxue with concern. Xiaoxue, is it permissible for this fellow to move in with you? Just look at his character. What does your grandfather think? Sighing, Dai Qianxue replied, I don't know. It seems Grandpa holds him in high regard. Why is that? He has met Pang Tianchong. Met him? Dai Qianxue explained, the day before yesterday. He came to play chess with Pang Tianchong, and suddenly collapsed in his office due to a cervical spine issue. Ah, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. And then what? Well, it was Pang Tianchong who saved him, administering acupuncture and massage, ultimately curing his condition. What? Gong Xiaoshuang asked, her curiosity piqued. He can heal as well? Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded. My grandfather's cervical issue was severe. He had visited numerous hospitals without success, and had nearly given up. Yet, Pang Tianchong managed to cure him completely. Completely cured? Gong Xiaoshuang stared in disbelief. Yes, completely cured, Dai Qianxue affirmed. I saw the x-rays he took at the hospital. The protrusions were realigned, as good as new. How miraculous! Gong Xiaoshuang marveled. I know a bit about this ailment. Aside from surgery, there are no other remedies. How did he manage to realign the protrusions? It defies logic. Indeed. I'm equally curious, Dai Qianxue remarked. He is so young, yet possesses the skills of a master healer. Truly a person of hidden talents. Wow. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Your bodyguard is quite the bargain. You even have a personal physician now. In the future, minor ailments won't necessitate a trip to the hospital. Haha. Dai Qianxue chuckled. Come on, let's eat. If we delay any longer, there may be no food left. The two hurried into the company cafeteria, only to find that half of the dining area had already been vacated, clearly indicating that many had already finished their meals. However, upon glancing toward a table by the window, they noticed a crowd gathered, animatedly discussing something. Master, Gong Xiaoshuang called out to the chef, unable to contain her curiosity. What is going on over there? The chef glanced over and replied, It seems to be the new security guard, having his meal. Pang Tianchong. Yes, that's him. Both Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang immediately understood. Surely everyone had heard about the altercation at the entrance and were now regarding Pang Tianchong as some sort of spectacle. They collected their meals and chose a table near the crowd, eating while straining to listen to the commotion. At that moment, Pang Tianchong's table was surrounded by people, packed tightly together. A stout man across from him, holding a bowl of soup that had gone cold, was wide-eyed as he inquired, Brother Pang, I clearly witnessed the fight at the entrance today. That person was incredibly powerful, capable of sending a car flying with a single punch. Yet you merely grasped his throat and subdued him. What martial arts do you practice? Please, show us a demonstration. Pang Tianchong calmly continued to eat, responding, Demonstrate? Do you wish for me to strike you? No. The stout man quickly shook his head. I could never withstand your blow. It would surely crush me. Exactly. Someone beside him laughed. Brother Pang's slap could drive the stout man's bowels out. Enough. Pang Tianchong shot a glare at the speaker, scolding, What are you saying? Do you not see that I am trying to eat? Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Uft. Gong Xiaoshuang nearly spewed her soup across the table, desperately biting her lip to suppress her laughter. Dai Qianxue, on the other hand, was grinning broadly, her eyes crinkling with mirth. The stout man, undeterred, continued to plead, Brother, just show us a little something. We are genuinely curious. Really want to see? Yes. The stout man nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Pang Tianchong glanced at the stout man's bowl, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips. If I show you a little something, you mustn't blame me. No way. All right. Pang Tianchong said, reaching out to grip the stout man's stainless steel bowl. With a subtle application of force, he punctured the bottom of the bowl. In an instant, soup began to spill forth, drenching the stout man's front. Fortunately, the soup had cooled, otherwise, it would have scalded his ample flesh. The stout man gasped in shock, hastily reaching to touch the bowl, while the other hand continued to pour out soup, drenching the table in liquid. Oh dear! The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Incredible! Truly incredible! The commotion drew the attention of two nearby women, and Gong Xiaoshuang could not resist pushing through the crowd to get a closer look. What is happening? Look! The stout man's soup has spilled completely. He's holding an empty bowl, utterly bewildered, lamenting that his iron rice bowl has been drilled through. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed upon seeing the damaged bowl. Did your finger drill that hole? Are you some kind of electric drill? All right, everyone disperse. Pang Tianchong declared, waving his hand dismissively. Can't a person eat in peace? Time to get back to work. As everyone suddenly noticed Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue nearby, they promptly scattered, leaving only the stout man lingering with his broken bowl, slowly shuffling away, grumbling, My iron rice bowl has been drilled through by Pang Tianchong. Spotting Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, Pang Tianchong approached with his tray of food, smiling as he said, Why didn't you two come sooner? If you had sat with us, we wouldn't have attracted so many onlookers. Chapter 76. The Six Sisters Scheme. Pang Tianchong boldly took a seat opposite Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, displaying no signs of discomfort or self-consciousness at dining with the general manager. For him, sharing a meal with the president felt no different than dining with a neighbor. It was all rather relaxed and unpretentious. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes, choosing not to speak, focusing instead on her meal. In her memory, she had never dined face-to-face with a man this closely. During her school days, her aloof demeanor was well known, and few boys dared to approach her, let alone the company as president. Yet today, she found herself unfazed by the charmingly loquacious individual seated before her. Even Dai Qianxue found this puzzling. Gong Xiaoshuang, however, was different. From the moment Pang Tianchong sat down, she incessantly peppered him with questions, her curiosity insatiable. Pang Tianchong, she inquired, eyes wide with wonder. How can your fingers be as powerful as a drill? That is a stainless steel bowl you pierced with ease. Oh, Pang Tianchong nodded. Is there a problem? How extraordinary. Gong Xiaoshuang shook her head. I've only seen such prowess in dramas. Please enlighten us. Just how skilled are you? That is hard to say, Pang Tianchong replied, furrowing his brow. I do not seek the limelight, nor have I encountered any true masters. With my current capabilities, I doubt anyone in the country could rival me. Is that so? Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. Why not just declare yourself the best in the world? If no one can match you domestically, surely you reign supreme. Listen to how you speak. Pang Tianchong remarked mildly. Is it not commendable for this handsome man to be a bit humble? One must remain low-key, understand? Uft. Dai Qianxue's composed demeanor cracked, and she chuckled. You're proclaiming yourself the best in the world, and yet you call that low-key? Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. That's not humility. It borders on delusion. You. Pang Tianchong was about to retort when his phone rang. He answered it casually. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Mr. Pang? A deep male voice echoed through the phone. I am sent by your 6th senior sister to assist you in Bianqing. Are you not a Daikon company? I will arrive in 10 minutes. May we meet? Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, come on over. I am in office 1918 on the 19th floor. See you shortly. As the call ended, Pang Tianchong lost his appetite, pushing his bowl away and rising to leave. Hey! Gong Xiaoshuang called out. You haven't finished your meal. Where are you off to? Pang Tianchong glanced back at Dai Qianxue and said, save some room. General Manager Dai is treating us tonight. Better eat a bit more. Get lost. Both Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang rolled their eyes in unison. Upon returning to his office, Pang Tianchong brewed a cup of tea and lit a cigarette, contemplating a puzzling question. Why had his 6th senior sister sent someone to assist him? She knew he was working as a security guard at Daikong. What assistance was needed? Was he meant to work alongside this person as a guard? As he pondered, a knock sounded on the door. Enter. The door swung open to reveal a well-dressed man in his 30s, exuding an air of competence. He wore black-rimmed glasses, appeared refined, and carried a briefcase. Hello, Mr. Pang, the man said, bowing slightly. My surname is Mo, and my name is Mo Tan. Oh, Mr. Mo, Pang Tianchong replied. Mo Tan's lips twitched slightly as he said, please, just call me old Mo. Pang Tianchong gestured for him to sit. What did my senior sister send you for? Mo Tan replied politely, Sister Ouyang sent me to assist you. I arrived in Bianqing a year ago. Wait, Pang Tianchong interrupted. As a security guard, what assistance can I possibly require? Has my 6th senior sister lost her mind? Mo Tan chuckled lightly. Mr. Pang, you jest. Sister Ouyang anticipated your return to Bianqing and sent me to lay the groundwork a year in advance. She invested your funds in several companies and even constructed a skyscraper in the city center. As he spoke, Mo Tan opened his briefcase and presented a stack of contracts to Pang Tianchong. This is the share transfer agreement. I have already signed it. You only need to sign, and you will become a shareholder in these companies. Is that so? Pang Tianchong took the contracts, his eyebrows raised. You mean my 6th senior sister used my money to invest in several companies and build a skyscraper? Indeed. Mo Tan nodded, continuing, not just myself, but an entire team has come. From now on, you will be our boss. Well, Pang Tianchong grinned while perusing the contracts. My 6th senior sister truly thinks ahead for me. I hadn't even considered what to do upon my return. By the way, what's the deal with the Zhou family S group? Oh, that's the company belonging to the Zhou family, the first family of Bianqing, Mo Tan explained. We bought a stake in all 4 major families in Bianqing, including Daikong, where you currently work. Absolutely not. Pang Tianchong pointed at the Zhou family S company. Withdraw my shares immediately. Why? Mo Tan asked, puzzled. This company has been performing well, and we have already profited. I have a long-standing feud with the Zhou family. We are at odds, Pang Tianchong replied angrily. I am currently devising ways to deal with them. How can we collaborate? Withdraw the Zhou shares and replace them with Daikong's. I see. Mo Tan contemplated briefly. Very well, I will initiate the withdrawal process and find a way to outmaneuver the Zhou family. Good. Peng Tianchong observed Imotan, feeling quite satisfied with this subordinate, who was obedient and decisive. Currently, all these projects are operating under my name. Once you sign these share transfer agreements, you will become the legal representative, Imotan continued. The skyscraper in the city center is also completed and undergoing interior decoration. It will serve as our company headquarters. How large of an office would you like? I will design it specifically for you. Peng Tianchong scratched his head. I haven't decided yet. Let us discuss it after I visit. I passed by that building a couple of days ago and wondered what it was for. Who knew it would be mine? Ha. Now, this security guard of mine is about to transform into a major boss. Indeed, Imotan laughed along, and not just any boss, but a billionaire boss. Chapter 77, Dai Qianxue's Treat in the Daikong Building, Office 1918. Peng Tianchong felt a warmth in his heart after listening to Imotan's detailed report. He had never anticipated that while he had been diligently cultivating on the mountain for years, his sixth senior sister had been secretly preparing for his return. With such a caring senior sister, he felt deeply gratified. Boss, Imotan finally inquired, when shall we arrange for you to meet our staff and introduce yourself? No need. Peng Tianchong contemplated before responding. You will continue to handle everything. Let operations run as planned. I am quite content at Daikong for now and will not be making any appearances. Just inform me if anything arises. Also, in the future, please report to me elsewhere instead of at Daikong. Understood. Imotan nodded. However, I still hope you return to your own company soon. Being a security guard and driver here is truly beneath you. Not at all. Peng Tianchong waved his hand. Perhaps this is a form of cultivation. In time, I will return, and I will express my gratitude to the management team then. I shall head back to the company now. Imotan stood up and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. This card contains 300 million, a little pocket money from Sister Ouyang. The password is her birthday. However, she mentioned that if you forget her birthday, you won't be able to use the money. That's sixth senior sister. Peng Tianchong received the bank card with a smile. Of course, I remember her birthday. Well then, off you go and work hard. Goodbye. Imotan closed the door gently as he left. Peng Tianchong tucked the bank card into his pocket, tossed a stack of share transfer documents into his drawer, lit another cigarette, and began contemplating his future. This all felt akin to a dream. Meanwhile, at the Zhua family villa, the head of the family, Zhua Xiuqing, was also deep in thought, devising the next steps to contend with Peng Tianchong. When Chairman Gu took people to confront Peng Tianchong, he did not accompany them. To be honest, he had little faith that Gu Qinglai's martial skills surpassed those of Peng Tianchong. While it would be advantageous to capture Peng Tianchong, he deemed it inconsequential if they failed, as long as it incited conflict between the Martial Association and Peng Tianchong. That was his ultimate goal. The Martial Association was a national organization, undoubtedly housing experts more formidable than Peng Tianchong. Should Gu Qinglai falter, the association would dispatch even stronger experts to Bianqing. At that point, he was eager to see how Peng Tianchong would respond. As Zhua Xiuqing contemplated, a messenger hurriedly entered, bearing a distressed expression. Master, the newcomer said. Chairman Gu has also been defeated. Is that so? Zhua Xiuqing furrowed his brow, surprised that even a grandmaster was no match for that surnamed Peng. Indeed, the messenger nodded. Continuing, Chairman Gu was downed in just 3 moves, and he sustained a broken leg. He was carried back in disgrace. A broken leg. Zhua Xiuqing clapped the table in excitement. Excellent. Now the rift between the Martial Association and Peng Tianchong is firmly established. At 6 o'clock, the sun began its gradual descent, casting a warm orange glow across the horizon. The buildings lining the streets appeared particularly inviting and serene in the evening light. Peng Tianchong navigated through the bustling streets in his Porsche, while Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang engaged in lively discourse about the culinary delights of Bianqing. Suddenly, Dai Qianxue inquired, Hey, Teacher Peng, what would you like to eat? Anything, Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I'm not picky, I can eat anything. How about Western cuisine? Gong Xiaoshuang suggested. I haven't had it since I returned. All right, Peng Tianchong agreed. Let us go for Western food. I have no objections. Great, Dai Qianxue declared. Turn left at the upcoming intersection, and after 2 traffic lights, there's a wonderful Western restaurant. With a swift press of the accelerator, Peng Tianchong sped forward. The restaurant indeed boasted an exquisite ambience. It was tranquil and elegant, with soft lighting cascading from ornate chandeliers, casting warm shadows across the polished wooden floors. Classical oil paintings adorned the walls, their beautiful imagery seemingly narrating tales of yore, infusing the space with an artistic essence. At that moment, the dining hall was not crowded. With only a few scattered tables occupied, a pianist played a soothing melody that floated gently through the air, creating an atmosphere of serenity. The trio settled at a table by the window, and just as they sat down, a young man in a suit excitedly approached them. Dai Chinchua, Daizong, he exclaimed. His short and plump stature complemented by a round face and gold-rimmed glasses, beaming with joy. You're Gu Ming. Dai Chinchua recognized him with a momentary pause. Exactly. It's me. The jovial figure nearly burst with excitement. Goddess, it's a rare honor for you to remember me. Truly, I'm blessed. He extended his chubby hand, his eyes glinting with eagerness. Dai Chinchua stood to greet him with a gentle handshake, then asked, Old classmate, what brings you here? I just returned from abroad and am catching up with a few friends. I spotted you as I was midway through my meal. What a coincidence. He chuckled. All right. Pang Tianchong interjected, glancing at the portly figure beside him. Leave your contact information and hurry back to your meal. Otherwise, your food will be cold. Gu Ming shot a disgruntled look at Pang Tianchong before turning back to Dai Chinchua. He is a significant asset to our company. I invited him to dinner today. We can chat another time, Dai Chinchua hinted subtly, indicating it was time for him to leave. Oh, it seems the security work is quite commendable, Gu Ming remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Pang Tianchong's security uniform, though maintaining a facade of indifference. For Daizong to treat you, it must be a stroke of luck. He chuckled mockingly. Just then, a foreign waitress approached. What would you like to order? She greeted in broken Chinese, presenting a menu filled with foreign text. Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he snatched the menu and placed it before Pang Tianchong. Since you're treating our security brother, let him choose the dishes. Dai Chinchua shot an apologetic glance at Pang Tianchong, fully aware of Gu Ming's mischief but hesitant to speak up. Let me handle it. Gong Xiaoshuang, concerned for Pang Tianchong's comfort, took the menu but froze upon seeing the contents. What's wrong? Dai Chinchua asked, noticing her friend's perplexed expression. It's in French. Gong Xiaoshuang replied with a wry smile. I thought it would be in English. She had assumed her years in America had improved her English. Intending to assist Pang Tianchong, only to find the menu was in French. Gu Ming, seeing her confusion, snatched the menu back and handed it to Pang Tianchong, insisting, let our security brother order. He can choose whatever he likes. After all, he is the guest tonight. Pang Tianchong cast a sidelong glance at the scheming Gu Ming before casually perusing the menu. Unperturbed, Pang Tianchong scanned the menu and, with fluent French, began ordering escargots, Swiss chicken wings, eel fillets, small red shrimp from Corsica, and 3 well-done German steaks. The waitress, impressed, nodded enthusiastically. Sir, your French is excellent. It sounds as if you're a local. Not bad, Pang Tianchong smiled. And 1 seafood soup, please. The scene left both Dai Chinchua and Gong Xiaoshuang astonished. While Gu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment, the chubby fellow hurriedly waved goodbye to Dai Chinchua, Daizong. See you later, and left in a hasty retreat. Dai Chinchua nodded, momentarily speechless, her gaze fixated on Pang Tianchong as he eloquently articulated in French. She was intrigued. How do you know French? Gong Xiaoshuang directly inquired. How is it that you speak French? Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. Just because you know English doesn't mean I can't know French. Besides, I speak several languages, including English, German, Spanish, and so on, about a dozen in total. Is that true? Dai Chinchua and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions mirroring astonishment. Of course. I spent several years in the Western world, Pang Tianchong affirmed. I can manage basic communication in most Western languages. As for Eastern languages, I'm not as proficient. For instance, I can only say one phrase in Japanese. Yamade. Get lost. Dai Chinchua and Gong Xiaoshuang blushed, their expressions turning sour as they wished to hurl a plate at this cheeky rogue. Pang Tianchong laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. Daizong, I suggest you learn a set of skills from Huang Rong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. What skills? Dai Chinchua asked, puzzled. The dog-whacking stick technique. Pang Tianchong replied earnestly, you must encounter sycophants everywhere you go. He glanced at Gu Ming, who was occasionally casting glances back at their table. Realization dawned on Dai Chinchua and Gong Xiaoshuang, and they burst into laughter. Pang Tianchong, captivated by the radiant smiles of the 2 women, remarked, Daizong, you look lovely when you smile. Why do you always wear a frown as if someone owes you money? Nonsense. Dai Chinchua retorted. Aren't you the one who owes me money? Pang Tianchong found himself momentarily speechless, rubbing his nose, thinking, why must we bring up such matters? At that moment, the waitress began serving the dishes, steaks, desserts, and more, each presented with care. I prefer my steak well done, Pang Tianchong resumed, unlike Westerners, who enjoy their meat medium rare or rare. They're still in the evolutionary stage. Look at them. They're all hairy when they undress. Nonsense. Dai Qianxue countered. You are belittling Westerners. It's merely a difference in culinary cultures. Regardless, Pang Tianchong remarked, glancing at both women, I prefer our Eastern beauties. With skin as fair as jade, smooth and radiant. Dai Qianxue blushed at his words, while Gong Xiaoshuang scolded, get lost. You filthy rogue. Words like yours don't belong in polite conversation. Haha. Pang Tianchong chuckled, let us eat. Let's eat, he said, suddenly slapping his forehead. I almost forgot. I need to call home and let them know not to leave food for me. With that, he reached for his phone. Have you found your home? Dai Qianxue asked, somewhat annoyed. In which district? Yes, just found it, Pang Tianchong replied while dialing his mother's number. Hello, Mom. I'm eating out tonight. So don't prepare any food for me. How can you eat out? The food outside is so expensive. His mother's voice was filled with concern. It's like this. Pang Tianchong explained softly. The boss insisted on treating me to dinner, and I couldn't refuse. Just don't drink too much and come back early. I know. Bye. After hanging up, he suddenly noticed the two stunning women at the same table staring at him with strange expressions. Hee hee. Just bragging to my family. Don't mind me. Pang Tianchong grinned. I understand. Dai Qianxue nodded with a smile. What a good kid. Sighing, Pang Tianchong continued, speaking of which, my journey back home has been quite a roller coaster. The first day I returned, I found my house gone. The community was demolished, and I had to sleep on the streets. Dai Qianxue blushed slightly upon hearing this and apologized. I'm so sorry. I was angry at you at that time. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected with a curt, serves you right. Pang Tianchong was unfazed, continuing to eat as he recounted. After finally learning my new address, I went over. But only my sister was home. She thought I was a scammer and refused to open the door, so I had to leave empty-handed. You tell me, with a brother as handsome as I am, how could I possibly look like a scammer? Yes, you do. Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out. If I were your sister, I wouldn't let you in either. Get out of here. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I don't have a sister as unreasonable as you. You, Gong Xiaoshuang retorted. What makes me unreasonable? Explain yourself. How are you not unreasonable? Pang Tianchong chuckled, glancing at her hair. With that head of yellow hair, you look a bit eccentric. Like a fairy. Shut up. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, kicking Pang Tianchong's leg in frustration. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. What are you doing? Humph. I can't be bothered with you. Gong Xiaoshuang shot him a glare, focusing on her meal and remaining silent. Returning to the earlier topic, Pang Tianchong shifted the conversation. About moving in with President Dai, I think I should wait a few days. After all, I just found my family, and moving out so soon might upset my mom. True. Dai Qianxue nodded. It's good to spend some time with family, especially since you've been away for so long. Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang added. You can always move back after your mom and sister get tired of you being a troublemaker. Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong's expression darkened. Chapter 79. Underestimating, my brother Pang Tianchong enjoyed a delightful meal with the two beauties and returned home around 10 o'clock at night. He gently opened the door, finding the living room lights still on and his mother sitting alone on the sofa, watching television. Mom, Pang Tianchong casually asked, why are you still awake so late? I couldn't sleep without you coming home. Qiu Manxiang turned off the television and patted the space beside her. Come here. Talk to Mom. Aren't you tired? Pang Tianchong hung his coat on the hook by the door. Tired? Not at all. Qiu Manxiang laughed. Ever since you came back, I've been dreaming with a smile. Come here. I have something to ask you. Oh. Pang Tianchong obediently sat beside his mother, placing a bulging envelope on the coffee table. Mom, this is my salary. You can use it as pocket money. Ah. Qiu Manxiang was visibly taken aback. Didn't you just start working not long ago? How could you get paid already? I advanced a bit to help with household expenses. How much? Just take a look. Carefully, Qiu Manxiang opened the envelope, her eyes widening in disbelief. This is 20,000. Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded. 20,000 for now. When I get my next paycheck, it'll be several times that. How could your salary be so high? Qiu Manxiang focused her gaze on her son's face, scrutinizing him closely. My salary isn't that high. Pang Tianchong quickly clarified. This month, I secured several big contracts for the company, and the boss rewarded me with a substantial bonus. I see. Qiu Manxiang sighed with relief. I thought, how could a mere security guard earn such a hefty salary? Come on. Pang Tianchong protested. I'm currently the driver and bodyguard for the company president. Isn't it normal for my salary to be higher? Is that so? Qiu Manxiang's eyes widened again. Son, you must tell me, is your company president named Dai Qianxue? Yes, that's her, Pang Tianchong replied, bewildered. Mom, how do you know Dai Qianxue? Is she famous? Didn't you say you work at Daikon Company? Qiu Manxiang explained. So, I looked her up online the last couple of days and was surprised to find out that the president is the most beautiful woman in Bianqing, Daichinshua. Even more astonishing is that my son is her driver and bodyguard. Haha, look at you being so pleased. Peng Tianchong scoffed. What is the big deal about the most beautiful woman? She just has a stern face all the time. Xiaohu, Qiu Manxiang said excitedly. You must tell me how she chose you, a small security guard, to be her driver and bodyguard, because my driving skills are excellent. When I went on a business trip to the southwest, I was the one driving. Peng Tianchong explained further. Plus, I've learned many skills over the years. Being her bodyguard is a steal. Being a bodyguard is great. Being her bodyguard is even better. Qiu Manxiang laughed. But I wonder if this girl has a boyfriend? No. Peng Tianchong blurted out. She only knows work. When does she have time for dating? I think she's just a big silly girl. Haha. Qiu Manxiang's laughter grew more pronounced as she playfully hit her son. Don't say such things. She is a fine young lady. How could she be silly? I think you're the silly one. Time to sleep. Peng Tianchong said, wanting to change the subject. You should get some rest. Tomorrow, when my sister comes back, I'll take you both out for a big meal. Sleep? What sleep? Qiu Manxiang replied, still eager. I'm not tired at all. I just want to hear about your company. If you're not sleeping, then I'm going to bed. Peng Tianchong said, humming a tune as he headed to the bathroom to wash up. You little rascal. Qiu Manxiang affectionately glared at her son, holding the envelope and smiling blissfully. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Peng Tianchong was awakened from his dreams by his mother's calls. Xiaohu, Xiaohu, get up and eat. Peng Tianchong mumbled, groggily responding while feeling around for his clothes, getting out of bed to wash up. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two figures busy in the dining room, setting the table. One was his mother, and the other was his youthful and vibrant sister, Peng Qianqian. Wow, Peng Tianchong exclaimed. Little sister is back. With mom here, you won't chase your brother away again, will you? You. Peng Qianqian felt a bit awkward, her cheeks flushing as she stared wide-eyed in silence. Come on, Qiu Manxiang interjected. What nonsense. She is your sister. How could she chase you away? Last time, she didn't know she had such a brother, so she wouldn't let you in, huh? Haha. Peng Tianchong chuckled. Just kidding. Little sister, don't be mad. With that, he swiftly headed to the bathroom. Uffed. Peng Qianqian rolled her eyes, looking at her sleepy brother, still grappling with the reality of this situation. Mom, is he really my brother? Of course. Qiu Manxiang replied sternly. Can't you see he looks a lot like your dad when he was young? You were too little when he left home to remember. Did you tell him about dad? Peng Qianqian asked in a hushed tone. No. Qiu Manxiang sighed softly. Let us not inform him just yet. Your brother has just returned. Allow him a moment of joy. Peng Qianqian obediently nodded, quietly arranging the dishes. Little sister. Peng Tianchong soon finished washing up and sat beside the dining table, inquiring, I heard you were studying at Bianqing University. What major are you pursuing? Business administration. Peng Qianqian replied nonchalantly, her eyes scrutinizing this unfamiliar brother. Not bad. Peng Tianchong gave a thumbs up, saying, once you graduate, I will start a company for you and make you the CEO. Haha. Peng Qianqian chuckled. I appreciate the sentiment, but as a mere security guard, you should focus on finding a sister-in-law rather than dreaming of starting a company. Look at you. Do you look down on your brother now? Peng Tianchong smiled. Now that I'm back, I'll support your education from now on. Don't ask for a single cent from home, understood? I know. I will work hard and study. Peng Qianqian replied quietly, lowering her head. What? Peng Tianchong said earnestly. Who said you need to work your way through school? I mean, all your future study expenses, including graduate school and even studying abroad, will be covered by me. Did you not understand? All right. Peng Qianqian rolled her eyes and muttered softly. With your salary as a security guard, can you even afford a girlfriend, let alone support my education? Huh. Peng Tianchong laughed. You little brat. Do you really think so little of your brother? Fine. Since I didn't bring you any gifts this time, I'll transfer you some money for your tuition. What? Peng Qianqian was taken aback, glancing at her mother. Mom, can I give it to him? Of course. Qiu Manxiang chuckled. Your brother earns tens of thousands this month. A little for you is nothing. Is that so? Peng Qianqian was somewhat incredulous, but still recited her bank account number. Peng Tianchong promptly pulled out his phone to transfer funds. He had 300 million in his account, so sending a little to his sister was no issue. Ding. A notification chimed from the phone, and Peng Qianqian picked it up, stunned by the figure displayed. The long line of zeros left her momentarily dazed, her heart racing. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The young girl swallowed hard, silently counting, 1 million. This can't be real, she gasped, staring at Peng Tianchong. Why is there so much? Before being a security guard, I earned quite a bit. feel free to spend it. When it's gone, just ask me for more. Pang Tianchong offered her a reassuring glance before nonchalantly resuming his breakfast of millet porridge. Noticing her daughter's unusual expression, Qiu Manxiang inquired, Xiao Hu, how much did you give her? Not much, just 10,000, Pang Tianchong replied with a smile. You won't need to give her any more money. Oh dear. Qiu Manxiang scolded, why give her so much at once? She won't spend it all this semester. Come on. Pang Tianchong shrugged, she's grown up now. She should be able to buy clothes, cosmetics, bags, whatever she needs. With my money, why shouldn't my sister spend? Right, little sister? He winked playfully at Pang Tianqian. You shouldn't waste money. Qiu Manxiang immediately admonished her daughter. Completing your studies is what's important. Remember that, Xiaoshan. Hom. Pang Tianqian nodded vigorously, her heart tumultuous with excitement, her chopsticks trembling as she tried to serve herself. Your Majesty, a call for you. Just then, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? He pressed the answer button, hearing a vaguely familiar voice. It's me, Brother Pang. Who? It's Xiao Zhua, Xiaowang. Do you remember me? Oh, I remember now. In an instant, Pang Tianchong recalled the caller, Xiaowang, the young man he met at the barbecue stand. What's up, Lao Zhua? Pang Tianchong asked casually. I just got up and am having breakfast. Well, Brother Pang, today is Saturday, and there's a stone gambling event at the antique market. It's quite fun. Want to come take a look? Stone gambling? Pang Tianchong murmured, I've never seen that. Is it interesting? It's thrilling, Xiaowang exclaimed. Just come and see. You'll have a blast. All right. Pang Tianchong agreed. Where is it? I'll swing by. It's at the antique market. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance, Xiaowang said eagerly. I'll show you around. Sounds good. Pang Tianchong nodded. See you in half an hour at the entrance. Sure. Don't be late. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong quickly finished the last of his porridge and rose to leave. Where are you off to? Qiu Manxiang asked anxiously. You haven't eaten much. Whatever it is, finish your meal first. A friend invited me to hang out for a bit, Pang Tianchong explained, Mom. You and Xiao Qian wait for me at home. I'll take you both out for a big meal at noon. Oh, where are we going, brother? Pang Tianqian's eyes sparkled. Tianhai Dragon Palace. Pang Tianchong said as he opened the door and hurried out. Qiu Manxiang wanted to say more, but the security door slammed shut, leaving no trace of her son. Wow. Pang Tianqian slapped the table, exclaiming, Tianhai Dragon Palace. How wonderful. I've never seen what it's like inside. What is so exciting about that? Qiu Manxiang shot her daughter a stern look. Hurry up and finish your meal. I'm done. Pang Tianqian pushed her bowl aside with a smile. I'll save some space to eat more good food later. Look at your lack of ambition. Qiu Manxiang scolded. Is that Dragon Palace food really that good? Is it famous? Of course. Pang Tianqian declared grandly. I saw it online. It's the best restaurant in Bianqing, a 5-star hotel. Qiu Manxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Half an hour later, Pang Tianchong arrived at the antique market. Ever since he became a driver for Dai Qianxue, this Porsche had nearly become his personal vehicle. As long as it didn't interfere with his boss's needs, he could drive it around freely. After parking beside the antique market, he spotted several rowdy young men by the entrance, with Xiaowang, the long-haired youth, leading the group. The boys, smoking and swaggering, approached Pang Tianchong as soon as they saw him. Brother Pang. Xiaowang eagerly offered him a cigarette, then lit it for him, displaying a typical younger brother's servitude to his older brother. The others quickly gathered around, surrounding him like stars around the moon. What is the situation inside? Pang Tianchong asked, taking a puff of the cigarette. Is there anything worthwhile? I hope I'm not making a wasted trip. No. Xiaowang quickly reassured him. There are genuine items. It's all about personal luck. Last month, someone unearthed a jade piece the size of a duck egg and sold it for over 10 million. Don't believe me? Just ask them. Brother Pang. It's true. Someone chimed in. What Brother Guang said is absolutely true. We were all there that day. Pang Tianchong nodded. Let us go. We'll take a stroll and see if we can strike it lucky. At this moment, the antique market buzzed with excitement. Throngs of people bustling about, and the air was thick with tension and exhilaration. Buyers navigated through the various stalls, their keen eyes searching for any glimmer of valuable clues among the stones. Pang Tianchong followed Xiaowang from stall to stall, observing the bizarre shapes of the stones and the fervent enthusiasm of the people, finding it quite amusing. From time to time, vendors greeted Xiaowang, saying, Young Master Zhua, are you buying? Or Brother Zhua, want a piece? I see your luck is good today. Xiaowang waved his powerful flashlight, pretending to inspect the stones while engaging in casual conversation. This batch of goods had come from an old market, with a high probability of yielding treasures. The vendors were eloquent, continuously boasting about their stones, urging everyone not to miss out. Pang Tianchong visited several stalls without discerning any worthwhile finds. The raw stones varied in size and shape, yet it was nearly impossible to differentiate them by mere sight. After circling around twice, he discreetly opened his third eye, hoping to glean some insights. To his astonishment, as he examined the stones, he noticed their structure and patterns with remarkable clarity. Greens and reds were vividly apparent. Today, it seemed, fortune was on his side. Pang Tianchong's third eye was no ordinary clairvoyance. It was nearing the divine vision of a Buddha's eye. This eye not only revealed the past and future of individuals, but also unveiled the composition and structure of objects. In his view, the world was almost transparent. Every detail discernible. Time and space lay within his sight. Typically, he seldom opened this eye, but when he did, the things he perceived transcended the ordinary. However, after a brief inspection, disappointment crept in. Most stones were merely plain, with few containing vibrant greens. Some only housed jade the size of grapes, while others were even smaller than peanuts, hardly enticing for purchase. Old Zhua, Pang Tianchong nudged Zhua Xiaowang, who was engrossed in examining the stones. These stalls are devoid of quality goods. Are there any remarkable vendors in the market? Let's go take a look. Indeed, Zhua Xiaowang replied, promptly shutting off his flashlight and tossing his hair back. Not far ahead is the Lung family store, which boasts a plethora of fine items, provided you have the money. The Lung family? Pang Tianchong clapped his hands. Do they have an abundance of stones? Indeed, an overwhelming amount. Zhua Xiaowang assessed Pang Tianchong before gesturing broadly. Their collection surpasses these stalls, with stones from various origins, but the prices are steep. I'm not short on cash, Pang Tianchong declared proudly. As long as there's stock, I'm ready to acquire their entire inventory. Let us go. Zhua Xiaowang's spirits lifted as he led the way, followed by a few companions. Heading straight for the Lung family shop. Pangu, Zhua Xiaowang explained as they walked. The Lung family is one of the 4 prominent families in Bian City, primarily dealing in jewelry and jade. Their store is the largest in this antique market, unmatched by any other. It is said their stones are sourced from Myanmar, with a high turnover rate, albeit at a premium. Well, I certainly can't afford that. Pang Tianchong laughed, patting his bank card in his pocket, contemplating how today's 300 million in pocket money could come in handy. In no time, they arrived at the Lung family store. True to its reputation, the establishment was impressive. A 3-story building, lavishly decorated, with the first floor hall spanning 200 to 300 square meters, spacious and bright. The hall was filled with a variety of raw stones, some upright, some lying down, some horizontal, some vertical, many adorned with exquisite bases. Each stone exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Yet, surprisingly, there were few customers selecting stones, only a sparse number scattered about. Perhaps the exorbitant prices deterred many potential buyers, leaving them in awe. Pang Tianchong nodded. Not bad. It seems they have quality. Please come in. Zhua Xiaowang gestured for Pang Tianchong to enter, cautioning, be careful, the items here are not cheap. Before his words had fully settled, an unpleasant voice interjected. Zhua Xiaowang, what are you all doing in our store? Leave. A beautiful girl approached with a frosty demeanor. Hey, Zhua Xiaowang's face twitched as he retorted, Princess Lung. In business, what kind of establishment doesn't he welcome customers? He leaned closer to Pang Tianchong, whispering, this is Lung Ku, the Lung family's little princess. Though she may be young, her temper is anything but small. Let us avoid conflict with her. Understood. Pang Tianchong nodded, not overly concerned, his focus entirely on the stones within the store. Our clientele consists of distinguished individuals with substantial means, not the likes of you petty ruffians. Leave at once, or you will disrupt our business. Lung Ku's words were sharp, her expression frigid, clearly intent on expelling them. Pang Tianchong glanced at the awkward Zhua Xiaowang and suddenly laughed. Old Zhua, your standing in this area seems lacking if even a young girl looks down on you. Zhua Xiaowang's face flushed, and he forced a smile. Pangu, please don't mock me. Perhaps we should look elsewhere. No need. Pang Tianchong waved dismissively. I'm not leaving. This is the place. He strode forward, heading straight for the largest stone in the center of the hall. Upon entering, he discovered that this stone contained valuable material and was quite green. Hey. The young girl became anxious. I didn't say anything to you. Don't cause trouble in this store. Pang Tianchong had been wearing a security uniform for the past few days, too lazy to change. Today, being with the small-time rogues was Xiaowang. She looked down on him as well. What is it to you, beautiful? Pang Tianchong retorted coldly. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Rest assured, I have plenty of money. Oh, really? The young girl scoffed. Who believes you? Your yearly salary wouldn't even buy a single stone from this store. Come on. Don't be pedantic. Pang Tianchong glanced sideways at the girl, unable to deny her beauty. She appeared to be in her 20s, with delicate features and a petite frame. Her hair styled in a high ponytail, her large, sparkling eyes adorned with long lashes, resembling a porcelain doll, exuding a certain charm typical of Jiangnan women. She was lovely, but her judgment seemed lacking. Hey! The girl's cheeks flushed, anger rising as she exclaimed, "If you have money, buy something quickly. If not, get out and don't waste others' time." Buy? Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes, adding, "I came in to see you. You creep." The girl was furious, stamping her foot and pointing at Pang Tianchong. "You dirty security guard. If you don't buy a stone today, you can't leave." Their quarrel attracted numerous curious glances, with many turning to observe the small security guard. "Young man." An elderly gentleman in traditional attire approached Pang Tianchong, advising, "If you're looking for a bargain, there are cheaper stalls outside." "Exactly." A portly middle-aged man chimed in. "As a security guard, how much can you earn in a year? Better save up for a wife than gamble on stones here." Seeing the crowd rallying behind her words, Lung Ku wore a triumphant expression, rolling her eyes at Pang Tianchong. "Buy? Stop just talking. If you have money, then buy." With a cold smile, Pang Tianchong looked at Lung Ku and then at the few who were supporting her. Suddenly, with a decisive slap, he struck the stone and declared, "I'll take this one." Without observing the color of the stone, scrutinizing its texture, or using a strong flashlight to detect its transparency, he fell in love at first sight and made the purchase. This is not akin to buying a watermelon, where one simply picks the biggest one, likely ripe and sweet. Even when selecting a watermelon, one often taps and inspects before making a choice, right? This is gambling with stones, to buy a large piece without even a cursory glance. "Pangu," Zui Xiaowang hurriedly reminded him. "Shouldn't you check the price first? Don't act impulsively." "Price?" Pang Tianchong glanced at Lung Ku and inquired, "How much is this stone?" "Boss, isn't the price written on it?" Lung Ku nearly burst into laughter, smacking her forehead in disbelief. This fool, not just neglecting to check the stone, but apparently the price as well, truly a rarity. "Oh." Pang Tianchong circled the stone and finally spotted the label, 388,000. Not even 400,000 bought. He waved to Zui Xiaowang, saying, "Old Zua, this stone is ours now. Keep an eye on it. I'll look for 2 more to take along since we're here." "Ah." Zui Xiaowang was astonished, his mouth agape like a fish. Today, he discovered that Pang Tianchong was indeed a wealthy tycoon. "What else with the ah?" Pang Tianchong scolded, "Take care. Brother 1T treat you poorly." With that, he opened his third eye and began scanning the hall. "I want this one too, and that one." Pang Tianchong pointed and selected 2 more stones without a moment's thought. "Is this for real?" Lung Ku watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend. After years of running a shop, it was her first encounter with such a lavish buyer, truly a case of a fool with money. "Who has time to play with you?" Pang Tianchong shot a glance at Lung Ku, casually pulling out his bank card. "Swipe it. The password is 686839. Lung Ku accepted the card, glancing at each stone's price, and stated, 3 stones, a total of 998,000. "Oh." Pang Tianchong nodded, then pointed at an inconspicuous small stone. "Boss, I'll give you 1,000,000. Can you give me this little stone?" Lung Ku looked at the small stone's price, 4,000. She quickly agreed, "Sure, I'll give it to you. But you must be certain you have 1,000,000 in your account." "Of course," Pang Tianchong retorted, "whether I have 1,000,000 or not. You'll find out when you swipe it. Stop dawdling like a woman." Lung Ku's face flushed with indignation as she promptly handed the card to the cashier, sternly commanding, "Swipe. 1,000,000. At this moment, all the customers in the store paused their activities, staring at Pang Tianchong, astonished by his reckless behavior. Especially the elderly man and the portly middle-aged man, who stood on either side of Pang Tianchong, silently observing the spectacle. Soon, Lung Ku returned with the bank card and receipt, stating, "You know the rules, right? No returns, whether it's in stock or not." "Uft." Pang Tianchong scoffed, "Return? Buying a few stones is just for fun, I assent it? Fine. Do as you please." Lung Ku rolled her eyes and ceased further discussion. The elderly man could no longer hold back. "Young man, aren't you being a bit rash? You bought so many without a careful look. What is there to see?" Pang Tianchong turned and grinned at the elderly man. "Gambling with stones is about luck. If luck is on your side, anything can happen. I'm not like some people who wander around for ages and still can't decide on a single stone." The elderly man in traditional attire felt the sting of the remark, his face reddening, and remained silent. The middle-aged man also felt heat rising to his face. Awkwardly clearing his throat, cough. "Young man, I want to buy stones today. I just want to see if you can get something good." "Yes." The elderly man in traditional attire nodded. "I too shall not purchase. I'll just observe the excitement." "Haha." Pang Tianchong chuckled. The more, the merrier. Boss, arrange for someone to take my stones out. Let us see what they yield. What do you mean by yield? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Is he really this confident? As they spoke, a small cart was brought over, and with the help of Zhuo Xiaowang and others, they swiftly loaded the 3 large stones onto the cart for transport to the cutting area. Pang Tianchong, however, picked up the small stone and handed it directly to Zhuo Xiaowang. Old Zhuo, this little gem is for you. Since you all have helped out, you shouldn't go empty-handed. Even a small yield will be enough for you all to celebrate. Zhuo Xiaowang accepted the small stone politely. Pang Go, is this appropriate? You bought it. Isn't it a gift? Stop talking. It's yours. You'll open it first. Thank you, Pang Go. Zhuo Xiaowang felt overjoyed, as this was a stone priced at 4,000. Upon arriving at the cutting site, it happened that not many were opening stones at the moment, and Zhuo Xiaowang's small stone quickly made its way onto the table. Ready to cut? The cutter fixed the small stone and looked expectantly at Zhuo Xiaowang. Go ahead. Zhuo Xiaowang shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The cutter started the electric saw and began to carefully slice the stone. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, it's green. Ah! Zhuo Xiaowang rubbed his eyes and saw that indeed. The cut side of the small stone shimmered with a vibrant green glow. Cheers erupted in the crowd, everyone applauding. Zhuo Xiaowang was so moved he nearly cried. He had dabbled in this for years, yet had never experienced a winning streak like this. And this time, Pang Tianchong had casually gifted him a stone, which turned out to be green. Thank you, Pang Go. Thank you, Pang Go. Several friends were elated, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Calm down. Pang Tianchong kicked Zhuo Xiaowang playfully, scolding, what is there to get excited about? I still haven't opened my 3 stones. Hee. Zhuo Xiaowang covered his backside, grinning widely. In no time, the stones were all cut, revealing a piece of jade the size of a duck egg. Though its quality was not exceptional, it was indeed jade, and soon someone approached. Young man, is this jade for sale? I'll offer 200,000. Ah! Zhuo Xiaowang's lips twitched. Before he could respond, an elderly man with graying hair chimed in. I'll offer 250,000. 300,000. A bespectacled middle-aged man raised 3 fingers towards Zhuo Xiaowang. At this, Zhuo Xiaowang was taken aback, turning to Pang Tianchong for guidance. What are you looking at? Pang Tianchong replied impatiently, the stone is yours. How much you sell it for is your decision. In the end, Zhuo Xiaowang sold the stone for 330,000 to a jade merchant. This little episode quickly heated up the atmosphere on site. The elderly man in traditional attire and the portly middle-aged man, who had previously come to observe, now looked at Pang Tianchong with newfound respect, no longer regarding him as a fool. If they had known that the small stone was merely a gift, and there were still 3 larger stones yet to be opened, what treasures might those reveal? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Inside the shop, Lung Ku, who had mocked Pang Tianchong for being foolish with money, also heard the news almost immediately. What? Lung Ku exclaimed in astonishment. The small stone that was gifted actually yielded green? Yes, miss. The employee reported eagerly, nodding vigorously. It sold for 330,000. Haha. Lung Ku laughed. I underestimated that silly security guard. What about the 3 larger stones? Have they been opened yet? They will be opened shortly. Take me to see. Lung Ku was instantly intrigued. After briefly instructing her subordinates, she hurried towards the stone dissection site. Upon her arrival, the first large stone was already placed on the workbench, and the master cutter was eagerly preparing his tools. Pang Tianchong was marking lines on the stone with a marker. Master, please, cut along this line first. Ah? The cutter was bewildered. Young man, I've been cutting stones for over a decade, always starting from the outside and working inward. I've never cut from the middle before. It could ruin whatever's inside. The onlookers were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. Is this guy out of his mind? Who cuts a stone like this? He.S. clearly inexperienced. The youth is too impatient. He must be eager to settle the matter in one stroke. After all, with such a large stone, how long would it take to cut it slowly? Left Xiaowang was also anxious. Brother Pang, you can't cut it like that. It'll ruin what's inside. Over the years, he had frequented the antique market, often betting on stones. Though he had never won, he had certainly seen enough to know better. How can you cut it like this? However, Pang Tianchong appeared to ignore their concerns, continuing to draw lines on the stone while instructing the cutter. First cut, second cut, third cut. Once all the lines were marked, he patted the cutter on the shoulder and said, Master, just follow my lines. After all, it's my stone. The cutter, albeit reluctantly, nodded and started the machine. Oh my! Lung Ku slapped her forehead in disbelief. This fool, does he really think this is a game? With one decisive cut, the stone split in 2. Someone quickly stepped forward to remove one half. The electric saw roared as the master cut along the lines with precision. Second cut. Third cut. When the fourth cut was made, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. It's green. It's green. And it's a large piece, about the size of a brick, crystalline and smooth as a mirror. My goodness. Imperial green. Ice-grade imperial green. Another shout sent the crowd into a frenzy, jaws dropping in shock. Particularly Lung Ku, who came from a family deeply entrenched in jade, had a keen eye for quality. She recognized immediately that this piece of imperial green was extraordinarily valuable and unique. The cutter himself was stunned. In all his years, he had never encountered such a large, high-quality jade. He paused the electric saw, staring at the stone in a daze. Young man, I'll offer you 10 million. Will you sell? A nearby elderly gentleman, intrigued by the spectacle, immediately attempted to purchase the jade. Nonsense, shouted a bespectacled middle-aged man. You think 10 million is enough for such exquisite jade? I'll offer 20 million. Wait, an older gentleman with white hair chimed in. I'll offer 25 million. 28 million. Someone else added. 29 million. The atmosphere grew electric. At this moment, Lung Ku was practically stomping her feet in frustration. As an expert, she knew it would be a tragedy for such fine jade to fall into someone else's hands. Moreover, the stone originated from her family's shop. 30 million. She blurted out. We, the Lung family, will take it. In a moment of desperation, she invoked her family's name to assert her claim. The crowd fell silent, as many recognized this young princess of the Lung family and ceased their uproar. Pang Tianchong, scratching his ear, turned to Lung Ku. I say, boss, you can't stop others from bidding. It's all about fair competition. The highest bidder wins. Enough, Lung Ku exclaimed. This stone was originally sold to you by me. Now, I'm offering to buy it back at a higher price. Please, just do me this favor. She then nudged Zhuo Xiaowang beside her. Big brother, can't you persuade your friend? 30 million is a fair price. Zhuo Xiaowang stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, still in shock. Just moments ago, 33,000 had nearly caused him an aneurysm. Now, this stone was worth 30 million. All right, Pang Tianchong replied with a nonchalant smile. His friend's persuasion was futile. The stone was his, and he could sell it to whomever he wished. If you truly want it, I have one condition. What condition? Lung Ku asked eagerly. As long as it's reasonable, I can consider it. Pang Tianchong pondered for a moment. You know the value of this jade exceeds 30 million. I've heard your family deals in jade. If I sell it to you, you must create a bracelet and a pendant from it for me. Not a problem. Lung Ku readily agreed. Rest assured, I will find the best craftsman for the job. Very well. Seeing the young lady's enthusiasm, Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Let us settle the payment. This jade is now yours. I'll arrange it immediately, Lung Ku exclaimed, instructing a subordinate to have the jade sent to the shop and to transfer 30 million to the gentleman's card. Understood, the subordinate replied, swiftly carrying out the orders. Soon, Pang Tianchong received a notification on his phone that 30 million had been transferred. Lung Ku returned to the shop with the jade in hand. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong's second stone was placed on the cutter's workbench. How should we proceed? This time, the cutter no longer hesitated, gazing at Pang Tianchong with admiration. Thus, Pang Tianchong picked up the pen and began marking lines on the stone once more. Chapter 84, Betting on Stones, Part 3, The Young Princess of the Lung Family. Lung Ku was overjoyed after acquiring the jade for 30 million at such a bargain. She promptly called a meeting with the company's designers to brainstorm ways to develop the precious stone. A group of people surrounded the jade, discussing excitedly, each of them buzzing with enthusiasm. Just as they were engrossed in admiration and lively conversation, an employee rushed in, panting. Manager Long, glass grate. Another glass grate has been unearthed. What? Lung Ku sprang from her chair. Say that again. The little security guard bought our stone and uncovered a glass grate. Everyone's bidding on it now. Hurry and take a look before it's sold to someone else. Upon hearing this, Lung Ku became anxious. Quick, secure that jade. Notify the finance team to prepare the funds. I'm going to check it out. What a curious turn of events. Is this little security guard destined for greatness? The young lady hurriedly rushed to the stone dissection site. At that moment, the bidding had reached a fever pitch, with several business owners arguing passionately. 30 million. I'll offer 30 million. 32 million. 35 million. Li Fatty, do you really have to compete with me? The bespectacled middle-aged man exclaimed, pointing at a chubby bidder. Can't you let me have this one? Boss son, the chubby man retorted defiantly. We both know such quality is rare. I plan to acquire it as a centerpiece for my store. Can't you grant me this favor? The bespectacled man hesitated, about to respond, when Lung Ku, who had rushed in, interjected. Hold on. This stone is being sold by our shop and rightfully belongs to the Lung family. Everyone should stop bidding. With just a glance at the jade on the table, her eyes nearly widened in disbelief. The clarity, color, quality, and size were beyond anything she had ever seen. In her memory, she had never encountered such an extraordinarily beautiful jade. It was stunningly exceptional. Thus, she resolved to acquire this treasure for the Lung family at any cost. Hey, what do you mean, Miss Lung? The chubby man protested. What kind of talk is that? Who decreed that the stones sold by your family still belong to the Lung family? This is the property of this young man, and it has nothing to do with your clan. Isn't that right? Indeed. The bespectacled man replied defiantly, we understand that the Lung family is affluent, but that does not give you the right to bully others. If you have such fine stones, why not open them yourself? Why sell them? Everyone agreed, right? Lung Ku was rendered speechless by the remarks and could only turn her gaze to Pang Tianchong. Sir, can I still purchase this piece of jade? Why? Pang Tianchong crossed his arms and glanced at Lung Ku. You already bought a piece. Don't you think it's a bit excessive to want another? What? Just because you are beautiful, everyone should cater to you? No. Lung Ku's face flushed, and she quickly retorted, look at what you're saying. I'm paying for it. Not asking for it for free. How much are you offering? I'll offer 38 million. Is that sufficient? After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at the fat man and the bespectacled man, warning them not to raise the price further. Ladies and gentlemen, Pang Tianchong surveyed the crowd and inquired loudly, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Fair competition, the highest bidder wins. Rest assured, I do not indulge anyone. Lung Ku rolled her eyes in frustration, secretly cursing herself for underestimating this little security guard. Not only did he have an eye for precious stones, but he also possessed the demeanor of a cunning merchant. Humph. The onlookers exchanged glances, falling silent. Firstly, they were somewhat intimidated by the power of the Lung family. Secondly, 38 million was no small sum. If they raised the bid further, they would have to consider the thickness of their wallets. This was real money, not something to be trifled with. Seeing that the crowd was momentarily speechless, Lung Ku felt a surge of joy, hastily instructing her subordinates. Hurry, take the jade away, and inform the finance department to transfer the money to this gentleman. Hey, why the rush? Pang Tianchong interrupted, giving everyone a moment to contemplate. After all, this is not as simple as buying a pack of cigarettes. Let us wait a bit longer. What are we waiting for? Lung Ku replied with a smile. This is already a good deal at 38 million. Be content. Just as Pang Tianchong was about to object, his phone rang. Your Majesty, their essay call. Don't rush. I'll take this call first, Pang Tianchong said as he took out his phone. Hello, brother, it was Pang Tianchong calling. Didn't you say we'd have lunch together? Are you coming? Where are you now? I'm coming. Pang Tianchong suddenly remembered their lunch plans and quickly responded. Wait a moment, I'll be right back to pick you up. TSK. He clicked his tongue, feeling a bit anxious. If this dragged on, they would miss lunch. What? Is something up? Lung Ku observed the situation and urged him to hurry. Just sell this jade to me, all right? Fine. Get it done quickly and transfer the money. I have other matters to attend to. Pang Tianchong instructed his companion, Zhui Xiaowang. I need to leave first. Just keep an eye on the remaining stone. And once it's sold, transfer the money to my card. I'm counting on you. Rest assured, brother Pang. Zhui Xiaowang patted his chest, promising to secure a good price. All right, I'm off. Pang Tianchong gave a few more instructions to the stonecutter before hastily departing. Is he leaving just like that? Lung Ku questioned Zhui Xiaowang. Your friend is quite bold, leaving such a multi-million deal in your hands. What? Do you have an opinion? Zhui Xiaowang shot Lung Ku a sideways glance. This is called trust. Do you understand? What does he do? Are you very familiar with him? At this moment, Lung Ku was quite curious about Pang Tianchong and wanted to inquire further. Not very familiar. I've only met him twice. Ah, Lung Ku exclaimed in surprise. He just handed over the stones to you and left? Yes. Zhui Xiaowang nodded. He mentioned he had to have lunch with his family and didn't he want to delay. What? Lung Ku's eyes widened. You mean he is going to have lunch with his family and just leaving this multi-million business unattended? Haha. Zhui Xiaowang laughed proudly. You're amazed, aren't you? My buddy is quite extraordinary. You'll come to understand this gradually. I can't believe it. Lung Ku's face twitched. Is this guy a bit foolish? Chapter 85, Stone Betting, Part 4. In the antique city, at the stone cutting site, Pang Tianchong's third stone was being cut. But it wasn't he as swift as before since he hadn't marked the stone. The stone cutter had to proceed with conventional cutting methods, slicing slowly and steadily. However, the onlookers were in no rush. They patiently awaited another miracle. Today, everyone was numbed by the shock. How many years had it been since anyone had unearthed 2 pieces of premium imperial green? It was incredibly astonishing. This day would surely become a tale told in Bien City, a part of the legend of the antique city. Especially for Lung Ku, at this moment. She was already concocting an advertisement in her mind to promote the Lung family's jade business vigorously. Simultaneously, she was considering how to recruit this little security guard named Peng Tianchong to the Lung company. That lad was simply uncanny. Just as Lung Ku was lost in thought, another wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The third stone had also produced results. It wasn't tea green, but purple. In the center of the stone was a palm-sized piece of purple, resembling a blooming violet, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Unbelievable. Lung Ku exclaimed. How is it possible that every stone yields results? The crucial part is that these stones were all sold from her shop. How can one justify this? At that moment, the young lady experienced a whirlwind of emotions, an indescribable feeling. 2 million. I'll take this piece of jade. The bespectacled man was genuinely anxious this time, bidding 2 million outright. The fat man shook his head, glanced at the covetous Lung Ku, and sighed. Forget it, I won compete. Just as Lung Ku was about to raise the bid, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. Her company's account likely didn't hold much money anymore. What to do? She patted Zhu Xiaowang and asked, Can you call that friend of yours? I want this piece of jade. Can the payment be deferred? What? Before Zhu Xiaowang could respond, the bespectacled man interjected, Miss Lung, you have no money in your account, yet you still want to compete with us? You've already taken 2 pieces. Can you let us have a sip of soup? Exactly. The fat man chimed in. The Lung family is being too domineering, I assent it. You're well fed, while leaving the rest of us starving? As the two bantered, more voices in the crowd joined in. Yes, Lung boss. Could you leave some food for others too? Hearing the discontent from the crowd, Zhu Xiaowang helplessly shrugged, Little princess. I think you should let them have this piece of jade. Don't put me in a difficult position. Very well. Lung Ku felt a bit embarrassed by everyone's words. Fine. I withdraw. Whoever wants it can have it. After saying that, she squeezed out of the crowd in a huff and returned to her shop. When she returned to the store, feeling a tinge of regret, she was taken aback. The hall, once filled with stones, was now completely empty. Not a single raw stone remained, and 2 staff members were bowing their heads to clean. Where have all the stones gone? Lung Ku grabbed one of the employees and asked, What happened to the stones in the hall? They've all been sold. The employee explained. Upon hearing that our store had sold 2 pieces of imperial green, everyone rushed in to buy stones, not even haggling over the price. Even the stones in the warehouse have been sold out. Boss, we've made a fortune this time. Hee. As Lung Ku listened, she pinched her thigh hard, wanting to confirm whether this was a dream. This day had truly been overwhelming for her. Everything felt like a surreal dream. At this moment, a singular name lingered in her mind, Peng Tianchong. Meanwhile, Peng Tianchong had already returned to the neighborhood in his Porsche. Their mother and younger sister had descended from the building, making their way through the entrance. The Porsche came to a gentle halt before them. Get in. Peng Tianchong lowered the window, waving cheerfully at his mother and sister, his face adorned with a broad smile. Oh my goodness. Peng Tianchong exclaimed as she opened the car door. Is this your car, brother? It's stunning. What are you thinking? Qiu Manxiang shot a glance at her daughter. This is his boss's car. Your brother is currently working as a driver. Oh, I see, Peng Tianchong remarked, admiring the genuine leather seats. This car is truly impressive, brother. You should buy one too, and pick me up on weekends. Hey, Qiu Manxiang raised her hand and lightly tapped her daughter's head, scolding. Do you even know how much this car costs? With your brother's salary, he couldn't save enough in 10 years to buy one. Really? Peng Tianchong retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Her brother casually handed her 100,000 as pocket money. How could he possibly lack the funds to buy a car? Yet, since he was keeping this from their mother, she felt it inappropriate to call him out. I could buy it, but right now it feels unnecessary. Peng Tianchong explained as he turned the car around. One day, when I no longer wish to work, I might get one just for fun. Don't even think about it. Qiu Manxiang interjected urgently. Xiaohu, you've just become a driver, and your boss values you highly. You must work hard and never quit, understood? All right, I'll listen to Mom. Peng Tianchong nodded. For now, I won't resign. I'll stick it out for a while. That's the spirit, Qiu Manxiang replied, her face lighting up with satisfaction. It brought her joy to see her son being obedient. Brother, where are you working? Peng Tianchong continued. Mom doesn't want you to quit. Being a driver seems beneath you. Daikon Company, Peng Tianchong answered nonchalantly. Have you heard of it? Dai? Peng Tianchong suddenly perked up. Is the CEO named Dai Qinxue? Yes. You know her? I know her very well. She is my idol. Peng Tianchong exclaimed excitedly. Brother, can you get her autograph for me? I admire her so much. I read about her in a financial magazine. She is such a successful businesswoman. Autograph? Why would I need that? Pang Tianchong replied dismissively. One day, we could have a meal together, and I can introduce you to. My sister is just as remarkable. Dream on. Pang Tianchen pouted. She is a CEO, and you are just a driver. How could a CEO listen to a driver? Don't worry, Pang Tianchong assured her. I'm her driver and bodyguard. If she doesn't listen, I'll resign and start my own company. Really? Pang Tianqian's excitement reignited. If you start a company, I want to need a job hunt after graduation. I could work for you directly. What are you thinking? Xiao Manxiang interjected, raising her hand to deliver another light tap on her daughter's head. Focus on your studies. Your brother is just a driver. How could he start a company? Stop dreaming. Chapter 86. Family dinner at the Tianhai Longgong Hotel, room 203. Pang Tianchong had just seated his mother and sister, having ordered their meals, when Manager Bao, sporting a hefty beard, knocked and entered. Since the last directive from old Madame Luo, Manager Bao had become more vigilant, instructing the front desk to notify him immediately upon Pang Tianchong's arrival. He could not afford to neglect a distinguished guest of the old lady. Pang, sir. Manager Bao greeted politely. Why are you seated in a regular room instead of the VIP area on the top floor? It's all right, old Bao. Pang Tianchong replied with a smile. I'm just having a simple meal with my family. It doesn't matter where we sit. So you can carry on with your work. Manager Bao, looking somewhat apologetic, remarked, I've neglected you a bit. Please enjoy your meal. And call me if you need anything. Go on, go on. Pang Tianchong waved his hand, dismissing Manager Bao. Who is that person? Pang Tianqian inquired curiously, surprised to encounter an acquaintance here. The server, pouring tea nearby, responded, That's our hotel's general manager. Wow. Pang Tianqian was even more intrigued. The hotel manager? What exactly did you do before? She was astonished by the manager's courteous demeanor towards her brother. I was a security guard. Pang Tianchong chuckled, tugging at his clothes. Can't you see? I haven't even changed yet. Humph. Pang Tianqian rolled her eyes. I refuse to believe that a hotel manager would come over just to greet a mere security guard. Believe it or not. Pang Tianchong shrugged. Regardless of what I do, I will always be your brother, and that will never change. That is true. Pang Tianqian smiled, feeling delighted to have such a mysterious brother. As they spoke, the server began bringing out the dishes. The table was adorned with a lavish array of delicacies, from exquisite seafood to vibrant meats. Pang Tianchong sighed. Today, our family gathers for a meal, but we're missing Dad. Once he returns from his business trip, I'll treat everyone again. Pang Tianqian exchanged glances with their mother, and their smiles faded, replaced by somber expressions. Yes, yes. Xiao Manxiang quickly interjected, let us eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Pang Tianchong observed both women, sensing their reluctance to mention their father. Just as he was about to inquire further, his phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, he found a message indicating a transfer of 20 million. Wow. Pang Tianchong suddenly perked up. Mom, I have something to report. This morning, while out with friends, I came across some rough stones and bought a few. To my surprise, I made 7 to 8 million. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Manxiang, who had been eating, didn't quite catch it all and hastily praised. You made 7 to 8,000, which is more than your monthly salary. That's great. Wait, Mom. Pang Tianqian, eyes wide in shock, corrected her. He said 7 to 8 million. How much? Xiao Manxiang exclaimed, dropping the food she had just picked up back onto the plate. Over 80 million. Pang Tianchong explained with a smile. I was lucky today. The stones I bought turned out to be top-quality jade. Oh my goodness. Xiao Manxiang exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Xiaohu, don't joke with your mother. My heart can't take it. Mom. Pang Tianchong gently held her trembling hand. I can't even tell you. The truth is, I'm quite wealthy. Don't let my job as a security guard fool you. It's just an experience. Indeed. Pang Tianqian quickly added, Mom, don't get too excited. Brother is just trying to ease you into it. May the Buddha bless. Xiao Manxiang clasped her hands together, murmuring prayers. May our Xiao who achieve greatness. Mom. Pang Tianqian chuckled at her mother's antics. Brother's luck has nothing to do with the Buddha. What are you rambling about? Shut it. Xiao Manxiang shot her daughter a glare. Less chatter. Enjoy your meal. I'm just happy for your brother. She then turned her gaze back to her son, beaming as she said, Xiaohu, now that you're wealthy, I have an idea. Do you think it's feasible? What is it? Pang Tianchong asked with a smile, sensing his mother's mood had stabilized. Are you thinking of moving to a bigger house? No problem. I'll buy a villa for us. Not that. Xiao Manxiang waved her hand. I was wondering if you dare to pursue your boss? If you can marry Dai Qianxue, I'd be smiling in my dreams. Mom, what are you thinking? Pang Tianchong began to respond, but his quick-tongued sister interjected. Exactly. Mom, what are you imagining? Dai Qianxue is the CEO, And my brother is just a small security guard. How could she possibly notice him? Pang Tianchong lightly tapped his sister's head. What are you saying? I'm quite handsome. Countless girls have a crush on me. Why do you speak of me as if I'm lacking? Hee hee. Pang Tianqian retracted her neck and, feeling indignant, retorted, if you have the capability, then go chase after her. If you manage to marry my idol as your sister-in-law, I would wake up from dreams laughing. Go eat your meal, Pang Tianchong admonished. I merely wanted to advise Mom not to rush. Who knows, in the future, she might be overwhelmed with choices for a daughter-in-law. Enough of your boasting. Qiu Manxiang chuckled. Bring one home for Mom to see. Who is boasting? Pang Tianchong protested, stuffing a morsel into his mouth. Just the other day, Director Dai discussed with me the possibility of moving into her villa. I haven't agreed yet. Are you serious? Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, her composure slipping. She genuinely wants you to live with her? Of course. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. She lives in a villa all by herself, accompanied only by housekeepers and servants. If I move in, her safety would be assured. What are you waiting for? Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, smacking her son on the head. Hurry and move in. I don't need your company. Indeed. Pang Tianqian chimed in. I also don't need your company. Just move over there already. Wait a minute. Pang Tianchong said, feeling somewhat speechless. Are you two still my family? Trying to push me out? Well, Qiu Manxiang laughed. You must come back on Sunday to accompany your mother at home. Hee hee. All right, let's eat, Pang Tianchong said, serving dishes to his mother and younger sister, filling the atmosphere with warmth and joy. Brother, Pang Tianqian suddenly dreamily said, if you move over there, then when I visit you, I'll be able to see my idol. Of course, that would be splendid. Chapter 87. Lung Ku's plans today. Qiu Manxiang was in high spirits. Her son was successful and earning money, ensuring that their future days would surely improve. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the cheerful dining atmosphere. Come in. Upon the door's opening, a tall, striking female police officer entered, holding a bottle of exquisite red wine. Luo Qi. Pang Tianchong was taken aback. What brings you here? My grandmother heard that your family was dining here and specifically asked me to bring her treasured red wine, she replied. It must have been Manager Bao who let it slip. Pang Tianchong thought of the big-bearded man who had just passed by, suspecting he had informed the elder lady. Luo Qi gently placed the wine on the table, smiling as she greeted Qiu Manxiang. Is this Annie? Hello, Auntie. Oh dear. Please, have a seat. Qiu Manxiang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautiful police officer who had come to deliver the wine. Sister, you're so beautiful. Pang Tianqian quickly cleared a spot, pulling at Luo Qi's sleeve. Sit down, have a drink. Enjoy some food. No. Luo Qi repeatedly waved her hands. I've already eaten at home, and besides, I can't drink while driving. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave. With that, she stood up, preparing to exit. Why not have just a little? Pang Tianchong chuckled. You've gone through the trouble of coming here. It would be rather rude not to eat. Oh, please. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. I've completed Grandma's task, so I'm leaving. Goodbye, Auntie. Luo Qi smiled and nodded at Qiu Manxiang, waved her hand, and left swiftly. She came and went in a hurry. Hey, daughter. Qiu Manxiang still wished to retain her, but Luo Qi had already disappeared behind the closing door. Xiaohu, who is that girl? Qiu Manxiang asked, rubbing her hands together in slight regret. Oh, that's the eldest daughter of the Luo family. She works in the criminal police team. The Luo family of the 4 great families? Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded. Her father is the chief of our Bian City Bureau. They are quite a good family. I'm quite familiar with their elderly lady. Brother, what kind of wine is this? At that moment, Pang Tianqian held the wine Luo Qi had brought, examining it with curiosity. Is it expensive? This is a high-end red wine imported from France, priced at over 100,000. Pang Tianchong explained. However, this wine is rare and typically unavailable to the general public. Over 100,000. Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. Isn't it a waste for us to drink it, Xiaohu? Don't say that. Pang Tianchong chuckled. This is a gift from the elderly lady because she heard I was treating you to dinner. We mustn't disappoint her kindness. Come, waiter, open it. At 6 in the evening, at the Lung family villa, Lung Ko entered with a loud announcement. Mom. Dad. I'm back. The elderly couple dining in the restaurant immediately responded. Ku is back. Hurry, wash your hands and eat. It was none other than Lung Ku's father, Lung Dezhong, and mother, Gan Muqing. Why are you home so late today? Before Lung Ku could settle down, Gan Muqing inquired. We had a meeting this afternoon that ran over a few minutes. And then I got caught in traffic, Lung Ku explained as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Kuer. Lung Dezhong took a sip of wine and, somewhat casually, asked, how did the stone gambling conference go today? How did our stones sell? They all sold out. Lung Ku replied indifferently, having a bite of food. Sold out. Lung Dezhong put down his wine glass, curious. Is that true? Business is good this year. Indeed. Lung Ku emphatically nodded. Even the stockpiles from a few months ago are all sold out. We are currently out of stock. What? Lung Dezhong found it hard to believe. How could this happen? How could it happen? Lung Ku shot a glance at her astonished father, chuckling. Because among the stones we sold, there were 2 pieces of imperial green. And they were of the glass variety. How peculiar. Lung Dezhong exclaimed. I remember we've only had 1 piece of imperial green in recent years. To have 2 pieces at once is truly strange. There is something even stranger. Lung Ku glanced at her father again. Those 2 stones were purchased by the same person, no? To be precise, 3 pieces. That person bought 3 pieces at once and sold them for tens of millions. Now, Lung Dezhong was truly unsettled, placing his chopsticks down and staring wide-eyed at his daughter. What on earth is going on? Ku, tell your father. Thus, Lung Ku vividly recounted the events of Pang Tianchong's stone purchases that day. The elderly couple sat in stunned silence, their faces filled with astonishment. After a while, Lung Dezhong finally chuckled. That little security guard is truly lucky. However, he must be going insane now that he has made tens of millions. Cut it out. Lung Ku rolled her eyes. Dad, you underestimate him too much. He is not concerned with tens of millions. He doesn't care how much jade costs. He entrusted it to a newly acquainted friend while he went home to have dinner with his family. Is that so? Lung Dezhong's smile faded as he nodded slightly. So, he is someone who has seen the world. What a pity. What a pity about what? Gan Muqing, who had been silent, asked. What a pity he is not an employee of our Lung family, Lung Dezhong sighed. This person must possess an extraordinary sensitivity to jade, otherwise, he wouldn't have sold all 3 stones. Yes, I think the same, Lung Ku concurred. So, my next step is to find a way to recruit him. Additionally, I want to leverage this incident to promote our Lung family jade extensively. Finally, I'll have those 2 precious stones crafted into ornaments and hold an auction to earn a few billion. Brilliant. Lung Dezhong clapped in approval. Absolutely brilliant. Ku, you truly are a commercial genius. With the Lung family jewelry in your hands, I trust you completely. Ha. All right. Gan Muqing interjected. Let us eat. You 2 are just going to discuss business when together. Can't there be anything else? Sure. Let us eat. Hey, Ku, Gan Muqing suddenly asked mid-meal. I've been listening to you for quite a while. What does this young man who bought the stones look like? Is he handsome? He recalled, with a hint of nostalgia, that the young man was quite handsome, with delicate features and an admirable physique, as well as eloquence. Oh, Mother Gan teased, noticing her daughter's sparkling eyes. What a wonderful young man. Wouldn't it be splendid for him to become our son-in-law? What do you think, old Lung? Ahem. Lung Dezhong cleared his throat, but remained silent. Lung Ku, however, blushed furiously and protested. Mom, what are you saying? How could I ever be interested in a mere security guard? Let's eat.